Zhang Yiming felt as if he were plummeting into endless darkness, pulled down by an invisible force that wouldn't let him claw his way back to the surface. His body was limp, his eyelids weighed down as if pressed by 1,000 gene. Fine. If heaven had chosen this way to end his life, then so be it. He stopped resisting and was dragged into the deepest abyss. Xiaoming, wake up, it's time to eat. Zhang Yiming's ears twitched. Irritated, he rolled over, wanted to sleep more than suddenly sat bolt upright. Wasn't he already dead? What was going on? He opened his eyes and looked around. The walls were white, slightly yellowed with age. Peeling paint curled in the corners. 2 posters hung on the opposite wall. They 4 heavenly kings. Maggie Chung? Zhang Yiming rubbed his eyes. When was the last time he had seen those? He looked down. A red quilt with peony patterns covered him. Beneath it a blue and white striped bedsheet, worn but clean, still faintly smelling of soap. How many years had it been since he had last smelled that familiar scent? Slowly, he turned his head and, when he saw the reflection in the mirror, he screamed. It was the face of a teenage boy, pale, thin, with large eyes and a faint look of frailty. Youthful, yes, but Zhang Yiming recognized it instantly. It haunted his dreams, the face of his younger self from decades ago. How is this possible? Had died in a hospital bed. He could still feel the suffocating panic as the ventilator was pulled from his mouth. Xiaoming, are you feeling sick again? The curtain made of azalea fabric parted, and a woman in her 50s with a neat bun stepped in, her face etched with worry. Grandma. Zhang Yiming leapt from the bed and threw his arms around her. Big grandson, what's wrong? Are you having another episode? Let Grandma check you. This woman was Qin Fong, Zhang Yiming's grandmother, the kindest person in his life. She had died of lung cancer when he was 19, after years of overwork. Had been working away from home and missed her final moments. That regret had haunted him his entire life. Now, a woman long dead stood before him. How could he not be overwhelmed? Big grandson, what's happening? Don't scare Grandma. Seeing her grandson silent, clinging tightly and trembling, Qin Fong grew anxious. Zhang Yiming was her treasure, more precious than her own life. Lately, had been ill, feverish, sometimes even fainting. They'd visited countless clinics, but no one could diagnose the illness. That's why she had come all the way from the countryside to care for him. Just moments ago, had been fine. How had he turned like this after a nap? Grandma, I missed you so much. Zhang Yiming whispered, afraid the dream might vanish. He still believed this was a dream, just one that felt too real. Silly boy, what nonsense. Grandma's right here. Big man like you, still clinging to me? Come on, time to eat. Hearing this, Qin Fang's eyes moistened. This grandson was worth every ache in her heart. Zhang Yiming was lost in the joy of reunion until he felt the firm pressure of her hand pushing him gently. Could a dream feel this real? Grandma, what's the date today? October 19th. Have you lost your mind? October 19th, 1993? Zhang Yiming guessed the year based on the setting. At 16, had fallen ill. His parents had scrambled for money, leaving his grandmother to come from the village to care for him. Yes, Xiaoming. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yiming froze. Was he reborn? Had heaven given him a second chance to fix his regrets? Grandma, where are Mom and Dad? Now certain of his rebirth, Zhang Yiming calmed down. If fate had sent him back, he wouldn't waste it. His life's turning point was near, though he couldn't recall the exact date. He only knew that shortly after his grandmother arrived, his family's life had spiraled into hell. They went out. Never mind that to eat first. Grandma made you egg noodles with braised pork. Qin Fang's eyes flickered with pain and helplessness. She didn't answer directly, instead guiding Zhang Yiming to the table. On the faded round table sat a large blue-rimmed bowl, brimming with oily noodles and thick slices of braised pork. His illness had drained their savings, burdened them with debt, but no one told him. His life hadn't changed at all. For a family like the Zhangs, even a meal like this was rare. Zhang Yiming's eyes stung. Grandma, eat with me. I already ate. Hurry up, or the noodles will get soggy. Zhang Yiming knew she was lying. His grandmother had spent her life saving every penny for her children and grandchildren. She had probably never eaten a meal like this in peace, not even once. But he couldn't say anything. He lowered his head and ate, one bite at a time, while silent tears fell into the bowl. Grandma, I'm full. He'll go lie down. Had barely eaten half the noodles. Eat more. I'm really full. He kept his head down, avoiding her gaze, and quickly retreated to his room. A moment later, the soft sound of slurping came from outside, but it was clearly being muffled, as if to hide it. Zhang Yiming lay on the bed, memories flooding his mind. Because of his illness, his parents had spent every penny, then borrowed from relatives. Still not enough. They turned to a loan shark through a middleman. 5,000 yuan in 1993 was a fortune. Ordinary workers earned barely over 100 yuan a month. With such high interest and lenders from Pingcheng's underworld, disaster struck when his parents couldn't repay. The loan sharks stormed their home, smashed things, and forced them to mortgage the house. Homeless, they moved to a cramped 40-square-meter rental in the suburbs. Winters were freezing his hands, and feet cracked and bled. Summers were sweltering, covered in heat rashes. Go to the public toilet at night, 100 meters away, was torture. But worse was yet to come. To repay relatives, his parents worked day and night. His father was crushed by a collapsing scaffold at work. He survived but was paralyzed, bedridden for life. With the family's pillar gone, his mother had to care for a paralyzed husband and a sick son. By middle age, she looked like a 70-year-old, her body broken by relentless hardship. When Zhang Yiming finally earned enough to care for her, she died of a stroke in a hospital bed. Only he and his paralyzed father remained. Remembering all this, Zhang Yiming clenched his fists. But now it wasn't too late. He could stop the tragedy. He could rewrite their fate. Money. If he could just earn enough to repay the loan shark, everything would change. But he was only 16. No capital. No connections from his past life. How could he make money? Lost in thought, he drifted into sleep. In his dream, he ran through heavy rain. Ahead, a frail figure walked slowly. He knew who it was. He tried to catch up, but the rain blinded him, as if chains held his feet. He fell to his knees, watching the figure fade into the storm-silent tears streaming down his face. Chapter 2. Reclaiming the warmth of home. You're running a fever again. Suddenly, a slightly cool hand touched his forehead. Zhang Yiming snapped his eyes open and saw a gentle face. His mother, young, tired but not yet aged. Mom. His voice cracked, nose stinging. Those who've never lost something can't understand how precious it is to get it back. Mingming, are you feeling worse? Fan Lingling saw her son's pale, sickly face, his eyes watery, and her heart broke. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Mom, everything will be okay. It will be okay. Yes, it will. Fan Lingling thought he meant his illness. She assumed her son was fragile from sickness. But for Zhang Yiming, okay meant rebirth complete, irreversible change. Linger, is Mingming awake? Awake. He has a fever. Fan Lingling wiped her eyes and turned to the curtain. The fabric parted. Zhang Hashan stepped in 1.8 meters tall, wearing a faded work uniform. A veteran, strong and upright. Despite countless chances to get ahead through shady deals, had refused. Even in their darkest days, he never compromised. In his past life, Zhang Yiming had resented his father. If only he had been less stubborn, less proud, their fate might have been different. But after a lifetime of witnessing corruption, Zhang Yiming now understood how rare such integrity was. Dad. He hadn't seen his father standing since he was 20. Until his death, had never imagined seeing that towering figure again. Mingming, let your mom dress you. I'm taking you to the clinic for a fever shot. Zhang Hashan was quiet, like most fathers. But Zhang Yiming knew his love ran just as deep as his mother's and grandmother's. Date, I'm fine. Just a fever reducer. Reborn, Zhang Yiming knew his illness wasn't serious, just a weak immune system. But in 1993's Tanyuan County, doctors couldn't diagnose it, so the family believed he had a terminal disease. No. To his surprise, Zhang Hashan shut him down firmly. Mingming, listen to your father. Fever isn't a joke. If it doesn't go down, it could damage your brain. Fan Lingling, obedient to her husband, grabbed a tracksuit and pulled it over Zhang Yiming. Zhang Yiming knew his father's nature. No argument would change his mind. She also wrapped a scarf around his neck and head overkill for early autumn, but Zhang Yiming didn't resist. He let her bundle him up like a dumpling. Drive slowly. Sitting on the back of Zhang Heshan's bicycle, Zhang Yiming heard his mother's tearful reminder. Yeah, go back. Zhang Hashan grunted, pedaling into the night toward the nearest clinic. On the back seat, Zhang Yiming stared at his father's back. Memories of their past, strained relationship flooded him. Without thinking, he wrapped his arms around Zhang Heshan's waist. Zhang Hashan stiffened. They'd never been this close. Even as a child, Zhang Yiming had clung to his mother, not his father. What was this? But the night softened. Zhang Hashan didn't notice the faint smile on his own lips. They returned past 9 p.m. Fan Lingling had waited in chair. Seeing them enter, she rushed over, touching Zhang Yiming's forehead, then her own. It's not as hot. She exhaled in relief. Cook him some dumplings. The doctor said his illness is partly due to poor nutrition. Poor nutrition, all right, they'll make dumplings. We'll make you a bowl too. Im nota kit. Don't waste food. Zhang Hashan quickly objected, as if afraid she had dropped the dumplings into the pot too fast. Fan Lingling hesitated, then said nothing and went into the kitchen. Only father and son remained in the living room. The earlier embrace had warmed them slightly, but after years of distance, Zhang Yiming still hesitated before speaking. "Dad, I want to ask you something." "What?" Zhang Hashan was rolling his cigarette. Their worsening finances had forced him from 2.5 yuan Red River to 1 yuan to Shengqiano. He rolled his own tobacco. "How much did we borrow from the loan shark?" "Who told you we borrowed from a loan shark?" Zhang Heshan's hand trembled, spilling half the tobacco. He stared at Zhang Yiming, wide-eyed. "Dad, I'm not a child. Even if you hide it, they'll find out." In his past life, one look like that would have silenced him. But now, Zhang Yiming stood firm, calm. Zhang Hashan frowned. His son felt different tonight. "This is adults' business. You focus on studying and getting better." He lowered his head, rolling another cigarette. The loan shark loomed over him like a sword, suffocating. But he wouldn't let his son bear that weight. "Dad, I know you and Mom care about me. But I'm 16. I have the right to know. If you don't tell me, we'll stop taking medicine tomorrow." "You dare." Zhang Hashan shot up but then saw his son's defiant gaze, unyielding. He realized his son was tall now. The childishness had faded. "We'll handle the money. What good is it knowing for a kid like you?" Zhang Yiming looked at him, sensing his father's resolve cracking. "Dad, how do you know I can't help?" "You help?" Zhang Hashan stared at his son's serious face. For a split second, he almost believed it. Then he laughed. His son was just 16. What could he possibly do? "Dad, just tell me. Who's the loan shark? How much is the principal? The interest? The repayment term?" Zhang Heshan's eyes widened again. These questions no 16-year-old high schooler should know such things. He himself had only learned them after borrowing. Where did you learn all this? Suspicion flared. Was someone manipulating his son? Chapter 3. The Grand Communication Store. I was perusing books in the school library, delving into tax law and the intricacies of civil finance, especially the resolution of debt disputes. I have come to understand that usury is illegal and explicitly prohibited by the state. However, it is often the case that lenders possess certain connections, rendering these illicit debts a tangible reality. I yearned to delve deeper into this subject, primarily to validate the information I had previously researched. Zhang Hashan's mouth gaped open in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that these profound concepts, which he had only ever encountered on television, were now being articulated by his son. His son's keen interest in the law sparked a thought. Did he aspire to become a lawyer? This realization brought a sudden sense of solace to Zhang Hashan. The money had been borrowed from Zhao Seer, with Lu Shu's second brother acting as the guarantor, amounting to 5,000 yuan at an interest rate of 2. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hashan divulged this information. He certainly did not expect his son to assist in resolving this matter, but his son was right. He was no longer a child. If he remained silent, his son would surely find ways to uncover the truth from other sources. Zhang Yiming's eyes darted. 2% was not an exaggerated interest rate in the realm of usury. In his previous life, the emergence of online loans and campus financing had been far more predatory, particularly with the practice of head-cutting interest, which could obliterate a person's financial stability in an instant. Nevertheless, for Zhang Hashan, who toiled for meager wages at a factory, and for Fan Lingling, who sold pastries on the pedestrian street, even this seemingly modest rate was a heavy burden to bear. "All right, I understand, Dad. I'm a bit tired and don't feel like eating dumplings anymore. I'm heading back to sleep. Your mother has already cooked. At least have a few bites. You all eat. I feel a bit nauseous and simply cannot eat." With that, Zhang Yiming retreated to his room and closed the door. That evening, Fan Lingling and Zhang Hashan had only a bit of porridge and half a salted cucumber seed. Zhang Yiming was well aware that in his previous life, the couple had always dined in this manner, which ultimately led to their physical decline. Once back in his room, Zhang Yiming promptly retrieved his notebook and fountain pen, beginning to meticulously list the thoughts he had previously contemplated. In his former life, Zhang Yiming had graduated from high school and immediately entered the workforce, traversing various cities and engaging in numerous occupations. Yet, it was at an electronic equipment factory in Dongguan City that he struck his first pot of gold, marking the commencement of his journey into the communication industry, where he bore witness to its evolution from inception to rapid expansion. By the late 1980s, the communication sector had begun to take root, with the advent of mobile phones initiating the first wave of this burgeoning industry. Streets and alleys were filled with individuals sporting these devices, which had gradually transitioned from being exclusive to the elite to becoming widely accessible. Now, in the year 1993, mobile phones were just beginning to emerge. As someone with first-hand experience, he was acutely aware of the lucrative potential of this market. Yet, the question remained, where would he procure the initial capital? Without startup funds, Even the most obvious business opportunities would remain unattainable. Frustrated, Zhang Yiming tossed his pen aside and buried his head in his bed. The following morning, before 6 o'clock, he was already up. Mingming, as Zhang Yiming, impeccably dressed, stepped out of the house, Fan Lingling, preparing to set up her stall, gazed at him in astonishment. In his previous life, Zhang Yiming had a penchant for languishing in bed, a habit he only began to shed in middle age. I shall go for a run. Exercise is beneficial for the body, he mused, knowing that in 2 or 3 decades, the most precious asset would be health. No amount of wealth could procure priority in matters of health, a reality that fueled the thriving wellness industry. Even a hospital bed could cost more than a luxury hotel. And a single illness could devastate a middle-class family. Seeing her son depart, Fan Lingling was filled with excitement and rushed inside to drag her husband from the bed, sharing with Zhang Hashan the extraordinary event that had unfolded over the past 16 years. At this moment, Zhang Yiming's physical condition was far from ideal. Having barely run for 10 minutes, he was already breathless and in need of respite. Though Tanyuan County was a county seat, it was adjacent to Minghu City. Classifying it as a prefecture-level city, and due to its proximity to the sea, the living conditions were relatively decent. Zhang Yiming's resting place was at the heart of Tanyuan County, specifically on the pedestrian street of Sifang City. Sifang City, a remnant of ancient fortifications, boasted a history exceeding 300 years. While it occasionally attracted tourists, it had yet to develop into a so-called industry. However, in 20 years, Sifang City would be designated a Grade 4 tourist city, drawing a flood of visitors and transforming tourism into a pillar of Tanyuan County's economy. Zhang Yiming had returned before, but in contrast to the authentic and quaint Sifang City before him, his previous visits had witnessed a complete commercialization that rendered it rather uninspiring. As he rested, he ambled forward, soon setting his gaze upon a shop, DFA Communications. To his surprise, he discovered that this street housed a communications store. Approaching the entrance, he found the glass door closed but unlocked. The shop was modest in size, featuring 2 glass display cases and, in the corner, a red-painted student desk cluttered with various components. Zhang Yiming leaned forward to discern the items within the display case, inadvertently pushing the glass door open, startling himself. "What do you want?" Before Zhang Yiming could collect his thoughts, a middle-aged man emerged from behind the desk. His disheveled hair and blue work attire gave him a somewhat gaunt and intimidating appearance. I wish to purchase a machine," Zhang Yiming stammered quickly. The middle-aged man appeared taken aback by his response, stepping out from behind the desk to scrutinize Zhang Yiming with a hint of disdain. "Go away. What a nuisance at this early hour." Clearly, the man was skeptical of his intentions. Yet, Zhang Yiming did not retreat. Instead, he stepped into the shop and stood directly before the glass display. This time, he discerned that indeed, there were machines within the cabinet. Albeit many were second-hand and in poor condition, with white paper tags indicating their prices. A machine that is only 50% new for 2,000 yuan? Are you robbing me? Zhang Yiming pointed at a severely worn Motorola phone displayed behind the counter, its screen already faded and marred. "What do you know, you little rascal? I acquired it for 600 yuan. With a bit of repair and labor costs, I might earn a mere 100 or so. Hurry back to school and stop your foolish meddling." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively and yawned. Zhang Yiming smirked. He could tell there was some exaggeration in the man's words, but at least it indicated one thing. The proprietor had some capital. The cabinet housed no fewer than 20 devices, suggesting a principal investment of 20 to 30,000 yuan. Moreover, the man's confidence in stocking inventory indicated a market for such devices in Tanyuan County, which was reassuring. He genuinely feared a lack of buyers. "Boss, let us strike a deal," Zhang Yiming said, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the man who squinted at him as if he had seen a ghost. After a moment, the man let out a chuckle. "You want to do business with me? Indeed. You provide the funds, and I'll contribute my technical expertise and supply channels. We can split the profits 60-40. What do you say?" The middle-aged man initially regarded Zhang Yiming with disdain, but as he listened, his expression gradually shifted. Here was a child speaking with a sophistication that rivaled that of a seasoned adult. He attempted to glean something from Zhang Yiming's face, but all he discerned was the slightly pale visage of a teenager. "You provide the funds, and I'll provide the expertise and supply channels? You think highly of yourself, boy. Why should I trust you? You merely see my youth and consider me unreliable. No matter, I can demonstrate that capability is not directly correlated with age. How do you intend to prove that? Bring that phone to me." Zhang Yiming gestured towards the Motorola phone that was half new. If you're concerned I might abscond with it, feel free to lock the door. Initially, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of worry. After all, it was worth over 1,000 yuan. Yet, observing Zhang Yiming's composed demeanor, he felt his caution was somewhat excessive, risking ridicule from a mere child. Fine, let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Having said that, the middle-aged man retrieved the phone and placed it on the counter. What are you up to, you little rascal? However, when he saw Zhang Yiming approach the table, not to caress or fiddle with the device, but to directly disassemble the casing and screen, he leaped up in alarm. Though he had initially been intrigued by Zhang Yiming's words, he had primarily thought the boy merely sought a momentary thrill, as children often do. Yet now, as a partner, Zhang Yiming felt compelled to showcase his technical prowess. The middle-aged man's heart sank. He knew little about repairs and always relied on others for help when acquiring second-hand devices. And of course, that came at a cost. For instance, the repair fee for this particular device was over 30 yuan, and now it lay in pieces. The potential repair costs were staggering. Stop. Put that down. The middle-aged man rushed forward, grabbing Zhang Yiming's arm, panic surging within him, his face flushed crimson. Having been dismantled, it now lies as a mere heap of refuse. Are you certain? Zhang Yiming's arm was firmly grasped by someone, yet his expression bore no trace of anxiety. Instead, he calmly regarded the middle-aged man and inquired. I took a glance around your establishment. The tools are woefully insufficient. It is highly likely that the diagnostics and repairs are outsourced, and the costs must be considerable. Given that this device is entrusted to others for assembly, it would not be surprising if they charged you a maintenance fee of 100 or 180. Most importantly, Zhang Yiming paused deliberately at this juncture. The technician you have engaged is incapable of reassembling it. The middle-aged man was nearly driven to madness. Over 1,000 yuan. He pondered why his eyelids had been twitching since dawn. Truly a stroke of misfortune. You need not widen your eyes so dramatically. Since I have managed to disassemble it, I can certainly reassemble it. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. If you are doubtful, you may take me to the police station. If you believe, then release your grip and allow me 5 minutes. Having lived for over 40 years and conducted business for 2 decades, Zhang Yiming possessed an impeccable understanding of human nature. He was not the least bit concerned about the other party's refusal. Very well, 5 minutes. Should you fail to reassemble it, I shall take you to the police station and have your family compensate me at market value. With that, the middle-aged man relinquished his hold. Just as Zhang Yiming had surmised, given the current predicament, even if he did not grant Zhang Yiming this opportunity, the issue would remain unresolved. Moreover, Zhang Yiming's previous disassembly had been executed with remarkable skill. A subtle smile graced Zhang Yiming's lips as he lowered his head, commencing the reassembly of the components he had previously removed. His fingers moved with such dexterity that it was nearly impossible to observe closely. In less than 5 minutes, the scattered parts on the table had been transformed back into the device. Go ahead, inspect it thoroughly. The middle-aged man, filled with astonishment, took it and meticulously examined the device again and again. Indeed, there were no traces of disassembly. He then reinserted the battery, and the sound of the device powering on resonated, the text on the screen remarkably clear. What do you think? The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yiming once more, his gaze markedly different than before. Although still predominantly astonished, it now held an undercurrent of admiration. Indeed, admiration. You possess genuine skill. But I am not in the repair business, the middle-aged man candidly stated. Boss, are you not aware that these devices are assembled? Whether procured from your recovery efforts or sourced from manufacturers, they are constructed from various components, and the greatest profit lies precisely in this phase. I can provide you with channels for sourcing components and the requisite assembly techniques. This is what I propose as a partnership. The middle-aged man momentarily faltered. He had indeed heard of the lucrative nature of assembling device components, but that was typically in the South, and only those well-versed in the craft would engage in such endeavors. In the North, he had yet to hear of anyone pursuing this path. His blood began to race slightly. If you sell a device in fair condition for 2,000, what if a new one were to sell for the same? Impossible. The middle-aged man declared without hesitation. Impossible? Boss, the sourcing channels I provide ensure that a complete set of assembly components costs no more than 500 yuan. Do you truly believe that selling it for 2,000 is unfeasible? The middle-aged man's breath quickened slightly. How could a set of assembled parts cost hundreds? Yet, if it were true, wouldn't that mean he struck gold? Boss, think it over. I possess the skills and the supply channels. If you choose not to collaborate with me, I shall seek others. Just don't be envious when that time comes, Zhang Yiming declared as he stepped out from behind the table, his demeanor and presence causing the middle-aged man's heart to tremble. If I had made up my mind, how would I find you? The man inquired as Zhang Yiming reached the door. I shall return tonight, he replied before pushing the door open and exiting without a glance back. The middle-aged man gazed at the meticulously reassembled machine on the table and surveyed every corner of his small shop, beginning to ponder Zhang Yiming's proposition earnestly. Upon returning to the pedestrian street, the sun cast its rays upon Zhang Yiming, prompting him to squint his eyes. The sensation of rebirth felt unprecedentedly real, stirring a fervor within him like never before. After jogging 2 laps, Zhang Yiming did not head home, but instead made his way directly to his family's pie stall. Chapter 5. The weighty 10 yuan mom, give it to me. Fan Lingling was standing before the frying pan, flipping the pancakes with a spatula, startled by her son's voice. It's all greasy. Stand back, she admonished, her affection for her son evident. Not only did she run her stall, but she also never allowed Zhang Yiming to assist with household chores. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I just want to help you a bit. So please don't stop me from fulfilling my filial duty, he pouted, half playfully and half seriously, as he took the spatula from her hands. Before Fan Lingling could respond, a customer arrived, leaving her with no choice but to attend to them, albeit with a mixture of confusion and concern. The pie stall was quite simple, featuring a frying pan, 2 large thermos containers filled with soy milk and tofu pudding, and 2 sets of basic plastic tables and stools. It opened at 5 in the morning and closed at 9. This stall had been in operation since Zhang Yiming was 8 years old when Fan Lingling lost her job, continuing for 2 decades until her untimely death from a brain hemorrhage just half a month prior. In his previous life, Zhang Yiming had never once lent a hand. Watching Fan Lingling skillfully scoop the tofu pudding from the thermos, topping it with a mixture of shredded wood ear mushrooms, carrots, and egg flour, warmth flooded his heart. It was not until 9 o'clock, when they packed up, that Zhang Yiming assisted her in tidying the stall and pushing the tricycle home. Yiming has grown up, Fan Lingling remarked, observing her son, who was now nearly as tall as she was. Mom, once we have repaid all our debts, you should stop running the stall and rest at home, all right? In truth, he had uttered such sentiments many times in his previous life, yet they had never materialized. All right, Zhang Yiming replied, momentarily taken aback, realizing that Fan Lingling's words were likely just a casual remark. Perhaps she had never truly envisioned a future free from hardship. Zhang Yiming chose not to elaborate further, deciding instead to address everything once he had settled his affairs. After engaging in idle chatter with Qin Fong and Fan Lingling for quite some time, he returned to his room, pen in hand. He was confident that the owner of DFA Communications would ultimately agree to collaborate with him. His immediate task was to meticulously finalize the specific details. Having previously established himself in the communications industry, he was acquainted with many prominent figures in the field. To procure supplies, it was imperative to seek out someone reliable. He began to mentally sift through potential candidates who met this criterion, and soon the name Lu Xiong emerged in his thoughts. Lu Xiong was 10 years his senior, making him around 26 years old at this point. Although their interactions in Zhang Yiming's previous life were limited, their rapport was decent. He recalled that Lu Xiong had been employed at an electronics factory in his 20s, and later, along with a few fellow townsmen, had pooled resources to establish a small workshop, primarily thriving through assembly operations. Thus, he surely possessed channels for sourcing assembly components. However, the pressing question remained. How could he establish contact with Lu Xiong and persuade him to share his procurement channels? After all, they were not yet acquainted, and strictly speaking, his intentions could be perceived as encroaching on Lu Xiong's business, a sentiment echoed in the age-old adage that rivals are enemies. Zhang Yiming's thoughts spiraled into confusion as time slipped away. He had to secure Lu Xiong's contact information and convince him before nightfall, which seemed an almost insurmountable challenge. Mom, could I have 10 yuan? At 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Yiming could no longer remain idle, springing from his bed with determination. 10 yuan? Fan Lingling, who was busy sorting chives with her mother-in-law, Qin Fong, was taken aback by his request. It was common knowledge that a child's pocket money amounted to merely 3 to 5 jiao, and New Year's gifts typically ranged from 10 to 20 yuan. Thus, Zhang Yiming's bold request was hardly surprising. Zhang Yiming was aware that his demand was somewhat excessive, yet necessity compelled him. Mingming, what do you need so much money for? Have you? Fan Lingling hesitated, wanting to inquire if he had fallen in with a bad crowd. However, when she glimpsed the innocence in her son's eyes, her words faltered. "Wait, Grandma has some. I'll go get it for you." Noticing her daughter-in-law's hesitation, Qin Fong stood up. "Mom, you shouldn't use your money for this. I have some. I'll get it." Fan Lingling, known for her filial piety, felt indebted to her mother-in-law, who had sacrificed so much to help care for their child upon moving to the city. She could never repay that kindness, let alone burden her mother-in-law with expenses. Fan Lingling retrieved 4 rolls of money from a small floral pouch she kept close, consisting of 1 roll of 5 jiao, 2 rolls of 2 jiao, and 1 roll of 1 jiao. A meat pie cost 3 jiao, a bowl of tofu pudding 2 jiao, and a bowl of soy milk 1 jiao. Hence the collected coins rarely exceeded 1 yuan. Fan Lingling enjoyed counting these small coins meticulously, organizing them into neat rolls of 10. "Thank you, Mom. I shall head out now, and I might be home a bit late tonight." Zhang Yiming felt a twinge of emotion as he accepted the money and hurriedly left the house. In his previous life, it was through these meager coins that his mother raised him, sustaining the family. Upon stepping outside, Zhang Yiming made his way directly to the small convenience store at the alley's entrance. Inside, there was a red public telephone. But that was not the focus of Zhang Yiming's visit. Rather, it was the thick volume of the 114 directory situated beside the telephone. Through recollection, he had recalled the name of the small electronics factory where Lu Xiong worked in his past life, a crucial clue, as calculations suggested that Lu Xiong had not departed from this factory for long. "Xiaoming, what do you wish to buy?" The convenience store was owned by Old Dong's family, and by virtue of their relationship, Zhang Yiming had to address the woman speaking to him as Deny. "Deny. I don't want to purchase anything, but may I look up a phone number?" "Look up a phone number? This directory mostly lists companies. What are you searching for?" Though Deny was amiable, she had a penchant for gossip and was eager to inquire about everything. "I'm looking for a training school on behalf of a classmate. He wishes to learn a skill." Zhang Yiming fibbed effortlessly. Fortunately, at that moment, a customer entered to make a purchase, allowing Deny to attend to them without further probing. Zhang Yiming swiftly opened the directory, flipping directly to the relevant index page, scanning swiftly. Fortunately, there were not many enterprises at that time, particularly in the north, where awareness of corporate promotion was rather weak. Thus, 80% of the entries comprised southern businesses. Within 10 minutes, Zhang Yiming successfully located the phone number of the electronics factory he sought. To his pleasant surprise, the person answering the call turned out to be a fellow townsman of Lu Xiong, who promptly connected the call to Zhang Yiming. A slight thrill coursed through him. Matters were unfolding unexpectedly smoothly. "Hello, I am looking for Lu Xiong. Who are you?" Although the voice on the other end was youthful and carried a heavy accent, Zhang Yiming immediately recognized it as Lu Xiong's. He found it hard to articulate his feelings. Back when they first met, he had been older than the current age of Lu Xiong. Little did he expect that in this life, their acquaintance would be established a full decade earlier. Chapter 6. The Small Man Before the Gentleman. "My name is Zhang Yiming, and I wish to discuss a business deal with you, Boss Lu." "Discuss what?" To Zhang Yiming's astonishment, Lu Xiong abruptly hung up the phone. This Lu Xiong certainly possessed a temperament that was anything but mild. "Please don't hang up. At least allow me to finish speaking." This time, Zhang Yiming disregarded whether Lu Xiong was truly listening and poured forth the series of arguments he had meticulously prepared. "Boss Lu, this deal is a guaranteed profit for you. You can continue with your business, and there's a commission to be earned. What is there to worry about?" On the other end, Lu Xiong frowned. Truth be told, he was genuinely swayed by Zhang Yiming's words. Just as Zhang Yiming had stated, payment in advance before delivery, what was there to fear? Moreover, according to Zhang Yiming, his current role was akin to a middleman. With a mere flip, he could earn several hundred yuan. Indeed, there was no reason not to be tempted. Let us establish this up front. Payment first, goods later. Of course, upon hearing Lu Xiong's words on the other end of the line, Zhang Yiming realized that the most crucial aspects of the matter had been meticulously arranged. Everything was in place, awaiting the final impetus. After reluctantly providing Dong Denai with 4 yuan for long-distance call charges, Zhang Yiming felt a pang of nostalgia for the wireless communication of the 21st century, where a long-distance call, no matter how far, would only cost a mere dime or 2 per minute. Particularly after 2018, the abolishment of roaming fees had rendered the costs of long-distance and local calls nearly indistinguishable. Yet, with the prospect of earning his first bucket of gold and transforming his family's destiny, Zhang Yiming's steps became notably lighter. He refrained from heading directly to DFA Communications. understanding that he must not convey impatience, a vital psychological tactic in business dealings. After meandering through Riverside Park for over an hour, Zhang Yiming leisurely made his way toward the FA Communications. As he stood at the entrance, the shop owner emerged from within, prompting a suppressed smile from Zhang Yiming. The owner's impatience was palpable, yet it underscored the allure of the terms Zhang had proposed. After all, how could a mere teenager unsettle someone in such a manner? "Good evening, boss," Zhang Yiming greeted. "I'm Wang Fa. Spare me the formalities. Just call me brother to Fa," the owner replied, clearly eager. Earlier that morning, he had been somewhat indecisive, but after a call to a colleague who had assisted him with machine repairs, he had inquired discreetly about the matter. The colleague had mentioned that assembling machine parts within 5 minutes was impossible. However, having witnessed it himself, Wang Fa was convinced otherwise. Subtly validating Zhang Yiming's claims about his remarkable skills, he had also consulted a few acquaintances in the industry, further solidifying his belief in the feasibility of Zhang's proposal. Yet, as the sun began to set that afternoon, and with no sign of Zhang Yiming, Wang Fa grew anxious that this lucrative opportunity might slip away to someone else. "Brother to Fa, you can call me Xiao Ming," Zhang Yiming said, unhesitatingly accepting the informal moniker, which only served to heighten Wang Fa's impression of the young man's sophistication. "Xiao Ming, have you thought over what you proposed this morning?" Wang Fa inquired. "Do you believe this endeavor carries risks?" "Brother to Fa, fortune favors the bold. Surely, you have heard this adage before. Besides, what business venture comes without risk? If every investment guaranteed returns, every individual would be engaged in trade," Zhang Yiming replied, his indifference causing Wang Fa to feel somewhat embarrassed. Realizing that even a child's perspective seemed superior to his own. "You mentioned a split of 40-60? Wang Fa prompted. "Yes, 40-60, Zhang Yiming confirmed. "Very well. It's settled then. We'll split the profits. You take 40, and I'll take 60, Wang Fa replied, gritting his teeth. Although he felt a twinge of regret at the thought of relinquishing such a substantial portion of the profits to Zhang Yiming, he recognized the latter's expertise and connections. "Brother de Fa may have misunderstood," Zhang Yiming interjected. "Misunderstood? What do you mean?" Wang Fa asked, visibly confused. "The 40-60 split I mentioned means I take 60, and you take 40. As soon as Zhang Yiming uttered these words, Wang Fa's expression shifted dramatically. "Xiao Ming, your audacity is truly remarkable. I bear all the financial burdens and risks, while you merely provide technical expertise and procurement channels, yet you desire a 60% share. Is that not a tad excessive?" Wang Fa, after all, is a businessman, and his words, though pointed, hold a semblance of logic. "Indeed, Brother de Fa, you are correct. The capital is yours and the risks are yours as well. However, how can I ensure that once you acquire the assembly skills and procurement channels, you won't simply discard me? Would I not be sewing garments for another's benefit?" Wang Fa's heart raced. He had indeed contemplated this. Once he mastered the technology and secured the channels, he could easily cast Zhang Yiming aside. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that the other party had already foreseen this possibility. Such thoughts hardly seemed to belong to a mere teenager. "We can draft a contract," Wang Fa proposed after a moment's reflection. "A contract? Brother de Fa, your mind works swiftly. As an underage child, I possess no legal standing to enter into contracts. Should you later choose to deny our agreement, I would be left in a most unfortunate predicament," Zhang Yiming replied, understanding Wang Fa's concerns. In the realm of business, he had witnessed more than his fair share of cunning and deceit. Most crucially, he did not intend to profit from this venture for long. Within 2 years, the technology would be widely available, rendering this business model nearly untenable. His immediate need was for a sum of emergency funds, and thereafter, he would leave the outcomes to Wang Fa's whims. "Brother de Fa, it appears you lack the sincerity for collaboration. If that is the case, I shall seek other partners," Zhang Yiming declared, rising from his seat. "Xiao Ming, wait a moment," Wang Fa hesitated. After all, he was investing capital and shouldering risks, yet only reaping a mere 40%. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet the prospect of substantial profits made it difficult to relinquish this opportunity. 50-50, that is my bottom line," Wang Fa stated, his expression stoic after a prolonged silence. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Brother de Fa." Zhang Yiming's straightforwardness momentarily startled Wang Fa. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a clever ruse. In truth, the 50-50 split had been Zhang Yiming's expectation all along, but it was far more effective when articulated by Wang Fa himself. The principle of first the lesser. Then the greater was one of the paramount tenets Zhang Yiming had adhered to in both business and life in his previous existence. Brother DFA, let us not be overly ambitious with our initial order. We shall start with 20 units. I will return home today to devise a sales strategy, aiming to sell these 20 units in the shortest possible time. You need only prepare the funds for the procurement. Zhang Yiming understood that without innovative marketing tactics, it would be impossible for such a small communications store to swiftly sell such a quantity. He needed to devise a marketing plan suited to the modern era. Wang Fa nodded, increasingly convinced that Zhang Yiming was indeed a talent, someone more astute than himself, who had lived for over 32 years. Any lingering doubts he had previously harbored vanished entirely. Chapter 7. The First Bucket of Gold Upon Returning Home. Zhang Yiming quickly consumed a modest meal before immersing himself once more in his work. It was not until past 10 at night that a comprehensive marketing plan was finally completed, having previously negotiated the terms of the transaction with Lu Xiong. Early the next morning, Wang Fa and Zhang Yiming proceeded to the bank, transferring 10,000 yuan to Lu Xiong. Zhang Yiming, well aware of Lu Xiong's strong commitment to integrity, felt no apprehension regarding potential complications. Upon returning from the bank, he commenced preparations for the marketing strategy they had meticulously devised. 3 days later, the first batch of components arrived at the freight station in Tanyuan County via bus. Wang Fa's eyes shimmered with excitement as he beheld the tightly packaged cartons. Unpack the components and assemble them alongside me, he instructed. Zhang Yiming, generously sharing his knowledge, meticulously demonstrated the assembly steps to Wang Fa several times. Initially, Wang Fa's pace was sluggish and fraught with errors. However, after several repetitions, he began to master the process. By the following morning, several tricycles adorned with vivid banners showcasing G and FA communications appeared throughout the streets of Tanyuan County. Each vehicle was equipped with loudspeakers that repeatedly broadcast pre-recorded promotional slogans. At the entrance of the FA communications store stood 2 tall, young women clad in red cheongsams, with a carpet laid out and a colorful balloon archway crafted for the occasion, beneath which hung a banner announcing the inaugural communications festival with significant discounts. Although such promotional tactics would later become commonplace, they were quite innovative for this era. From morning until evening, a diverse crowd gathered outside the FA communications store. Drawn by the spectacle, once Zhang Yiming observed that a sufficient number of onlookers had assembled, he instructed Wang Fa to distribute potato peelers as gifts to the spectators, informing them that anyone who assisted in bringing customers would receive a cash reward upon a successful sale. With the selling price of the machines already modest and the promotional strategies abundant, they sold 7 units that very day, even after the store closed for the night. Wang Fa could hardly contain his excitement. He never anticipated that money could come so easily. 7 machines, a quantity he had never managed to sell in a month, along with a cost reduction of nearly 2/3, meant that after deducting various expenses, each unit yielded a net profit exceeding 1,300 yuan. It was truly beyond his wildest expectations. Xiao Ming, here is 8,000 yuan. Take it for now. Wang Fa suddenly revealed a stack of cash and handed it to Zhang Yiming. De Fa Gu, we haven't sold all the machines yet. There's no need to give me the money right now, and it's not that much. Zhang Yiming naturally declined. Take it. I know you must need the money. Regardless, this amount will eventually be divided between us. Use it for emergencies, and we can settle the rest later, Wang Fa insisted. Zhang Yiming was taken aback by Wang Fa's generosity, feeling both surprised and touched. De Fa Gu, thank you. I will take it for now and come back tomorrow morning. Let me escort you. You're still young and might attract unwanted attention, Wang Fa responded, concerned. Zhang Yiming pondered the gravity of his situation. A sum of money such as this was indeed substantial in these times. If it were to be stolen, he would have no recourse for his sorrow. Unlike 20 years hence when surveillance systems would blanket the streets, leaving one with no option but to accept their fate. He nodded at Wang Fa, who then locked the shop and wheeled out the motorcycle parked in the adjacent alley. Wang Fa was not particularly skilled at riding. On 2 occasions, he nearly toppled onto the curb, causing Zhang Yiming to break into a cold sweat, fearing that after his hard-won rebirth, he might meet his end at Wang Fa's hands, which would be a truly tragic fate. As they approached a narrow alley near his home, Zhang Yiming requested Wang Fa to stop. Brother Fa, thank you. It's rather late, so I want to invite you in. See you tomorrow. All right, you head inside, Wang Fa replied. Understanding that Zhang Yiming preferred to keep his residence a secret, he was not one to impose, especially considering that even if Zhang Yiming faced troubles, He was not overly concerned, for he still had 13 assembled machines in the shop. Upon returning home, Zhang Hashan had already finished work and was seated on the sofa, smoking a pipe. "Where have you been?" Zhang Hashan's tone was sharp. He had heard from his wife that Zhang Yiming had been wandering outside daily. When Fan Lingling inquired, Zhang Yiming merely stated he was visiting a classmate, but Zhang Hashan knew he was not being entirely truthful. "Dad, wait until Mom and Grandma come out. I have something to discuss with you." Zhang Yiming carried a military green messenger bag, within which lay the 8,000 yuan given to him by Wang Fa. In his previous life, that amount was insufficient for a single visit to a bathing center, yet now it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. For it represented not only currency, but also the future hope of his family, as well as the rebirth of his parents, grandmother, and himself. As Fan Lingling and Qin Fong emerged from the kitchen, they found the father and son staring at each other in silence. "Mingming is back, perfect timing. Wash your hands and come to eat." Fan Lingling observed that her husband's mood seemed less than favorable. She could surmise the reasons. In recent days, he had been tirelessly seeking treatment for their son, burdened by immense financial pressure. Relatives who had lent money had begun to show up asking for repayment, and Zhang Hashan, typically reticent, was now being pursued for debts, a normal reaction to such stress. "Mom, Grandma, please come sit. I have something to tell you." Both women were taken aback, sensing the seriousness etched on Zhang Yiming's face. They exchanged glances before complying and seated themselves at the dining table. Zhang Yiming cleared his throat, slowly opened his messenger bag, and produced the 8,000 yuan, placing it upon the table. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Under the dim, slightly yellow light, the thick stack of light blue 100 yuan bills shimmered with an unusual brilliance. "Zhang Yiming, tell us, what have you been up to these past few days?" After a prolonged silence, Zhang Hashan rose to his feet, his eyes swollen with emotion, trembling uncontrollably as he pointed a finger at Zhang Yiming. His voice thick with suppressed fury, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Fan Lingling had never witnessed such a terrifying expression on her husband's face. And instinctively, she moved closer to Zhang Yiming, despite her profound skepticism regarding the sudden appearance of the 8,000 yuan. It did not imply she could condone her husband's potential rebuke towards their son. Similarly, Qin Fong swiftly positioned herself protectively behind Zhang Yiming the moment Zhang Hashan stood. Observing the actions of the two most significant women in his life, Zhang Yiming felt warmth wash over him like a gentle tide. "Father, every cent on this table is clean. Not a single coin has been stolen or taken unlawfully." Zhang Yiming too stood up, having anticipated this scene. For it was unimaginable for anyone to believe that a 16-year-old could amass such a substantial sum in just a few days through his own efforts. Chapter 8. A rational explanation clean? Zhang Yiming, do you take your father for a fool or blind? Your mother and I toil for an entire month to earn barely 400 yuan. You, at your tender age of 16, reliant on your family for sustenance, claim this money is neither stolen nor taken unlawfully. So, pray tell, from whom did you receive it? Zhang Hashan experienced a slight arrhythmia. His emotions triggered a frantic heartbeat that caused his entire body to tremble. At that moment, he resembled a leaf caught in an autumn breeze, his shoulders quaking and his body swaying. "Hashan, why are you so enraged? Let the child speak. Look at how frightened he is." Qin Fong observed Zhang Yiming's pale countenance and assumed he was intimidated by Zhang Hashan, her tone tinged with reproach. "Mother, this child has been spoiled by you both. If this continues, he may end up causing irreparable harm." Zhang Hashan, a dutiful son, had seldom raised his voice at Qin Fong in his lifetime, underscoring the depth of his current anger. "Hashan, how can you speak to your mother like that? She is right. You cannot lash out at the child without evidence. At the very least, give Mingming a chance to explain." Zhang Hashan was met with retorts from both women, his expression darkening further. However, having just shouted at Qin Fong, he regretted his outburst, and after Fan Lingling spoke, he remained silent, though his chest heaved with agitation. "Mingming, you are a good child. You have never lied. Please, tell your mother the truth about where this money came from." With her husband silent, Fan Lingling turned to her son, her tone gentle, and she even reached out to caress Zhang Yiming's head softly. "Little Ming, speak the truth. Your grandmother is here, and your father wouldn't dare harm you." Qin Fong glared at her son, having traveled a great distance from the countryside not to witness her precious grandson suffer, even if the source of his distress was her own son. Zhang Yiming glanced at Qin Fong, then at Fan Lingling, before finally directing his gaze towards Zhang Hashan. "Father, this money is earned by me. If you doubt it, you can inquire tomorrow morning at the FA communication store on the pedestrian street. Ask the owner, Wang FA, whether these 8,000 yuan are indeed my wages. The FA communication? Is that the store that gives out free peelers and sells those peculiar machines? Qin Fong was the first to react, although she was not entirely familiar with the term and mistakenly referred to it as a peculiar machine. She had heard about it from the neighbor's wife while disposing of dirty water that morning. Yes, that's the one. Zhang Yiming initially considered other explanations, but ultimately chose to speak the truth. After all, Zhang Hashan is not easily deceived if he fabricated an excuse. It was certain that Zhang Hashan would never part with those 8,000 yuan, rendering his efforts futile. Why would they pay you? You're just a child. Can you even produce such machines? Zhang Hashan certainly did not believe him. He knew about the machines. Several leaders at the factory and a couple of well-off colleagues had purchased them, each costing several thousand yuan. Whenever someone sought assistance, these devices would emit light and beep. Quite the spectacle. However, given their exorbitant price and advanced technology, not only production but even comprehension was a formidable challenge. Thus, Zhang Hashan was utterly skeptical of Zhang Yiming's explanation. Father, I may not produce them, but I can assemble them. I have watched you tinker with circuits since childhood. You repaired the television, radio, and electric fan with your own hands. I have always been interested in this. Later, I visited a repair shop in Shiguan with Ma Jun and observed how they fixed machines. Upon returning, I pondered it in my mind. Coincidentally, Brother de Fa from the FA communication store was recruiting individuals to assemble machines, so I joined in. I truly earned this money through my own skills. Father, you have always taught me to be upright. How could I possibly engage in illegal activities? Zhang Yiming's words were a mix of truth and fabrication. Ma Jun was his childhood friend, and his family was relatively well off. Ma Jun's father, Ma Jimin, ran a hardware store on Shiguan Street. Zhang Hashan had no reason to doubt this. As for where Zhang Yiming had seen machine repairs, Zhang Hashan could not ascertain. Most repair shops on Shiguan Street operated on a transient basis, often moving from place to place. Indeed, as soon as Zhang Yiming finished speaking, the three individuals in the room collectively sighed in relief. Even if you could repair machines, they wouldn't pay you such a sum, would they? Certainly not. I earned 200 yuan for assembling a machine for Brother de Fa, but knowing our family is in urgent need of funds, he has advanced me half my wages, which I will repay gradually. Zhang Yiming spoke with unwavering calmness, revealing no signs of deceit. He understood that he could not mention the partnership, for that lie would be too convoluted to uphold. His ability to assemble machines could still be justified, but claiming he was acquainted with someone who could provide machine assembly parts would be utterly implausible. It is unacceptable. We shall not take what does not rightfully belong to us. The surplus funds will be returned to their rightful owner by tomorrow. Furthermore, our household has not yet reached a state of dire need, so there is no necessity for you to seek employment. Once the money is repaid, you are not to venture out again. Zhang Hashan's countenance was stern. Although he found this situation somewhat peculiar, he understood Zhang Yiming's temperament, though he could be mischievous. His essence was fundamentally upright. It was also true that Zhang Yiming had an inclination towards tinkering with such matters. The reason for Zhang Hashan's displeasure stemmed largely from a sense of inadequacy. As the head of the family, he felt remorseful that his mother, who should be enjoying her twilight years, was still burdened with responsibilities, while his young wife bore the premature toll of hardship, and his son, who should be carefree, was already toiling for the family's sustenance. He felt guilt, shame, and a profound sense of failing each member of his household. Father, you often remind me that one must uphold integrity and fulfill promises, no matter how arduous the task. I have committed to helping de Fa Gu assemble the remaining machines. I must complete the work worth 8,000 yuan. As for the future, I shall devote myself to my studies and refrain from such undertakings, Zhang Yiming asserted. Knowing his father well, he understood his father's thoughts and how to persuade him. Mother, grandmother, please speak to father. We are not only burdened with high-interest debts, but also owe money to relatives. I heard my second aunt's words yesterday. It is only natural for her to ask for money as my cousin prepares for marriage. We cannot allow my medical expenses to hinder my cousin's wedding. Besides, I am aware of the unspoken worry that weighs on your hearts due to our debts. If we can settle these financial strains, why should we not do so? Zhang Yiming's words resonated with reason, striking a chord with Qin Fong and Fan Lingling, causing their eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Chapter 9. Preparing for future challenges. I am not hungry. I just ate at the Fa Gu's shop. You all go ahead and eat. I shall return to my room, Zhang Yiming declared, turning to leave, having expressed all that he needed to say. He believed that his grandmother and mother would surely convince his father. If you remain unconvinced, join me early tomorrow morning at the FAS communication store, where he will personally address your concerns. With that, Zhang Yiming lifted the curtain and entered the room. Outside, the three gathered around the table, gazing at the 8,000 yuan with expressions of mixed emotions. Let us put it away for now. Zhang Yiming pressed his ear to the door, and after a lengthy pause, he heard his father's subdued voice. A faint smile graced his lips as he exhaled in relief, knowing that his father had acquiesced to the idea. That night, Zhang Yiming slept particularly soundly, remaining in slumber until the morning sun streamed through the window, and the sparrows outside chirped energetically. Only then did he rise. Father, will you accompany me to the FA communications shortly? Due to his late rising, Zhang Yiming decided against going for a run today. After completing his morning routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face, he sat in a chair waiting for Zhang Hashan to awaken. The previous night, Zhang Hashan had been summoned to the food processing factory where he worked due to a machinery malfunction, and he did not return until after 2 in the morning. According to the factory's regulations, he was entitled to a half-day off today. I want to go. I have other matters to attend to, Zhang Hashan replied. Avoiding direct eye contact with his son, the events of the previous day left him acutely aware of how much his son had matured. Though only 16, it seemed as though Zhang Yiming had grown into a bird with sturdy wings, soon to be independent and no longer in need of his protection and guidance. This realization should have been a positive development, yet Zhang Hashan lamented that his son was still too young to shoulder the burdens of the family, attributing his feelings of inadequacy to his own shortcomings. Zhang Yiming said, choosing not to elaborate further. The closeness that had formed between father and son just a couple of days prior had inexplicably dissipated, prompting Zhang Yiming to sigh inwardly. Return early tonight. I would like to take you out, Zhang Hashan hastily remarked after consuming a couple of bites of corn cake and slurping down half a bowl of porridge, before exiting without a backward glance. Zhang Yiming was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what his father had planned for the evening. Feeling a sense of confusion, he ate little more and greeted Qin Feng before heading to the communication store. Wang Fa appeared to be in high spirits, and upon seeing Zhang Yiming, he greeted him with a broad smile, seemingly regarding him as a little god of wealth. Xiaoming, you look quite energetic. Did you sleep well last night? Thanks to the Fa Gu, I slept exceedingly well, Zhang Yiming replied. Haha, I did not sleep well at all. Your da Fa Gu had a dream that lasted all night, where money rained down from the heavens, and I couldn't collect it fast enough. How could I possibly sleep well with that? I woke up laughing, Wang Fa exclaimed, his excitement palpable, accompanied by the appearance of fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Zhang Yiming found himself at a loss for words, yet he understood. When he had struck his first fortune, he too had held the money close while sleeping, reveling in the scent of it, and feeling utterly fulfilled. Da Fa Gu, let us not celebrate too soon. This money won't last long, he cautioned. Why is that? Wang Fa's smile faltered, replaced by a look of alarm. Our current earnings stem from a lack of competition. In the entire Tanyuan County, we are the only communication store selling assembled machines. But can you guarantee that in a month or two, we will still be the only ones? Once the profit is evident, countless others will seek to enter the market. When competition increases, our profits will inevitably diminish. Zhang Yiming was not trying to dampen Wang Fa's spirits. He was merely stating facts. The absence of competitors had been due to a lack of understanding of the market dynamics and potential profits, but soon enough, others would catch wind of the opportunity, and the emergence of competitors was merely a matter of time. So, you're saying we can only profit for 2 months? Should we not seize the moment and assemble as many machines as possible? After their previous encounters, Wang Fa had developed a profound trust in Zhang Yiming. He had no doubts about Zhang's words, which led to an immediate tension in his demeanor. Brother de Fa, your mindset is hardly that of a businessman. I was merely drawing a comparison to remind you not to become overly complacent. We must prepare in advance, considering strategies before competition arises. Zhang Yiming shook his head, convinced that Wang Fa was indeed not cut out for business, though his character was commendable. So, Xiaoming, do you already have a plan? Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, the furrow in Wang Fa's brow relaxed slightly. We cannot afford to stockpile inventory. The fiercer the competition, the more we must reduce our stockpiles. The parts market changes daily, and procurement prices will invariably decline. Products will continually upgrade. Holding excess parts will not enhance our competitiveness. Rather, it may lead to cash flow difficulties or increased procurement costs. Such a course of action is utterly inadvisable. Zhang Yiming leaned against the counter, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Fa. He had experienced similar losses in his past life and had witnessed many others suffer the same fate. Thus, he would not tread that path again. Although he did not intend to profit from this venture for an extended period, in the short term, he would not sever this line of business. He needed ample capital to embark on other endeavors, and for at least a year, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to managing this communications store alongside Wang Fa. What should we do then? Should we just watch as others seize our business? Wang Fa asked, a hint of panic in his voice. Just yesterday, he had tasted the thrill of sudden wealth. How could he accept losing it in the blink of an eye? Of course not, rest assured. I will not only establish the FA Communications as the leader in the Tongyuan County telecommunications industry, but I will also ensure that you, Brother DFA, become a prominent figure in the telecommunications sector. Zhang Yiming spoke with unwavering conviction, igniting Wang Fa's enthusiasm once more. It seemed as though he could already envision his future, driving a luxurious sports car, typically seen on television, with a beautiful woman by his side, cruising majestically through the city. The store's layout remained unchanged from the previous day. Two elegantly dressed women in kipayos stood exceptionally straight, beaming with smiles, having each received a $10 red envelope the day before, even taking the initiative to assist in welcoming customers. Before noon, for more devices had been sold, and Wang Fa sat behind the counter, his eyes squinting with delight. Zhang Yiming stood at the entrance, his gaze lingering on a fleeting figure at the opposite alley. He instantly recognized who it was, despite not having seen the person's face or attire clearly. Brother de Fa, I need to use the restroom, Zhang Yiming said, turning to Wang Fa, winking, and then slowly walking out of the store towards the public restroom at the edge of the pedestrian street. 20 minutes later, he returned to the store. Chapter 10, An Awkward Apology. Xiao Ming, I conveyed your words to your father exactly as you instructed. Rest assured, Wang Fa declared confidently, his expression earnest, as if he were about to make a solemn vow. Thank you, Brother DFA. Thank you for your gratitude. But I am counting on following you to prosperity in the future. This matter is trivial. However, it seems your father is rather skeptical. Zhang Yiming waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of Zhang Hashan's belief, this matter was settled, and he would demonstrate his intentions to his father through actions, unhurriedly. By 4 in the afternoon, 2 more units had been sold in the store. Reflecting on his father's earlier words, Zhang Yiming exchanged pleasantries with Wang Fa and returned home earlier than usual. Upon entering the house, Zhang Yiming heard the sound of a bicycle stand clattering to the ground at the entrance. Dad, he called out casually. Choosing not to mention the earlier incident where Zhang Hashan sought verification from Wang Fa at the Fa Communication store. I visited Fa Communication today, Zhang Hashan remarked. Zhang Yiming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated his father would bring it up himself. Fa Go mentioned it to me. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. I was wrong yesterday. I apologize, son, Zhang Hashan said. Zhang Yiming's hand trembled with the water ladle, and despite his efforts to maintain composure, some water spilled onto the floor. He was utterly astonished. In his previous life, living until the age of 46, he had never heard his father admit fault or soften his stance, not even in the presence of his grandmother. Zhang Hashan was as steadfast as they come, which rendered Zhang Yiming shocked, even startled. Dad, what are you saying? You are my father. How can you apologize to me? Zhang Yiming felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly turned his head away, unable to meet his father's gaze. When Qin Fong returned from grocery shopping, she was met with the sight of the 2 men in an awkward standoff. What is happening here? Did you both draw tickets for standing room? Or is the chair at home off limits? Qin Fong's accent, a remnant from her northwest hometown despite having married into Tongyuan County for decades, added a humorous tint to her words, which were often used to tease. Grandma, let me help you with that, Zhang Yiming exclaimed, as if relieved. For he knew how embarrassing it was to be older than Zhang Hashan, yet find himself in such a situation. Seizing the opportunity, he tossed the ladle into the basin and quickly approached Qin Fong to take the basket of groceries from her hands, darting into the kitchen with the agility of the wind. Hashan, did you say something about Xiaoming again? Qin Fong glared at her son, her tone laced with discontent. Mom, the bicycle chain broke. I need to fix it, Zhang Hashan replied, feeling equally awkward. Without waiting for further comment from Qin Fong, he hastily exited. attempting to conceal the warmth creeping to his face. Confused by the peculiar behavior of the two men, Qin Fang concluded that her son must have upset her grandson again in her absence. With that thought in mind, she hurried into the kitchen. Qin Fang pursued Zhang Yiming with a few questions, but he skillfully diverted the conversation, wanting to avoid further awkwardness when facing his father. Thus, he lingered in the kitchen, shamelessly assisting Qin Fang in preparing vegetables until Fan Lingling entered from outside, in pursuit of financial stability to extricate herself from usurious debts. Fan Lingling begins her day selling stuffed pancakes and spends her afternoons working as a part-time laborer in a knitting factory, assisting seamstresses by tidying up scraps and clearing away excess threads. For 5 hours of labor, she earns a meager 7 yuan. After finishing her shift, she hurries home to aid Qin Fang in preparing dinner and the ingredients for breakfast the following morning, her life a whirlwind of activity akin to a spinning top. Upon entering, Fan Lingling directly takes the cooking pot from Qin Fang's hands, only to discover Zhang Yiming squatting in the corner, peeling potatoes. "Yiming, what are you doing here?" she exclaims in astonishment. Throughout his upbringing, her son had scarcely ventured into the kitchen, let alone engaged in chores. She firmly adheres to the belief that a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen, so upon seeing Zhang Yiming, she promptly sets down the pot and pulls him to his feet. "Quickly, take this boy outside," Qin Fang urges, her concern for her grandson palpable. "I don't understand what has transpired between the two of them. Ever since I returned, they've been acting strangely." He won't say a word, not even a hint. More empathetic than Fan Lingling, Qin Fang's eyes remain glued to the potato peeler, anxious that Zhang Yiming might inadvertently slice his fingers. A moment of realization dawns on Fan Lingling. She had noticed her husband standing outside the storage room, smoking, his expression somewhat unnatural while speaking to her. "Yiming, tell your mother, has your father put you in a difficult position again?" Zhang Yiming felt a sudden weight on his mind, realizing he couldn't evade the matter any longer. Furthermore, his father had been unjustly burdened, having borne the blame twice without reason. "Mom, it's not. Cough, cough. Yiming, come outside with me." 2 coughs echoed from beyond the curtain, followed by Zhang Hashan's voice filtering through. "Mom, Grandma, my dad and I are stepping out for a moment." Zhang Yiming tossed the potato peeler into the sink and slipped out like an eel. The two men's eyes met once more. "Let us go?" Zhang Hashan's expression remained serious, but as he turned away, a complex smile flickered across his face. Zhang Yiming, however, was oblivious to this smile, pondering where his father intended to take him. Shrouded in mystery, they mounted the same bicycle again, and Zhang Hashan pedaled slowly out of the alley, heading north. After a brief ride of about 10 minutes, they turned into a lane beside the second arch of Sifang City and halted before a grand black gate. "Dad," Zhang Yiming had never visited this place before, but the freshly constructed wall, adorned with a striking blend of red and green stone, suggested opulence beyond the ordinary. As soon as Zhang Hashan was about to speak, a series of barks erupted from the yard, accompanied by the clattering sound of a dog chain dragging across the ground. Although he had not seen it, Zhang Hashan could vividly imagine the image of the dog, undoubtedly a German shepherd. As the door swung open, Zhang Yiming beheld the imposing black beast crouched beneath the wall, its white teeth glistening as it barked furiously at Zhang Yiming and his father. He sensed his father's body subtly stepping forward, instinctively shielding him. At the tender age of 6, he had been bitten by a dog, which had instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Yet, as time passed, not only did Zhang Yiming overcome his fear, but he also succumbed to the trend of raising a Tibetan Mastiff. However, at this moment, his father's slight maneuver stirred a poignant emotion within him. Big Brother Zhang today. His attention had been entirely captured by the black dog until the person before him spoke, redirecting his gaze to the individual who was scrutinizing him. The young man, in his late 20s, sported short hair and, despite the autumn chill, wore short sleeves that revealed his inked arms, one adorned with a dragon and the other with a tiger. A thick gold chain hung around his neck, and when he spoke, 2 gleaming gold-capped front teeth were prominently displayed. Chapter 11. Repaying the debt. "This must be my dear nephew," he remarked, noting Zhang Yiming's fair complexion and appealing demeanor. Zhang Yiming concealed any emotion, having already deduced the identity of the man before him, Zhao Si-er, the one who had lent his parents money at exorbitant interest rates. "I have come to repay the debt," he stated. Zhang Hashan refrained from engaging in dialogue. As the saying goes, those who walk divergent paths do not conspire together. With unwavering integrity, Zhang Hashan would never associate with such a person if not for the pressures of life. And he was eager to sever all ties with Zhao Si'er. Repay the debt? Big brother, has my nephew's illness worsened? Zhao Si'er asked, momentarily taken aback by his own words. Zhang Hashan's expression darkened immediately. Let us calculate the total owed, he said. Zhao Si'er rubbed his nose, perhaps realizing that his earlier remark had been rather inappropriate, an action that amused Zhang Yiming. Brother, why not come inside for a drink first? Zhao Si'er suggested. No need, let us discuss it here, Zhang Hashan replied, standing resolutely. Zhao Si'er, feeling slightly aggrieved by such directness, clearly found the situation uncomfortable. Very well, then. Here we are. Brother Zhang, you borrowed 5,000 yuan at a 2% interest rate 3.5 months ago. We had agreed on monthly interest. Although you are repaying early, the interest is not halved. Calculating for 4 months, the principal of 5,000 plus interest totals 5,334 yuan. The remainder is waived. Consider it a gift of canned goods for my nephew. Upon hearing Zhao Si'er's words, Zhang Yiming could not help but scrutinize him further, marveling at how quickly Zhao Si'er's mind worked, managing to navigate the matter with remarkable agility. The child does not eat canned goods, Zhang Hashan muttered, then bent down to unfasten the pouch clipped to his pants. This pouch, typically used for cigarettes and repair tools, today held a substantial stack of cash. Zhang Hashan's movements were slightly stiff as he dampened his fingers with saliva and meticulously counted the banknotes one by one, his fingers trembling incessantly. Count them again, he instructed. Once he finished, he handed the money back to Zhang Yiming. Now you count it, ensure it's accurate. After Zhang Yiming completed the counting, he looked at Zhang Hashan, who then passed the money to Zhao Si'er. Zhang Yiming noticed that, in addition to the 5,300 yuan he had just counted, there were also 34 yuan in loose change. No need for that. I trust Brother Zhang's integrity, Zhao Si'er replied. Wait here, I will retrieve the IOU. Zhao Si'er's expression was somewhat peculiar as he accepted the money and, without even glancing at it, stuffed it directly into his pocket before turning to enter the courtyard. The black dog wagged its tail at Zhao Si'er, then turned back to Zhang Yiming and his father, baring its teeth and barking loudly. Zhang Yiming couldn't help but recall the phrase a dog's eye cannot see beyond its own kind. Zhao Si'er allowed Zhang Hashan to inspect the IOU, then, in front of Zhang Hashan, tore it to shreds. Brother Zhang, if you ever need money again, feel free to come to me. The interest is negotiable. No need, Mingming. Let us go. Zhang Hashan was eager to leave, offering no pleasantries to Zhao Si'er. He turned, kicked the bicycle stand, and beckoned Zhang Yiming to mount. Zhang Yiming couldn't resist glancing back at Zhao Si'er, who was also looking at him. He instinctively nodded, and Zhao Si'er appeared taken aback. Zhang Yiming turned away and promptly leaped onto the bicycle's rear seat. He found Zhao Si'er somewhat straightforward. Despite the fact that this very Zhao Si'er had rendered them homeless in a past life, upon reflection, Zhang Yiming harbored no resentment. After all, Zhao Si'er was merely making a living through lending, not engaging in charity. Perhaps, in this life, he and Zhao Si'er might still share some other connections. After leaving Zhao Si'er's home, Zhang Hashan did not return home, but took Zhang Yiming to visit various relatives, his second aunt, third aunt, maternal uncle, and so forth, repaying the debts owed to each of the 9 families. As night fell, Zhang Hashan stopped the bicycle at the alley's entrance, and Zhang Yiming jumped off the seat, standing behind his father. The moonlight was not particularly bright, yet for some inexplicable reason, Zhang Yiming could clearly see the few strands of white hair peeking from his father's temples. His father was only 37. In the near future, with rapid advancements in medical technology, many ailments deemed incurable in this era would become treatable, leading to an increase in life expectancy, with living into one's 70s, 80s, or even beyond a century becoming commonplace. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Hashan appeared to have aged prematurely. Mingming, this money represents what I owe you. Zhang Hashan's voice broke the silence after a long pause. Although Zhang Hashan had his back turned, Zhang Yiming felt he could vividly perceive the turmoil and struggle etched on his father's face. Father, we are family, bound by the most intimate of emotions in this world. As family, we should weather storms together, sharing both fortune and misfortune. It is not solely your responsibility to bear the weight of this household simply because you are my parents. I am your son, and it is equally inappropriate for me to remain sheltered beneath your wings, comfortably allowing you to shield me from life's tempests. Zhang Yiming's voice was low. He initially hesitated to voice these thoughts, aware that such sentiments from a 16-year-old high school student might be perceived as peculiar. However, he felt compelled to speak. For in this new life, he aspired not only to ensure his family's material well-being, but also to unravel their emotional knots, truly delving into each other's souls. Transcending the conventional roles of parent and child. I wish to contribute to this family. I desire to do something for you, for my mother and for grandmother. You do so willingly, and so do I. Filial piety is paramount. Thus, Father, I hope you will grant me the opportunity to honor you. As Zhang Yiming spoke, he stepped forward to stand before Zhang Hashan, courageously meeting his father's gaze. In his previous life, he had never possessed such an opportunity, nor the courage to seize it. Perhaps the guilt he felt towards his parents had loomed like a mountain upon his heart, compelling him to evade responsibility, but now, he would not retreat. Zhang Hashan gazed at his son, his eyes alight with intensity, the brilliance within causing his heart to leap, prompting him to involuntarily avert his gaze. Father, the wind is rising, let us return. Zhang Yiming reached out, gently taking the bicycle from Zhang Hashan's hands, then confidently strode into the alley. Zhang Hashan watched his son's retreating figure, momentarily entranced, only to regain his senses after a considerable time. After dinner, as Zhang Yiming lay on his bed, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The greatest crisis that had once altered his family's fate had been averted, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The following morning, Zhang Yiming resumed his running routine, just as before. After his run, he went directly to assist Fan Lingling with her pie stall. Many occurrences tend to repeat themselves, and this time, Fan Lingling did not deter her son from helping. Instead, during a lull, she gazed at Zhang Yiming with deep affection. The tranquil days passed swiftly, and before long, it was the end of the month. Aside from the initial 2 days of robust sales, business had cooled considerably. Xiaoming, we haven't sold a single unit today, and the number of customers has dwindled. Wang Fa lamented, slumped in his chair, his face resembling a withered gourd. Chapter 12, Collaborating with the Switchboard. This is to be expected. Having navigated the turbulent waters of commerce for 2 decades in his previous life, Zhang Yiming remained remarkably composed. Tanyuan County was merely a small town with limited purchasing power. The previous days of booming sales were entirely attributable to their promotional strategies and low prices, drawing in customers who had long harbored purchasing intentions. As for those entering the store, 9 out of 10 were merely seeking the free peelers, wandering briefly before departing with their prize. It appeared lively, yet lacked any substantial significance beyond creating an illusion of popularity. Normal? Xiaoming, we still have several machines left. We won't be left with unsold inventory, will we? Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Wang Fa's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had already recouped his investment, he had surrendered a considerable portion of his earnings to Zhang Yiming. Should this venture falter, he would incur significant losses. Brother Fa, could you refrain from being so alarmed? I had anticipated this scenario long ago. Rest assured, I promise to elevate De Fa communications to the forefront of the industry, and I shall not renege on that commitment. In reality, when he first discussed collaboration with Wang Fa, he had already devised subsequent strategies. While Tanyuan County's economic standing was reasonably stable, the device in question was not an essential commodity. Not everyone was inclined to spend money on such items. Thus, his task was to alter public perception, persuading the masses to recognize that the device could not only signify one's status, but also transform their lives. For the sake of improving their livelihoods, people would be willing to invest. Yet, single-handedly shifting a deeply entrenched belief seemed a formidable challenge. Xiaoming, you mentioned seeking collaboration with the paging station? Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's statement, Wang Fa stood up in surprise. Not me, but you, Zhang Yiming replied coolly, casting a glance at Wang Fa. Me? Xiaoming this. Wang Fa recoiled slightly. In his understanding, the paging station was an esteemed and somewhat solemn institution. The prospect of negotiating with them left him feeling uncertain. I will accompany you. Observing Wang Fa's lack of confidence, Zhang Yiming felt a twinge of exasperation. Together? Then it's settled. Wang Fa breathed a sigh of relief. Sensing Zhang Yiming's subtle exasperation, yet he felt no discomfort. Through their interactions over the past 10 days, he had cultivated a deep trust in this young man, who was over a decade his junior. Also, we need to visit the taxi company. This was another of Zhang Yiming's premeditated plans, as he distinctly remembered that in the initial 2 years following the device's emergence, Taxi drivers constituted the largest and most concentrated user demographic. Wang Fa possessed no independent thoughts and simply followed Zhang Yiming's lead. The paging station in Tanyuan County was located on the third floor of the telecommunications company. In his previous life, Zhang Yiming had only glimpsed the telecommunications building from afar and had never entered. If memory served him correctly, the five-story edifice, adorned in white and green paint, was demolished in 2002 and replaced by a 20-story tower, its exterior embellished with reflective glass, which remained a landmark of Tanyuan County until 2012. At this moment, as Zhang Yiming stood at the entrance of the telecommunications company, a profound sense of nostalgia washed over him. Then he chuckled. It was not merely a feeling of nostalgia, but rather, he had indeed traversed an entire lifetime. Xiaoming, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Wang Fa, dressed in a black suit at Zhang Yiming's insistence, had never donned formal attire, let alone participated in such a serious endeavor. His palms were clammy with sweat. Were it not for Zhang Yiming's presence, he might have fled in panic. What are you so anxious about? Just follow my instructions, and if all else fails, I'll be there to support you. Zhang Yiming lamented, wishing Wang Fa would muster more confidence. Had he not been so young and lacking the persuasive authority in negotiations with the telecommunications company, he would have been reluctant to involve Wang Fa. Wang Fa, lowering his head, compelled himself to remain composed, for this matter could significantly impact the future of the FA Communications and his own destiny. As they arrived, he greeted them. Suddenly, Zhang Yiming pinched Wang Fa lightly at the small of his back. Greetings, I am Wang Fa, the owner of the FA Communications, here to discuss business with you. Without lifting his gaze, Wang Fa rapidly recited the phrases Zhang Yiming had previously taught him. Tan Hongmei regarded the middle-aged man in a suit standing before her, alongside the youth whose expression bore a hint of peculiarity, and furrowed her brows slightly. I apologize, but I must attend a meeting. Excuse me. In her early 30s, standing at 1.7 meters tall, with a neat short haircut and distinct facial features that exuded a touch of heroism, Tan Hongmei was dressed in a deep blue professional outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Even decades later, she would undoubtedly be considered a paragon among women. Wang Fa raised his head, intending to speak further, but upon seeing Tan Hongmei, his mind went blank. Even Zhang Yiming's discreet cough could not reclaim Wang Fa's attention. Manager Tan, we at the FA Communications wish to discuss a business opportunity with the telecommunications company. I believe you would find it quite intriguing. Zhang Yiming had previously researched the personnel structure of the telecommunications company. Understanding both oneself and the opponent is crucial for successful negotiations. He recognized Tan Hongmei as a formidable woman, having ascended from a switchboard operator to a business manager, showcasing her prowess. Discuss business? Tan Hongmei endeavored to maintain her professional demeanor. Though she mentally categorized Wang Fa and Zhang Yiming as swindlers, her exterior remained composed with a hint of a smile. Indeed. Manager Tan, the telecommunications company is currently engaged in a performance competition. Surely, you would not wish to elevate your own achievements? Tan Hongmei's expression sharpened suddenly. The performance competition had commenced in July, concluding on December 30th. If it were merely a test of business acumen, Tan Hongmei would not have feared anyone. However, her competitors were formidable, backed by continuous support that had left her trailing far behind. With merely 2 months remaining, she could already foresee the outcome of this competition, envisioning her managerial position usurped, and even the possibility of losing her job at the telecommunications company. Despite this, Tan Hongmei would not permit anyone to mention the matter in her presence. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. However, I am not interested, she replied coolly, brushing past Zhang Yiming and Wang Fa. Manager Tan, we can enhance your performance by 200% within a fortnight. Should you be intrigued, feel free to visit us at FA Communications on Walking Street. Zhang Yiming swiftly interjected, positioning himself before Tan Hongmei and extending Wang Fa's business card towards her. Tan Hongmei, unwilling to engage further with Zhang Yiming, accepted the card and entered her office, promptly discarding it into the wastebasket. Had her spirit been ensnared? Zhang Yiming turned his head and was taken aback to find Wang Fa staring blankly, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. Lacking the courage to engage in business, yet brimming with audacity in other regards, he appeared utterly distracted merely from a glance at the woman before him. What a lack of ambition. Wang Fa, I am acutely aware that your previous display was profoundly disappointing, he mused silently. However, He had never encountered a woman like Tan Hongmei before. Upon seeing her for the first time, he felt an electric current coursing through him, even his fingertips tingling with sensation. "She has no interest in you," Zhang Yiming remarked. Somewhat irked, and without waiting for Wang Fei's thoughts, he ascended the stairs with purpose. He harbored no concerns that Tan Hongmei would decline to collaborate with them. On the contrary, he was utterly convinced she would seek them out, and that the wait would not be prolonged. In early 1994, a scandal erupted in Tanyuan County when a former business manager of the telecommunications company publicly accused his superiors of inappropriate relations with a female employee. This incident escalated to the point where banners were unfurled outside the telecom office, causing a stir for several days. Given Tanyuan County's modest size, the news spread rapidly without the need for media intervention. One person told 10, and soon everyone was aware. A colleague of Fan Lingling recounted this incident during a visit, which is how Zhang Yiming learned of the performance competition and the sordid truths behind it. Tan Hongmei was a woman of strong character and certainly would not swallow her indignation. However, in his previous life, she had not found an opportunity to turn the tables and was left with no choice but to bring down everything with her. Yet in this life, with his presence, Zhang believed that Tan Hongmei, being astute, would not forsake any chance for redemption. All he needed to do was wait. Chapter 13. The Butterfly Effect. After exiting the telecommunications company, Zhang Yiming did not return home directly, but instead walked along the newly constructed national road to the west. This highway, designated as Route 102, was little known to anyone but him at that moment. Upon its completion, it would earn a notorious reputation in Tanyuan County, being associated with an alarming frequency of 17 traffic accidents per year, spawning numerous ghost stories in its wake. Unconsciously, Zhang found himself wandering near this road, not out of interest in the supernatural tales, but because it was here that his only true friend, Ma Jun, had been struck and killed by a fuel truck before reaching the age of 20. At this stage, the road was merely in the early phases of construction, with excavators and partially laid foundations dotting the landscape, while workers donned in yellow safety helmets moved about industriously. To become prosperous, one must first pave the roads, a maxim that Tanyuan County had embraced wholeheartedly. 15 years hence, the county's roads would reach every corner, with national and provincial highways, and even the villages would boast asphalt streets. As Zhang stood at the perimeter of the construction site, his thoughts drifted away, lost in nostalgia. Hey, lost in thought. Suddenly, a hand clapped on Zhang Yiming's shoulder. Ma Jun. The instant he heard that familiar voice, tears welled uncontrollably in Zhang's eyes. It was no wonder. Fate had subjected him to countless moments of reflection on his dear friend, especially during inebriated reveries. "Yiming, what's wrong? It has been a month since we last met. Do you not recognize me?" Ma Jun is a petite individual with dark skin, yet he possesses large, expressive eyes. His vivacious personality often leads him to indulge in playful mischief, although he shows great kindness towards Zhang Yiming, which is precisely why Zhang Yiming regards Ma Jun as his closest friend. "Indeed, you have tanned further. Surely your grandmother does not reside in Africa?" "Enough of that. It is your grandmother who lives in Africa." Ma Jun shot Zhang Yiming an exasperated glance, yet there was no hint of anger in his demeanor. Having grown up together and always being in the same class, both Ma Jun and Zhang Yiming have comparable academic performance. However, Ma Jun's fortunes did not align as favorably as Zhang Yiming's. During the high school entrance examination, Zhang Yiming excelled, surpassing the admission threshold for Tanyuan County's third high school, while Ma Jun's score fell short by over 20 points. Nevertheless, Ma Jun's affluent family afforded him the opportunity to remain with Zhang Yiming. His father, leveraging connections, approached the principal of the third high school and offered a bribe of 2,000 yuan, thus securing Ma Jun's admission. In truth, Zhang Yiming was aware that Ma Jun's father had envisioned him attending the first high school as a bargaining student. Given its status as a prestigious institution in Tanyuan County with significantly higher college admission rates compared to the second and third high schools, it was Ma Jun who fervently pleaded with his father to allow him to attend the third high school. "Ma Jun, why have you returned so early when there is still a week until school begins?" Once the initial joy of reunion dissipated, Zhang Yiming realized that Ma Jun had returned nearly a week earlier than in his previous life. What could this signify? Might his rebirth have catalyzed a butterfly effect, altering the course of past events? Don't mention it. My mother and grandmother had a falling out, and in a fit of anger, my mother packed our things and brought me back. Ma Jun sighed. while Zhang Yiming felt a wave of relief. For indeed, this incident had also transpired in his previous life, suggesting that he had been overthinking the situation. It's nothing new. Your mother and grandmother have their spats, and it will blow over in a few days, Zhang Yiming reassured him, patting Ma Jun on the shoulder. Uffed, as if you know my mother and grandmother so well. Ma Jun retorted, aware that Zhang Yiming was merely offering comfort, yet the sensitivity of youth prompted him to respond in kind. Fine, fine. I don't know them as well as you do. Is that satisfactory? Come on, let us head to my house. I have something for you. With that, Zhang Yiming turned and began walking in the direction of his home. Ma Jun paused momentarily, sensing that his good friend was acting rather peculiarly today. But he swiftly shook off the thought, attributing it to the recent turmoil caused by his mother and grandmother. The construction site is situated 7 or 8 li from Zhang Yiming's home. He had arrived on Wang Fei's motorcycle, but now, the journey back would take them approximately half an hour. Hey, Mingzi, the school is completed. Why have they not notified us to commence classes? Ma Jun halted as they passed by Tanyuan County's 3rd high school, pointing towards the central teaching building. Zhang Yiming followed Ma Jun's gaze. The scaffolding surrounding the building had been dismantled, and the newly painted orange exterior glimmered softly in the sunlight. The teaching building of San High School, a relic from the 1970s, has long suffered from neglect. In September, a typhoon swept through, dislodging half the walls from the 3rd to the 1st floor of this already precarious structure. Consequently, the newly enrolled students, having barely begun their academic journey, found themselves on an extended break that lasted until November 3rd. How come I never realized your fervor for learning was so profound, and your enthusiasm for school was so high? Zhang Yiming teased as he withdrew his gaze to regard Ma Jun. He was well aware of the reason the school had not informed them about returning to classes. However, given his position as merely a 16-year-old freshman, he deemed it inappropriate to disclose this to Ma Jun, even though the latter was his closest friend. At my core, I am an ambitious and diligent young man. Ma Jun feigned ignorance of Zhang Yiming's mockery, puffing out his chest with pride. Zhang Yiming smirked. He knew his friend all too well. Ma Jun's eagerness for school was merely a guise for his longing to pursue romantic interests and to see his beloved. Reflecting on a past life, Zhang Yiming recalled that it was precisely this infatuation with Lu Feng that had led Ma Jun to an unfortunate accident. He silently vowed that this time, he would do everything in his power to prevent Ma Jun from being with Lu Feng. Upon returning home, Zhang Yiming found the house empty, save for a half-covered watermelon on the round table, shielded by a mesh cover. I'll go cut the watermelon. You wait for me inside, he suggested. No way. You know I don't care for fruit, Ma Jun retorted, gripping Zhang Yiming's arm and pulling him into the house. Weren't you going to give me something? What is it? Ma Jun inquired. Having grown up together, the two boys were inseparable despite their families living a fair distance apart. Zhang Yiming's room was familiar territory for Ma Jun, who wasted no time in plopping down into Zhang Yiming's cherished rocking chair. Go ahead and take a look, Zhang Yiming said, opening a drawer to reveal a square object wrapped in brown paper. He had prepared this gift the day after his rebirth, intending to present it to Ma Jun at the start of school. What is it? You're acting all mysterious, Ma Jun remarked, reaching out to feel the package, but unable to discern its contents. Upon seeing Zhang Yiming nod encouragingly, he tore off the tape binding the brown paper. Oh my goodness, Mingzi, you cannot be serious, Ma Jun exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the item in his hands. Nearly losing his balance in his excitement and falling back into the rocking chair, which creaked in response to the shift in weight. Chapter 14. The office director's third uncle Zhang Yiming remained silent, his lips pressed together. He was acutely aware that the stamp album he had gifted Ma Jun contained the first zodiac stamp ever issued by the state, a rarity that would become exceedingly valuable, skyrocketing in worth over 30 years to over 200,000 times its original value. In this renewed life, Zhang Yiming places little value on money. In his previous existence, he was haunted by the regret of Ma Jun's untimely demise due to a car accident, lamenting his own stinginess. Countless times, he felt an overwhelming urge to reduce the treasured collection of monkey stamps to ashes to honor Ma Jun. Do you want them or not? If not, I shall reclaim them, he said. I want them, I want them, I want them. Ma Jun exclaimed fervently, as if fearing Zhang Yiming might change his mind. After expressing his desire, he tenderly cradled the monkey stamps. How wonderful it was, his family, his dear brother, were still by his side. Ma Jun lingered at Zhang Yiming's home until the afternoon, and just as he was about to leave, Zhang Yiming suddenly recalled something. Ma Jun, isn't your third uncle the office director at the taxi company? Yes. Why do you suddenly ask about that? Could you share your uncle's office phone number with me? Ma Jun squinted, scrutinizing Zhang Yiming with curiosity. Weren't you always annoyed by my third uncle? Why the sudden interest in his number? Why so many questions? Just tell me, are you giving it or not? Zhang Yiming preferred not to concoct a lie. More importantly, he knew Ma Jun would indeed provide the information. As anticipated, Ma Jun, sensing Zhang Yiming's demeanor, yielded. He took a pen and inscribed a series of numbers in Zhang Yiming's notebook. All right, I'll reach out to you tomorrow. Oh. Ma Jun nodded, momentarily dazed as he exited the room. It wasn't until he reached the front door that he realized Zhang Yiming's tone had strangely reminded him of his father. How peculiar, he murmured, clutching the newly acquired treasure. The monkey stamps, as he departed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiming found himself lost in thought, staring at the phone number in his notebook. In his past life, Ma Jun's third uncle, Bai Changxi, had indeed been less than amiable towards him. He was a jovial drunkard. Yet what irked Zhang Yiming the most was Bai Changxi's peculiar penchant for flirting with married individuals. However, with his second chance at life, Zhang Yiming's perspective had undergone a profound transformation. Individuals like Bai Changxi, with their eloquence and social agility, were well suited for navigating the complexities of society. They possessed the gift of gab, effortlessly engaging with all, whether in the company of the living or the dead. Such individuals, adept at maneuvering through social circles, found it remarkably easy to ascend the ranks. The position of office director, neither overly exalted nor insignificantly low, provided a valuable connection for negotiating collaborations with the taxi company. Xiaoming, guess who Grandma saw while shopping? Qin Fong exclaimed as she returned with groceries, her half-leaning frame at the door, her voice tinged with excitement. I don't know. Chen Xiaoxia, your second aunt's sister-in-law. Zhang Yiming's brows furrowed slightly. Chen Xiaoxia was supposed to have gone abroad. In his previous life, she returned 2 years later. Why had she arrived 2 years earlier in this iteration? Zhang Yiming and Chen Xiaoxia share a complex history, having crossed paths in previous lives where he was betrayed by her more than once. Yet, out of respect for his second aunt's family, he refrained from pursuing retribution. Ultimately, Chen Xiaoxia met her downfall, imprisoned for tax evasion and illegal operations of health products, and she remained incarcerated until his demise. Yiming, are you listening to your grandmother? Qin Fong remarked, noticing her grandson's silence after a few attempts at conversation. Upon closer inspection, she found Zhang Yiming's gaze fixed blankly on the curtain beside him. Lost in thought. I'm listening, Grandma. Isn't Aunt Xiaoxia abroad? Why has she suddenly returned? He inquired. I asked her the same thing, she replied. She mentioned that the environment overseas was not favorable and expressed a desire to return to invest in business. From her tone, it seems she has amassed quite a fortune abroad and inquired about you, saying that if you wish to study abroad in the future, you should feel free to reach out to her. It's remarkable, really. When your second aunt married your uncle, she was just a teenager, so skinny. Who would have imagined she would achieve so much? Qin Fong's tone was laced with admiration. Though her excitement stemmed primarily from Chen Xiaoxia's offer to assist Zhang Yiming with studying abroad, she had heard that such an opportunity could transform his future, akin to a humble chicken becoming a phoenix. With his remarkable abilities, if he were to study overseas, his return would be nothing short of extraordinary. Zhang Yiming was well aware of his grandmother's aspirations for him, yet he chose not to voice them. Instead, he resolved to discreetly gauge Chen Xiaoxia's intentions in the coming days, not out of a desire for vengeance, but to ensure he would not stumble upon the same pitfalls twice. After conversing with Zhang Yiming for a while longer, Qin Fong retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Seated in the rocking chair that Ma Jun had occupied earlier, Zhang Yiming gazed out at the dimming sky, lost in contemplation. The following morning, after completing his morning run, Zhang Yiming headed straight to the FA Communications. Given the previous day's events, Wang Fa felt a lingering sense of guilt. Upon seeing Zhang Yiming enter the shop, he awkwardly avoided his gaze. Brother de Fa, I assure you that Tan Hongmei will be here to discuss collaboration with us, either today or at the latest, within 2 days. What? Wang Fa's expression transformed as he heard Tan Hongmei was coming to the shop. His previously slumped demeanor instantly lifted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Make sure the shop is tidy. We must leave a good impression. If you mess this up again, don't expect my assistance, Zhang Yiming warned. Having come to understand Wang Fa's temperament, Zhang Yiming held little hope for the situation. With the school term approaching, he had no time to invest in further complications. Most importantly, he has resolved to dedicate himself to his studies in this lifetime. He is acutely aware that, decades from now, a university degree will be ubiquitous, with even security positions requiring a college diploma. Although he is embarking on an entrepreneurial journey where no one will demand proof of his academic credentials. He once encountered an image online depicting a banquet attended by the titans of various industries 30 years hence. All those magnates were graduates of prestigious universities, all possessed of advanced degrees. He aspires to traverse great distances in life and to entirely eliminate the regrets of his past existence. Gaining admission to university is as significant as accumulating wealth. Thus, he aims to finalize the collaboration between the FA Communications, the telecommunications company, and the taxi service before the school year commences. All right, I'll get ready now, Wang Fa replied eagerly, yet soon a flicker of doubt and hesitation crossed his face. But how can you be so certain that Manager Tan will come? Her attitude yesterday clearly indicated her reluctance to collaborate with us. Wang Fa's voice was subdued, tinged with uncertainty and a hint of disappointment. This disappointment stemmed not only from his concern that Tan Hongmei might refuse to partner with him, but also from a subtle sense of inferiority when faced with a woman he admired. Indeed, in the presence of the beautiful and proud Tan Hongmei, Wang Fa could hardly meet her gaze, resorting instead to stealing furtive glances. Chapter 15. The sincerity of collaboration. I assure you she will come, no questions asked. Zhang Yiming's confidence was rooted in his understanding of Tan Hongmei's circumstances and the intricacies of human nature. Since in his previous life, Tan Hongmei had demonstrated the audacity to engage in a destructive rivalry with her competitors. He believed she would exhibit the same tenacity in this life. He had faith in his ability to read people. Wang Fa wished to voice further thoughts, but seeing Zhang Yiming turn away, he swallowed his words. In the office of the telecommunications company, Tan Hongmei furrowed her brow. Her gaze fixed intently on the freshly delivered sales report sprawled across her desk. This month, her performance had not only stagnated, but had also declined by 7 percentage points. Although this drop was within the realm of normalcy, in the past, she would have remained indifferent. Now, however, those 7 percentage points felt like a watershed moment, leaving her trailing far behind the suddenly ascendant Zhang Xiaoqian. Why should it be so? Since entering the telecommunications company at the age of 18, starting as an operator, every step she took was paved with countless sweat and tears. Why should that woman, merely flaunting her assets before Zhao Guangming, be granted equality with her, or worse, potentially usurp her position? She felt a burning resentment at being so unceremoniously overshadowed, especially in such a manner. Recalling Zhang Xiaoqian's disdainful smile as she exited Zhao Guangming's office that morning, Tan Hongmei clutched the sales report tightly, crumpling it into a ball, as if that act could alleviate her inner turmoil. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon the wastebasket at the corner of her desk. As she occupied her own office, the amount of refuse remained minimal, with the wastebasket being emptied only once every 2 or 3 days. It was precisely because of this infrequency that she noticed an item resting atop the bin, a business card. Hello, is this Uncle San? This is Zhang Yiming. A classmate of Ma Jun. Zhang Yiming dialed Bai Changshi using the landline from the FA Communications store. Bai Changshi was familiar with Zhang Yiming, having known him well, particularly since he had lived with Ma Jun's family prior to establishing his own. However, until now, Zhang Yiming had always kept his distance from Bai Changshi, often going out of his way to avoid him. The telephone conversation was brief, lasting less than 2 minutes, yet Zhang Yiming understood the principle that haste makes waste. Moreover, the intricacies of the matter could not be adequately conveyed over the phone. His call served merely as a prelude to ensure Bai Changshi would not feel taken aback by the forthcoming collaboration. Manager Tan? Wang Fa was bent over, meticulously cleaning the tablecloth behind the counter. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor prompted him to look up, only to be astounded to see the figure standing at the door, nearly biting his own tongue in shock. He stood frozen, holding the rag, unsure whether to drop it or continue. Tan Hongmei lingered at the entrance, not stepping inside immediately. She had come here impulsively, her judgment clouded by the sales report that had provoked her irrationality. Now, as she surveyed the modest 20-square-meter shop and observed Wang Fa, who appeared foolishly dazed, her mind abruptly cleared. Welcome to the FA Communication, Manager Tan. Just as Tan Hongmei hesitated, contemplating a swift exit, Zhang Yiming emerged from the storeroom behind the repair station and greeted her with a calm demeanor. Tan Hongmei regarded Zhang Yiming, whose slender frame and somewhat pale complexion struck her. Yesterday, she had scarcely given this youth much thought, but now, she realized he was markedly different from his peers, his eyes harboring an inscrutable depth. Since Manager Tan is here, why not sit down for a cup of tea? I assure you, it will be a visit worth your time. Although she had intended to turn away, for reasons unknown, Tan Hongmei found herself inexplicably compelled to stay. However, as her gaze fell upon the expressionless and somewhat lecherous Wang Fa, as well as the pale and youthful Zhang Yiming across the table, she regretted her decision once more. Manager Tan, let us speak candidly. The primary business domains of the telecommunications company are twofold: the landline service, which constitutes the majority of our operations, and digital paging. Although this latter service has not been in existence for long, I believe you are well aware of its profitability. What I wish to discuss with you pertains to the digital paging business. Tan Hongmei, initially somewhat distracted, felt her demeanor shift immediately upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words. Because Zhang Yiming articulated his thoughts with remarkable precision, the digital paging business, despite its relatively short inception, is rapidly encroaching upon the territory of traditional fixed-line telephone services. The reason Zheng Xiuqian has been able to surpass her in performance is due to Zheng Guangming transferring his digital paging clientele to her. Are you asking me to assist you in selling devices? Tan Hongmei remarked, casting a cursory glance at the apparatuses on the adjacent counter. If Manager Tan insists on framing it that way, I have no objections. However, I must add that the volume of business we can offer you will undoubtedly exceed your imagination, and the return on investment will far surpass your expectations, Zhang Yiming asserted. His voice subdued yet imbued with an air of confidence and authority, despite its lingering rasp from a past developmental phase. Yet, in Tan Hongmei's eyes, his words seemed the reckless bravado of a youth unaware of the world's vastness. Never mind, I'm not interested. I shall take my leave, Tan Hongmei declared as she rose, resolved to have a serious discussion with Zhao Guangming. Should he continue to overtly favor Zheng Xiuqian, she would not hesitate to confront him. Manager Tan, Wang Fa exclaimed, springing to his feet as he caught Tan Hongmei's departing figure, casting a desperate glance at Zhang Yiming. Though he recognized he was unworthy of Tan Hongmei, he still felt an irresistible urge to draw closer, even if it were merely through a furtive glance across the table. Manager Tan, grant me 10 days. In that time, I will elevate your performance by 50% as a demonstration of my sincerity in collaborating with you. After 10 days, you may decide whether to continue our partnership, Zhang Yiming proposed, rising as well to address Tan Hongmei's retreating silhouette. Very well. If my performance increases, even by a mere 5%, I shall return with a contract, Tan Hongmei replied, turning on her heel and exiting the shop, the sound of her heels echoing in the distance. She remained skeptical, while she acknowledged the allure in Zhang Yiming's words. She was no child, and thus not easily swayed by youthful claims. This outing was merely a diversion. Xiaoming, your words were rather. Once Tan Hongmei's footsteps had faded entirely, Wang Fa turned to Zhang Yiming, his expression a blend of excitement and hesitation. Rather what? Naively ambitious or irresponsibly bold? Zhang Yiming inquired. Wang Fa, I concede that you are indeed impressive. At just 16, you outshine me, a 30-year-old. However, not every endeavor is as simple as assembling a device. Some challenges cannot be surmounted so easily. Wang Fa's skepticism regarding Zhang Yiming's earlier promise was palpable, for in his mind, the task was insurmountable. After all, if it were feasible, how could Tan Hongmei have deigned to step foot into his modest establishment? Chapter 16 Negotiation to Fa. One must possess dreams. If one does not even dare to envision them, what splendor can life possibly hold? I have declared my ambition to elevate de Fa communications to the pinnacle of the industry, and I shall undoubtedly achieve it. Prepare your funds, for we are on the verge of procuring assembly components in large quantities, and your golden era is imminent. Zhang Yiming lightly patted Wang Fa on the shoulder twice. Though the force was minimal, it caused Wang Fa to involuntarily shudder. Where are you headed? Wang Fa inquired upon noticing Zhang Yiming's intention to depart. Naturally, I am striving for my dreams, working diligently so that the Fa can reunite with his beloved in 10 days, Zhang Yiming replied, winking with a mischievous smile before turning to exit the shop. Wang Fa felt a flush of heat rise to his face. Was his demeanor so overt? It mattered little. He had never truly anticipated anything significant with Tan Hongmei. If collaboration were to materialize, it would be splendid. If not, there would be no loss. If Zhang Yiming wished to engage in this pursuit, so be it. Wang Fa consoled himself silently. Having exited the communications shop, Zhang Yiming made his way directly to the bus station. At that time, Tanyuan County had only 2 bus routes. One traversed from Sifang City Walking Street to the train station, while the other ran from the train station to the beach resort. Zhang Yiming's destination lay near the train station. The taxi company and the bus company were situated within the same expansive compound. At this juncture, the taxi service was still state-owned. Approximately 3 years hence, it would be contracted out to an outsider. However, in his previous life, Zhang Yiming had worked in Dongguan and was not well informed about this matter. The yard of the taxi company was quite large, though the red bricks were cracked and fragmented, with weeds sprouting through the fissures. 7 or 8 red Xiaoli taxis were parked within the compound, and outside the office building hung a slightly faded sign, painted white, proclaiming Tanyuan County Taxi Company. Zhang Yiming wasted little time. In less than 5 minutes, he stood outside the director's office. Director, the pager fees are still considered telephone expenses. Why have you denied my request? Zhang Yiming stood at the threshold, the door ajar, allowing him to overhear the conversation within. Old Ma, you have been with the company long enough to understand our circumstances. It is not easy being the office director. We are constantly pressured to reduce expenditures. This month alone, I have faced 3 reprimands, and I fear the day I may be sent packing. Old Ma, please have some understanding. The pager fees are substantial, and I cannot approve them without hesitation. Even if I did, the finance department would reject it. You must find a solution yourself. Director, you can claim your own expenses. Why can't ours be approved? Are you not afraid of my reporting you? Old Ma, what is this attitude? Which of your eyes saw me reimbursing pager expenses? You are slandering me, do you understand? That is a criminal offense. Bai Changshi's voice grew shrill. Leaning against the wall beside the door frame, Zhang Yiming smiled faintly. Timing is as crucial as arrival, with this incident as a prelude. The forthcoming negotiations are bound to be far more manageable. Director, I did not mean it that way. I sigh. Never mind, let us pretend I have said nothing. Soon, a middle-aged man, slightly hunched and in his 40s, emerged from the director's office with his head bowed, mumbling something to himself. It was Uncle San. After the old man ascended the stairs, Zhang Yiming finally entered the office. Bai Changshi appeared just as he did in Zhang's memory, a slender face with drooping eyes, a nose that protruded slightly, and a somewhat simian visage, his hair styled in the current popular middle part and slicked with mousse. He donned a white shirt complemented by a black vest, a look that indeed befitted his position as office director. Xiaoming, you called to say you had something to discuss. What is it? Uncle San is quite busy and has a meeting to attend. Bai Changshi, accustomed to greeting others with a smile, maintained this demeanor even in the presence of his junior. Yet his words were unmistakably clear. He did not wish for Zhang Yiming to squander his time. Uncle San, I just overheard that old Ma speaking with you. He wouldn't truly report you, would he? Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Bai Changshi's lips twitched imperceptibly, and his eyes darkened slightly. Children should not listen to idle gossip. Uncle San stands with integrity and fears no shadows. I'm not afraid of any reports. Now, kindly tell me what you need. Bai Changshi's tone revealed a hint of impatience, though he refrained from expressing his irritation overtly. Uncle San, I wish to discuss the pager business with you. As Zhang Yiming spoke, he settled into the chair beside Bai Changshi, which still bore a trace of warmth, likely from old Ma's recent occupancy. Business. Xiaoming, instead of focusing on your studies, you are spouting nonsense. Hurry home and do not disrupt me. I have a plethora of matters to attend to. Bai Changshi scoffed, clearly dismissing Zhang Yiming's words. Uncle San, I understand you are busy, but I believe it is essential for you to hear what I have to say, especially for the sake of Little Hua. Little Hua is Bai Changshi's daughter. Although he enjoys flirtations with women, he genuinely cares for his daughter. A quintessential doting father in contemporary parlance. However, Little Hua suffers from congenital heart disease, requiring an exorbitant amount of medication daily, and most crucially, she must undergo heart repair surgery by the age of 8, or she may not survive to adulthood. Bai Changshi's future imprisonment will likely be intricately tied to this matter. Though Zhang Yiming harbors no particular fondness for Bai Changshi, he would gladly strive to alter his fate to ensure that Bai Xiaohua could enjoy a complete family and a successful surgery. Xiaoming, your words grow increasingly absurd. This is a matter for adults. As a teenager, you ought to focus on your studies. Depart now. I must prepare for a meeting shortly. Bai Changshi's demeanor darkened immediately upon Zhang Yiming's mention of his daughter, by Xiaohua. Uncle San, I entered into an agreement with the telecommunications company, whereby if I deposit 200 yuan for paging fees within December, I will be entitled to a discount of 1,500 yuan on a new device. I presume you are aware of the current market price for such a device? As Zhang Yiming spoke, his gaze subtly wandered to the waist of Bai Changxi, who was adorned with a second-hand device that was in rather poor condition. Zhang had inadvertently overheard from Ma Jun that this second-hand device had been purchased by Bai Changxi from an old classmate of his who worked in a distant location. And even then, it cost over 2,000 yuan. What do you mean? Bai Changxi's eyelid twitched, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment, particularly at the mention of a brand-new device, which made him feel quite humiliated. I have heard that the taxi company is planning to equip taxi drivers with devices. If this plan comes to fruition during this time, Uncle San should consider the potential profits that could be generated. Bai Changxi abruptly lifted his head, regarding Zhang Yiming with suspicion. Who did you hear this from? The leadership involved in the plan had indeed mentioned it, but few were privy to this information. And due to the significant amounts involved, Bai Changxi had not taken the plan seriously. Who I heard it from is of little consequence. What matters is that this initiative is currently known only to the internal leadership. I have a very good relationship with the manager in charge of this business at the telecommunications company. If Uncle San can persuade the leaders to implement this plan ahead of schedule, I can negotiate on your behalf, securing 100 yuan for you for each device. Zhang Yiming was unhurried, akin to a fisherman skillfully casting his line, gradually submerging the bait. Bai Changxi scrutinized Zhang Yiming, hoping to discern any hint of mischief on his face. Yet even after straining his eyes, he found no signs of deceit. Zhang was entirely earnest and serious. Bai Changxi's mind raced. He began to ponder who might have sent Zhang Yiming to discuss this matter with him. He could not fathom that this idea could have originated from a mere child. If this were indeed true, why would the other party not approach him directly? 100 yuan per device was a tantalizing figure in itself. Uncle San need not question the authenticity of this matter. I can arrange for the other party to sign a contract with you. However, prompt action is essential, as the number of opportunities is limited. If someone else gets there first, it will be too late. Should you decide to proceed, just make this call to reach me. Zhang Yiming placed a business card for DFA Communications on Bai Changxi's desk. Uncle San, I genuinely hope for the swift recovery of little sister Xiaohua, Zhang Yiming stated before turning and exiting the office. Bai Changxi stared blankly at the business card on his desk, Zhang Yiming's words echoing in his ears. After wrestling with his thoughts for several minutes, he resolutely stood up and headed directly to the general manager's office on the second floor. As Zhang Yiming stepped out of the taxi company's premises, he glanced back with a smirk. The greatest advantage of rebirth lies in possessing a clear foresight of impending events. In the previous life, approximately 6 months later, the taxi company provided all drivers with machines, a matter that had garnered considerable attention at the time, making taxi driving a highly coveted profession. Although this revelation came half a year early, Zhang Yiming had unwavering faith in Bai Changxi's capabilities. Xiaoming, you are exceedingly audacious. What telecommunications company is conducting activities? What contracts are being signed? These are mere fantasies, exclaimed Wang Fa, startled as he leapt from his chair upon hearing about the negotiations between Zhang Yiming and Bai Changxi. He deemed Zhang Yiming's boldness to be utterly reckless. Such utterances could lead to severe consequences. While he aspired to amass wealth and marry a wealthy beauty, he certainly did not wish to land himself in jail. Oh no, I truly should not have placed my trust in Zhang Yiming. Brother Fa, allow me to share a tale with you. Observing Wang Fa's terror and agitation, akin to an ant on a hot pan, Zhang Yiming smiled. Share a story? I am on the verge of imprisonment because of you, and you still have the leisure to tell tales? How can you remain so unfazed? Wang Fa's brows twitched, making his small eyes appear larger, though the underlying fear and anxiety were increasingly evident. Once, a father sought a wife for his son, but the son insisted on choosing for himself. The father declared he would arrange for his son to marry the daughter of the world's richest man. The son replied, if that is the case, I am agreeable. The father approached the world's wealthiest individual, claiming he had found a suitor for his daughter. The magnate responded, no, my daughter is still too young. The father countered, but this young man is the vice president of the World Bank. The magnate reconsidered, in that case, it is acceptable. Ultimately, the father approached the president of the World Bank, stating he wished to recommend a vice president. The president replied, but I already have too many vice presidents. It is excessive. The father insisted, however, This young man is the son-in-law of the world's richest man. The president then acquiesced. Oh, in that case, very well. This joke became renowned in the future. However, in its true form, the world's richest man was Bill Gates. Yet at this moment, Gates had not yet ascended to that status, as it was still held by the Mexican Carlos Slim Helú, whose fame paled in comparison to Gates. Thus Zhang Yiming refrained from using his name. What does this mean? Wang Fa asked, bewildered. Although he found Zhang Yiming's story amusing at that moment, he felt as if he were watching a Charlie Chaplin performance, devoid of any inclination to laugh. Alas, it is truly difficult to carve a rotten wood. Zhang Yiming sighed inwardly. What I mean is, as long as Bai Changshi can persuade the leadership to implement this plan, we can present the taxi company's procurement plan, stamped with their official seal, to Tan Hongmei. For her, this endeavor entails nothing more than issuing a risk-free contract. Even a fool would not decline such a favorable opportunity. Suddenly, Wang Fa's eyes brightened as if he grasped the meaning, but in an instant, his countenance changed once more. Xiaoming, priced at 1,500. And we still have to hand over an additional 100 to the other party. Does this not suggest that our profit margins are excessively slim? Zhang Yiming cast a disapproving glance at Wang Fa, filled with frustration. Do you comprehend the concepts of thin profits yielding high sales, volume leading to qualitative change, and market penetration? Wang Fa shrank back slightly, struggling to grasp the terminology Zhang Yiming employed, yet it seemed undeniably logical. In the past, the profit from selling a single unit was indeed substantial, but as you have observed, relying solely on retail sales from our storefront is simply unfeasible. Our collaboration with the taxi company may appear to diminish profits, but a single order could facilitate the sale of dozens, if not hundreds, of machines, or perhaps even more. Furthermore, by assisting Tan Hongmei, we have secured a valuable ally, which will significantly ease our future endeavors in expanding into other telecommunications sectors. Can you comprehend this? Wang Fa listened intently, experiencing an enlightening moment akin to a sudden realization. Xiaoming, from now on, I shall heed your guidance. Whatever you say shall be my command. Observing Wang Fa's earnest demeanor, Zhang Yiming could only shake his head in resignation. Wang Fa was the type who, despite lacking clarity of thought, possessed commendable execution skills. Reminiscent of the character Zhang Fei, which sometimes left Zhang Yiming feeling rather powerless. Prepare around 40,000. Although I will prompt Bai Changshi to pay a substantial portion in advance, we will still need to cover some costs ourselves. I will discuss further with Lu Xiong to strive for minimizing our procurement expenses as much as possible. Very well, I shall prepare the funds this evening. This time, Wang Fa displayed his sincere side, refraining from uttering another word. Zhang Yiming shook his head. Despite Wang Fa's occasional dullness, his heart was in the right place. Although there were hints of personal motives at the onset of their collaboration, it was not incorrect for a businessman to harbor such thoughts, as long as they remained aligned with the overarching vision. Zhang Yiming hoped Wang Fa would not disappoint him, as long as he remained loyal. Zhang Yiming would fulfill his promise, elevating Wang Fa to the pinnacle of the industry. Chapter 18. Preparation for the first major order. Zhang Yiming was taken aback by how swiftly Bai Changshi had acted. At the break of dawn, he was roused from his slumber by voices outside. Brother Changshi, come in, called Fan Lingling. Sister-in-law, no need to fuss, I only have a few words before I leave. Upon hearing Bai Changshi's voice, Zhang Yiming sprang from his bed in surprise. How could Bai Changshi have come to his home? Hadn't he provided the contact information for Dafa Communications? Oh, please wait. I'll go wake up Hishan. No need. I'm here to see Xiaoming. Mother, my uncle is here to see me. Zhang Yiming hastily donned a pair of pants and exited his room, interrupting the conversation between Fan Lingling and Bai Changshi. Uncle, just as I was about to go for a run, shall we head out together? Zhang Yiming glanced at Bai Changshi, casually throwing on a jacket. Mother, my uncle and I are stepping out. We'll find you later at the pancake stand. With that, he departed without waiting for Fan Lingling's response. Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now. When time permits, do come visit me with Brother Hishan. Bai Changshi smiled politely at Fan Lingling before following Zhang Yiming out of the courtyard. Fan Lingling wore a puzzled expression. Bai Changshi rarely interacted with their family, as he held a higher status due to his position as a cadre. What could have prompted his sudden visit, especially to seek out his son? Was it related to Ma Jun's affair? Zhang Yiming walked briskly, only pausing once they exited the alley. Bai Changshi, accustomed to smoking and drinking excessively, found himself breathless after traversing a mere 100 meters. Is there an urgent matter, uncle? Zhang Yiming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding Bai Changshi's visit. He had already promised Zhang Hashan that he would refrain from earning money at Dafit Communications, and Bai Changshi's behavior today could arouse his father's suspicions, an outcome he wished to avoid at all costs. Xiaoming, are you certain about what you mentioned yesterday? There are no discrepancies? Bai Changshi had spent a restless night, mulling over the matter. He had spoken to his superior about it, and to his surprise, received an immediate nod of approval. After estimating the quantity of machines to be procured, he found it totaled 132 units. According to Zhang Yiming's calculations, with a commission of 100 yuan per unit, that amounted to over 13,000 yuan, more than his entire annual income, leaving him exhilarated and unable to sleep. Yet, alongside his excitement lingered a shadow of anxiety. He feared the venture might be unreliable. Such a large expenditure could entail dire consequences should anything go awry. Moreover, he worried about the possibility of his kickback being discovered. If reported, he could not only lose his job but also face imprisonment. He tossed and turned throughout the night, and as dawn approached, he could no longer remain in bed, unable to wait for daylight or the opportunity to visit Dafit Communications. Uncle, you can directly negotiate with the telecommunications company. Are you concerned that my age might hinder my ability to handle matters? Surely, you wouldn't doubt the telecommunications company. As for the commission, there's no need for concern. Once the contract is signed and the advance payment is received, you will obtain your commission. It will be paid in cash, bypassing the bank entirely, so you can rest assured. Though Bai Changshi did not articulate it, Zhang Yiming understood that Bai Changshi had successfully persuaded the taxi company's leadership to procure the machines in bulk. Bai Changshi's early visit was merely to seek reassurance from him. Bai Changshi exhaled in relief. If arranged in this manner, there would be no issues. The telecommunications company, being a state-owned enterprise, could not engage in fraudulent activities. The cash kickback would evade company scrutiny, and even if discovered, he could simply deny any wrongdoing. Very well, I shall return to my office to draft the contract. Once it's prepared, you can accompany me to the telecommunications company. Uncle must act swiftly, for time is of the essence. Observing Bai Changshi's hurried demeanor, Zhang Yiming found himself conflicted. Was he aiding Bai Changshi, or was he inadvertently leading him into the depths of moral decay? After circling the square, Zhang Yiming made his way directly to Dafit Communications. Wang Fa resided in the shop, and Zhang Yiming had never inquired about Wang Fa's family or personal circumstances. Such details were not essential for him to know. Moreover, he believed that when the time was right, Wang Fa would divulge this information himself. Brother Da, is the money ready? Wang Fa appeared to have had a restless night, his hair disheveled and dark circles prominent under his eyes. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's question, he promptly bent down and retrieved a black leather bag from beneath the spring bed. 50,000 yuan, is that sufficient? Zhang Yiming gazed at the black bag in Wang Fa's hands, remaining silent. Not enough. If it's insufficient, I will think of another way. It's enough. I just didn't anticipate that Brother Da would act so swiftly and gather such a substantial amount. Zhang Yiming spoke the truth at that moment. 50,000 yuan held more value than 500,000 would 3 decades hence, and his family's home was only worth 5,000 yuan. That's all that matters. Xiaoming, I contemplated for the entire night yesterday and concluded that you truly possess the acumen for business, far superior to my own. Following you will undoubtedly lead to success. I've even taken out the money my mother set aside for my wedding, totaling 20,000. If that is not enough, I can part with that as well. Zhang Yiming was taken aback by Wang Fa's words, feeling a flicker of emotion, though it was merely a hint. Had he not lived through another life, he might have been profoundly moved by Wang Fa's statement. Rest assured, Brother Da, I will ensure you do not remain without a bride. Curiosity about Wang Fa's parents stirred within Zhang Yiming. In the present day, it was common for an ordinary family to offer a dowry of 10 to 18,000. What kind of family could prepare 70,000 yuan for their son? Such an amount was likely unattainable even for a couple working their entire lives without sustenance. Based on the wages of ordinary workers, Zhang Yiming utilized the landline in Wang Fa's shop to call Lu Xiong. Due to their previous pleasant collaboration, Lu Xiong held a favorable impression of Zhang Yiming, particularly as he learned that Zhang intended to procure dozens, if not hundreds, of assembly parts. Lu Xiong's breath quickened in anticipation. Brother Lu, I am aiming for a long-term partnership, as you can surely sense. This large-scale procurement is merely the first, not the last. Shouldn't Brother Lu also demonstrate a bit of sincerity to bolster my confidence in our future collaborations? My young brother, I too run a modest business. I cannot afford to take excessive risks, nor will I. We must adhere to a cash-before-goods policy, and there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Lu Xiong gritted his teeth. He was not one to act recklessly, nor would he allow himself to be swayed by temptation. Brother Lu is overthinking it. I am not referring to the payment method, but rather the procurement price. As I understand it, the competition in the Dongwon electronic equipment market is quite fierce, with numerous manufacturers capable of supplying assembly parts. Being in this field, Brother Lu is undoubtedly more aware of this than I am. I hope you can provide us with high-quality assembly parts at a reasonable price. I trust you understand my intent. Zhang Yiming was not particularly well-versed in the circumstances of the East Bay electronic device market, as he had only ventured there 3 years later in his previous life. However, despite lacking first-hand experience, he could certainly deduce the fundamental dynamics of the market. Chapter 19. Everyone was excited. Lu Xiong slightly loosened his grip on the mobile phone. As long as the payment method remained unchanged, he could accept the other terms. From their previous collaboration, he had sensed immense business opportunities. The profit from reselling assembled components was substantially more lucrative than assembling and wholesaling them himself. All right, let us reduce the price of each assembly by 50 yuan. 100. Zhang Yiming stated nonchalantly. Lu Xiong's brow twitched at the severe price cut. A 50 yuan reduction per unit amounted to 5,000 yuan for 100 units, a considerable sum. 80. 100. Zhang Yiming's tone remained unperturbed. Fine. 100 it is, Lu Xiong conceded, wincing at the loss. Zhang Yiming subtly smirked, imagining the expression on Lu Xiong's face. The Nike-shaped scar at the corner of his eye must have paled from frustration. In truth, Zhang Yiming could have pushed for an additional 50 or even 100 yuan off, knowing Lu Xiong's astute nature and his accurate forecasts for market trends. He was not one to abandon cooperation for temporary profit losses. Yet, considering Lu Xiong's past support in his previous life, Zhang Yiming decided to leave him with a significant margin of profit. Standing nearby, Wang Fa had been listening intently to Zhang Yiming's conversation with Lu Xiong. He was astonished when the call ended. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yiming would slash the purchase price by a fifth. Reflecting on his earlier reluctance to part with a 100 yuan commission for Bai Changxi, he felt increasingly aware of his own limited perspective and narrow-mindedness. Everything is ready. We just await the favorable winds, Zhang Yiming remarked lightly, as if it were an inconsequential matter. After leaving the communication store and heading to Fan Lingling's pie stall, Wang Fa could no longer contain his excitement and pulled out a calculator. With a purchase price of 400 yuan per assembly and a selling price of 1,500 yuan, deducting by Changxi's commission would leave a profit of 1,000 yuan per unit. For 100 units, the profit would total 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000? Wang Fa stared at the numbers on the calculator, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. It felt as though he were in a dream. At noon, the landline of the DFA communication store rang. After listening to the caller, Wang Fa's heart raced once more. He locked the shop door and attempted to start his motorcycle, kicking it several times before it finally roared to life. The motorcycle sped out of the pedestrian street like a plane taking flight. Wang Fa was so exhilarated that he forgot about the fines for riding in the pedestrian area. Zhang Yiming. While chatting leisurely with Qin Fong at home, Zhang Yiming was suddenly jolted by someone calling his name. He paused momentarily. Hey, I'll step out for a moment. He recognized the voice of Wang Fa, but wondered about Wang Fa's odd behavior. At 30 years old, why was he acting so foolishly? Brother Fa, are you worried that others might not know you came to find me? Zhang Yiming stepped out of the alley and spotted Wang Fa leaning against his motorcycle, his face reddened by the sun, yet unable to conceal his silly grin. Xiaoming. I apologize sincerely. I was simply too excited and couldn't find anyone to inquire with, so I had to shout out. The last time Wang Fa had sent Zhang Yiming, it was at this very spot where Zhang had requested him to halt, hence he was obliged to remain here. Unfortunately, it was high noon, and the alley was deserted, prompting him to raise his voice. The truth was, he was overwhelmed with excitement and could hardly wait for Zhang Yiming to visit the shop in the afternoon. Bai Changxi called you, asking us to take him to sign the contract. This isn't news to you, so why the exuberance? Zhang Yiming suppressed his urge to explode and said to Wang Fa with irritation. Xiaoming, your brother Fa cannot contain 2 ounces of sesame seeds in his dog's belly. I simply cannot remain as composed as you. I am genuinely thrilled, truly. Hearing Wang Fa belittle himself made Zhang Yiming's anger dissipate. In fact, considering Wang Fei's perspective, such excitement was entirely reasonable. Had he not lived a second life and experienced so much, suddenly earning 100,000 yuan might have led to an even more exaggerated reaction. All right, I understand. Wait for me a moment while I change my clothes. First, we shall head to the telecommunications company, and then we can let Bai Changxi go sign the contract. When Zhang Yiming and Wang Fei arrived once more at the entrance of Tan Hongmei's office, they overheard a conversation within. Sister Tan, Director Zhao mentioned that the clients from Tongyuan Rubber Factory have been transferred to me. He asked me to come here for the handover. Handover? Zheng Xiuqian, are you here to flaunt? Tongyuan Rubber was built from the ground up by me. Do you think you can just take it? Upon hearing Tan Hongmei's voice, Wang Fei's expression stiffened slightly, and a hint of sympathy flickered across his face. Sister Tan, it's not that I want to take it. Director Zhao said you have too many clients and are overwhelmed, so he asked me to assist you. If you don't wish to transfer them, then please discuss it directly with Director Zhao. Don't make it difficult for me, all right? Very well. I shall go seek Zhao Guangming and personally inquire whether he intends to drive me to my demise. The sound of Tan Hongmei's high heels echoed as Zhang Yiming swiftly positioned himself at the doorway. You? I am currently occupied and cannot accommodate you. Tan Hongmei's striking face was etched with anger and humiliation, and she was about to leave. Manager Tan, I am here to fulfill a promise. Do you lack the time? As Zhang Yiming spoke, he glanced at Zheng Xiuqian standing behind Tan Hongmei. She was petite and plump, yet her eyes were restless, evoking an unpleasant feeling. Zhang Yiming couldn't help but think of the term green tea bitch from the internet. In contrast, he admired Tan Hongmei for her clear sense of right and wrong. And her independence. Promise? Tan Hongmei paused slightly, but quickly comprehended what Zhang Yiming referred to. You are indeed tenacious. Tan Hongmei's fury remained unabated, yet she managed to rein it in. Moreover, she understood that the words spoken were certainly not complimentary. Manager Zhang, grant me 5 minutes. If your anger persists after that, we shall take our leave. Zhang Yiming remained composed, and it was this remarkable serenity, so atypical for his age, that compelled Tan Hongmei to surprisingly acquiesce to his suggestion once more. Excuse me, ma'am, he said as he entered Tan Hongmei's office, addressing Zheng Xiuqian with a calm demeanor. Sister Tan, I hope you will clarify matters with Director Zhao yourself later. I must take my leave. Zheng Xiuqian tossed her long hair over her shoulder, casting Zhang Yiming a disdainful glance before exiting the office. Manager Tan, I believe it is far more pragmatic to solidify one's position through merit rather than squander time being vexed by inconsequential individuals. As I previously mentioned, I will elevate your performance by 50% within 10 days, and now is the time to fulfill that promise. Sitting across from Tan Hongmei, Zhang Yiming succinctly recounted the arrangement concerning the taxi company's discounted purchase of the paging system. It was not until he had finished speaking that Tan Hongmei returned to her senses. Chapter 20. The Birthday Gift. An hour later, Bai Changxi, clad in a white shirt and blue suit, appeared in Tan Hongmei's office. Prior to his arrival, Zhang Yiming had already presented the prepared contract to Tan Hongmei for her review and confirmation, so within a mere half hour, both parties successfully signed the cooperation agreement. Manager Tan, tomorrow morning, the cashier will transfer the funds to the telecommunications company's account. The payment for the machines and the paging fees will be remitted separately. Our pagers are being procured through DFA Communications, and the payment should be directed to them. The remaining processes will follow the stipulated contract procedures. Very well, Manager Tan. I wish us a fruitful collaboration. Bai Changxi and Tan Hongmei exchanged polite handshakes, each silently exhaling a sigh of relief. Once Bai Changxi departed, Tan Hongmei turned her gaze toward Zhang Yiming, pondering the true nature of this young man and the source of his remarkable capabilities. Initially, she suspected Zhang Yiming was playing a prank, then considered whether he was being manipulated to ensnare her, even doubting that he, Wang Fei, and Zheng Xiuqian were colluding to oust her from the telecommunications company. However, as she looked down at the contract in her hands, with its clear black and white stipulations and the glaring red seal of the taxi company, everything affirmed one undeniable truth. This young man knew exactly what he was doing, and every word he spoke was genuine. Would the signing of this contract indeed lead to a 50% increase in Manager Tan's sales? I apologize for my previous demeanor. Tan Hongmei did not respond to Zhang Yiming. Instead, she solemnly expressed her regret to him and nodded toward Wang Fei, a seemingly trivial gesture that caused Wang Fei's face to flush a deep crimson. It is entirely natural for Manager Tan to harbor distrust towards us. There is no need for an apology. I merely hope that in our future collaborations, Manager Tan's demeanor may evolve for the better, although this statement is quite innocuous. When uttered by a 16-year-old boy, it left Tan Hongmei feeling a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing with shame. By the way, Manager Tan, I am soon to return to school, and moving forward, all matters regarding our collaboration will be entirely handled by Boss Wang. You may discuss any issues directly with him. The FA, please continue your conversation with Manager Tan about the collaboration. I shall take my leave now. With that, Zhang Yiming turned decisively and exited the office. Wang Fa was taken aback by Zhang Yiming's abrupt departure. His face flushed as he struggled to utter a single word. Outside the door, Zhang Yiming shook his head in resignation. He had done all he could. If Wang Fa remained oblivious, he might as well prepare for a life of solitude. Having accomplished a significant task, Zhang Yiming felt quite elated. This sentiment was not merely due to the anticipated earnings, but stemmed from the hope these funds represented, a chance to transform his own fate and that of his loved ones after his rebirth. While money may not be omnipotent, in the world ahead, its absence would be a grave misfortune. Zhang Yiming did not return to the communications store, but instead proceeded to the only shopping mall in Tanyuan County, Tanyuan Light Industry Department Store. This department store was even older than Zhang Yiming himself. It had previously been known as a state-run department store before rebranding as a light industry outlet 4 to 5 years ago. The stalls within the store were individually contracted, with the first floor dedicated to shoes, yarn, backpacks, and daily necessities, the second floor to fabrics, bed linens, and furniture, and the third floor to household appliances, his destination. In his previous life, Fan Lingling harbored a profound passion for watching television. Regrettably, just as his parents were on the verge of saving enough to purchase a television, Zhang Yiming fell ill. It wasn't until he was 23 and earning money that he could finally buy one for his family, yet his mother passed away shortly after. Having scarcely enjoyed it, the regrets were manifold, so much so that the very thought of them could bring tears to his eyes. At this moment, although televisions had become less rare since the 1980s, they were not yet ubiquitous in every household, particularly color televisions. On the entire third floor, there were only 7 or 8 units available. Having grown accustomed to the sleek, narrow-frame LCD televisions, Zhang Yiming gazed at these bulky, protruding relics of the past with a sense of fondness. 3 decades later, smartphones are ubiquitous, wireless connectivity is everywhere, and various short videos and live streams permeate every aspect of life. Children engrossed in mobile games like Honor of Kings and PUBG. Young adults absorbed in their social media feeds on public transport, couples sharing a bed yet drifting apart with their phones. And even the elderly captivated by health programs and melodramatic dramas. Scenes of families gathered around a television seem as rare as winning the lottery. Excuse me, how much for this television? Zhang Yiming, pulling his thoughts back, inquired, pointing at a 24-inch Changhong color television before him. 2005. The saleswoman, clad in a white shirt, spoke in a rather indifferent tone. You are responsible for delivery, installation, and debugging, correct? Delivery and installation incur additional charges for debugging. You must find someone yourself. Perhaps she perceived Zhang Yiming as someone unlikely to afford a television. Her demeanor was neither warm nor cold, though it was not overly dismissive. Let us proceed with the invoice. I wish to purchase it. What? The expression on the saleswoman's face was filled with astonishment. She had been selling appliances for 2 years, and this television had been on display for nearly 6 months. Many had inquired, yet none had made a purchase, as the price of $2,500 was not a sum that every household could readily afford. When the delivery truck brought the television to his home, Zhang Yiming was alone. In his previous life, he had worked with communication devices and electronic products, later branching into various technology and internet ventures. Thus, installing and debugging a television was not a daunting task for him. By the time Fan Lingling returned home, the television had already been set up. Mom, this is your birthday gift. Today marked Fan Lingling's birthday. Originally, Zhang Yiming had intended to gift her a necklace, believing throughout his solitary 40-plus years that a woman's greatest desires lay in jewelry and luxury, a sentiment that extended to his mother as well. However, the moment he exited the telecommunications company, he had a change of heart. Fan Lingling stood frozen at the doorway, taken aback by the enormous object that had mysteriously appeared in the living room. Mom, you've always wanted to watch Bao Qingtian and Meihua Sanlong, right? Bao Qingtian is about to air in Kaifeng. There exists a Bao Qingtian, known for his unwavering fairness in discerning right from wrong, aided by heroes from the martial world, with Wang Chao and Ma Han by his side. At that moment, Hu Guo's voice, slightly somber, resonated, and tears streamed down Fan Lingling's cheeks. What a waste of money. What a waste of money, she thought, turning away to wipe her eyes, not wishing for her son to witness her tears. Mom, rest assured, this money is from Dad. He won't say anything to me. After settling his debts, there remained 3,000 yuan, which Zhang Hashan had steadfastly insisted on giving to Zhang Yiming upon his return home. Aware of his father's disposition and with the intention of purchasing a birthday gift for his mother, Zhang Yiming had not declined. Chapter 21. Founder of Pingfei Technology. It was a wonderfully warm evening. It seemed that ever since Zhang Yiming had fallen ill in his previous life, such scenes had become a rarity in their home. Zhang Hashan sat in a bamboo chair, smoking, while his mother, Fan Lingling, and grandmother, Qin Fong, watched television and prepared chives, creating a harmonious atmosphere within the household. For a man, achieving success and recognition brings a sense of happiness. Yet witnessing his loved ones revel in joy because of him is the greatest accomplishment of all. The following day, Zhang Yiming arrived early at the Dafeng Communications store. As per his earlier arrangements, Wang Fa had recruited 2 young apprentices, both in their 20s, from the repair shop on Shiguan Street. Initially, Wang Fa opposed this decision. Despite Zhang Yiming having previously stated that assembling machines could be quickly learned and imitated, leading to inevitable competition, Wang Fa clung to the notion that delaying competition by even a day was preferable. However, delivering in 2 days with an installation volume of 132 units is indeed a daunting task. Relying solely on himself and Zhang Yiming seems insufficient. So Wang Fa reluctantly sought the help of 2 additional individuals. Yet, he was somewhat cunning in his choice, opting for those who appeared rather simple and perhaps a bit dim-witted. Zhang Yiming, discerning as he is, immediately grasped the situation upon their entrance. The boss should have informed you of your tasks, correct? The 2 nodded, a hint of nervousness evident on their faces. Well, our wages are performance-based, meaning the more qualified products you assemble, the more you earn. If you perform well, there will also be bonuses. At the mention of bonuses, their spirits visibly lifted. You will handle the first stage, assembling the battery pack, internal circuit board, and receiver. You will manage the second stage, assembling the speaker and display, and then place the assembled components into the box. Each assembled unit earns 5 yuan. Does that seem acceptable? This piece rate had been carefully considered by Zhang Yiming. Too little would lack allure, while too much would directly diminish profits. Additionally, Wang Fa would undoubtedly feel the pinch, thus the 5 yuan rate was quite reasonable. Upon hearing the 5 yuan per unit, a flicker of delight crossed their faces. As apprentices at a repair shop, they received no wages and often had to dip into their pockets for small gifts for their masters. Now, the prospect of earning money at such a rate thrilled them. All right, let us begin. By the way, would you 2 introduce yourselves? Zhang Yiming inquired casually while unwrapping a package. I am Lu Tianbao, from Tanyuan County, and I am 19 this year, spoke the round-faced, big-eyed young man first. I am Jiao Pengfei, from Dawa Township, and I am 21, replied the other. Lu Tianbao and Jiao Pengfei? Zhang Yiming paused momentarily, his hand holding the wallpaper knife hesitating as he scrutinized the 2 young men before him. Approximately 12 years later, an obscure telecommunications company rose to prominence overnight, becoming the domestic agent for renowned foreign brands like Samsung and Nokia. However, it was not their economic prowess or products that garnered attention, but rather the fierce rivalry and internal strife between the 2 founders. This company, which had ascended so rapidly, would also vanish without a trace 3 years later. The name of this technology company was Tianpeng Technology, derived from a character from each founder's name. On the day Tianpeng Technology declared bankruptcy, Zhang Yiming had heard tales of these 2 brothers' entrepreneurial journey while at a banquet, 2 apprentices who ventured into Dongguan, where they learned the art of assembly and, through this skill, gained entry into the globally renowned semiconductor foundry, Foxconn Group. After resigning, they registered a shell company and leveraged this to achieve success. What is going on? Could it be that these 2 seemingly innocent and somewhat foolish young men are indeed the individuals destined to establish Tianpeng Technology? Yet, should not these 2 have acquired their assembly skills in Tanyuan County? Has my rebirth altered their trajectory, thereby reshaping the future of Tianpeng Technology? Yiming, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? After a considerable time, Zhang Yiming was finally pulled back to reality by Wang Fei's voice. Those who have never experienced rebirth cannot fathom this feeling, caught between the fear of being unable to amend the regrets of a past life and the anxiety that his reincarnation might alter the trajectory of events, rendering his fate once again uncontrollable. Nothing much, Brother Fa. I will instruct Tian Bao on assembling the internal circuit boards and receivers, while you guide Peng Fei in putting together the displays and sound devices. Let us commence. Zhang Yiming quickly regained his composure. He had been reborn. And regardless of the so-called butterfly effect, it would not deter him from his original intent to protect his family and rectify the regrets of his previous life. He divided the assembly process into 3 segments. The first 2 would be handled by Lu Tianbao and Jia Pengfei, while the most critical part would be undertaken by him and Wang Fa. This arrangement was entirely reasonable for future company management. One cannot entrust the core technology solely to a single individual, as it would be akin to relinquishing the company's lifeblood to another. Even if Lu Tianbao and Jia Pengfei were to later discuss and refine their skills, they would only grasp a fraction, 23, of the assembly technique, rendering the first 2 segments virtually useless without the essential third part. The assembled components would merely be a collection of parts that appeared somewhat more organized than mere scattered pieces. Though Lu Tianbao and Jia Pengfei might not seem particularly astute, Zhang Yiming soon discovered that they possessed remarkable memory and skill in assembling the components. What had taken Wang Fa nearly an entire day to master, the 2 of them accomplished with proficiency in just over an hour. If Zhang Yiming had previously harbored doubts regarding their identities as the founders of Pengfei technology in his past life, he was now certain. Brother Fa, the rest is in your hands. I start school tomorrow. By 3:30 in the afternoon, all 132 assembled units were completed. Lu Tianbao and Jia Pengfei each assembled over 40 units, and Wang Fa compensated them accordingly. Once they departed, Zhang Yiming gazed at the pile of machine parts on the table and inquired, "What about the delivery? Aren't you going? Now that the machines are assembled, we can deliver them to the taxi company tomorrow. As long as Bai Changxi and the others approve of the inspection, this order will be considered a resounding success." However, Wang Fa felt a tinge of apprehension, as he had never undertaken such a substantial transaction before. Brother Fa, I am still a student. Academics must take precedence. Moreover, the critical aspects of this matter have already been completed. You are well aware of the quality of our machines. The inspection will pose no issues. Just remember, you must wait for the taxi company's cashier to settle the final payment before making the delivery, understood? Wang Fa nodded earnestly. What about Manager Tan? Don't worry. We will have ample opportunities to engage with Manager Tan in the future. Brother Fa, you must remain patient. Haste will not yield favorable results. Xiaoming, that is not what I meant. Regardless of the meaning you attribute to it, the essence remains the same. Indeed, once this transaction is settled, you might consider approaching Lu Tianbao and Jia Pengfei to inquire whether they would be interested in joining our establishment. If they express interest, the base salary would be 200 per month, with commissions to be calculated separately. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Wang Fei's eyes widened with astonishment. Chapter 22. This is your own path, Xiaoming. By inviting them in, are we not courting disaster? I am fully aware that eventually, someone will vie for our livelihood. But we must not be the ones to hand over our opportunities willingly. Wang Fa vehemently disagreed with Zhang Yiming's perspective. Brother de Fa, do you wish to remain confined within this communication shop for the entirety of your life, forever tethered to Tanyuan County? Zhang Yiming gazed earnestly at Wang Fa as he posed the question. I certainly do not wish to be trapped here, but no buts. If you aspire to venture further, you must not restrict your vision and aspirations to this shop and the paltry gains before you. To achieve great distances and stability, one must first broaden their horizons. These 2 individuals are not mere apprentices. In the future, they will become your allies. Zhang Yiming observed Wang Fa, who still wore a look of confusion. Had it not been for Zhang Yiming, Wang Fa might never have encountered such wisdom in his lifetime. Brother de Fa, this is merely my suggestion. I will not impose it upon you. Ultimately, the path you take is yours to determine. I shall return home now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. As for whether to invite Lu Tianbao and Jia Pengfei to the shop, that decision rests with you. For the sake of future communication, Zhang Yiming took a machine from the shop. With Tan Hongmei present, the moment he acquired it, he received a page. Wang Fa watched Zhang Yiming exit the shop, appearing somewhat fragile in the twilight glow. The echoes of Zhang Yiming's words reverberated in his mind. Did he truly wish to remain in this small county for the rest of his days? Upon returning home, he was taken aback to find the entire family gathered together. Upon seeing Zhang Yiming, Fan Lingling greeted him before retreating to the kitchen. Qin Fang also rose from her seat, and Zhang Yiming keenly sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. "Father," Zhang Yiming called out. But Zhang Hashan did not lift his gaze, merely acknowledging with a low voice that betrayed fatigue and a hint of unspoken oppression. The ashtray before Zhang Hashan was filled with numerous cigarette butts. Zhang Yiming began to rack his brain, recalling all events that transpired during this time in his previous life. Soon, he formed a conjecture. Although the timeline seemed somewhat off, many circumstances had already altered in this life, making it entirely possible for this event to have occurred sooner than expected. "Father, today I heard from a customer from Nanjing who visited our shop that there is a particularly popular business emerging there called labor outsourcing. I find it quite intriguing. Have you heard of it?" Zhang Yiming did not directly inquire about the events troubling Zhang Hashan, but feigned ignorance to broach the subject. "I have not heard of it." Zhang Hashan still did not raise his head, his fingers stained yellow from the smoke clinging to the cigarette butt. Outsourcing labor refers to agencies that provide specific tasks for companies that either do not wish to maintain or lack technical personnel. I find this concept particularly intriguing. Such companies require minimal registered capital. Sometimes, even just the owner suffices. Furthermore, companies that engage in outsourcing need not incur exorbitant costs associated with employee maintenance, thus establishing a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, I am left wondering whether such outsourcing firms exist in Tanyuan County. Upon hearing his son's words, Zhang Hashan involuntarily shrugged his shoulders, and Zhang Yiming realized that his father had absorbed the essence of his previous remarks. "Dad, you, Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Mao are all skilled in technology. If you were to establish an outsourcing company, it would present far greater opportunities than your current work as maintenance workers in the factory." Gradually, Zhang Yiming steered the conversation towards his intended message. "Who says one can simply start a company? Dad, I heard from Brother Daffage that registering a company is remarkably straightforward now. He is also considering starting one and has been inquiring. All it takes is renting a space and a few thousand yuan in registered capital, which can be refunded after asset verification. It's easier said than done. Enough of this. You've been preoccupied with unnecessary matters. School starts tomorrow, so focus on your studies. Nothing is more important than that." "Understood, Dad. I'll head to my room now." Zhang Hashan nodded, and Zhang Yiming returned to his quarters. Once alone, Zhang Hashan, who had been gazing downwards, straightened his posture, and a glimmer of light shone from his bloodshot eyes. Zhang Yiming's words were not merely a fleeting thought. He had contemplated this notion since his rebirth. When he first began to envision the future, the food processing plant in Tanyuan County, where Zhang Hashan worked, had declared bankruptcy in the latter half of 1994 due to poor management. Although it was later contracted out, all of the original staff, exceeding 100 in number, were forced into early retirement with meager severance pay. It was this loss of income that compelled Zhang Hashan to seek work at a construction site, leading to his unfortunate accident that left him partially paralyzed. Every cause has its effect. He had previously considered various strategies to prevent his father from repeating past mistakes, ultimately deciding on the idea of establishing an outsourcing business for his father. However, the execution slightly deviated from his original plan. He had intended to lay more groundwork and orchestrate the entire venture before handing it over to his father. Yet, circumstances had compelled him to voice his thoughts earlier than anticipated. He understood his father well. Although stubborn and somewhat traditional, his intellect was quite agile, and his maintenance skills were exemplary, having received numerous accolades as a model technician. By alerting his father to this opportunity, even if immediate action were not feasible, he provided his father with a sense of direction for the future, preventing him from succumbing to confusion and despair. During dinner, while the atmosphere remained somewhat subdued, the oppressive tension from the afternoon had noticeably lessened, allowing Zhang Yiming to breathe a sigh of relief. At the dining table, Fan Lingling and Qin Fang continually served Zhang Yiming dishes, filling his bowl with meat and eggs. "Mom, it seems that Mingming's complexion has improved significantly during this period, and he no longer has a fever." Upon noticing Zhang Yiming bowing his head to eat, Fan Lingling suddenly spoke up. "Indeed, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Grandson, do eat more." After Qin Fang finished her words, she placed the last piece of meat from her plate into Zhang Yiming's bowl. He did not refuse. Rather, He consumed the food in his bowl with great eagerness. His health had improved, which was undoubtedly a matter for celebration, as if the shadows of his past life had truly receded far from him. After dinner, Fan Lingling and Qin Fong were watching television in the living room, while Zhang Hashan had gone out for an unknown purpose. Zhang Yiming sat at the table, gathering the pile of books that had been tucked away in the corner. The once empty backpack quickly transformed into a bulging pack. He placed his hand upon the bag, a flicker of determination crossing his face. There remained 3 years. In 3 years, he was resolute in achieving a satisfactory outcome for himself. His ambition was Nanda, a prestigious university ranked 6th among the 211 key institutions. Chapter 23. The beginning of term Yiming. You've arrived quite early. The next morning, upon reaching the school entrance, Zhang Yiming heard Ma Jun's voice from behind. Both donned their school uniforms, but due to Ma Jun's shorter stature and darker complexion, the blue uniform appeared excessively large on him, rendering him even darker. You're not late either. The morning sun cascaded upon their shoulders, illuminating the plaque of San Gao High School in Tanyuan County, bringing the world to life. Of course, I'm a diligent student. How could I not be enthusiastic about attending school? Ma Jun came closer, placing his hand on Zhang Yiming's shoulder, his eyes darting around. Hey, Yiming, what do you think of my hairstyle? Is it messy? Suddenly, Ma Jun abruptly turned, tousling his hair while lowering his voice to inquire of Zhang Yiming. Zhang Yiming glanced towards the small path outside the school, and sure enough, Lu Fong and another girl were walking hand in hand towards the school. A sense of discomfort welled up within him. In his previous life, he had been oblivious and unwittingly assisted Ma Jun in pursuing Lu Fong. Had he not played the matchmaker, perhaps the two would never have ended up together, and Ma Jun certainly would not have. Yiming, what are you staring at? Quick, help me check if my hair is messy or if my clothes are neat. As Lu Fong drew nearer, Ma Jun's nervousness escalated, his breath growing rapid. Looking good. You have a solid foundation. Any hairstyle suits you. Really? Zhang Yiming replied, his gaze shifting back to Lu Fong. To be fair, Lu Fong was indeed attractive. Characterized by her fair skin and slender figure, she exuded an aura of elegance that even the much-maligned school uniform could not obscure. Yet, Zhang Yiming was acutely aware of the selfish and cold nature that lay beneath her beautiful exterior. Ma Jun had perished for her. Yet she had even refused to attend his funeral. Such a woman was unworthy of Ma Jun. Lu Fong. Good morning. Upon seeing Lu Fong approach, Ma Jun swallowed hard as he greeted her. Good morning. Lu Fong's gaze merely brushed over Ma Jun, responding perfunctorily. Yet, Ma Jun, exhilarated, tightened his grip on Zhang Yiming's arm. Zhang Yiming cast a cold glance at Lu Fong, remaining silent. Lu Fong furrowed her brow slightly, casting an unhappy look at Zhang Yiming, who quickly averted his gaze. She felt a surge of resentment towards him. As the class flower of the first-year 4th class, she was accustomed to being the center of attention among the boys. How dare that insufferable Zhang Yiming regard her with such indifference? How stunning you are, Mingzi. My heart feels as though it might leap from my chest, she mused. Having walked quite a distance, Ma Jun remained entranced by her retreating figure. Enough of this infatuation. Class is about to begin, Zhang Yiming remarked irritably as he pulled Ma Jun's hand off his arm and strode towards the classroom. Zhang Yiming, being tall and disinclined towards studying, had chosen a seat in the last row, while Ma Jun, being shorter, sat in the second row, with Lu Fong positioned conveniently in the middle. The first class was advanced mathematics, taught by a middle-aged man named Yang Rue. He was lean, with tightly set features, but his prominent teeth resembled those of a rabbit. Behind his back, the students often referred to him as Bucktooth Yang. However, Zhang Yiming knew that Bucktooth Yang was an excellent teacher. In a previous life, he had tragically passed away at the age of 41, not due to illness, but while saving a local child from a flood on his way back home. His body was discovered days later in a submerged area downstream. Seeing Yang Rue passionately lecturing from the podium now filled Zhang Yiming with nostalgia. Classmates, what you see written on the board is the topic for today, the symmetry of functions. The graphs of 2 and 2 are symmetric about the axis. Pay close attention. There's no need to take notes, just listen. Ma Jun, please stand up, Yang Rue instructed. Zhang Yiming was intently focused on the function formulas on the board, striving to recall the related knowledge and sensations from past lessons when he suddenly heard Yang Rue call out Ma Jun's name. Teacher, Ma Jun stood, seemingly clutching something in his hand, which he hastily covered with his book. Ma Jun, can you explain what the symmetry of functions means? Yang Rui asked, chalk in hand, his thick glasses obscuring his eyes, rendering it difficult to discern his emotions. Function symmetry is, Ma Jun stammered, rooted to the spot. This boy had a severe bias towards certain subjects. Even basic math often left him floundering. It was no surprise that he struggled with functions. Even simple addition and subtraction were sometimes beyond his grasp. Is that so? You are no longer children. You are on the cusp of adulthood. Must I treat you like children, pulling your ears to remind you to pay attention in class? You have only 3 years. Your future, whether bright or bleak, hinges on this brief period. Do you not grasp this, Ma Jun? If I catch you daydreaming in class again, you will stand in the corridor as punishment. Yang Rui embodies a personality characterized by grandiose gestures that yield minimal outcomes. A mere reminder to Ma Jun was sufficient to prompt him to take a seat. Zhang Yiming was taken aback when, just as Ma Jun settled down, he began fiddling with something beneath his book. With a slight shake of his head, Zhang Yiming lamented Ma Jun's apparent lack of ambition. As soon as the advanced mathematics class concluded, Zhang Yiming rose and approached Ma Jun, eager to discover what he was so engrossed in. Zhang Yiming, teacher, he is looking for you, called out a girl from an unknown class. Standing at the classroom door, before he could reach Ma Jun. Although surprised, Zhang Yiming proceeded towards He Jing's office. He Jing, the assistant class teacher of class 4 in the first year of high school, was notably young, having recently graduated from university. With a round face, large expressive eyes, and shoulder-length curls, she exuded an aura of warmth even when not smiling. Throughout his 3 years of high school, Zhang Yiming's most memorable teachers were 2 individuals, Zhang Wanyong, who evoked feelings of resentment, and He Jing, who inspired gratitude and guilt. Had it not been for Zhang Wanyong, he would not have faced expulsion from school, leading to an abrupt end to his student life and a subsequent wandering existence, unable to be by his grandmother's side during her illness. Zhang Wanyong played a significant role in the tragedies of his life. In contrast, He Jing was once revered by Zhang Yiming as a goddess and idol. Her warmth and kindness shone brightly, especially when she stood by him during the false accusations made by Zhang Wanyong. It was He Jing who bid him farewell at the school gate when he left. She was a beacon of light in his otherwise bleak student experience, and though he had not seen her since, her memory remained etched in his heart as a source of warmth and strength. Teacher, he greeted as he entered. Come in, I have something to discuss with you. Afterward, you should hurry back to class, He Jing replied, turning to him with a smile that made her curls sway, casting a shadow at the corners of her eyes. Chapter 24. Joining the Literary Society, I reviewed your student records and noted that you received 2nd place in the Tongyuan County Middle School Sketch Writing Contest in the 2nd year of junior high. And your essay for the high school entrance examination was commendable. I would like you to join the school's Literary Society. What are your thoughts? He Jing observed the tall and slender Zhang Yiming with a gentle voice, imbued with an undeniable persuasive power. Zhang Yiming hesitated to respond. From 1990 to 2000. The 3 high schools in Tongyuan County shared a common policy for granting additional points. 5 points for ethnic minorities, 5 points for students with special talents, 5 points for achievements in municipal student competitions, and an additional 5 points for school recommendations, with no more than 6 students per year qualifying for such endorsements. Historically, those who received these additional points were primarily members of student organizations, and He Jing's invitation to join the Literary Society was fundamentally aimed at securing this advantage. In his previous life, Zhang Yiming had declined the offer, as joining the Literary Society would entail several hours each week dedicated to it, severely impacting his leisure time. Furthermore, there was another reason, a certain individual within the society whom he found quite disagreeable. Zhang Yiming, you are undoubtedly aware of what it signifies to join the Literary Society. Your academic focus is heavily skewed. Aside from your prowess in essay writing, your performance in other subjects is rather dismal. Gaining admission to a university will not be an easy feat for you. Reflect on this carefully. Here is the registration form. Should you come to a decision, kindly fill it out. The deadline for submissions is November 9th. Now, return to your classes. He Jing handed Zhang Yiming the pre-prepared registration form. Teacher, I'll take my leave now. He Jing nodded and turned to grasp her fountain pen, preparing for her lessons. As Zhang Yiming returned to his seat, the bell for class rang, prompting him to tuck the registration form into his desk, striving to banish any errant thoughts. The remaining 3 classes passed in tranquility, and Zhang Yiming's emotions steadied. During the lunch break, Mingzi, what are you writing? Zhang Yiming was engrossed in completing the registration form when Ma Jun, from behind, draped an arm over his shoulder, catching sight of the form. Mingzi, you're joining the literary society? Yes, Zhang Yiming nodded, continuing to fill it out, intent on submitting the form that very afternoon. Mingzi, do you have an extra form? I'd like one too. Without lifting his head, Zhang Yiming let out a dismissive snort. Didn't you disdain student organizations, vowing never to join? Besides, have you forgotten about Chao Hongxiang's involvement in the literary society? You'd see him often. Would that not be uncomfortable for you? Chao Hongxiang was a year above them, in class 2 of the second year. His classroom directly above theirs. Since childhood, he and Ma Jun had clashed. Their families were also estranged. Chao Hongxiang, tall and imposing, possessed a volatile personality and had often troubled Ma Jun, leading to a near irreconcilable animosity between them. Thus, Zhang Yiming found it hard to believe that Ma Jun genuinely wished to join the literary society. Am I afraid of him? I simply don't care to engage with him. Moreover, the literary society isn't his personal domain. Why should he be allowed to join while I cannot? Mingzi, if you are truly my brother, then procure a registration form for me as well. Zhang Yiming set down his pen and gazed earnestly at Ma Jun. Is it because of Lu Fang? Ma Jun did not conceal his thoughts, nodding candidly. Rest assured, she wanted to get into the literary society. Why not? Her second aunt is the reason. There's no reason. I say she cannot join, and that is that. Trust me, in a previous life, Lu Fang had indeed wished to enter the literary society, but for reasons unknown, her application was rejected by the committee, leading Ma Jun to treat her to a buffet outside school to console her. Ma Jun, what were you tinkering with during math class this morning? Having completed the form, Zhang Yiming suddenly recalled the morning's incident and inquired. I wasn't tinkering with anything. You know me. I simply cannot stand Yang's class. It puts me to sleep. Ma Jun vehemently denied it, yet his gaze subtly averted, avoiding Zhang Yiming's eyes. Ma Jun was lying. The 3 years of high school are paramount. Do not squander them as you did in middle school. If you wish to attend the same university as I, you must exert yourself. Mingzi, have you experienced some sort of shock? Why has the atmosphere suddenly grown so serious? Given our academic performance, we cannot realistically expect to gain admission to a prestigious university. Merely obtaining a high school diploma would be a significant achievement. I aim to apply to Nanda. You may do as you wish. With that, Zhang Yiming stood up, disregarding Ma Jun's wide-eyed astonishment, and, clutching the registration form, strode towards the door. As he passed Ma Jun's desk, Zhang Yiming slightly leaned to the side before making his way out of the classroom. Once upstairs, he swiftly darted into the adjacent sports equipment room, where he retrieved the items he had taken from Ma Jun's desk. Having lived 2 lives, Zhang Yiming felt his face flush upon seeing what he held. That scoundrel Ma Jun needed a good lesson. He tucked the items back into his clothing and was about to exit the equipment room when he heard footsteps approaching the door. Is your literature club recruiting new members? It was Lu Fang, prompting Zhang Yiming to furrow his brow instinctively. Yes, but this year we are only accepting 3 members. Teacher, he from your class requested 1 registration form. The other 2 are with the president. What? Do you wish to join the literature club? A second voice chimed in. It was Chao Hongxiang. I have signed up for the band and the broadcasting station as well, but there are too many applicants. I fear unforeseen complications may arise. Could you please ask your president for a registration form on my behalf? That's rather tricky. I heard that the president's 2 forms have already been pre-allocated. The school is particularly stringent about controlling club membership numbers, so it will be quite difficult to secure one. If you wish to join the literature club, you might as well request one from Teacher He. Given your second aunt's standing, she cannot possibly refuse you. I just asked for one, and Teacher He said the forms have already been distributed. Do you know to whom they were given? It seems your class is full of hidden talents, with someone having more influence than your second aunt. Stop rambling. Just remember to get me one, understood? All right, I will do my best. Okay. The exchange between the 2 was brief, leaving Zhang Yiming uncertain about their relationship. Yet he unexpectedly grasped the significance of the registration form in his possession. Once their footsteps had faded entirely, Zhang Yiming emerged from behind the foam mat, hesitated for a moment, and then made his way to He Jing's office. He Jing was seated at her desk, enjoying a meal. Upon seeing Zhang Yiming enter, she set down her chopsticks. Teacher He, I have completed the registration form. He Jing took the form and placed it beneath a notebook before looking at Zhang Yiming. You are now a high school student. Regardless of your past academic performance, it is behind you now. The next 3 years of high school are crucial. If you aspire to attend university and transform your life, you must begin anew from this moment. Understand? Zhang Yiming nodded. All right then, hurry and have your meal. As Zhang Yiming left the office, he cast a glance at He Jing's lunchbox, which contained simple yet special dishes. A delicacy typically found only in the southern regions, grandmother's cuisine. Chapter 25. The devoted admirer high school differs from middle school not only in the presence of students from Tongyuan County, but also in the influx of many from neighboring towns. Consequently, the high school boasts a cafeteria complemented by street vendors offering fast food. Typically, students hailing from the towns dine in the cafeteria, with a monthly meal ticket costing 45 yuan for 3 meals a day. Alternatively, if one brings rice from home to be steamed at the cafeteria, the ticket price is reduced to 35 yuan per month. This expense is neither exorbitant nor trivial. Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun, residing nearby, frequently return home for meals, categorizing them as day students. However, in this lifetime, Zhang Yiming has resolved to refrain from this back and forth, as the time wasted on the journey amounts to over 40 minutes. More importantly, returning home to eat inadvertently imposes additional fatigue on his grandmother, Qin Fong. Yiming, let us go? Ma Jun has been waiting at the entrance of the teaching building. Since elementary school, the two have walked to and from school together, and this routine has persisted into the first half of their high school experience. I want to be going home for dinner. I'll settle for a boxed meal. Yiming, have you lost your mind? What is the issue? Didn't you always say that food from outside is unsanitary and could lead to illness? Why are you opting for a boxed meal now? Aren't you worried about finding bugs in the rice? Zhang Yiming shrugged. In his previous life, he indeed expressed such sentiments, but the underlying reason was financial constraints. A meal outside could easily cost 8 yuan or more, a luxury he could scarcely afford. His youthful pride, however, prevented him from articulating the truth. Not to worry. If there are bugs, consider them an added protein source, Zhang Yiming quipped, tugging at Ma Jun's arm with a mischievous grin. Ugh, that is utterly disgusting. Fine, I want to go home either. I'll join you for this added protein. Ma Jun replied, whose relatively affluent background rendered him indifferent to such trifling expenses. His previous back and forth was solely to keep Zhang Yiming company. The two strolled out of the school, arms slung around each other's shoulders. San High School is uniquely situated on a hillside, necessitating a long ascent of 1.5 miles to reach it from the road. Nevertheless, numerous vendors persist at the school gate. Having savored all manner of exquisite delicacies, from abalone to lobster, Zhang Yiming finds himself reminiscing most fondly about the street snacks and fast food of his student days. Now, upon seeing a line of handcarts and inhaling a wave of long-forgotten yet familiar aromas, his mouth begins to water. 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, he declared at a food stall, extending 3 fingers toward the vendor. Yiming, aren't you averse to eating meat? Ma Jun exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Having grown up together, he knew Zhang Yiming's taste well. He typically favored vegetarian options. Can I change it up a bit? Hey, boss, I'll have braised pork. Make it generous, and also some fried meatballs. Add a few more of those as well. With a boxed meal overflowing in his hands, Zhang Yiming felt a satisfied hum rising within him. What are you doing? As he held the boxed meal in one hand and prepared to pay with the other, he noticed that Ma Jun had already handed over the money to the vendor. What are you doing? It's the first day of school today. My friend, I'm in a good mood. Is it not acceptable for me to treat you to a meal? Stop being so tedious. I'll go buy a couple of cans of Gatorade. Wait for me. After speaking, Ma Jun stacked his lunchbox on top of Zhang Yiming's and turned to head down the slope towards the small shop. Watching his friend's retreating figure, Zhang Yiming felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Ma Jun was aware of Zhang Yiming's family situation, yet he chose not to confront it out of consideration for his pride, and naturally, Zhang Yiming would keep this kindness in mind. What Ma Jun did not realize was that Zhang Yiming was no longer the sensitive and insecure person he had been in his previous life. He was now capable of much more than he could ever achieve before. As Ma Jun made his purchase, Zhang Yiming took a moment to observe the vendors at the entrance. There were sellers of lunchboxes, boiled dumplings, roasted sweet potatoes, and fried noodle dishes, all simple and unpretentious offerings. These sights sparked an idea in Zhang Yiming's mind. When Ma Jun emerged with the Gatorade, he spotted Lu Fong, who was also outside the school buying lunch, and his eyes lit up instantly. Lu Fong, are you out buying food too? Zhang Yiming had already noticed Lu Fong and Li Jia, but having never favored Lu Fong, he chose not to greet her. However, Ma Jun was different to him. Lu Fong was like the sun overhead, easily noticeable in any setting. Lu Fong replied dismissively, turning her head away. I just bought 2 cans of Gatorade. Would you and Li Jia like some? I'm not thirsty. You can keep it, Lu Fong said, a subtle frown crossing her face as she grasped Li Jia's arm, preparing to leave. Come on, it's chilled and refreshing. Ma Jun persisted, extending the cans toward her. Lu Fong, Ma Jun is just being kind. You shouldn't be so dismissive, Li Jia interjected with a smile, accepting the Gatorade from Ma Jun's hands. Lu Fong remained expressionless, offering no thanks as she turned to leave. Ma Jun stood there, his gaze lingering on Lu Fong's retreating figure as if he wished to etch it into his memory. Hee, Lu Fong, Ma Jun is still watching you, Li Jia teased with a sly glance at Ma Jun. I'm annoyed by him. You should keep your distance from him. Lu Fong replied coldly, her tone laced with disdain at the mention of Ma Jun's name. I think Ma Jun is quite nice, though his complexion is a bit dark. His features are quite handsome, and he treats you well. Have you considered it? Li Jia, if you keep talking nonsense, I might just turn against you. All right. I want to say another word. Why are you getting so worked up? Li Jia rolled her eyes, though her gaze darted back toward Ma Jun. Where's the Gatorade? Zhang Yiming had observed everything unfold and teased Ma Jun upon his return. You are just pretending to be clueless, Ma Jun replied, unbothered by his friend's teasing. Everyone has a desire for beauty. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection, he thought, feeling no shame in his admiration for Lu Fong. Zhang Yiming sighed inwardly. In the future, a notorious term would emerge online, known as licking dog, referring to those who humbly and shamelessly fawn over others. This term is frequently employed in the context of romantic relationships, and Ma Jun's current demeanor truly epitomized it. When the two returned to the classroom with their meals, many day students had already finished eating and were idly chatting in small groups, some engaged in a game of Go. Due to the mealtime, Ma Jun did not return to his own seat, but rather occupied the desk directly in front of Zhang Yiming, turning his chair to face him. Ingzi, you mentioned wanting to apply to Nanjing University this morning. Surely you jest? Ma Jun inquired, his cheeks stuffed with quail eggs. Of course, I am serious. I will only attend Nanjing University. This was Zhang Yiming's self-imposed objective, not solely due to the institution's prestige, but also because it was home to someone he had longed to meet. In a previous life, he had missed the chance to stand by her side, leading to their paths diverging. In this lifetime, he would not allow such a situation to recur. Chapter 26. The Four Kings. What audacity. Aspiring to Nanjing University? Why not aim for MIT, Cambridge, or Oxford instead? Wouldn't that be more impressive? Zhang Yiming looked up to see Wang Hao, one of the Four Kings, leaning against the back door, a mocking expression on his face. The remaining 3 members, Bai Gang, Hu Dalan, and Zhou He, stood behind him. Brother Hao, if Zhang Yiming can get into Nanjing University, should we 4 brothers not apply to Tsinghua University? Otherwise, we would be remiss in upholding the title of the Four Kings. Hu Dalan, a sycophant of Wang Hao, chimed in, prompting hearty laughter from Bai Gang and Zhou He. Wang Hao, I harbor no grievances against you and wish to avoid any entanglement. It would be wise for you not to provoke me, Zhang Yiming stated, his demeanor calm. Deep down, he possessed the wisdom of someone in his 40s, and the taunts of these youngsters could not ruffle his composure. However, he still had to endure 3 years in this environment, so he could not ignore them entirely. Haha, did you all hear that? He said we shouldn't provoke him. What a joke. Who dares to speak to us in such a manner? Wang Hao, a tall and imposing figure due to his athletic build, was renowned for his strength and prowess. What should we do? Someone dares to challenge the authority of the Four Kings. We must teach him a lesson. One that he will remember, Hu Dalan declared, seizing Zhang Yiming by the collar. Ma Jun's chopsticks clattered to the ground, while he struggled to swallow the half-eaten meatball still lodged in his mouth. Brother Hao, it's all a misunderstanding. We are all friends here. We see each other every day, so let us not hold a grudge against Ingzi, shall we? Ma Jun attempted to calm himself, gripping the edge of the desk tightly, swallowing the remaining morsel before addressing Wang Hao. Indeed, we are all friends. I, Wang Hao, am not unreasonable. It is understood that you are a man of honor. He replied, his tone slightly softened. Ma Jun was exceedingly timid, his palms slick with sweat as he clutched the desk, yet he steeled himself to plead with Wang Hao. Very well, let this lad buy each of us a pack of Marlboro, and we shall consider the matter settled. What say you? Ma Jun's complexion darkened considerably. His family was not lacking in funds, yet at this moment, A single pack of Marlboro cost no less than 80 or 90 yuan. 4 packs would tally to 400, a sum he could scarcely procure. Wang Hao, is it possible to Marlboro, is it? Fine, 1 pack each. At the old machine factory's entrance tonight. Let us not fail to meet, Zhang Yiming declared. Upon his utterance, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Ma Jun looked at Zhang Yiming as if he had seen a ghost, pondering whether Zhang Yiming had lost his senses or believed this issue could simply evaporate. Very well. You have guts. At the old machine factory's entrance, any who fail to appear are fools. Delin, let go. Hu Delin complied obediently, releasing Zhang Yiming's collar as soon as Wang Hao spoke. Wang Hao cast a frosty glance at Zhang Yiming, then led his 3 companions out the door. Mingzi, what were you thinking? 4 packs of Marlboro, that's 400 yuan. That's an exorbitant sum. We could scarcely gather it even if we sold ourselves. Ma Jun exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at Zhang Yiming, urgency lacing his voice. Have no worry, I have it under control. Let us eat, if we don't. The food will grow cold, Zhang Yiming replied, as if nothing had transpired, lowering his head to continue eating. Ma Jun's fist struck the soft cotton in frustration, his chest tightening while his mind raced to devise a way to scrape together the money for the cigarettes. The others showed no concern for the recent incident. Zhang Yiming had never been particularly well-liked, preferring solitude, and given that he had provoked the 4 kings, it was only natural that no one would come to his aid. Zhang Yiming felt no disappointment in this. The afternoon brought English training, a subject in which Zhang Yiming had historically struggled. In his previous life, his scores in English tests fluctuated between 20 and 30 points, the dense lines of text appearing to him as inscrutable as ancient scriptures. Apart from the occasional nod or shake of his head, he could scarcely comprehend any English. And the few points he managed to score were merely the result of random guessing on multiple-choice questions. Thus, to gain admission to Nanda University, mastering English loomed as the greatest obstacle before him. The English instructor was a middle-aged woman, with curled hair and a fair complexion, wearing glasses. Speaking in a soft and gentle tone, Zhang Yiming, seated at the back, could scarcely hear her, and he sighed inwardly, realizing that he should seek an English tutor. Halfway through the lesson, his deskmate, Gai Meng, suddenly nudged him with an elbow. As he turned, he spotted a note beside the English textbook. Passing notes was a novelty for Zhang Yiming, reminiscent of a bygone era. The note was rolled up, and he was unaware of who had sent it. Glancing at the paper, he noticed that everyone else was engrossed in the lesson. This is 100 yuan, to help you in a pinch. Remember to pay me back later. As Zhang Yiming unfolded the note, he was astonished to find a 100 yuan bill neatly rolled within. Upon examining the note closely, he discerned faint remnants of a signature that had been erased. He placed the note on his desk, and, under the light, he could vaguely make out the character Sweet. Among the 46 students, only one bore the name that included Sweet, Lu Tiantian. Zhang Yiming glanced towards Lu Tiantian, who was attentively listening to the class. Her graceful neck caught his eye. Though not particularly tall, she was well-developed. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. He recalled that in the year he turned 35, he had organized a reunion, during which Lu Tiantian wore a white dress, her long hair cascading elegantly. She appeared more simple and youthful compared to their classmates. Yet they had never engaged in a conversation alone. Even in his previous life, aside from working together, their exchanges had been exceedingly sparse. The notion that Lu Tiantian would lend him 100 yuan now struck him as utterly incomprehensible. Initially, Zhang Yiming intended to return the 100 yuan to Lu Tiantian, recognizing that it was a significant amount, especially for a girl. He hesitated, not wanting to accept it, but after a moment's contemplation, he tucked the money into his pocket, scribbled a note of thanks, and asked Gai Meng to pass it back to her. When the note reached Lu Tiantian, she discreetly took it beneath her desk, pretending to retrieve something. She then opened the note. Due to the angle, Zhang Yiming could not see her expression. However, when she lifted her head, her cheeks had taken on a delightful flush. Mingzi, I have over 100 yuan in New Year's money. I'll bring it to you after school. I'll ask my mother for some more if needed. Don't worry, we will find a way, she said. As the school bell rang, Ma Jun rushed to Zhang Yiming's side. Here, this 50 yuan is what I've saved. I'll lend it to you, Gai Meng declared, surprising Zhang Yiming. Gai Meng came from a rural background, residing over 50 miles from his grandmother Qin Fong. His father suffered from polio and was unable to perform heavy labor, while his mother had epilepsy, often succumbing to seizures. Gai Meng had an older sister who, before turning 16, had ventured out to work, providing the funds for his education. Reflecting on his past life, Zhang Yiming recalled that Guy Ming had not been admitted to university and returned home to farm, eventually marrying a woman from his village. However, she left him for a bricklayer while working in another city, leaving behind a daughter. The girl was well behaved. But during a school volunteer activity in her second year of junior high, she fell and struck her head, resulting in a cognitive impairment that forced her to drop out and rely on Guy Ming for support. At the previous reunion, Guy Ming had attended but remained in the corner, smoking quietly, not uttering a word. Zhang Yiming had learned of Guy Ming's tragic fate through other classmates later. Despite being desk mates, their bond was minimal, as Guy Ming was typically reticent and avoided socializing with others. Yet, Zhang Yiming clearly understood the significance of the crumpled 50 yuan in Guy Ming's hand. "Gu Ming, keep the money for yourself. I have my own means," Zhang Yiming urged as he pushed Gu Ming's hand, which clutched the cash, back. "You should take it. Wang Hao and the others are not to be trifled with." Without further ado, Gu Ming stuffed the money directly into Zhang Yiming's school uniform pocket. "Then I shall thank you, my desk mate." Zhang Yiming was taken aback, realizing that this minor episode would unexpectedly grant him a camaraderie with his classmates, a bond that eluded him in his previous life. He understood that this connection, in its purity and rarity, far surpassed the superficial relationships formed over drinks later on. Gu Ming said nothing more, returning to his studies as if nothing had transpired. Ma Jun was equally astonished that Gu Ming would lend money to Zhang Yiming, yet the prospect of having an additional 50 yuan delighted him. "Excellent. With Gu Ming's 50, we are just short of 200. Mingzi, after school, don't head to the machine factory just yet. I'll visit my old aunt and see if I can borrow a couple of Marlboro packs from her shop." Observing the genuine expression on Ma Jun's face, Zhang Yiming smiled faintly. Ma Jun's old aunt, a lifelong single, now had a partner, and the shop he referred to was nearly run by the man who was to become her husband. "Enough worrying. The money I have is sufficient." "What?" Ma Jun exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. "Mingzi, we are brothers. How could I not know your situation? That's 400 yuan, not 4 or 40. Ma Jun remained skeptical. Zhang Yiming found it challenging to convince him. At this moment, he could easily produce not just 400, but even 4,000 or 40,000 yuan. Yet, this was a matter he intended to keep from Ma Jun for the time being. Fortunately, the class bell rang, and Ma Jun had to swallow his words. The subsequent 3 classes passed swiftly, and soon it was time to leave school. Zhang Yiming, step outside for a moment. While packing his backpack, Zhang Yiming was caught off guard by someone calling his name. "Thank you," he exclaimed upon seeing Lu Tiantian standing before him. "I have 20 yuan left. Though it's not much, it can be of some use. Please take it." Zhang Yiming was utterly bewildered by Lu Tiantian's gesture. What was happening? In his previous life, they shared no connection. Why was she being so generous this time? It was evident that the 20 yuan she offered was meant for her own living expenses. "No need. It's already sufficient. Take it. I insist. I have things to attend to. Goodbye." After shoving the money into Zhang Yiming's hand, Lu Tiantian turned and fled as though pursued by a great beast. "Well, Mingzi, I didn't realize you had developed a rapport with Lu Tiantian behind my back," Ma Jun teased, having just emerged with Zhang Yiming's backpack and witnessing the scene unfold. "What nonsense are you spouting? I don't mind what you say about me, but she is a female classmate, and your words could tarnish her reputation." Zhang Yiming spoke candidly, despite being touched by Lu Tiantian's assistance. He felt no other emotions beyond gratitude. His heart was already filled to capacity, leaving no room for another woman. However, this statement resonated differently in Ma Jun's ears. "All right, let us head home." "Yes, I'll first retrieve my New Year's money, then we can meet at Dong Denai's convenience store." Ma Jun composed himself, secretly formulating his own plans. The two retrieved their bicycles from the shed, and as they reached the entrance, they encountered Wang Hao and Hu Daoan. The duo whistled at Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun, prompting Ma Jun to hasten his pace. If the slope outside were too steep, he might have plunged headlong on his bike. Zhang Yiming, however, remained unfazed, not only avoiding their gaze but also offering a smile. After parting ways with Ma Jun at the intersection, Zhang Yiming did not return home. Instead, he turned his bicycle towards the old machine factory. The full name of the old machine factory is Tongyuan County Machine Tool Factory No. 1. It earned its moniker due to a devastating fire in 1985, the scale of which has never been surpassed by any subsequent blaze in the ensuing 30 years. Consequently, the expansive factory was left in ruins, the machinery warped beyond recognition. The cause of the inferno remained elusive, and plans for reconstruction were indefinitely postponed. Eventually, the factory's veteran workers were reassigned to various heavy industry enterprises, and the once thriving machine tool factory number 1 became a desolate wasteland, with no other companies willing to take it over. Over time, it faded from the collective memory of the local populace, while students found joy in exploring the site, with the untouched machinery serving as their natural fortress. A veritable paradise for war games. At this moment, the old machine factory was eerily quiet. The overgrown weeds rustled in the evening breeze. Zhang Yiming found a spot to conceal his bicycle and backpack, then sat on a charred section of the factory's entrance wall. After about half an hour, he heard distant footsteps and voices approaching. Checking his watch, he noted it was 5:22, with only a few minutes remaining until the awaited arrival. Chapter 28. Provocation. Zhang Yiming, you really have some guts for actually showing up. Soon, Wang Hao, Hu Dalan, and Bai Gang appeared before him, with Wang Hao regarding Zhang Yiming with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Zhang Yiming scanned the area, not spotting Zhou He, and a subtle smirk tugged at his lips as he recalled the rumors of his past life. A man must keep his word. It is the bare minimum of integrity. What do you have? Hu Dalan, the most notorious smoker among the four, often had classmates procure cigarettes for him, particularly Marlboro. In the early 1990s, even working individuals seldom indulged in such luxuries, making Hu Dalan particularly excited. What do you mean? Zhang Yiming leaped down from the wall and stood before the three individuals. Although he was not short in stature, he appeared somewhat frail compared to the athletic Wang Hao. What did you say? Are you toying with us? Hu Dalan immediately erupted in anger upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words. You think I would just hand over my Marlboros because you asked? You truly see yourselves as the four heavenly kings. I am here to warn you that those who commit unjust acts will ultimately meet their demise. While you are still young, you can turn back. Otherwise, you may end up as societal outcasts, serving time in prison, which would be quite troublesome. Zhang Yiming articulated his message slowly, each word pronounced with clarity, yet his tone bore no hint of fear. Wang Hao, do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions? Wang Hao's expression showed no sign of anger, but it was evident that even a fool would recognize that humiliating someone like this would provoke ire. Not just from Wang Hao, the leader of the four heavenly kings, but from any ordinary person. I am looking out for your best interests. Your father is on the run, isn't he? Who knows when he might be incarcerated? If I were you, I would tread carefully, unlike you, swaggering around the school as if you were a big shot. As soon as Zhang Yiming finished speaking, both Hu Dalan and Bai Gang held their breath, almost instinctively glancing at Wang Hao. They understood that Wang Hao's greatest vulnerability was his father. One could say anything, but to speak of his father was to invite disaster. You bastard, are you seeking a fight? Bai Gang, who had a closer bond with Wang Hao than the others, noticed the change in Wang Hao's demeanor and was the first to strike, launching a punch at Zhang Yiming. Zhang Yiming slightly turned aside, but Bai Gang's movements were swift. Even in evasion, the punch connected with his jaw, causing him to nearly lose consciousness from the pain. You fool. You think you can toy with us? I'll finish you. In a previous life, Zhang Yiming was a remarkably honest person. Although he had often skipped classes and slacked off, he had never engaged in group fights. He would always avoid confrontations, even when others fought. Damn, that hurts. Zhang Yiming found himself pinned down by Bai Gang, while Hu Dalan, initially hesitant, saw Bai Gang's fervor and, fearing to miss his chance to ingratiate himself, joined in. Hu Dalan's physique easily weighed around 180 to 190 pounds, and the moment he drove his knee into Zhang Yiming's stomach, Zhang Yiming felt as though his internal organs were being crushed. Wang Hao, you and your father are failures of society. A case of the apple not falling far from the tree, a den of snakes and rats. Suddenly, Wang Hao seized Zhang Yiming and tossed him aside, slamming him against an old machine tool. Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a frenzied wolf. Zhang Yiming's heart raced, contemplating whether this life would mirror the events of his past, hoping that today would not be his end. Stop it. Do not move. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by a loud reprimand. Zhang Yiming exhaled in relief. The arrival was indeed timely. Wang Hao gazed at Zhang Yiming, his fists tightly clenched, desperately suppressing his emotions. Hu Dalan and Bai Gang appeared somewhat bewildered, staring at the four police officers clad in uniforms and broad-brimmed hats who had approached them. Zhang Yiming, you scoundrel, how dare you call the police? Bai Gang shouted furiously at Zhang Yiming. Struggling to rise from the ground, Zhang Yiming felt genuine pain in his abdomen, as if any movement might shatter his ribs. Silence. Which school do you attend? Engaging in public brawls and filing false reports. Come with me to the police station, declared a short, stout officer. At that moment, Wang Hao suddenly turned his head, casting a thoughtful glance at Zhang Yiming. The four were crammed into a police vehicle. Due to Hu Dailing's substantial physique, Zhang Yiming, seated at the edge, nearly tumbled out of the window, yet he understood that Hu Dailing's actions were largely intentional. Zhang Yiming, you foolish boy. Just wait until we return to school. My friends and I will make you pay, Hu Dailing threatened menacingly, leaning close to Zhang Yiming's ear. Prior to the police's arrival, Zhang Yiming had felt utterly uncertain, even regretting his impulsiveness. However, after boarding the police car, his mood gradually calmed. The four were placed in a conference room where a middle-aged female officer inquired about their basic information and later asked for their home addresses and parental contacts before exiting. Just wait until we get out of here, Bai Gang seethed, his teeth grinding in anger, while Hu Dailing wore a sullen expression, as if he had consumed bitter herbs. Hu Dailing's stepmother was a formidable figure. His father, working at a construction site, rarely monitored him, and his stepmother was a fierce woman. Once, when Hu Dailing was caught smoking, the school summoned her, and she wielded a broomstick against Hu Dailing's shoulder. Despite the efforts of his homeroom and physical education teachers to intervene, it was evident that Hu Dailing was now filled with trepidation. After approximately 40 minutes, the conference room door swung open, and a woman entered, a short-haired lady with a small face and wrinkled eyes. Upon entering, she flung herself at Wang Hao, who, upon seeing her, visibly reddened around the eyes. You little rascal, always causing me trouble. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never learn. A loud voice echoed as a burly woman stormed in, wielding a mop handle, and charged at Hu Dailing. Zhang Yiming could only marvel inwardly. While most stepmothers feigned kindness towards their stepsons, Hu Dailing's stepmother seemed eager for everyone to know just how ferocious she was. The already cramped conference room descended into chaos due to the uproar instigated by Hu Dailing's stepmother, with tables and chairs in disarray. Several officers rushed in to forcibly regain control of the situation. Soon, someone arrived to pick up Zhang Yiming. Xiaoming, are you all right? Wang Fa entered the room clad in a suit. Zhang Yiming internally rolled his eyes, wondering why Wang Fa felt the need to dress up for a visit to the police station, even going so far as to style his hair with gel. Naturally, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and engaged in minimal conversation with Wang Fa. When the police had inquired about his home address, he had provided the name of De Fa Communications, as he was determined to keep his parents and grandmother uninformed about the incident. The officers requested that all three parents sign the register before opening the door to allow them to take their children home. However, Bai Gang's family had yet to arrive. Gongzi, let us go. Your dad is undoubtedly occupied, Wang Hao remarked, turning to glance at Bai Gang, whose demeanor was decidedly grim and his gaze dark. No need. I'll go back by myself, Bai Gang stated resolutely before rising to leave. You wait, little brat, he threatened Zhang Yiming menacingly as he exited the conference room. Yiming, your face looks terrifyingly swollen. Did he hit you? Once outside the police station, Wang Fa grasped Zhang Yiming's arm and, casting a furtive glance at Wang Hao, lowered his voice to inquire. Brother De Fa, please wait for me at the entrance. I need to discuss something with him. All right, I'll be right outside. Just call if you need me, Wang Fa replied. Initially concerned, he nodded after seeing the prominent sign of the police station. Auntie, I wish to speak with Wang Hao for a moment, Zhang Yiming said, stepping forward to stand before Wang Hao and his mother. Due to the blow he received from Bai Gang, his jaw was swollen, causing him to speak somewhat unclearly. Mom, it's nothing serious. Please wait for me outside. Wang Hao gently reassured his mother, his tone tender and a stark contrast to his reputation as the notorious leader of the Four Kings in various high schools across Tanyuan County. Zhang Yiming, do you know who reported the incident? Was it intentional? Before Zhang Yiming could respond, Wang Hao spoke up, hitting the mark directly. You're quite perceptive. Indeed, I did it on purpose. Zhang Yiming felt a sense of satisfaction upon realizing Wang Hao's clarity of thought. It made the beating he endured worthwhile. Why? Wang Hao scrutinized Zhang Yiming, having sensed something amiss when the police suddenly appeared, uttering accusations of false reporting. No particular reason. You'll understand when you get home. Besides, my actions were not solely to assist you. The 3 years of high school still lie ahead, and I will remember this favor. Farewell." With that, Zhang Yiming turned and strode away with an air of nonchalance towards Wang Fa. Truth be told, each step he took sent sharp pangs of pain through him. In his previous life, his parents had shielded him with utmost care, and he had never faced such hardships. Later, when he dropped out to work, he had only engaged in manual labor and had never truly suffered. Eventually, as he found success and established his own business, life had been smooth sailing. Now, experiencing the bruises and swelling on his face from being beaten was a first in both of his lives. Zhang Yiming hopped onto Wang Fa's motorcycle, but did not instruct him to head to the communications store, as his bicycle and backpack remained at the old machine factory. In the distance, Zhang Yiming spotted a figure loitering at the entrance of the old machine factory. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized that, in his preoccupation with Wang Hao and his companions, he had completely forgotten about Ma Jun. "Ma Jun, where have you been? I've been waiting for you at the convenience store for ages," Ma Jun exclaimed. Earlier, due to the dim lighting, Ma Jun had not noticed the injury on Zhang Yiming's face, but now, confronted with him up close, he let out a sharp cry. "Yiming, did they hurt you?" "It's nothing, it's all over now. The 4 heavenly kings will never bother me again, and they can even serve as my protection. It's a deal worth making." Zhang Yiming replied with a grin, placing his arm around Ma Jun's shoulder. However, Ma Jun felt a pang of guilt, believing that his sluggishness in waiting at the convenience store had forced Zhang Yiming to confront the 4 heavenly kings alone. In stark contrast, Zhang Yiming felt a sense of relief. He had acquiesced to the unreasonable demands of the 4 heavenly kings and arranged to meet at the old machine factory because he knew that around 5:30 p.m. that evening, an event would unfold there. The fugitive Wang Mingji would be reported hiding in the factory, leading to his capture. Yet this was not the fundamental reason for Zhang Yiming's actions. The crux lay in the fact that Wang Mingji's excessive self-defense had been misinterpreted as murder, a truth that would only be thoroughly investigated 3 years after his arrest. Had he truly been a murderer, Zhang Yiming would never have intervened. Furthermore, since graduating from San High School, Wang Hao had opened a billiards hall and simultaneously became the leader in the gray areas of Tanyuan County and Huming City. For Zhang Yiming, leveraging this connection to alter his destiny was highly advantageous. In the future society, what holds the most value? Connections. Zhang Yiming was neither selfish nor mercenary. He respected Wang Hao for his filial piety and loyalty, appreciating his character. Due to the conspicuous nature of his injuries, Zhang Yiming dared not return home and asked Ma Jun to inform his parents that he would be staying at Ma Jun's house for the night. Fortunately, their close friendship often saw them staying over at each other's homes, so his parents harbored no suspicions. Upon returning home, Ma Jun discreetly retrieved 2 ice packs from his mother's stash to soothe Zhang Yiming's face. The following morning, far from having diminished, Zhang Yiming's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling a steamed bun, vividly red and inflamed. With no other options, Ma Jun resorted to wrapping Zhang Yiming's neck and face with his mother's scarf. As he made his way to school, Zhang Yiming endured the bewildered stares of his peers. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes turned to him as his classmates engaged in their morning self-study. "Stop staring. He's got mumps. He's afraid of the wind," Ma Jun quickly interjected, recalling that mumps were quite common in the late 80s and early 90s, which alleviated any suspicions. "Did they hurt you?" As soon as Zhang Yiming sat down, his deskmate's voice boomed in his ear. "Cough, cough." "No," he replied. Zhang Yiming felt a tinge of embarrassment, despite possessing the soul of a man in his 40s. Being struck by another was hardly a matter of pride. As he retrieved his books and homework, he sensed a gaze upon him. Turning to follow its direction, he glimpsed Lu Tiantian hastily averting her head. Did Lu Tiantian truly harbor feelings for him? The morning passed swiftly, and aside from Gai Meng and the quietly observant Lu Tiantian, no other classmates broached the subject of yesterday's events. It was only when Wang Hao appeared at the classroom door after the 4th period that the class was compelled to pay attention. Upon seeing Wang Hao, Ma Jun sprang to his feet as if startled, reminiscent of a rooster whose tail had been stepped on. Zhang Yiming had not disclosed the previous day's occurrences to Ma Jun, leaving him to naturally assume that Wang Hao bore ill intentions. "Zhang Yiming, step outside," Wang Hao called from the threshold. Unlike their usual swaggering entrance into other classes, this time, Wang Hao simply stood at the door. "There's nothing to worry about." As Zhang Yiming rose, he noticed Gai Meng seemed ready to stand as well. He smiled at Gai Meng, though the swelling in his cheeks distorted his expression. Ma Jun attempted to follow, but was firmly pressed back into his seat by Zhang Yiming's hand on his shoulder. under the watchful eyes of his classmates. Zhang Yiming stepped outside. Chapter 30. Suggestions for Mother. Thank you. Whenever you need me, I, Wang Hao, will face any challenge without hesitation. Just as Zhang Yiming reached the door, Wang Hao spoke. Then, without waiting for a response, prepared to leave. Advise your father to turn himself in. Excessive self-defense might result in a sentence of only 2 to 3 years, and with family forgiveness, it could be even less. Wang Hao paused, nodding silently. Zhang Yiming breathed a sigh of relief, believing that Wang Hao's previous descent into a troubled path was closely linked to his father's fear of imprisonment and subsequent flight. He hoped that his intervention might subtly alter Wang Hao's fate. Returning to the classroom unscathed, Zhang Yiming astonished all, including Ma Jun. This minor upheaval soon faded, and the weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. On Friday evening after school, Zhang Yiming neatly folded the 120 yuan and handed it to Lu Tiantian at the school entrance. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Lu Tiantian, barely reaching Zhang Yiming's chin, looked up, her dark eyes meeting his. I want to eat at Mackenzie. Zhang Yiming was momentarily taken aback before processing her request. At that time, McDonald's was a rare gem, found only in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Mackenzie was among the earliest establishments impersonating the famed burger chain, and Zhang Yiming had never dined there in his previous life. All right, you set the time. Lu Tiantian winked at Zhang Yiming before pedaling away on her bicycle, not specifying when they would go. Her petite figure soon blended into the crowd. Early on Saturday morning, Zhang Yiming concluded his run and joined Fan Lingling at the pie stall. He had been nurturing an idea in his mind, awaiting the right moment to express it. Just then, a customer approached, craving scallion pancakes, prompting Zhang to share his thoughts. Hand-grabbed pancakes? Egg-filled pancakes? Fan Lingling looked at her son with a puzzled expression, uncertain of where he had heard of such dishes. Indeed, both types of pancakes are remarkably simple to prepare, quick, and do not require extensive preparation the day before. Moreover, they taste delightful. Mother, your pies are superb. Making hand-grabbed pancakes and egg-filled pancakes will surely be effortless for you. Zhang Yiming held unwavering confidence in Fan Lingling's culinary skills, especially regarding the 2 uncomplicated breakfast options that would soon become ubiquitous in the streets decades later. But will anyone buy them? Fan Lingling instinctively resisted the unfamiliar concepts, as she was quite traditional and less adept at embracing new ideas compared to her husband, Zhang Hashan. Let us give it a try. I believe it will work out splendidly. Zhang Yiming understood that persuading his mother to abandon her stall for a leisurely life was futile. Instead, he sought to provide her with a time-efficient and profitable endeavor, convinced that hand-grabbed pancakes and egg-filled pancakes could evolve into a popular breakfast choice in Taoyuan County. Observing the spark of uncertainty in his mother's eyes, he discerned that she was beginning to accept his suggestion. It seemed the time had come for him to assist her in procuring the necessary supplies and devising a sales strategy. As the mother and son prepared to close up shop, an intense, somewhat pungent aroma wafted through the air, prompting Zhang Yiming to lift his head while tidying the spatula. Chen Xiaoxia. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxia, in her mid-20s, stood around 165 meters tall, her cascading waves of hair framing her made-up face adorned with foundation and elegantly sculpted brows. Large hoop earrings dangled from her ears, and she wore a striking red trench coat paired with high-heeled boots as she approached the pie stall. Sister-in-law, are you closing up? Fan Lingling squinted slightly, unable to recognize the woman addressing her. Oh, sister-in-law, it's me, Xiaoxia, Zhang Helian's younger sister. Xiaoxia? Fan Lingling scrutinized Chen Xiaoxia once more, suddenly recalling her with a light tap on her forehead. Indeed, it's been years since I last saw you. Just the other day, I heard from Grandma Ming that you returned. I was planning to visit my sister one day to catch up, but I didn't expect to run into you. Are you heading out this early? Indeed, since my return, I've been quite busy. Numerous companies are eager to discuss collaborations with me, exhausting me to the point where my legs have grown slender. As she spoke, Chen Xiaoxia's gaze wandered to Zhang Yiming, who stood beside Fan Lingling. Sister-in-law, is this little Ming? He has grown so much. Yes, this is Ming. Quick, greet your aunt. Faced with the stylishly dressed and well-traveled Chen Xiaoxia, Fan Lingling felt a mix of anxiety and an unrecognized sense of inferiority. Ming, you are to call her aunt. What are you thinking? Zhang Yiming gazed at Chen Xiaoxia, memories of past events flooding his mind. This woman had exploited his trust, manipulating his feelings for his second aunt, Zhang Helian, repeatedly ensnaring him in business traps. The most severe incident nearly led to his financial ruin, threatening to strip him of everything he owned. "It's nothing, sister-in-law. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. I'll visit your home when I have the time," Chen Xiaoxia declared, hastily departing before Fan Lingling could utter a word. Zhang Yiming observed as a black Mercedes opened its door upon her approach. "Yiming, why didn't you speak with your aunt just now?" "How rude," Fan Lingling remarked, her tone slightly reproachful as she turned to Zhang Yiming after Chen Xiaoxia's departure. Zhang Yiming remained silent, inexplicably sensing that Chen Xiaoxia and the individual in the Mercedes would soon intersect in his life, though he could not articulate why. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had been granted a second chance at life, and there was nothing left for him to fear. After tidying up the pie stall, Zhang Yiming chose not to accompany Fan Lingling home, but instead headed towards an aluminum processing workshop. At the onset of his entrepreneurial journey, he understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile, especially after the previous incident had already startled his family. At this time, vendors pushed carts selling goods. Their setups rudimentary. A mere iron or wooden frame draped with plastic sheeting was deemed sufficient to signify a business. Zhang Yiming desired more. He approached the workshop owner, articulating his specifications in detail, including dimensions and designated window placements, and left after paying a 30 yuan deposit. With time still on his side, Zhang Yiming resolved to explore Xifang City. Since his rebirth, he had largely remained at home, traversing only between the pedestrian street and the school, never truly experiencing the essence of Tanyuan County as recalled in his memories. Chapter 31. A decision at the entrance of the food factory. Xifang City was divided into 4 cardinal directions, encircled by towering walls reaching several meters high. Each corner boasted a pavilion: the Kuaishing Tower in the east, the Wangyue Tower in the west, the Fengyun Tower in the south, and the Wuyue Tower in the north. At the city's heart stood the Bell and Drum Tower, where Zhang Yiming currently stood, gazing up at the colossal bronze bell that could only be embraced by 2 individuals. 15 years hence, this historically rich bronze bell would fall from the tower, shattering a significant expanse of bluestone pavement below. After that fateful day, the bell vanished, its whereabouts unknown. Facing east lay East Street, which at that time still housed many residents. Clothes, diapers, bird cages, and flower pots hung from the railings of 2-story buildings. However, by the year 2000, after Xifang City was designated a Level 4 National Scenic Area, these structures were prohibited from being inhabited and transformed entirely into vintage shops. The value of these once neglected 2-story buildings skyrocketed. Dong Dainai's son had purchased one on East Street for 100,000 yuan before 2000, and by 2015, its worth had surged to 4.5 million. The price is astonishing. Even in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, it is implausible for housing prices to increase 45-fold within a mere 15 years. As Zhang Yiming walked, he reflected upon the transformations he had witnessed in Tanyuan County during his previous life. Based on his understanding of the market and familiarity with commercial development trends, he anticipated that by mid-1994, the sales of machinery would encounter the first wave of competitive pressure. While he possessed ample confidence in his ability to excel amidst competition, he was not inclined to pin all his hopes on machinery alone. Furthermore, given his partnership with Wang Fa, the profit margins were limited. He needed to make additional investments to accumulate capital. Before he realized it, Zhang Yiming found himself standing outside the entrance to the food processing factory in Tanyuan County, where Zhang Hashan worked. The factory was located at the northern gate, not far from the railway, where green trains whistled past on the tracks. It seemed that in this rebirth, everything was reminiscent of the past. Accustomed to the high-speed trains that travel at 250 kilometers per hour and beyond, Zhang Yiming found himself nostalgic for the green trains that chugged along at a mere 30 kilometers per hour, belching black smoke. The factory's entrance was made of cast iron, weathered by time and marked with rust. The walls on either side showed significant peeling. Yet one could still discern the red-painted slogan urging workers to come cheerfully to work and return home safely. Zhang Yiming's father had succeeded his grandfather, Zhang Wan, in this position. Born in 1957, Zhang Hashan had just caught the tail end of the movement to send urban youth to the countryside. In order to facilitate Zhang Hashan's return to the city, Zhang Wan, not yet of retirement age, had applied for early retirement and passed his position to Zhang Hashan. Having entered the food factory at the age of 19, Zhang Hashan had now dedicated nearly 2 decades to this establishment. In his previous life, Zhang Yiming seldom visited the factory, primarily because Zhang Hashan was a rather stern and principled individual who believed that bringing children to work disrupted productivity and violated labor discipline. Consequently, Zhang Yiming held few memories of the food factory in question. Suddenly, a Honda sedan screeched into view from the outskirts, coming to a halt at the factory entrance with a loud screech. The tires rolled through a small mud puddle at the entrance, splattering mud all over Zhang Yiming, causing his expression to darken slightly. As the car door swung open, a tall, bald middle-aged man emerged, clutching a black handbag. He was clad in sharply pointed leather shoes, fashionable bell-bottoms from the 1990s, and, most conspicuously, donned a pair of oversized sunglasses. The middle-aged man seemed to glance at Zhang Yiming upon exiting the vehicle, yet said nothing. Proceeding to enter the factory, having been splattered with mud without so much as an apology from the man felt rather inappropriate to Zhang Yiming. If the man had simply offered an apology, Zhang Yiming would have let it go, but the man's indifference, as if nothing had occurred, left him feeling quite irked. Was driving an old Honda really that impressive? Didn't he see the puddle and could have avoided it? The middle-aged man let out a cold huff, his accent distinctly southern. Zhang Yiming, accustomed to traversing the length and breadth of the country in his past life, immediately recognized it as a dialect from the Minnan region. Since ancient times, merchants from Wenzhou, Huizhou, and Minnan have been the most prominent, with many successful businessmen and influential families emerging from these regions. However, regardless of the middle-aged man's identity or purpose for being at the food factory, Zhang Yiming was determined not to let his arrogant demeanor go unchallenged. What do you want? Upon seeing Zhang Yiming stride confidently to block his path, the middle-aged man removed his sunglasses, revealing that he had only one natural eye, the other being a prosthetic. This peculiarity rendered his gaze all the more unsettling. What did you say, old man? Did you not hear me? Zhang Yiming maintained a calm expression, yet the pressure emanating from his gaze belied the innocence of a mere 16-year-old. The middle-aged man instinctively tightened his grip on his handbag. I am here for important business. If you delay me, you won't be able to afford the consequences, so step aside. Not wishing to engage further, he raised his arm to shove Zhang Yiming aside and attempted to move past him. Important business? This factory is on the brink of collapse. What significant matter could you possibly have here? A takeover? Zhang Yiming suddenly seized the man's arm with a grip as firm as a vice. You seem to know quite a lot. Yes, I am here to acquire this dilapidated factory, so let go. The middle-aged man paused momentarily, then acquiesced to Zhang Yiming's assertion. Zhang Yiming's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, in his previous life, the factory had been purchased by a southerner. Could it be that this one-eyed man was the same? Old man, I'm afraid you are too late. What do you mean? The middle-aged man halted in his tracks. I mean, this rundown factory has already been sold. You have arrived too late. With that, Zhang Yiming released his hold on the man's arm. The middle-aged man's expression faltered, his eyes filled with skepticism. He had rushed over as soon as he received news of the factory's bankruptcy listing. How could he possibly be too late? Who bought it? I did. Zhang Yiming replied with a faint smile, patting his chest lightly. You simpleton, your mind seems clouded. The middle-aged man suddenly understood, his skepticism transforming into derision. A 16-year-old boy claiming to have purchased this factory? He could hardly believe it. If you don't believe me, feel free to go inside and ask. I'm not going to escort you. Zhang Yiming stepped aside, gesturing with an air of sophistication. The middle-aged man hesitated, not because he believed Zhang Yiming's claim, but rather recalling some information from a friend that warranted further inquiry to avoid being ensnared in a trap. He cast one last glance at Zhang Yiming, then donned his sunglasses again, snorting derisively before returning to his small car. With a thunderous roar from the engine, the vehicle sped away from the entrance of the food factory, while Zhang Yiming lingered at the gate for a moment before finally stepping inside. Chapter 32. Discussing the acquisition. Zhang Yiming had initially envisioned establishing a labor outsourcing company with the assistance of his father. Given his father's craftsmanship and integrity, the business would likely thrive. However, such an endeavor would require considerable time. Not to mention, the widespread acceptance of outsourcing companies necessitates a significant shift in management concepts and consumer mindsets, which would take time to cultivate. The unexpected arrival of the middle-aged man altered Zhang Yiming's perspective. Although it was his first time entering the factory premises, Zhang Yiming's familiarity with various industrial structures from his past life enabled him to locate the factory director's office with ease. Situated at the far end of a long corridor on the ground floor, the office was characterized by a narrow, cracked cement floor. The walls, once pristine white, had turned a dull yellow, as if they had been stained by smoke for an extended period. The half-height green wainscoting was peeling in several places, exposing large patches of bare red brick beneath. Overhead, the incandescent light bulb was shrouded in dust, obscuring even the tungsten filament within. And the only illumination in the dim corridor emanated from a peeling, decaying window at the far end. As Zhang Yiming surveyed the environment, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It is often said that to gauge the health of a business, one must first inspect the cleanliness of its restrooms and the state of its machinery. A company that cannot maintain its office and production environment is unlikely to excel in management and operations. The food factory before him served as a prime example. Bankruptcy was merely a matter of time. Rap, rap, rap. The door is open. Come in. A voice emerged from behind the similarly cracked wooden door. Zhang Yiming furrowed his brow slightly and pushed the office door open. Inside, seated behind a square desk, was a man in his 50s, broad-faced, with small eyes, and slick-back hair glistening with grease. He wore a blue-gray work uniform that hung loosely on his corpulent frame, unable to be fastened. This was Director Gao Wenjun. The second-in-command at the factory, was known for his opportunism and greed. Who are you? Gao Wenjun was perusing financial statements, grappling with the extensive documentation required for declaring bankruptcy. The sheer volume of paperwork, including inventory lists, balance sheets, and asset statements, was overwhelming. Reluctant to delegate this task to the financial staff, he struggled, as his modest background had left him devoid of formal financial training. These documents felt like an inscrutable foreign language to him, and his frustration was palpable. Upon seeing Zhang Yiming enter, his expression soured further. Director Gao, I am here to discuss the acquisition of the food factory. Zhang Yiming maintained a calm demeanor as he positioned himself directly across from Gao Wenjun. Acquisition? You wish to discuss this with me? Gao Wenjun scrutinized Zhang Yiming, a glint of interest flickering in his small eyes, not out of calculation, as Zhang Yiming seemed to hold no value for such schemes in Gao Wenjun's perception. Indeed, Director Gao was a veteran of the food factory, having begun his career as a mixer at the tender age of 16. His diligence had persisted to this day, making him a man of vision and decisiveness. Surely, he would not be so pedestrian as to judge one's worth solely by age. Zhang Yiming had a keen understanding of Gao Wenjun, who relished flattery. Zhang Hashan, on the other hand, toiled diligently at the food factory, possessing exceptional skills yet perpetually overlooked for promotion due to his overly rigid personality. In contrast, Zhang Yiming adeptly catered to others' preferences, a fundamental skill in the realm of business negotiations. Indeed, a glimmer of amusement appeared in Gao Wenjun's eyes. Whose child are you? Gao Wenjun had not ascended to his position purely by chance. After a moment's reflection, he surmised that Zhang Yiming was undoubtedly a relative of an employee at the food factory. Director Gao, my lineage is of little consequence. What truly matters is the acquisition of the food factory. You need not worry about my capabilities. The mere fact that I stand before you implies significant backing. Financial matters are not an issue. Zhang Yiming could not yet disclose this information to Zhang Hashan, but he had means to ensure Gao Wenjun's confidentiality. Haha, you must be around 16 or 17. You speak quite grandly. Do you have any idea how much it costs to acquire a food factory? Surely, that is a figure only you, Director Gao, can determine. Zhang Yiming anticipated that the negotiations would not proceed smoothly. Gao Wenjun was surely prepared with contingency plans, possibly several alternatives. And the middle-aged man's earlier appearance was undoubtedly orchestrated by Gao Wenjun through certain channels. At that moment, the food factory belonged to a state-owned enterprise, entangled in cumbersome approval processes yet rife with loopholes. The factory had suffered consecutive years of losses, and once bankruptcy proceedings commenced, they could unfold swiftly. Gao Wenjun was eager to divest himself promptly, necessitating decisive action to secure a buyer before the completion of the approval process. He was acutely aware of the maneuvers Gao Wenjun had executed within the factory over the years, as well as his current needs and apprehensions. Thus, he bypassed Zhao Chang'an, the factory's top executive, recognizing that those driven by desire are often easier to manage and manipulate. What do you mean? My proposition is straightforward. I am capable of taking over the food factory directly, without audits or accountability, ensuring a seamless transfer. If you are concerned about public perception, we can arrange an open bidding process. Furthermore, as a token of gratitude for your years of dedication to the factory, I am willing to provide you with an additional sum as a gesture of appreciation. What do you think of my proposal, Director Gao? Gao Wenjun's smile gradually faded, and the previous disdain dissipated. He recognized that anyone capable of articulating such a proposal must possess an intricate understanding of the factory's circumstances, along with a familiarity with the processes of bankruptcy and the transfer of operational rights. The phrase "without audits, without accountability" struck him like a dagger to the heart, exciting rather than distressing. He felt like an ant on a hot stove, grappling with incomprehensible financial statements, fearful of potential issues during audits. With merely 3 years until retirement, any complications at this juncture could jeopardize not only his hard-earned reputation, but also his pension. Therefore, Zhang Yiming's proposition was irresistibly alluring, allowing him to relinquish his anxiety and approach with newfound confidence. "Who is backing you?" Gao Wenjun did not respond directly. While he was indeed moved, these words were spoken by a mere teenager. On what grounds could he be certain of their veracity? This matter was not a trifling affair, and without absolute assurance, he would not dare to acquiesce. I mentioned that this was inconsequential. The root of Director Gao's skepticism towards my words lay in his apprehension regarding my economic capabilities or the possibility of a last-minute change of heart that could jeopardize his position. To convey my sincerity and provide him with a sense of security, I proposed to submit a deposit to him. Throughout the negotiation process, Zhang Yiming maintained a position of advantage, effortlessly discerning Gao Wenjun's thoughts. Every word he uttered struck precisely the right chord with Gao Wenjun, including this recent proposal. "By the way, Director Gao, I hope you can keep this matter confidential for the time being." At the very end, upon receiving news from Zhang Yiming, Wang Fa promptly delivered an envelope. Upon seeing the contents within, Gao Wenjun's concerns were completely alleviated, and he readily accepted Zhang Yiming's proposal. Before leaving the office, Zhang Yiming offered a reassuring remark. "Rest assured, I will make arrangements promptly." Gao Wenjun placed his hand on the thick envelope, nodding while casting a subtle glance at Wang Fa, who stood behind Zhang Yiming. At that moment, Gao Wenjun concluded that Wang Fa was indeed the person backing Zhang Yiming. He chose not to confront it directly. The games of the affluent intrigued him little. After all, the unfolding of this situation was advantageous to him. So why not feign ignorance and play the fool? "Xiaoming, what on earth are you up to?" Wang Fa was not one to keep his composure easily. After holding back until reaching the entrance, he could no longer contain himself. "Let us discuss this back at the shop." As closing time approached, Zhang Yiming wished to avoid being seen by his father, urging Wang Fa to leave the food factory swiftly. "Brother Daff, are you interested in investing in the food factory?" Upon returning to the shop, Zhang Yiming inquired of Wang Fa. "Invest in the food factory? That dilapidated place?" Wang Fa held no favorable impression of the factory. Although the premises were spacious, they were in disrepair, lacking any semblance of decency, and reeked of rancid cooking oil. Wang Fa was not only disinclined to invest, he had no desire to set foot in that food factory again. "Yes, that very factory. I intend to acquire it." "What? Xiaoming, are you out of your mind? That rundown factory has nothing but a few broken machines and some crumbling buildings. There's no way to profit from such a disaster," Wang Fa exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Over the course of their recent interactions, Wang Fa had developed a solid rapport with Zhang Yiming, and given Zhang's composed demeanor, Wang Fa regarded him as an equal, speaking without much reservation. "When I mentioned assembling machines, you also suggested I was crazy. What happened then?" In the face of Wang Fa's fervor, Zhang Yiming displayed no surprise. He was well aware of Wang Fa's limited perspective. "Indeed, I concede that in this regard, your insights and capabilities surpass mine. However, machinery, after all, is a tangible asset. Even if it cannot be sold at the moment, there remains something of value in hand. What does the food factory possess? Dilapidated buildings and worn-out equipment. Acquiring them would be akin to acquiring burdens. The food products manufactured in recent years, such as peach crisps, mooncakes, and sourdough bread, have found no buyers. Acquiring them would merely amount to throwing money into the abyss, and I cannot agree to that." Wang Fa unequivocally expressed his stance. "Brother Da, if the food factory were profitable, it would not face bankruptcy, and we would not be in a position to consider acquisition. Are you familiar with stocks?" "What does this have to do with stocks? Are you suggesting we take that decrepit factory public?" Wang Fa was entirely dismissive of Zhang Yiming's words, snorting in disdain. "Trading stocks and engaging in forex all adhere to a fundamental principle: buy low and sell high and buy low. Even those who are not well versed in the stock market can avoid significant losses by adhering to this principle. The current situation of the food factory closely resembles a stock market bottom. Taking over now would essentially mean acquiring it at rock-bottom prices, and it is improbable that we would incur further losses. Moreover, consider the geographical advantage of the food factory. It is in close proximity to the railway and not far from the northern city gate of Saifengcheng. With future railway expansions and urban development, even if we do nothing, the potential appreciation of the land alone could yield substantial profits. Zhang Yiming earnestly endeavored to persuade Wang Fa, not only due to his own temporary lack of substantial funds, but also because he genuinely wished to assist Wang Fa. He was not deceiving him. In 2007, in anticipation of the Olympics, significant upgrades were made to the roads and railways in Tanyuan County, and the food factory's location happened to fall within the area designated for railway realignment. He could not recall the precise figures, but the compensation for relocation at that time was at least 20 million. Xiaoming, Tanyuan County is merely a small county, an insignificant place. What potential for development could there be? Your assertions seem rather implausible. Zhang Yiming's lofty ideas were difficult for Wang Fa to comprehend. Yet it was precisely this complexity that began to sway Wang Fa's resolve. Brother Da, what defines vision and a forward-looking perspective? Although our administrative level in Tanyuan County may not be high, we are blessed with natural beauty and historical relics, and the potential for future development is incalculable. You are aware of the historic cities of Xi'an and Nanjing, renowned across the globe. While Tanyuan County may not boast such fame, the rise of tourism is inevitable. By the time you consider investing, the opportunity may have passed. Wang Fa's heart wavered further, yet he remained cautious. He was not one to embrace risk easily. His greatest gamble thus far had been his collaboration with Zhang Yiming. It is not simple for an individual to transcend their inherent nature. Xiaoming, I understand that your points hold merit, but I still feel that this endeavor seems somewhat unreliable. Furthermore, what if that Director Gao initiates a bidding process? What if the bidding escalates the price, turning a $100,000 asset into a $500,000 one? What then? The bidding suggestion was proposed by me, and I naturally possess the confidence to keep the price within the anticipated range. At this moment, I merely wish to hear your opinion. If you are inclined to invest, we shall share the risks and the rewards. If not, then please lend me 80,000 yuan, and I will provide a promissory note, repaying you at 1.5 times the bank interest rate. Zhang Yiming understood that he had already said enough. The outcome now rested solely on Wang Fa's decision. Xiaoming, I need to ponder this matter further. I will get back to you in a couple of days. Is that all right? Wang Fa was engulfed in turmoil. He had witnessed Zhang Yiming's capabilities firsthand. Negotiating with the bus company and collaborating with the telecommunications firm had been unfathomable to him before. Yet Zhang Yiming accomplished it with remarkable ease. In less than half a month, the profits Zhang Yiming had generated exceeded what Wang Fa had earned over several years. However, 80,000 yuan was no trivial amount. He could not afford to make a hasty decision. All right, but it must be done swiftly. The auction cannot be postponed for long. Yes, understood. As Zhang Yiming departed, Wang Fa felt drained, like a marionette with its strings cut, collapsing onto the spring mattress. He lay there, head resting on the pillow, gazing at the light bulb on the ceiling, as two conflicting thoughts waged a fierce battle within his mind. Suddenly, Wang Fa sat up and rushed to the telephone. Chapter 34. The new shareholder. Early Sunday morning, after completing a lap at Huanghai Park, Zhang Yiming's phone rang. He glanced down to see an unfamiliar number and quickly scanned his surroundings before dashing to the nearest public phone booth. Excuse me, could I borrow a phone card? At that time, public phone booths were scarce, and the cards used were those sold exclusively by the postal service, with magnetic strips and denominations ranging from 5 to 20 yuan. Accustomed to mobile phones in his previous life, Zhang Yiming found himself unprepared for the necessity of a public phone card. The nearest convenience store was quite a distance away, so he turned to a woman who had just made a call. Go ahead. Thank you so much. The woman generously handed him her phone card without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Yiming dialed the number displayed on the phone and was surprised to find it was Tan Hongmei. Xiaoming, Wang Fa spoke to me about the investment in the food factory. I would like to discuss this matter with you. Do you have some time? Zhang Yiming was taken aback. Wang Fa had been rather indiscreet, relaying this information to Tan Hongmei so swiftly. Were they that familiar? All right, Sister Tan, please suggest a place. Though uncertain about Tan Hongmei's intentions, maintaining a good relationship with her was of utmost importance, given their cooperative ties. Thank you once again. After hanging up, Zhang Yiming gratefully returned the phone card to the kind woman who lent it to him. No problem. By the way, could you tell me how to get to Tonggang Street? Zhang Yiming was slightly astonished. The woman's accent clearly indicated she was from Tongyuan County. Yet she did not seem to know the way to Tonggang Street. Oh, just continue south along this road, and turn right after passing the traffic post. Thank you. The woman smiled and expressed her gratitude to Zhang Yiming before turning to leave. Zhang Yiming watched her retreating figure, clad in a black dress, nude stockings, and chunky high heels, her slightly plump physique unremarkable except for the exquisite handbag she carried, a Jinho brand, not inexpensive by any means. This brief encounter swiftly faded from his mind as he completed another couple of laps before heading to Fan Lingling's stall. After a busy evening that stretched past 9 o'clock, he returned home to freshen up before setting out on his bicycle. The location that Tan Hongmei had specified was her residence. Zhang Yiming was quite familiar with the area. In a previous life, he had lived there for 3 years, while his parents had resided there for 9. This was the outskirts of Tongyuan County, where the houses were haphazardly constructed, with wooden shanties and asbestos roof structures scattered about. It was November, and the temperature had begun to drop. Yet as he passed by the nearby garbage station, Zhang Yiming felt a wave of nausea. Fortunately, he had a mental map of the area, and after winding through the streets for about 10 minutes, he located number 66 Chuana Hatong, a small courtyard adjacent to the roadside. The low outer wall was made of red bricks coated in cement and was topped with shards of glass, an old method of ensuring home security, alongside keeping dogs. However, after Zhang Yiming had settled in Dongguan, surrounded by towering concrete edifices, such sights had become a rarity. In addition to the broken glass, the wall was adorned with climbing ivy and purple roses, which lent a softer touch to the rough brick surface. He knocked on the heavy door and soon heard footsteps approaching. Xiaoming, come in and sit down. I apologize for the humble conditions. Tan Jia exclaimed. What are you saying? Zhang Yiming replied. This courtyard is tidy and well kept. It is quite pleasant. His words were sincere. Though small, the courtyard was spotless, devoid of any stray weeds. Against the wall lay a cement slab, upon which rested a dozen flower pots. In front of the house was a well, alongside a large wash basin filled with crystal-clear water. Come inside, Tan Hongmei urged. Today, she wore a fitted white coat that accentuated her figure beautifully. The interior was equally clean, featuring a pair of red lacquered cabinets, with paintings of 3 pools reflecting the moon and Lijiang's spring scene gracing the glass surfaces below. A tall wardrobe stood against one wall, half of it a cabinet door, the other half a mirror that unfortunately had seen better days, with patches of mercury peeling away to reveal unsightly black spots. Beside the wardrobe was a small sofa, upholstered in green, which looked plump and inviting, reminiscent of 2 large steamed buns. In those days, sofas were custom-made by carpenters, filled with sponge or cotton, although they appeared quite resilient. Sitting down would quickly reveal the hard wooden base beneath. Adjacent to it was another small cabinet, topped with a thermos wrapped in bamboo, right next to a tape recorder. A quick scan of the room revealed that the most valuable item was undoubtedly the Yanwu brand tape recorder. Upon the mere mention of the phrase Yanwu, Zhang Yiming instinctively recalled the once-renowned figure who captured the hearts of the masses across the land, the Yanwu lad. However, just last year, this young man found himself imprisoned for inadvertently injuring a crew member, thus missing the prime years of his acting career. Even upon his eventual return to the industry, he could only secure roles as eunuchs or antagonists, mere supporting characters, which is indeed a poignant reflection of his fall from grace. Xiaoming, have some water. Thank you. Sister Tan. Recollecting himself, Zhang Yiming accepted the cup from Tan Hongmei and turned his gaze towards her. Sister Tan, you mentioned wanting to discuss an investment in the food factory? He was direct, a hallmark of his character. Yes, I was hoping to. Tan Hongmei's cheeks flushed slightly, and her words faltered. Please, speak freely. There's no need for hesitation. I wish to invest. Zhang Yiming's hand holding the cup trembled in surprise. He had not anticipated that Tan Hongmei's visit was to discuss this matter. It was indeed curious. Wang Fa must have relayed the situation regarding the food factory and voiced his concerns. Why, then, did Tan Hongmei harbor such intentions? In comparison to his relationship with Wang Fa, Tan Hongmei was merely a somewhat familiar acquaintance, not much more than a stranger. Sister Tan, has Wang Fa provided you with all the details? As a local of Tongyuan County, you should be well acquainted with the food factory. Even if my vision is sound, achieving a return on investment will not be realized in the short term. Unlike Wang Fa, Zhang Yiming felt it necessary to clarify the stakes involved with Tan Hongmei. He was not opposed to investment. After all, the acquisition and subsequent enhancement of the food factory would require substantial funds, making any additional capital advantageous. However, as a partner, the potential risks involved were unpredictable. I understand, Xiaoming. I trust you. Tan Hongmei nodded, her demeanor more decisive than Wang Fa's. Recalling the tenacity Tan Hongmei exhibited in a past life, where she risked everything, Zhang Yiming couldn't help but smile inwardly. If Wang Fa wished to pursue a relationship with her, he ought to be prepared for the challenges ahead. This woman was undoubtedly not an uncomplicated character. Very well. Sister Tan, if you are resolute, I have no objections. How much do you intend to invest? I have the funds ready. Tan Hongmei walked to the cabinet. Retrieving a military green canvas bag, she unfastened the clasp and poured its contents onto the coffee table. Chapter 35. Open and honest 50,000? Zhang Yiming gasped at the sight of the neatly bundled cash on the table. Tan Hongmei was indeed an invisible affluent woman. He had assumed she could only muster a little over 10,000, considering she was a sales manager at a telecommunications company, where even with stellar performance, her monthly salary barely reached several hundred. Moreover, given her astuteness, it was improbable that she would not retain some reserve. Sister Tan, this is Xiaoming. Over the years, aside from my regular salary, I have accumulated some additional income. However, keeping this money idle in my hands yields little more than the interest that barely covers grocery expenses. I have long contemplated making some investments, but my ignorance in this area and the lack of reliable advisors have held me back. Yesterday, upon hearing from Wang Fa about your intention to acquire a food factory, I resolved to join you in this venture. Tan Hongmei's eyes sparkled, radiating a vitality that belied her 30-something years. Sister Tan, I appreciate your trust, but I believe it would be prudent for you to retain a portion of your funds. Just in case. Zhang Yiming admired Tan Hongmei's courage and decisiveness, yet felt compelled to offer his counsel. I understand that investing carries risks, and you need not feel any burden. Since I have decided to invest, I am also prepared for potential losses. In business, profit is never guaranteed. We can draft the contract in advance. Everything else will be manageable. All right, Sister Tan. In light of your confidence in me, I assure you that I will not let you incur any losses. I won't take the money just yet. I will have the FA come to collect it later. I will draft the contract and bring it over for your review. We can sign it once everything is in order. Zhang Yiming admired Tan Hongmei's boldness and decisiveness, and he promptly resolved to accept her investment. Are you living alone, Sister Tan? After spending a few minutes together, Zhang Yiming decided it was time to leave. Tan Hongmei did not insist on his staying longer and accompanied him to the door, where he casually inquired, I was married once, but divorced within a year. Without any children. I have lived alone all these years. Tan Hongmei replied candidly, her frankness making Zhang Yiming feel a bit bashful. His inquiry stemmed from a desire to understand Tan Hongmei's background, both for Wang Fa and to ease his own concerns. After all, it was quite astonishing for a woman to suddenly present a sum of 50,000 yuan. Sister Tan, I apologize for my curiosity. In the spirit of mutual honesty, Tan Hongmei's transparency prompted Zhang Yiming to reciprocate. It's quite all right. The reason I have this money is that I have contracted an orchard in my hometown, with relatives helping to manage it. I pay them a few thousand yuan annually, and over the years, the price of apples has been favorable, resulting in good harvests. That is how I save this money. I see. Sister Tan, you are truly capable. Zhang Yiming sincerely complimented her. A woman like Tan Hongmei is undoubtedly destined for greatness in the future. After leaving Tan Hongmei's residence, Zhang Yiming felt quite elated. Initially, he had been pondering where to secure funds for subsequent operational costs after acquiring the food factory, but now, with Tan Hongmei's investment, this issue was splendidly resolved. Upon returning home, Zhang Yiming completed his English and physics assignments before stepping out to join Fan Lingling and Qin Fong in the living room, where they were busy preparing chives. Let me gently convey to you that the stars in the sky await, eager to share in your solitude and joy. And whatever remains unspoken, allow me to draw closer, extending my hands, for you still have me to offer you my dreams and blessings. Life's sunshine is the most comforting. On the television, a sweet voice floated through the air, causing Fan Lingling to pause her actions, her gaze fixated on Yang Yueying. Fan Lingling cherished singing and possessed a melodious voice. Zhang Yiming once heard his mother sing night at the military port, a truly celestial experience. However, after losing her job, His mother became engulfed in a relentless whirlwind of responsibilities, and her voice fell silent. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Zhang Yiming's heart. Such a beautiful girl. When my grandson seeks a partner, he should look for someone like her, Qin Feng remarked as she admired Yang Yueying. This comment momentarily diluted the bitterness swelling within Zhang Yiming's heart, inevitably conjuring the image of that enchanting figure who haunted his thoughts. During dinner, Zhang Hashan appeared burdened with unspoken worries. Mingming, Dad, what are you thinking? You've put a hole in your bowl, Fan Lingling remarked, noticing her husband's disinterest as he held his chopsticks without any intention to serve himself. It's nothing, Zhang Hashan replied, collecting his thoughts to begin eating. Though his mind remained elsewhere, rendering the food tasteless. Zhang Yiming observed his father silently, discerning the cause of his father's unusual demeanor, though he chose not to speak. However, it mattered little. Soon enough, his father would become the new master of the food factory, and his life would embark on a path entirely divergent from its previous course. That day was swiftly approaching. The following day was Monday, and the school was to hold a flag-raising ceremony. Zhang Yiming departed 10 minutes earlier than usual. In his past life, he harbored a fervent passion for the flag-raising ceremony. Each time he witnessed the national flag ascend, his blood surged with exhilaration. Whenever he traveled to the capital, regardless of how tightly packed his schedule was, even after a sleepless night, he would rush to the square to witness the raising of the flag, standing amidst the crowd, gazing upwards as the flag, in harmony with the national anthem, basked in the light of dawn. In those moments, he felt an unprecedented tranquility enveloping his soul. The sentiment remained unchanged. Zhang Yiming, what have you got stuck to your backside? It's quite a large patch, he heard someone call out as he parked his bicycle in the shed. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him. Haha, Zhang Yiming, I was just teasing you. You actually believe that? Zhang Yiming frowned slightly. Li Jia stood less than 2 meters away. Clad in her school uniform, adorned with a red brooch on her collar, her long ponytail swaying as she laughed heartily, her round face resembling something drawn with a compass. In that moment, Zhang Yiming found himself feeling rather bored. Li Jia's presence in Class 4 of the first year was rather subdued. If the classmates were to summarize their impressions of her, 9 out of 10 would likely refer to her simply as Lu Feng's friend. In the dazzling aura of the class flower, Lu Feng, the plain-looking Li Jia appeared even more inconspicuous. Yet, Li Jia had a scatterbrained disposition. She often failed to notice things that were evident to others. The ensuing discord between her and Lu Feng was, therefore, entirely predictable. Zhang Yiming, you're not angry, are you? Come on, I was just joking. Noticing that Zhang Yiming was ignoring her, Li Jia felt no embarrassment. Instead, she hurried to catch up with him and tugged at his sleeve playfully. Li Jia, I have cleaning duties today. I don't have time to mess around with you. Zhang Yiming, slightly annoyed, pulled his sleeve away from her grasp and quickened his pace toward the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, he found that the early study session for the boarding students had yet to conclude. Zhang Yiming exchanged greetings with a few acquaintances before setting down his backpack to begin his duty. After mopping the floor, he picked up a bucket to dispose of the dirty water, only to find his deskmate, Gai Meng, at the door. Gai Meng had his back turned to him. Conversing with a senior student from their school, someone Zhang Yiming vaguely remembered as Wang Nan, a fellow townsman of Gai Meng. Gai Meng, just know about this. Don't call home. If your sister finds out I told you, I'll be in a world of trouble, understand? Where is my sister now? I don't know. She should be at the county hospital. Anyway, I have to get back to prepare my speech for the flag-raising ceremony. I'm off. With that, Wang Nan hurriedly exited through a small door on the other side of the water room. Gai Meng remained facing away, but Zhang Yiming could clearly hear the tremors in his shoulders and the muffled sobs that reached his ears. Zhang Yiming held onto the water bucket, waiting until Gai Meng had left through the small door before stepping into the water room himself. His mind raced as he tried to recall whether something had happened in Gai Meng's family at this time in his previous life. Chapter 36. Visiting the sick during the conflict with Wang Hao. Gai Meng's unreserved support had led Zhang Yiming to see his deskmate, whom he had little in common with in his past life, in a new light. Like every person reborn, aside from rectifying his own regrets and altering his destiny, Zhang Yiming yearned to help those around him reshape their fates as well. He was well aware of Gai Meng's family situation. His sister was the economic pillar of their household. If anything were to happen to her, it would spell disaster for Gai Meng and his family. Did you hear? Gai Meng's sister seems to be the mistress of a wealthy old man, and she got caught by the legitimate wife, who beat her up and left her face all scratched up. As Zhang Yiming returned from the water room, he had not yet entered the classroom when he overheard a few girls chatting in the corridor. Really? Guy Ming is so honest. His sister must be similar. How could she do such a thing? What cannot be? My mother called me to discuss this matter, and now it has spread throughout our village. I never anticipated this. His sister seemed quite amiable. Nevertheless, it matters not what kind of person one is. Once they step into society, they inevitably change. We should gather quickly. Let us not be late. Zhang Yiming observed several girls brushing past him, yet the words he had just overheard echoed in his ears. Zhang Yiming found it hard to believe that Guy Ming's sister would truly engage in such actions. A girl willing to sacrifice herself for her family and brother must possess a kind heart. Kind-hearted individuals often share a common trait. They do not inflict harm upon others, nor do they meddle in others' families or disrupt their marriages. Such deeds are beneath them. Alas, I am utterly exhausted. This running has nearly made my heart leap from my chest. The flag-raising ceremony is about to commence. And Ma Jun dashed from the entrance to the lineup of Class 4. His face as flushed as a monkey's backside. How dare he claim that he couldn't rise early and blame anyone else? He deserves it. I am burning the midnight oil to keep pace with you and aim for Nan University. Ma Jun grinned mischievously at Zhang Yiming. Ma Jun's greatest flaw is his tendency to sleep in. During school days, it is manageable, but come the weekend, he will not stir until it is time for lunch. Mingzi, it seems Lu Fang's birthday falls on this Sunday. What do you think I should gift her? I have no idea. Zhang Yiming had yet to devise a worthy plan to deter Wang Jun's pursuit of Lu Fang. After all, he could hardly tell Ma Jun that in a past life, he had perished because of this woman. Furthermore, they were only in their first year of high school. The prospect of Ma Jun and Lu Fang being together would only arise after the college entrance examinations, giving him ample time. How about a necklace? I found one for 120 yuan. Although it is gold-plated, it looks exquisite. Do you think Lu Fang would like it? I don't know. Mingzi, you are being rather unhelpful. Why is it that you know nothing when I ask you something? Ma Jun expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. He could not fathom why Zhang Yiming looked down upon Lu Fang. She was beautiful, resembling a fairy. What gave Zhang Yiming the right to dismiss her? Stand straight. Old Zhang is approaching. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Ma Jun immediately fell silent. Indeed, he saw Zhang Wanyong gazing in their direction, causing him to shudder. Zhang Yiming regarded Zhang Wanyong with an expressionless face. Zhang Wanyong was the director of the political education office. Yet he deviated from the traditional image of such a role, a typical smiling tiger. The more he smiled, the more ruthless he became. Although the school year had only just begun, Zhang Wanyong's name had spread among the freshmen. Ma Jun, timid by nature, was like a mouse encountering a cat at the sight of Zhang Wanyong. Dear students, today is November 11th, marking the inaugural flag-raising ceremony since the commencement of our school year. Standing here fills my heart with exhilaration. You are the future of our nation, bearing the hopes and responsibilities of our country upon your shoulders. Though you presently stand on the grounds of our esteemed third high school, in the near future, you shall venture to every corner of the homeland, radiating your brilliance and warmth. With your diligence, you will nourish the vast landscapes of our nation, making the flag that flies above us ever more resplendent. I hereby declare the commencement of the inaugural flag-raising ceremony for the first academic year of Tangyuan County's third high school, 1993. As the voice of the Student Council president faded, the majestic strains of the March of the Volunteers resonated, igniting a fervor within Zhang Yiming. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, the classes formed orderly lines to return to their classrooms. Zhang Yiming's keen eyes spotted Guy Ming stealthily departing from the line, and he pursued him, noticing he was headed toward Deputy Class Leader He Jing. After an exchange whose content was unknown to Zhang, He Jing appeared somewhat solemn, nodding in response to Guy Ming, who subsequently turned and walked towards the school entrance. This incident left Zhang Yiming somewhat distracted throughout the morning. As he gazed at the vacant chair beside him, his mind racing with speculations about Guy Ming's possible circumstances. Ma Jun, doesn't your father have a friend who works as a doctor at the county hospital? As the lunch bell rang, Zhang Yiming called out to Ma Jun. Yes, why? Ma Jun replied, casting a glance at Zhang Yiming. It was hardly surprising, given that his father's friend specialized in male urology, and most patients visiting were dealing with related issues, hence Ma Jun's immediate association with erectile dysfunction. Let us go to the county hospital, Zhang Yiming said. Shooting Ma Jun an irritated look, disregarding his response, and grabbing his school jacket as he strode out of the classroom. The county hospital was not too far from Third High. It took merely a 10-minute bike ride to reach. At this moment, the county hospital was a modest 3-story building, a far cry from the imposing 15-story structure it would become 2 decades later. The pungent odor of the hospital was overwhelmingly nauseating, invoking in Zhang Yiming a profound sense of aversion and dread, reminiscent of the suffocating despair he had felt in a past life when his oxygen tube was removed. Uncle Jiang. Ma Jun successfully led Zhang Yiming to his father's good friend, He Jiang. Xiao Jun, what brings you here? Aren't you in school today? He Jiang, a jovial and portly man, greeted Ma Jun with an even warmer smile, as if he were welcoming his own son. We are in school, Uncle Jiang. My classmate's sister is hospitalized, and we came to visit, but we don't know which ward she is in. Could you assist us in finding out? On the way, Zhang Yiming briefly explained the purpose of their visit, omitting the rumors he had heard about Gai Meng's sister's hospitalization. Sure, what is your classmate's sister's name? He Jiang inquired. We're not sure of her name, Uncle Jiang, only that her last name is Gai. All right, I will ask at the nurse's station. Are you two coming with me, or waiting here? Together. Zhang Yiming harbored no desire to linger even a second longer in the hospital. Thus he prodded Ma Jun's back. The advantage of acquaintances is invaluable, which was precisely why Zhang Yiming had brought Ma Jun along. Although the county hospital was modest in size, navigating it without assistance was akin to wandering aimlessly from room to room, uncertain of when one might find what they sought. Gai Meng's sister, Gai Jiao, was situated in the surgical ward, room 205. After ascertaining the location of the ward, Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun ventured to a nearby fruit stall, purchasing several apples, bananas, and a dozen oranges, in addition to 2 cans of peach preserves. In this era, it was not customary to bring flowers or fruit baskets to patients. Rather, canned goods, particularly peach preserves, were considered auspicious, symbolizing the evasion of misfortune. Xiaoming, hurry back to school and attend your classes, be obedient. Just as they reached the threshold of the ward, Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun were met with voices emanating from within. They instinctively halted in their tracks. I will not return to school. I am here to take care of you. I am not incapacitated. There is no need for such care. You are the hope of our entire family. Our parents are counting on you to succeed. You have already wasted half the morning. You cannot afford to delay any longer. Return at once. Sister, I do not wish to continue my studies. I am 17 and capable of working to earn money. Silence. How can you speak like that? I toil outside to ensure that you can study diligently and aspire to higher education. If you utter such words again, do not blame me for severing our ties. I declare I shall not study any longer. A sharp clap resonated through the room, followed by the sound of a woman weeping, initially soft, then escalating into wails, filled with bitterness, grievance, regret, and despair. Chapter 37. The dispute in the ward. The cries from the ward lingered on. Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun stood at the entrance, caught in indecision about whether to enter or remain outside. Finally, after a 10-minute interval, the sobbing subsided. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yiming rapped on the door. Gai Meng, we have come to visit your sister. Upon witnessing Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun's entrance, Gai Meng first exhibited surprise, followed by a hint of discomfort. At this age, young men are particularly sensitive about their pride, and Gai Meng was acutely aware that Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun had undoubtedly overheard his earlier exchange with his sister. Yet, Zhang Yiming's gaze was drawn to Gai Jiao. She was truly a striking young woman, around 21 or 22 years old, in stark contrast to her brother Gai Meng, whose appearance was rather unremarkable. Gai Jiao possessed a countenance that evoked instant sympathy, especially with her pair of eyes, shimmering like autumn waters veiled in mist. Clearly, her astonishment at the arrival of Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun surpassed that of Gai Meng. Oh, you are Xiaoming's classmates. Please, take a seat. Xiaoming did not mention you would be visiting. There isn't even an apple in the ward. Truly, Xiaoming, go out and fetch 2 bottles of soda. No need. Sister, we must return to class shortly. Do not trouble yourself. Did the teacher remark on Xiaoming's absence this morning? Suddenly, Gai Jiao appeared to recall something, directing her inquiry towards Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun. No, nothing new was taught this morning. Only a primary class in advanced mathematics. The rest were minor subjects. Zhang Yiming, understanding Gai Jiao's sentiments, offered a kind-hearted fib. That is indeed a relief. Little Meng, being an introverted child, struggles to forge friendships. And it is truly heartwarming to discover companions such as you. I am genuinely delighted. Although Gai Jiao's eyes remain red, the gaze she casts upon Gai Ming is still filled with concern and affection, as the earlier joy shared between the siblings has now dissipated. Gai Ming is diligent in his studies, particularly excelling in physics. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Gai Jiao's smile blossomed even brighter. Such is the nature of family. Their kindness is devoid of ulterior motives or impurities, genuinely wishing for your well-being. Ah, Gai Jiao, you little vixen who ensnares men. Do you think hiding in the hospital will render me powerless? A woman's voice echoed from outside the ward, and Gai Jiao's face immediately turned ashen. Gai Ming's expression also shifted dramatically, as he recalled the rumors he had heard that morning, causing Zhang Yiming's heart to twist with anxiety. With a resounding bang, the door to the ward was thrust open by a woman clad in a green and yellow floral qipao, who stormed in without hesitation and lunged towards Gai Jiao. What are you doing? Gai Ming reacted swiftly, positioning himself protectively in front of Gai Jiao, glaring fiercely as he shouted at the woman in the qipao. Li Zuelan, have you lost your mind? If you have no shame, I certainly do. Before the woman could respond, another voice emerged from outside the ward, followed closely by a frail old man. To describe him, one might say he was painfully thin, resembling little more than skin stretched over bones. Me ashamed? Wang Changgui, you have no qualms about supporting a mistress, so what shame could I possibly feel? Let me tell you. Today I shall either reclaim my money alongside this little harlot or face the consequences. The woman named Li Zuelan declared as she reached for Gai Ming. Yet, despite Gai Ming's less imposing stature compared to Wang Hao, he was still a 17-year-old young man, accustomed to laboring in the fields, and certainly not someone Li Zuelan could easily push aside. Li Jia, I have already explained that the 5,000 yuan was borrowed from Boss Wang, and I have signed an IOU. I will repay it. Gai Jiao urgently interjected from behind Gai Ming. Huh? Repay? With what? Your monthly salary barely exceeds 300 yuan. By the time you manage to repay, it will be long overdue. You little vixen, do not think you can fool me. I have seen the way you and Wang Changgui exchange glances. Today, not only will I demand repayment, but I will also tarnish your reputation, ensuring everyone knows what kind of person you are. Step aside, Li Zuelan proclaimed, shoving Gai Ming once more, only to find herself unexpectedly pushed back, landing on the floor with a thud. Xiaoming, do not resort to violence. Gai Ming had merely nudged her lightly, yet Li Zuelan tumbled down, immediately wailing in distress. Murder. The vixen is attempting to kill the rightful wife. My life is truly wretched. Wang Changgui, when I was with you, you were utterly destitute, lacking even a decent pair of trousers. Without me, you are nothing. Now that you have wealth, you begin to keep a mistress and squander the hard-earned money I worked for. My life is truly miserable. Gai Jiao's complexion was as pale as parchment. She attempted to rise from the bed but inadvertently encountered something that caused her pain, prompting beads of cold sweat to emerge. Gai Ming glared, the veins in his hands standing out prominently. You reckless spendthrift. Aren't you ashamed? I only lent Xiao Jiao money out of pity. How could you make a scene here? Tarnishing my reputation? Wang Changgui's gaunt face exhibited signs of agitation, yet it was evident that he dared not confront Li Zuelan directly. Otherwise, he would not have allowed her to create such a ruckus in the hospital. Bah, do you even care about your dignity? If you did, you wouldn't be consorting with that vixen. Li Zuelan's uproar attracted a crowd outside the ward, including doctors, nurses, patients, and their families. Yet none ventured in to mediate the conflict. Ma Jun found himself momentarily stunned. He had thought his grandmother was fierce enough, but she was nothing compared to the woman before him. He scanned the faces of those in the room before finally resting his gaze on Zhang Yiming. Sister, what is going on? Please clarify in front of everyone. Even if it were 50,000 yuan, it pales in comparison to your reputation. Zhang Yiming spoke with a calm demeanor. Gai Ming's attention immediately shifted to him, perplexed as to why Zhang would utter such words. 5,000 yuan was an astronomical sum for their family. Oh, so you are the brother of that little vixen? You speak so grandly, yet if you are so affluent, why allow your sister to chase after men? Li Zuelan, mistaking Zhang Yiming for Gai Ming, sneered with biting sarcasm. Sister, please, clarify the situation. In his previous life, having lived into his 40s, Zhang Yiming had encountered all manner of people and situations. Li Zuelan's petty tactics did not faze him, and thus he maintained an air of tranquility. Elder sister, do speak up. Otherwise, everyone may believe this woman's words to be true. Ma Jun, anxious, though less mature than Zhang Yiming, naively believed that his classmate's sister would never engage in such behavior. Guy Jiao hesitated, her gaze fixed on Guy Ming. Sister, there are times when urgency matters. At this point, there is nothing that cannot be said. A week ago, my father was struck by a beam in the pigpen, injuring his spleen and requiring surgery. With no other options, I turned to Boss Wang and borrowed 5,000 yuan. I have signed an IOU to have it deducted from my monthly salary until paid off. I assure you, there is truly nothing between Boss Wang and me, Li Jia. Sister, has father had the surgery? When did this happen, and how is he now? Guy Ming's expression shifted dramatically, guilt washing over him as he felt the weight of every gaze in the ward upon him. He has been discharged. Father forbade me from telling you, fearing it would affect your studies. Once the words hidden in her heart were voiced, Guy Jiao felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Boss Wang, may I inquire whether what my sister said is true? Zhang Yiming turned to Wang Changwei. Chapter 38. Venting anger. The money was lent to Xiao Jiao by me. Wang Changwei, despite his evident fear of his wife, still possesses a semblance of masculine integrity and speaks the truth. Where is the IOU? Humph. The money was given by that shameless old man to that cunning vixen. What need is there for an IOU? Li Zuelan remained seated on the ground, her countenance reflecting her displeasure. Initially, I intended to repay my sister's debt, but without an IOU, I shall let it be. As soon as Zhang Yiming uttered these words, Guy Jiao, Guy Ming, and Ma Jun were left in a state of disbelief. Ma Jun, in a fit of urgency, nearly covered Zhang Yiming's mouth. When did this childhood friend become so unreliable, daring to boast such absurdity? 5,000 yuan. He actually claims he will repay it on someone else's behalf. Has his head been caught in a door? Guy Jiao was equally astonished, scrutinizing Zhang Yiming from head to toe. Her previously hopeful gaze now dimmed. After all, he is merely a child, as young as her brother. His words are likely just a means to vent her frustrations. Yet how could she take him seriously? Repaying the debt. Huh, what a jest. If you could indeed produce 5,000 yuan, I, Li Zuelan, would immediately bow down in apology to this little vixen. Li Zuelan sneered twice. She could hardly believe that a mere youth could possibly conjure such an amount. Moreover, she had already discerned that he was not Guy Jiao's brother, merely an outsider incapable of repaying the debt. Very well, with so many eyes upon us. I hope you can fulfill your words. Once Zhang Yiming concluded his statement, he glanced at Guy Jiao, then shifted his gaze to Ma Jun. Wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, Zhang Yiming patted Guy Ming's shoulder and, under the varied expressions of the onlookers, slowly exited the ward. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yiming returned. Inside the ward, the piercing sound of Li Zuelan's reprimands persisted, interspersed with Wang Changwei's sighs and Guy Jiao's sobs. Guy Ming, what are you doing? Wait for Mingzi. He'll be back soon. Zhang Yiming stood at the doorway, witnessing Ma Jun grasping Guy Ming's hand, whose eyes were ablaze with rage, as if he wished to consume Li Zuelan whole. Just now, you said that if I could produce 5,000 yuan, you would bow down and apologize to my sister. Correct? Zhang Yiming entered the ward with a calm demeanor, a brown paper package in hand. Li Zuelan's eyes immediately fixated on the package. Guy Jiao halted her tears, her gaze darting between the brown paper package and Zhang Yiming. The most astonished of all was Ma Jun. He was well aware of Zhang Yiming's familial circumstances. Previously, when Zhang Yiming fell ill, his father had borrowed money from Ma Jun's family. It was unlikely they could muster even 500 yuan, let alone 5,000. Yet, Zhang Yiming indeed held a brown paper package. Having spent his childhood in his father's hardware store, he often accompanied him to the bank for transactions. Developing a keen sensitivity towards money, one might even say he could discern the scent of renminbi. Yes, it was I who spoke, he affirmed. Li Zuelan's astonishment swiftly faded, replaced by a sinister and sordid thought, for she was convinced that what Zhang Yiming held was certainly not money. The notion of acquiring 5,000 yuan in just 20 minutes was utterly implausible. Even she, if she wished to produce such an amount, would require some time to gather it. Very well, let everyone keep their eyes wide open and bear witness to this, she declared. With that, Zhang Yiming forcefully tore open the craft paper. Indeed, it was not merely opened but rather ripped apart, and with a rustling sound. The banknotes cascaded to the ground like snowflakes. The current currency in circulation was the fourth series of the renminbi, with the 100 yuan note being a pale blue. 6 years later, this series would cease to be issued, the pale blue replaced by a vivid pink, yet at this moment, the cool hue emitted a brilliance more dazzling than flames. 5,000 yuan, intact and undiminished. The next course of action was self-evident. Zhang Yiming stood firm, surrounded by a sea of 100 yuan notes. The scene was strikingly overwhelming, so much so that Ma Jun swallowed hard, blinking in disbelief. Was this sight not excessively stimulating? Li Zhenting was equally taken aback. She never anticipated that this seemingly frail youth would actually produce 5,000 yuan. What to do now? As a 50-year-old, should she truly bow and apologize to that little girl, Gai Jiao? Repaying debts is a matter of principle. This money rightfully belonged to Li Zhenting. With that thought, she bent down to pick up the scattered notes, resolute in her disbelief that these youngsters would dare to confront her in such a public setting. Is it truly yours? Where is the IOU? Without it, on what grounds do you claim this money? Furthermore, you have defamed my sister, tarnishing her reputation. How shall we settle this account? If you desire this money, then you must recount the events clearly before everyone present. Otherwise, I would rather toss these notes into the street to feed the dogs than allow you to take even a single one. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Yiming suddenly dashed to the window, thrusting it open with both hands. The cold wind surged in, swirling the notes across the floor, creating a cacophony. Some even soaring towards the window. Indeed, unless you clarify the matter and restore my sister's honor, do not expect to claim any money. Witnessing Zhang Yiming's fervor, Ma Jun's own blood surged, and he vehemently rebuked Li Zhenting. Gai Jiao gazed at the fluttering banknotes that resembled snowflakes, still somewhat dazed. Gai Ming seemed to have forgotten his surroundings, his mind clouded by recent events, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yiming, his deskmate. Just last Monday, he had played the savior, offering over a month's worth of living expenses to aid Zhang Yiming. Yet now, Zhang Yiming effortlessly produced 5,000 yuan. He understood that Zhang Yiming was helping him, and he ought to feel grateful. But deep within, a sense of shame began to fester, magnifying his inherent insecurities to an unbearable degree. Gai Jiao, what do you mean? Are you deliberately leading me into a trap? Do not forget, when you found yourself at a dead end, who extended a helping hand. Had I not taken you in, you would have long been left to scavenge the streets, competing with stray dogs for scraps. One must possess a sense of conscience. What you exhibit is nothing short of ingratitude. Li Zhenting sensed the shift in atmosphere, yet was unwilling to yield to Gai Jiao. Thus she adeptly altered her approach. Sisterly, do you not reflect upon the true reason for admitting me into the factory? Surely, you are aware that you regarded me as a free laborer, tasked with tempering and oiling parts by day, only to attend to your family's every need by night. You witnessed your son's attempts to violate me. Yet, you suggested that being subjected to such a fate was a stroke of fortune for me, one for which I should express gratitude. Surely, this is not lost on you. Sisterly, a person's forbearance resembles a spring. It can be compressed within limits, but when external pressure exceeds its capacity, even the most patient individual will erupt. At this moment, Gai Jiao was precisely that individual. Am I mistaken? You, a mere liability from the countryside, while my son is a university student. For him to even acknowledge your existence is a blessing from a past life. What do you consider yourself to be? A young lady of fortune, destined to be a mere plaything of men. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yiming took action. One does not strike the face. One does not expose weaknesses. The 16-year-old boy, like a furious lion, radiated an aura of menace from head to toe, leaving both Li Zhenting and Gai Jiao in a state of shock. Chapter 39. The unknown seed sown. Do not belittle those from rural backgrounds. Without them, your son would not only lack the means to attend university, but would struggle for sustenance. Do not tarnish the esteemed title of university student. Before Li Zhenting could respond, someone from the crowd called out in approval, followed by applause. Ma Jun, visibly excited, appeared as if ablaze with pride, proclaiming, "This is my childhood friend." Ma Jun, unable to contain himself, uttered those words to the crowd, indifferent to whether anyone acknowledged him. "You little brat, I will not back down." Li Zhenting, who had lived a life of arrogance, was unaccustomed to such humiliation, feeling as though her dignity was trampled underfoot. Her features contorted with rage as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Zhang Yiming. "That is enough. If you have no shame, I still possess some dignity. We are going home." Suddenly, Wang Changgui, who had maintained a low profile, erupted, seizing Li Zhenting's wrist and pulling her towards the hospital exit. "Wang Changgui, you old rascal, how dare you turn against me? I see your skin has become too thin," Li Zhenting exclaimed, grasping at Wang Changgui's hair. A resounding slap echoed as Li Zhenting's other cheek received a blow, though it was not delivered by Zhang Yiming. "We are going home." Stunned by the slap from her own husband, Li Zhenting was taken aback. Since the day she married Wang Changwei, she had occupied the position of an empress in her household, while he was merely a figurehead, existing as a subservient presence. Now, this slave had the audacity to strike her. She wished to retaliate, but upon encountering the fierce gaze emanating from her husband's eyes, all her courage dissipated in an instant. "I must reclaim the money. It rightfully belongs to me." Li Zhenting was indeed a formidable character, with her cheeks bearing the unmistakable marks of 2 slaps. Yet she audaciously bent down to gather the scattered bills. As she picked up the money from the ground, no one offered assistance, nor was there any attempt to hinder her. Li Zhenting, whose figure was already somewhat exaggeratedly plump, found herself leaping and bounding as the wind sent the money swirling about, rendering her appearance rather ludicrous. It took a full 10 minutes for Li Zhenting to collect every last bill. "Stop," Zhang Yiming interjected just as Li Zhenting was about to leave with the money. "What do you want?" Li Zhenting instinctively covered the hard-earned cash, feeling a growing apprehension towards the young man. "The IOU." Li Zhenting hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. "This is the IOU." Wang Changwei intervened, deftly extracting the document from Li Zhenting's bag and presenting it to Zhang Yiming. In that moment, the man appeared to undergo a transformation, his gaunt face suddenly imbued with vitality. "Congratulations to Boss Wang for revitalizing his fortunes. Thank you." Zhang Yiming accepted the IOU, casting not another glance at the couple, and promptly tore the document into shreds, crumpling the pieces and discarding them in the trash bin. Wang Changwei tugged at Li Zhenting, leading her out of the hospital room, but not before turning to scrutinize Zhang Yiming closely. Once the onlookers had departed, only the siblings, Gai Jiao, Zhang Yiming, and Ma Jun remained in the room. "Mingzi, that was quite a performance. You were simply magnificent," Ma Jun exclaimed, his admiration palpable. He had always been an ardent fan of the 1979 version of The Legend of Chu Liuxiang, where the character, portrayed by the illustrious Zheng Xiaoqiu, was Ma Jun's idol. From a young age, he had collected stickers, postcards, and posters featuring Zheng Xiaoqiu, which later evolved into tapes and magazine clippings. After Ma Jun's untimely demise in his previous life, his parents had unearthed his treasures, and Zhang Yiming had taken all of Ma Jun's Zheng Xiaoqiu memorabilia. Subsequently, he too began amassing anything related to Zheng Xiaoqiu, eventually attending his concerts, filling an entire cabinet with tapes dedicated to the star. Hearing Ma Jun's words conjured a flood of nostalgic memories for Zhang Yiming. "Thank you. I shall repay you." Gai Meng, who had been silent until now, addressed Zhang Yiming, his expression far from cheerful. "I apologize for the embarrassment. Meng is right. I will certainly find a way to return the money swiftly. 5,000 is no trivial sum." Though the previous events had provided her with a sense of vindication, as she began to regain her composure, a throbbing headache and unease settled in. She had previously been employed at Wang Changwei's mold factory. As long as she was willing to endure hardships and work overtime, she could earn over 300 yuan in a month. If she saved diligently, she could repay Wang Changwei 130 yuan each month. Although it would take several years to settle the debt, there was still hope. However, after the recent uproar, it was impossible for her to return to the mold factory. Without a job, repaying that 5,000 yuan would be a daunting task. "Don't worry, sister. Focus on your recovery. This money was borrowed from a friend of mine who is well off. It's better in your hands for emergencies than sitting idle with him. If you feel uncomfortable about it, you can just pay him some interest when you repay it." Hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Gai Jiao felt a slight sense of relief. "Please thank your friend for me. Once I am discharged, I would like to invite him for a meal to express my gratitude." "Sure, we can discuss it then. Sister, we have classes this afternoon, so we'll head back to school now." Zhang Yiming tugged at Ma Jun, who was not quite comfortable in such an emotional atmosphere. Helping Gai Meng and his sister was merely a matter of repaying a favor, and he did not seek any gratitude in return. "All right, sister. We'll head back to school now. Take good care of yourself and recover swiftly," Ma Jun added, his tone brisk as they made their way out. "Xiao Meng, you should go back with them. I don't need anyone to look after me here. Concentrate on your studies and go." Gai Meng stood still until Gai Jiao's expression changed, at which point he muttered a reluctant acknowledgement. "Then I'll head back. I'll come again after class tonight." With that, Gai Meng turned and left the hospital room. Gai Meng was a boarding student without a bicycle, and he had run over earlier. "You ride my bicycle, and I'll sit on Ma Jun's back seat." Zhang Yiming could roughly guess the turmoil in Gai Meng's heart at that moment, but chose not to elaborate, tossing the bicycle key directly to Guy Meng before hopping onto the back of Ma Jun's bicycle. Ma Jun frequently gave Zhang Yiming rides, so he was unfazed. As soon as Zhang Yiming climbed on, he pedaled away. Guy Meng stood behind, gripping the handlebars tightly, watching Zhang Yiming seated behind him. The key was clutched firmly in his hand. Opportunities in life are akin to sowing seeds. When planted, no one knows what the harvest will be. Sometimes, an unintentional act may lead to flourishing results, while other times, despite hopeful nurturing, one may end up with nothing. For Guy Meng and Zhang Yiming at this moment, the future was like an unknown seed. The reborn Zhang Yiming had not contemplated what his action might yield. His thoughts were simple, in a spirit of reciprocity. Since Guy Meng had offered all he had to assist him, it was only fitting that he return the favor with 5,000 yuan, a mere token of appreciation. Chapter 40. The enthusiastic classmate. The three of them returned to school one after the other. Just as they parked their bicycles in the shed, the class bell rang. Ma Jun and Zhang Yiming exchanged glances and called out to Guy Meng before sprinting off. However, before they could enter the teaching building, they were stopped. Stop right there. At the sound of that voice, Ma Jun's body immediately tensed. What were you up to? Don't you know what time class starts? Zhang Wanyong, clad in his ever-constant jacket, stood before the three individuals. I fainted while going out to buy lunch at noon. They accompanied me to the hospital, which is why we returned late. Zhang Yiming interjected, blocking Ma Jun from speaking. Both Ma Jun and Guy Meng were bewildered, their expressions revealing astonishment, as they failed to comprehend why Zhang Yiming would fabricate such a story. Only Zhang Yiming was aware of the true nature of Zhang Wanyong. He understood better than anyone that if they spoke the truth, Zhang Wanyong would delve deeply into the matter, not out of concern for his students, but rather from a perverse desire for control. Zhang Yiming wished to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, the events that transpired at the hospital were not pleasant to disclose, and revealing them could adversely affect Guy Meng's reputation. As for the excuse he provided, he was unperturbed by the prospect of Zhang Wanyong investigating. For at the beginning of the school year, his mother, Fan Lingling, had already submitted his medical diagnosis report to the buck-toothed Yang, indicating his frail health and potential for fainting, requesting the teacher's extra care. Zhang Wanyong's gaze swept over Zhang Yiming, then landed on Ma Jun and Guy Meng. All right, hurry back to class. If you are late again, you will face detention on the playground, he declared with a smile that, while seemingly amiable, concealed unspoken depths beneath its surface. The first class of the afternoon was Chinese, taught by He Jing. When the three entered the classroom, He Jing stood at the lectern in a creamy turtleneck sweater and black jeans, holding a Chinese textbook. Upon seeing them, she merely nodded, refraining from further inquiry. As Zhang Yiming made his way to his seat, he caught a glimpse of Lu Tiantian from the corner of his eye, who was indeed gazing at him intently, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Classmates, today we shall study a highly renowned modern poem, a representative work of the Crescent School, by Su Zhima titled Farewell to Cambridge. Now, let us read this poem aloud together. He Jing's voice was soft and gentle. Gently I depart, just as I arrived gently. I wave my hand in farewell to the clouds of the western sky. The way she recited farewell to Cambridge naturally evoked a sense of tender, poetic grace, reminiscent of misty rain. Zhang Yiming held his book, yet his gaze remained fixed upon He Jing. In his previous life, what had become of this gentle teacher? It seemed that shortly after he had moved to Dongwon, He Jing had left Sanhai, disappearing without a trace. None of his classmates had any news of her. Zhang Yiming, could you please articulate what emotion the poet primarily seeks to convey in this poem? He Jing inquired. This poem was written by Su Zhima on the brink of his departure from Cambridge University, primarily to express his nostalgia, a sense of parting, and the sorrow of disillusionment with his ideals. In his previous life, he had also been called upon by He Jing to answer this question, but at that moment, he had been drowsy from dizziness, ultimately failing to respond. To be candid, he doesn't hold a particular fondness for Su Zhima, which has led to a certain bias against Su's poetry. In contrast, he finds greater affinity with Hai Zi and Gu Cheng. Nevertheless, he took the time on Sunday evening to diligently review the matter at hand. His summary was quite commendable. He gestured for her to take a seat. He Jing gazed at Zhang Yiming, offering a smile and a nod. Yiming, speak honestly with me. Where did you acquire that 5,000 yuan? After school that afternoon, Ma Jun pulled Zhang Yiming into a secluded spot behind a mound in the boys' restroom, his urgency palpable. He had been holding in his discomfort for 4 entire classes. and the relief of finally being able to leave school made him impatient. Did I not mention it? I have a friend who runs his own business and is quite well off. I borrowed it from him. What friend? I've never heard you speak of him before. I'll introduce you in a couple of days. Hearing this reassured Ma Jun. His anxiety stemmed solely from concern that Zhang Yiming might have engaged in something perilous. The previous incident involving the 4 heavenly kings had already left him on edge, but since Zhang Yiming promised an introduction, he felt at ease. Ma Jun's thoughts were straightforward, and he was not one to overthink. He took Zhang Yiming's words at face value. Zhang Yiming, Ma Jun, what clandestine activities are you two up to? Turning around, Zhang Yiming spotted the round-faced Li Jia. He preferred to avoid excessive interaction with her, as she was rather fierce and brash. Thus, upon emerging from behind the mound, he made a beeline for the bike shed. Li Jia, what could we possibly be doing? Just chatting. Where's Lu Feng? Didn't she accompany you? Zhang Yiming's desire to steer clear of Li Jia did not extend to Ma Jun, who was quite interested in Lu Feng as companion. And the reasons for that were apparent to anyone. Lu Feng went straight to her second aunt's house. Her second uncle came to pick her up. Ma Jun, are you and Zhang Yiming particularly close? Li Jia inquired, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yiming's back. Yes, we've known each other since we were in diapers. So of course we're close. Ma Jun was somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Li Jia was suddenly questioning him about Zhang Yiming. All right then, I'll walk with both of you. Walk with us? Li Jia, don't you live in Baiguan? We're in Dongguan Street. That's not the same direction. I have business in Dongguan Street, so stop dawdling. Let us go. At that moment, as Ma Jun was conversing with Zhang Yiming, the latter had already pushed his bicycle out of the shed. Li Jia hurriedly wheeled out her own bike, a 26-inch white women's bicycle, which was particularly fashionable in the 1990s, costing no less than 200 yuan. Among the day students at Sangao High School, fewer than 10 girls rode such bikes. Zhang Yiming, why are you riding so fast? I can barely keep up. After leaving the school gate, Zhang Yiming hopped onto his bicycle. Typically, he would push it down the slope, but today he decided to ride straight down. Most ordinary girls would likely hesitate to follow, but Li Jia was no ordinary girl. She too fearlessly gripped her brakes and sped down the slope alongside him. Ma Jun was left dumbfounded. Why is this girl so fierce? Zhang Yiming could not fathom why Li Jia was so intrigued by him in this lifetime, yet he had no desire to attract any trouble. Thus, despite being fully aware of Li Jia's fervent pursuit behind him, he had no intention of slowing down. Dongguan Street was riddled with alleys, and having grown up here, Zhang Yiming navigated through them effortlessly, weaving in and out until, in no time, he had left Li Jia far behind. Chapter 41. Unknowingly making enemies, Zhang Yiming pedaled home in one breath, panting heavily from exhaustion. In this reincarnation, he had never felt so disheveled. Upon seeing her grandson drenched in sweat, Qin Feng hurriedly fetched a towel, fearful that he might catch a chill. Zhang Yiming collapsed onto his bed, feeling utterly spent. Regardless of Li Jia's intentions, he needed to devise a plan to extinguish her affections. After a brief rest and completing his homework, Zhang Yiming set out again on his bicycle. How's it going, young man? Did you do well? Upon entering the aluminum alloy shop, the owner proudly ushered Zhang Yiming to the backyard, pointing to a beautifully welded frame in the center of the yard. Beautiful. Truly splendid. Boss, could you find someone to help me weld this frame directly onto my cart? Of course, no problem. However, there will be an additional charge for welding it onto the cart. That's no issue. I'll bring the cart over shortly. Long before ordering the aluminum frame, Zhang Yiming had reserved a brand new tricycle. The one his family owned was secondhand and had succumbed to years of wear and tear, nearly falling apart. Thus, within 30 minutes, he returned with the prearranged cart. The owner was efficient and immediately set to work. Zhang Yiming assisted him in lifting the frame onto the tricycle, balancing it with his hands. With sparks flying, the owner wielded the welding gun with one hand while holding his protective mask with the other, and soon the frame was securely welded onto the tricycle. Zhang Yiming gave the frame a few pushes. It was remarkably sturdy. Young man, if someone were to order a frame like this in the future, could I make it? The owner suddenly inquired as Zhang Yiming handed over the remaining 20 yuan. Certainly. No problem at all. Zhang Yiming could not help but regard the owner with newfound respect. The fact that he posed this question indicated his respect for Zhang Yiming and his keen sense of propriety. Such a person would undoubtedly flourish in business. Zhang Yiming carefully maneuvered his bicycle into the tricycle and then wobbled homeward atop it. By now, darkness had fallen and the temperature plummeted. Yet Zhang Yiming felt a bright spark of excitement in front of him. Upon returning home, he called out for Qin Fong and Fan Lingling. "Grandma, Mom, come look. What do you think? Isn't it stunning?" Fan Lingling gazed at the brand-new tricycle parked in the yard, with its freshly welded, gleaming frame, her heart fluttering with excitement. "Mingming, you're spending money recklessly." Though pleased, Fan Lingling could not help but murmur a word of admonition. The husband had privately advised her not to use their son's money, yet witnessing his earnest efforts to please her, Fan Lingling felt a sense of comfort. "Mom, tomorrow you and Grandma should visit the furniture market to find that place where they sell furniture. Have them encase the shelves in glass. Soon our tricycle will be the only one of its kind in Tongyuan County, and it will be quite the spectacle." Zhang Yiming initially intended to personally handle the glass cover, but upon reflection, he chose to leave this opportunity to his mother and grandmother. At his age, he felt it prudent to avoid drawing unnecessary suspicion by overstepping. "All right, your mother and I will go first thing tomorrow morning." Qin Fong was also pleased. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law thrive brought her solace, making her own hardships seem insignificant. Zhang Yiming did not anticipate that Li Jia would confront him at the school gate early in the morning. As he approached, pushing his bicycle, he spotted her leaning against the wall, her eyes wide with intensity. "Zhang Yiming, what do you mean by this?" After being dismissed by him the previous day, Li Jia was so upset she had nearly cried, spending a restless night, and had arrived at school before dawn. "It means nothing." Zhang Yiming felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite his mature mentality, being confronted at the entrance by a girl of 16 or 17 was somewhat awkward. "Then why did you break up with me yesterday?" Li Jia's voice was loud, instantly attracting the attention of numerous bystanders. Zhang Yiming felt a sense of helplessness. How could he explain that he wished to sever ties with Li Jia, or that he simply held no interest in her? "What do you mean, what? Speak up." Li Jia's round face, even in anger, possessed an unexpected charm that reminded Zhang Yiming of the comedian Jia Ling, who would later rise to fame. "There's nothing to it. I had an urgent matter yesterday and left in haste, that was all." Uncertain whether it was Li Jia's comedic demeanor that eased his tension or merely a lapse in judgment, he found himself offering an explanation he initially did not intend to provide. "Really? Yes. That's more like it. Could you step aside?" Zhang Yiming was surprised by how readily Li Jia accepted his words, a mix of pride and guilt swelling within him. By the time he returned the bicycle, Li Jia had already departed, and he exhaled in relief. However, just as he was about to head to class, someone called out his name. "Did you call for me?" Turning around, he recognized the caller and felt a moment of confusion before quickly surmising the reason for the inquiry. "Did you receive the registration form from Teacher He?" The speaker was none other than Chao Hongxiang. "Yes, is there a problem?" Chao Hongxiang had never been on good terms with Ma Jun since childhood. As Ma Jun's childhood companion, Zhang Yiming's attitude towards Chao Hongxiang was similarly unfriendly. Moreover, on that day in the equipment room, he had overheard a conversation between Chao Hongxiang and Lu Fong. "No problem. I'm just confirming," Chao Hongxiang had remarked. "I didn't realize you were quite capable. Out of 3 available spots, you have managed to secure one. However, do not blame me for not warning you beforehand. Gaining entry into the literature club is easy, but whether you can remain there is another matter entirely." With that, Chao Hongxiang let out a cold snort and brushed past Zhang Yiming. Zhang Yiming shrugged, thinking it naive to assume that a few intimidating words would dissuade him from joining the literature club. Finally entering the classroom, he opened his backpack and retrieved his English book. He had set a modest goal for himself, to memorize 10 new words each day, aiming to accumulate the vocabulary necessary for 3 years of high school by the end of his first year. This would allow him to focus on grammar and listening skills in the remaining time. He believed the best time to memorize words was in the morning. Upon returning from the cafeteria, Gai Ming observed Zhang Yiming with his eyes closed, silently memorizing English words. Although Gai Ming did not know Zhang Yiming well, he recalled that during the first week of school, his desk mate had shown little interest in studying. His current dedication was a stark contrast to that initial impression. In another corner of the classroom, Lu Tiantian rested her chin on her pen, holding her own English book, yet her eyes frequently darted toward Zhang Yiming, who was oblivious with his eyes shut. At that moment, she felt free to gaze at him openly. Besides Lu Tiantian, 2 other individuals also watched Zhang Yiming, one with a hint of disdain and coldness in her eyes, and the other exhibiting a sparkling brilliance. Such pretentiousness! Lu Fong scoffed softly, having learned from Chao Hongxiang that the student from class 4 who had joined the literature club was indeed Zhang Yiming. She felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. The broadcasting station and the classical studies club had already filled their quotas, leaving her without a place in either, which meant she was now completely deprived of the extra 5 points for the college entrance examination. 5 points. What a significant difference they could make, potentially placing her far ahead of numerous competitors. Yet, that opportunity was now lost, and she directed her frustration squarely at Zhang Yiming. Lu Feng, must you be so cruel? He is diligently studying. Li Jia countered quietly. Cruel? Li Jia, are you my friend or his? Lu Feng's demeanor shifted immediately. Why are you upset? Honestly, I am. Of course, your friend, but no buts. If you are my friend, keep your distance from him and that Ma Jun, or we shall sever ties. Lu Feng delivered her ultimatum and then buried herself in her book, the pages rustling noisily. Chapter 42. The auction event time flew swiftly, and before long, it was Thursday. Early that morning, Zhang Yiming received a page from Wang Fa, informing him that the time for the auction event had been set for Saturday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After departing from the food factory, Zhang Yiming entrusted the organization of the event to Wang Fa. His primary occupation is that of a student, and thus he cannot allocate excessive energy to these matters. Moreover, in order for Wang Fa to grow, he must undergo more practical experience. Regarding the bidding process, Zhang Yiming needs to confirm certain details. As someone well acquainted with the vicissitudes of the marketplace, he understands the significance of details all too well. Additionally, he cannot place complete trust in Gao Wenjun. The auction is set to take place at the only business hotel in Tongyuan County, the Wenhua Building. To underscore the seriousness of the occasion, Zhang Yiming instructed Wang Fa to contact Tan Hongmei, so the three of them could attend together. Tan Hongmei donned a deep red wool coat paired with black flared trousers and a pair of pointed high heels, which accentuated her mature charm and commanding presence. In contrast, Wang Fa, despite being attired in a suit and tie, found himself overshadowed by her elegance. Xiao Ming, Tan Hongmei greeted with a smile as she approached Zhang Yiming, while Wang Fa trailed behind, his gaze seemingly glued to her. Sister Tan, has the Fa informed you? During the bidding, I will remain in the background. You will handle the bidding. I have arranged everything else according to our previous discussions, she confirmed with a nod. The reason Zhang Yiming chose to step back was to prevent Zhang Heshan from discovering that he was the one orchestrating the acquisition of the food factory. On one hand, he considered his father's pride. Should Zhang Heshan learn that his son was behind the purchase, it would undoubtedly create a rift, possibly leading to a refusal to assume the role of factory director. Moreover, he wished to avoid excessive exposure, as he was merely a 16-year-old boy. If his actions were too conspicuous, it could lead to complications. At this stage, he was most averse to attracting trouble. The trio arrived at the Wenhua Building an hour early, and upon entering the meeting room, they found it devoid of anyone except for a few staff members setting up the tables. Zhang Yiming selected a corner seat against the curtains, slightly pulling them aside to remain unobtrusive. Tan Hongmei and Wang Fa sat side by side in the front row. What are you shaking for? Tan Hongmei glanced at Wang Fa, slightly furrowing her brow. I need to use the restroom, Wang Fa stammered as he stood up. Once outside the meeting room, he exhaled a sigh of relief and raised his hand, only to discover it drenched in sweat. He had never felt so nervous in his life. This anxiety stemmed not only from attending such a solemn occasion for the first time, but, more significantly, from the proximity of Tan Hongmei, who sat less than 10 centimeters away. The natural fragrance emanating from her made him yearn to reach out and touch her delicate, fair hand. Wang Fa, you must be more ambitious. It's just an auction, just a woman. What is there to fear? He murmured to himself in the bathroom mirror, adjusting his hair and forcing himself to calm down. When Zhang Yiming noticed Wang Fa returning, he cast a glance in his direction and could already surmise the state of his companion. However, he had no intention of intervening. If Wang Falian could not even manage his own emotions, he would truly be of little use. At 1:30, individuals began to enter the conference room in succession. Zhang Yiming's gaze scrutinized each newcomer until a familiar figure appeared, Chen Xiaoxia. Zhang Yiming was taken aback by her unexpected presence. Beside Chen Xiaoxia was a man. Although they maintained a respectful distance, Zhang Yiming instantly discerned that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Recalling the luxurious Mercedes that had picked up Chen Xiaoxia a few days prior, Zhang Yiming smirked, realizing that his conjecture had been correct, and he was now intertwined with these two individuals sooner than anticipated. Dressed in a blouse with lace sleeves, Chen Xiaoxia exuded a boldness that was rare for the 1990s. Having returned from abroad, She wore her attire with confidence, taking a seat right next to Wang Fa and Tan Hongmei. Her presence introduced an unexpected variable, stirring a slight unease within Zhang Yiming. After all, in his previous life, he had clashed with this woman, yet unease did not equate to fear. Having faced death once, what could be more terrifying than that? A few minutes later, Gao Wanjun and Zhao Chang'an entered the conference room in succession. Zhao Chang'an appeared somewhat unwell. Despite being the primary authority, he had been increasingly overshadowed by Gao Wanjun, who had wielded considerable influence in the factory over the years. Even the significant auction event had been scheduled by Gao Wanjun before Zhao Chang'an was informed. With retirement on the horizon, he wished to avoid complications, so despite his discontent, he still attended the meeting. As the clock neared 2, the balding middle-aged man Zhang Yiming had encountered earlier at the food factory hurriedly entered, clutching a black briefcase under his arm and wearing his usual sunglasses. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the auction for the Tanyuan County Food Processing Factory. As you are all aware, the Tanyuan Food Factory boasts a proud history of 40 years. Over the decades, the dedicated employees have worked diligently, achieving remarkable accomplishments. As a long-standing employee and former director of the factory, I hold a profound affection for it. It is akin to my own child. Zhang Yiming, seated in the shadows of the curtains, allowed a hint of derision to flicker in his eyes. While Gao Wanjun's attachment to the factory was indeed genuine, it stemmed not from paternal affection but rather from viewing the factory as his personal cash cow. Were it not for the insistent pressures from above, Gao Wanjun would never part with this source of income willingly. Gao Wanjun's address lasted nearly 10 minutes, with the first 9 dedicated to recounting his contributions and emotional ties to the factory. Only in the final minute did he pivot to the auction itself. In order to ensure the factory's future and legacy, we are conducting this public auction today, starting at a price of 100,000, with minimum increments of 1,000. Each bidding round will have a 5-second window. Should no one bid within that time frame, the deal will be sealed. Zhang Yiming initially intended for Wang Fa to find an auction company to lend the bidding process a sense of professionalism and gravity. However, Gao Wenjun opposed this idea, embodying the essence of a guilty conscience. Despite the auction company merely acting as an intermediary without interfering in other matters, Gao Wenjun remained uneasy and insisted on presiding over the proceedings himself, resulting in this rather awkward opening statement. Now, the auction has officially commenced. 100,000. Is there any increase? 105,000. The balding middle-aged man was the first to speak, promptly raising the bid by 5,000. 106,000. Another man in his 40s called out. 110,000. Zhang Yiming glanced slightly aside. The bidder was Chen Xiaoxia. This woman truly had the audacity to make her voice heard. 115,000. The balding middle-aged man turned towards Chen Xiaoxia, though his sunglasses obscured his eyes. 116,000. Another man sitting in the corner chimed in. Wang Fa felt his palms grow clammy. The bidding had barely begun, and the price had already escalated to such heights. Their available funds might very well fall short. 120,000. Chen Xiaoxia spoke with confidence, directly stating a round number. Gao Wenjun observed her, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Chapter 43. The auction results 121,000. It was still the middle-aged man who had initially responded. He was someone Zhang Yiming had arranged in advance. Typically, bidding would involve designated participants to create a competitive atmosphere and to undermine the confidence of the balding man, gradually eroding his resolve. Little did he anticipate that Chen Xiaoxia would emerge as an unforeseen player, exuding an air of determination. Hongmei, aren't we bidding? Wang Fa. Noticing Tan Hongmei beside him fixated ahead without any intention of placing a bid, began to feel restless. Not yet, Tan Hongmei replied, equally astonished. Chen Xiaoxia was indeed a significant variable, and their available funds amounted to only 160,000. At this point, the bids had already surpassed the previously agreed price with Gao Wenjun. She couldn't help but glance towards Zhang Yiming's location. 125,000. The balding man's expression soured. Although he was intrigued by the food factory, his interest was predicated on his own valuation. Previously, he and Gao Wenjun had agreed that the factory could be secured for around 100,000. Little did he know that Gao Wenjun would change his mind at the last moment and orchestrate this absurd auction. Suddenly, an image of a youthful face flashed in his mind. 126,000. Zhang Yiming's representative, as per their agreement, added another 1,000. 130,000. Unsurprisingly, Chen Xiaoxia raised the bid to 130,000. Zhang Yiming furrowed his brow, pondering why Chen Xiaoxia was so keenly interested in this food factory. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the man seated beside Chen Xiaoxia. Throughout the meeting, this man remained silent, scarcely shifting his posture. Yet, Zhang Yiming, who had navigated countless interactions in his previous life, was certain that Chen Xiaoxia was merely the weapon in this man's hand, who was the one truly in control. The conference room fell into a hushed stillness. Not only was Gao Wanjun taken aback, but even Zhao Chang'an found himself astonished. Could it be that their food factory was so remarkably sought after? 130,000. After a brief hesitation, Gao Wanjun began to raise his bid. 130,000, twice. As he called out the second time, his eyes shifted towards Wang Fa. At that moment, Wang Fa was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom what had transpired. He looked at Gao Wanjun, silently seeking clarification, yet Gao Wanjun averted his gaze. 130,001. The two middle-aged men, whom Zhang Yiming had meticulously arranged, dutifully adhered to the instructions from their superior, resolutely ensuring that the food factory did not fall into the hands of rival bidders. 140,000. Chen Xiaoxia boldly increased the bid by 9,000. Even Zhang Yiming was taken aback. He could not help but glance at the man next to Chen Xiaoxia, pondering why he exhibited such intense interest in the food factory. If not for his father, even with the knowledge that this land would appreciate to an astonishing degree in the future, he would not have taken over the food factory at this juncture. Did this man possess foresight regarding the land's future value? The mere thought sent a chill down Zhang Yiming's spine. Although he recognized that the likelihood of such a possibility was nearly non-existent, it nonetheless plunged him into an unsettling state of uncertainty. 150,000. At that moment, Tan Hongmei, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up to make her bid. Wang Fa, gripped by anxiety, clutched the armrests of his chair, wanting to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. All held their breath. 150,000, once. 150,000, twice. 150,000, thrice. All eyes turned to the previously assertive Chen Xiaoxia. This was her last chance. If she remained silent, the food factory would belong to another. Yet this time, Chen Xiaoxia did not utter a word. No one noticed that as Gao Wanjun called out the second bid, the man beside Chen Xiaoxia placed his hand over hers. Sold. As Gao Wanjun's voice echoed in the room, Wang Fa slumped back into his chair. 150,000. This was a full 50% above the previously agreed price. Tan Hongmei's heart raced. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, the rapidity of her breaths betrayed her true emotions. Congratulations. Chen Xiaoxia stood and walked to Tan Hongmei's side, smiling as she extended her hand for a shake. Thank you, Tan Hongmei replied politely. Chen Xiaoxia then exited the conference room with the man who had remained silent throughout. The weight of the situation hung heavily in the air. The balding middle-aged man was greatly dissatisfied with the outcome of the auction, yet simultaneously felt a twinge of schadenfreude. It was utterly absurd that a matter which could have been settled for 100,000 was instead inflated to 150,000 by a gullible fool. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. Manager Tan smiled Gao Wanjun as he approached Wang Fa and Tan Hongmei. Once the meeting room began to clear, Wang Fa felt a surge of discontent and anxiety. He was not one to conceal his emotions, and thus, his displeasure was evident on his face. Director Gao, you are too kind. When might we expect to sign the contract? He inquired. I shall return immediately to make arrangements. The contract is already prepared. Once your payment is secured, the food factory will officially be transferred to you, Gao responded. Very well, we shall await your good news, Tan Hongmei replied before turning to leave. Wang Fa wished to say something to Gao Wanjun, yet the words lingered unspoken on his lips, so he simply turned and followed Tan Hongmei out. Failing even to bid farewell. Let us go, Lao Zhao, Gao Wanjun called cheerily to Zhao Chang'an, who stood beside him, as they exited the meeting room. Once the room was empty, Zhang Yiming emerged from the shadows, casting a sardonic glance at Gao Wanjun's retreating figure. To engage in such games, one must first weigh their own worth, he mused. What? The FA Communications? Wang Fa exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Wang Fa, why the sudden outburst? Sit down. Tan Hongmei admonished, unable to tolerate Wang Fa's temperament, her tone reflecting her irritation. Xiaoming, could this lead to complications? She asked, remaining far more composed than Wang Fa. In truth, She had sensed something amiss. It was uncommon for bidders to significantly raise their offers at the outset, especially for a food factory that had long been in decline, which was precisely why she had felt emboldened to raise the bid by a mere 10,000. Complications? The auction was orchestrated by Gao Wenjun. We are merely participants. As for the contract and agreement, without them, what can he do? It was he who acted unjustly first. And thus we need not feel guilty, she stated resolutely. Very well, I shall go this afternoon, she added with a nod. Wang Fa observed the exchange between Zhang Yiming and Tan Hongmei, feeling like a fool, utterly bewildered by their thoughts. Wasn't the plan to invest in the food factory? Why then were they contemplating breach of contract? Wasn't there still 10,000 at stake with Gao Wenjun? Chapter 44. Business is like gambling. Manager Tan. You are in breach of contract, Gao Wenjun exclaimed, his eyes wide as he confronted Tan Hongmei in his office, his voice elevated. Director Gao? Isn't it you who is in breach? Tan Hongmei replied, her demeanor unflinching, not betraying the slightest hint of panic. What do you mean? Gao inquired, confusion evident on his face. Is the meaning unclear to you, Director Gao? Previously, Director Gao exhibited considerable resistance towards the matter of entrusting the auction company, leaving us perplexed regarding his motives. However, the reasons have now become apparent. In any case, we shall no longer pursue the food factory. Should Director Gao wish to take legal action against us, he is welcome to do so, but he ought to contemplate the repercussions of his decision. After expressing her thoughts, Tan Hongmei rose to her feet. She was tall, presenting a stark contrast to the short and stout figure of Gao Wenjun. Manager Tan, let us engage in a civil discourse. Please, have a seat, Gao Wenjun said, his expression shifting through various emotions before he managed to reconstruct a smile. DFA, if you wish to take a stroll, kindly step outside. Your incessant pacing is giving me a headache. Within the communications shop, Wang Fa resembled an anxious ant on a hot skillet, pacing around the counter. Zhang Yiming sat on a springy bed, observing Wang Fa's endless fidgeting. Xiaoming, I'm truly at a loss regarding your reasoning. You instructed Hongmei to inform Director Gao that we would not be acquiring the food factory. Does that not render our previous efforts futile? Furthermore, we have already provided Director Gao with a bribe of 10,000 yuan. If this matter falls through, will we be able to reclaim our funds? Aren't you concerned? Initially, Wang Fa was meant to represent them, yet upon witnessing his current state, Tan Hongmei insisted on taking the lead herself. Wang Fa was the quintessential unreliable ally, adept at causing trouble without providing any assistance. Rest assured, the food factory will eventually belong to us. If all goes smoothly, Sister Tan may return shortly with the contract. Xiaoming, how can you be so certain that the woman is indeed someone Director Gao has procured? Whenever Zhang Yiming spoke in such a confident and commanding tone, Wang Fa felt deflated. It's merely a guess. Once Zhang Yiming finished speaking, Wang Fa's expression fell. It was merely conjecture. However, Zhang Yiming's assertion was not unfounded. At the auction site, he had indeed been taken aback and had even harbored doubts regarding whether the man shared a similar foresight about the future. But when he observed the man's hand resting on Chen Xiaoxia's, everything suddenly became clear. Chen Xiaoxia's previous venture had been a shell company. The shell companies of the 80s and 90s differed from today's trade and agency firms. Contemporary trade and agency companies are sanctioned by industrial and commercial authorities, complete with registered capital and fixed products or projects. In contrast, the shell companies at the inception of the reform and opening up era were, in essence, mere facades. One person, one briefcase, one mouth, hollow enterprises. During her time in the United States, Chen Xiaoxia had learned of such lucrative methods, and upon returning home, she immediately immersed herself in it. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yiming recalled the man accompanying Chen Xiaoxia, Yi Chong, who had been apprehended in 2012 for organizing a pyramid scheme. Yi Chong was Chen Xiaoxia's former boyfriend. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yiming became increasingly convinced that Chen Xiaoxia and Yi Chong were the individuals Gao Wenjun had strategically selected to escalate the bidding price. He could also surmise the rationale behind the choice of the figure of 150,000. It was likely that Wang Fa had inadvertently disclosed their financial position to Gao Wenjun, prompting the latter to select that specific number as a threshold. Xiaoming, I am truly in awe of you. Approximately an hour and a half later, Tan Hongmei returned to the communication store. Hongmei, are you suggesting that factory director Gao has conceded? Zhang Yiming maintained a calm demeanor, as he was already privy to the outcome. Gao Wenjun was a man who thrived on opportunism, His greed for wealth and power was undeniable, yet he possessed a quick intellect. He understood quite well that the terms Zhang Yiming had offered were unlikely to be met by anyone else. After all, the surplus gained from the bidding would not all find its way into his pockets. He merely sought to amass a little nest egg for his retirement. However, if Zhang Yiming were to decline this opportunity, he would be faced with the prospect of an audit, placing him in an uncertain predicament. While Zhang Yiming remained unperturbed, Wang Fa was anything but, as he believed that this matter could not be resolved so effortlessly, and it was quite possible that both parties would end up with nothing. This is the contract. The official seal of the food factory has already been affixed, awaiting our signatures. Nonetheless, I ultimately conceded an additional 2,000 in bribes to Gao Wanjun. Sister Tan, you truly have a knack for business, Zhang Yiming remarked with genuine admiration. At times, conducting business is akin to pursuing academic endeavors. It requires a certain innate talent, and Tan Hongmei undoubtedly possessed such an aptitude. 100,000? Am I not mistaken? Wang Fa exclaimed, his mouth agape at the transfer amount stated in the contract. Zhang Yiming and Tan Hongmei had grown accustomed to Wang Fa's astonished reactions, and thus did not respond significantly. Wang Fa, feeling somewhat disenchanted, began to question his own intellect. Why was it that a 16-year-old boy and a woman could achieve what seemed so implausible to him? Prior to encountering these two individuals, Wang Fa had always felt quite confident in his own abilities. Let us prepare the funds. The contract will be signed under the FAGE's name. As for the equity documentation, we can draft it privately. Additionally, once the contract is finalized, we must proceed to the notary office for authentication. With a single statement, Zhang Yiming brought the acquisition of the food factory to a definitive close. In this endeavor, Zhang Yiming was indeed taking a gamble. Engaging in business can resemble gambling. Before investing capital, no one can be entirely certain of a return, even if Gao Wanjun were to stubbornly refuse to part with his claim. Zhang Yiming had strategies to compel him to relent. A sum of 10,000 was not easily relinquished. Fortunately, Zhang Yiming emerged victorious in this gamble, thereby circumventing a multitude of subsequent troubles. Beep, beep, beep. As Zhang Yiming was elucidating the contractual details to Wang Fa and Tan Hongmei, his phone buzzed at his waist. The only individuals familiar with his number, aside from Wang Fa and Tan Hongmei, were his family and Ma Jun Mingzi. I'm at Huihua Building. Do come by. Huihua Building was the only gold shop in Tanyuan County. Although labeled as a gold shop, it also sold jade, emerald jewelry, and silver adornments. Zhang Yiming was acutely aware of Ma Jun's reasons for being at Huihua Building. Initially reluctant to go, he recalled the selfishness and indifference of Lu Fang in his previous life, prompting him to leave the store. The Huihua Building is situated beneath the Fengyun Tower on the southern side of Xifang City. The storefront is modest in size, featuring a row of counters on either side displaying gold rings and necklaces, while the central display showcases jade, emeralds, and silver ornaments. At this moment, Ma Jun stands beside the central counter, his head bowed, his eyes nearly pressed against the glass. Mingzi, could you help me decide which is more appealing? This heart-shaped pendant or this letter? Seeing Zhang Yiming enter, Ma Jun eagerly points to two gold-plated necklaces arranged side by side in the display case, seeking Zhang Yiming's opinion. Ma Jun, I've suddenly thought of a gift that would suit Lu Fang better than a necklace. Zhang Yiming, instead of regarding the necklaces, smiles at Ma Jun. Do you really think Lu Fang would like this? Ma Jun furrows his brow, eyeing the fish tank he cradles, where a small turtle curls up inside. Women adore these little creatures, but the necklace you just looked at is not only exorbitantly priced, but also overtly sentimental. Lu Fang is the belle of the class, always strutting about like a peacock. Do you honestly believe she would accept such a gift? True, but I still feel that Lu Fang might not appreciate this. It's already purchased, just trust me on this. All right, I shall deliver it to Lu Fang now. Ma Jun stamps his foot, as if resolutely committed to his decision. Zhang Yiming shakes his head at Ma Jun's retreating figure, reflecting on his own immaturity. He knows full well that Lu Fang despises turtles, yet he sends Ma Jun to deliver it. However, the thought of Lu Fang's reaction upon seeing the turtle and the prospect of it pushing her away from Ma Jun seems to justify his childishness. Upon returning home, Zhang Yiming spots a brand new, gleaming tricycle in the yard. Mom, Grandma, you've been swift in your actions, he exclaims. How is it? Exciting, isn't it? Hearing Zhang Yiming's voice, Fan Lingling, donning an apron, smiles while wiping her hands. Exciting indeed, very exhilarating. Zhang Yiming exaggeratedly replies. Fan Lingling joins in his laughter, seemingly envisioning something wonderfully delightful through the tricycle. Mingming, why can't I grasp what you said? Why is it that with more buyers, we need to impose limits? Zhang Yiming explains to Fan Lingling that when they officially open for business, she should regulate the sales quantity of the hand-grab pancakes and egg pancakes, even if customers queue for an extended period, absolutely not increasing the sales volume. Mom, scarcity enhances value. The more unattainable something is, the more desirable it becomes. I read about this technique in a book. It's called hunger marketing, and it proves remarkably effective. Just imagine, those who have queued for ages without acquiring what they wish will undoubtedly feel discontented, intensifying their desire for the product. By then, will you still worry about a lack of customers for our goods? The epitome of hunger marketing is undoubtedly exemplified by Apple. Zhang Yiming vividly recalls the frenzied atmosphere that engulfed China in April 2011, when long queues formed at store entrances and consumers endured sleepless nights, all in pursuit of acquiring a single device. Some opportunists seized the moment to hoard and resell a phone, originally priced over 5,000 yuan, for as much as 10,000. There were even tales of individuals resorting to the drastic measure of selling a kidney to obtain one. At that time, Zhang Yiming had already established a commendable career and felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing the news of the young man who had sold his kidney. Setting aside the phone, there exists a small eatery in Shanghai renowned for its scallion pancakes, which limits sales to 300 units daily, with a maximum purchase of 2 per person. Even under such constraints, there are those willing to traverse half the city to buy them, and some even fly in specifically to stand in line. This phenomenon epitomizes hunger marketing. Zhang Yiming recognized that hand-grabbed pancakes and egg-filled pancakes only emerged after 2009, proliferating rapidly like dandelion seeds, leaving their mark in every corner of the nation. Much like the situation with mobile devices, he could not prevent competitors from entering the market, but he could elevate these two simple culinary creations into a brand. In the post-2000 era, the most valuable asset is branding. A leather handbag can fetch tens of thousands. A Cartier platinum necklace can soar to over $1 million, and brands like Nike and Adidas command prices in the hundreds to thousands. The allure lies not solely in the exceptional quality of the products, but rather in the added value of the brand itself. Son, why do I feel like you're not my biological child? Suddenly, Fan Lingling remarked to Zhang Yiming. Both your dad and I are ordinary people. How could we possibly have such an intelligent child? Observing Fan Lingling's demeanor, which radiated concealed pride, Zhang Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. Is he truly clever? If he were genuinely intelligent, he wouldn't have left this world with regrets in his past life. That evening, following Zhang Yiming's guidance, Fan Lingling prepared a platter of hand-grabbed pancakes and a dish of egg-filled pancakes. She sat by the table, her gaze fixed intently on her mother-in-law, husband, and son as they sampled her culinary creations, eagerly awaiting their feedback. Mom, you're amazing. This is delicious. Zhang Yiming was taken aback, with just a few vague instructions. His mother had crafted both dishes with an authentic flavor that was even more delectable than he had anticipated. Delicious, Lingling, your skills are unparalleled, Qin Fong praised. Particularly impressed by the hand-grabbed pancakes, which were wonderfully chewy, and the fillings were infused with flavor, increasing her satisfaction with her daughter-in-law. Delicious. Although Zhang Hashan didn't express much, his expression spoke volumes. Fan Lingling felt exhilarated as she prepared her first hand-grabbed pancake. She intuitively sensed that this dish would surely become a sensation. The following day, coincidentally a Sunday, Zhang Yiming rose half an hour early, returning home to assist Fan Lingling in pushing the tricycle out of the yard, guiding it to the location where they previously set up their pancake stall. Boss, you've got some new gear, it looks bright. A middle-aged woman approached, a familiar face to Fan Lingling, an old customer of hers. Indeed, circumstances have shifted. I remain unchanged, remarked the middle-aged woman, unaware of the contents of the vehicle. Sister, I no longer sell meat pies or tofu pudding. No longer? The middle-aged woman gazed at Fan Lingling with perplexity. Then what do you sell? I sell hand-grabbed pancakes and egg-filled pancakes. Would you care to try, dear sister? Upon finishing her words, Fan Lingling ignited the gas canister, preparing to commence her work. That's all right. I shall seek my breakfast elsewhere. Abandoning a good business for frivolity. The woman muttered as she turned to leave, causing Fan Lingling's previously cheerful demeanor to dim involuntarily. Zhang Yiming observed this scene. Unlike his mother, he had long anticipated this reaction. It is human nature to initially reject new things. Even if curiosity lingers beneath the surface, one is often reluctant to try. "Mother, please prepare several pancakes and place them on a plate," he instructed. Fan Lingling looked on with confusion. The lack of buyers is simply due to unfamiliarity. It is only natural for people to be hesitant. Let us offer free samples first. I am confident that once tasted, no one will find them unpalatable. This promotional strategy is commonplace in supermarkets, yet in 1993, it was virtually untried, especially in street stalls. Don't miss out on this opportunity, passers-by. New breakfast items. Free tastings, come and try. As Fan Lingling neatly sliced the pancakes, Zhang Yiming took the plate and stood beside the tricycle, raising his voice to call out. In his previous life, Zhang Yiming would never have engaged in such antics, yet now, it felt utterly natural to him. As time progresses, the value of face diminishes, and an increasing number of individuals opt to exchange dignity for currency. Chapter 46. The future billionaire Zhang Yiming's voice was raspy yet robust, although he shouted loudly. It was not jarring, resonating far along the sparsely populated morning street. Initially, no one was willing to approach for a taste, even when offered free of charge. People remained cautious about what they consumed. "Dear neighbors, my mother used to set up her stall here, selling meat pies for 7 or 8 years. I believe many of you have tasted them. Now, she has developed 2 new breakfast options that are simple, convenient, and particularly nutritious. We invite you to sample them for free and provide your feedback. Thank you." Noticing a small gathering of about 10 people, Zhang Yiming began to promote. "What is this? What is that sticky substance on top?" asked a woman carrying a shopping basket, pointing at the tomato sauce on the pancake. "Madam, that is tomato sauce, made by finely chopping tomatoes and sugar, then simmering in oil. It has a tangy sweetness. Please, give it a try." Zhang Yiming extended the plate towards her, but the woman hesitated, reluctant to reach out. Standing beside the tricycle, Fan Lingling felt a twinge of discomfort. Witnessing her son's earnest promotion made her feel inadequate, as if it was her shortcomings that burdened him. "This looks appealing, with vegetables and sausage. I shall give it a try." Zhang Yiming could not help but turn his gaze towards the approaching figure, a man in his late 20s with a center-parted hairstyle, a long and slender face, and noticeably yellowish eyes. He was clad in denim attire, including a jacket and jeans, complemented by a pair of pointed leather shoes that suggested a rather dubious character. "Uncle Daku, when did you return?" Zhang Yiming asked, a genuine smile gracing his lips as he looked at the visitor. This man was Song Jinquan, the son of Dong Daniai, who had departed at the age of 18 to work in Zhuhai with Dong Daniai's distant nephew, seemingly involved in the trade of construction materials. He rarely returned home, but in his childhood, Zhang Yiming had held a fondness for this neighbor, who was a decade his senior. "I just arrived yesterday. Sister-in-law, did you make this?" Song Jinquan inquired, while simultaneously picking up a piece of hand-grabbed pancake and chewing as he greeted Fan Lingling. "Indeed, brother Jinquan. It has been several years since we last met," Fan Lingling replied, her demeanor subdued compared to Zhang Yiming's exuberance. To Zhang Yiming, Song Jinquan was a uniquely intriguing individual, charismatic, ambitious, and an independent spirit unconcerned with societal judgment. However, to the traditional eyes of elders like Fan Lingling, Song Jinquan's actions were deemed frivolous. "This is delicious. Everyone, the flavor is truly remarkable. Don't just stand there, come and taste it. There's no charge. If you like it, you may show your support. If not, there is no obligation to promote it. Come, give it a try," Song Jinquan declared, commandeering the platter from Zhang Yiming without regard for their consent, enthusiastically playing the role of a promotional salesman. Fan Lingling's brow furrowed slightly, her already low spirits sinking further. "Ah, this flavor is quite good. What is this called?" An elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit was the first to inquire. "Sir, this is called hand-grab pancake, and this one is egg-filled pancake, both priced at 80 cents each." "Or 150 for 2, Song Jinquan replied. "That's too expensive." The old man shook his head, his interest waning upon hearing the price. "Sir, it's not expensive at all. Do you know what is inside? It's ham sausage, known as sandwich ham abroad, made from fine meat and quite nutritious. Plus, there are eggs, good for the body, and vegetables. It's a perfect balance of meat and greens. You can eat it directly at home, very convenient." Zhang Yiming was taken aback by Song Jinquan's smooth persuasion, leaving the old man momentarily stunned, ultimately resulting in him purchasing 1 hand-grabbed pancake and 1 egg-filled pancake, becoming Fan Lingling's first customer. With one sale, Others soon followed suit, and by the end of the morning, most of the pancake wrappers prepared by Fan Lingling had been sold, finally bringing a smile to her face. Uncle Daku, today is truly thanks to you, Zhang Yiming expressed sincerely. He acknowledged that while he may possess a fair acumen for business, when it came to eloquence, he humbly conceded to Song Zhenkuan's prowess. Your Uncle Daku has traveled far and wide, so witnessing such occurrences is not new to him. Besides, your pancakes are exceptionally delicious. Even if I were to eloquently persuade, it would be of little use if the product were lacking. Song Zhenkuan habitually brushed his bangs aside, nonchalantly stating, however, I must offer a suggestion, dear sister-in-law. Please do not take it the wrong way. I simply feel that the price of your pancakes is rather steep. Yet, since the price is already set, it cannot be easily altered. I believe it would be prudent to offer some complimentary soy milk or perhaps milk, though the latter may be a bit costly. Providing soy milk should pose no significant issue. This way, the price does not seem too high, and customers will have something to eat and drink, ensuring that sales will flourish. Zhang Yiming could not help but glance at Song Zhenkuan. This little uncle had truly articulated his thoughts. He had contemplated this idea for quite some time, but had yet to implement it, considering today was merely a trial run. Given the positive market response, he could discuss this matter with his mother upon returning home. Uncle Dakuan, you are absolutely right. It is no wonder I have admired you since childhood. Zhang Yiming recalled that Song Zhenkuan seemed to be thriving. During the nascent years of the real estate boom, he had leveraged loans to acquire several properties. The most lucrative was not the vintage two-story building in Sifang City, but a courtyard house in Shangjing, reportedly purchased for less than 3,000 yuan per square meter. 15 years later, the price of that property soared to 60,000 yuan per square meter, reflecting a staggering increase of 2,000%. This reality underscores a profound truth. Sometimes those seemingly obedient and well-behaved children may not achieve as much as those like Song Zhenkuan, who were initially overlooked. Little rascal, so glib of tongue. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Sister-in-law, until we meet again. He waved goodbye as he departed, his hair dancing in the morning breeze, gradually disappearing into the alleyway. Zhang Yiming suddenly recalled a certain individual, a rock singer who had captivated the nation with a single song, a free spirit, inherently restless. At this moment, he was likely still in university, utterly unaware that one day he would ascend to rock stardom, much like Song Zhenkuan, who could not foresee that decades later, he would become a billionaire. Before 9 o'clock, the prepared materials were completely sold out. As she pushed her tricycle back home, Fan Lingling could hardly contain her smile. In the past, she sold a pancake for merely 30 cents, enduring a series of tasks such as grocery shopping, selecting vegetables, and preparing fillings. Now, however, her operations were simplified, allowing her to sell each pancake for 80 cents. Although the costs were slightly higher than before, the overall outcome far exceeded her expectations. Upon returning home, Fan Lingling shared the morning's events with Qin Fong, who beamed with joy, unable to suppress her delight. They realized that since that fateful noon when Zhang Yiming awoke from his nap, their lives had been steadily improving. That afternoon was indeed a momentous occasion for their family. Chapter 47. Waiting for you. Zhang Yiming had a habit of napping in the afternoon. In his previous life, he had maintained this routine until the very day of his demise. Zhang Yiming had just awakened when Ma Jun rushed in, flustered and anxious. Mingzi, you have truly brought me to ruin. Ma Jun's face contorted in distress as he slumped into the rocking chair, resembling a defeated rooster. Ma Jun, what on earth is going on? Although Zhang Yiming was well aware of the situation, even feeling a twinge of amusement, he maintained a stoic facade. It's all your fault for insisting that I gift a turtle. Do you realize that when Lu Fong saw the turtle I presented, her face turned ashen? She kept demanding I stay away from her. I had hoped to make a favorable impression on her, but now, I have only succeeded in aggravating her further. The thought of his idol regarding him with such icy disdain, even loathing, sent pangs of anguish through Ma Jun's heart. Could it be? Aren't women fond of small creatures? Is Lu Fong truly an exception? Zhang Yiming feigned concern while secretly reveling in the drama. He pondered whether his current behavior could be deemed childish, considering he was in his 40s and still captivated by such trivial antics. Alas, my friend, do you think Lu Fong will completely disregard me from now on? Ma Jun rolled his eyes, embodying a spirit of despair. That cannot be. We are classmates, after all. It's impossible for her to ignore you entirely. You are overthinking it. Let us hope so. Regardless, I sense my future is shrouded in darkness. Ma Jun lingered at Zhang Yiming's residence until nightfall, incessantly questioning whether his prospects with Lu Fang were entirely bleak, nearly driving Zhang Yiming to madness. He simply could not comprehend how Ma Jun could become so infatuated with Lu Fang in such a brief span, barely a fortnight since their acquaintance. And yet he was utterly bewitched. That night, after a considerable stretch without dreams, Zhang Yiming found himself dreaming once more. It was akin to his previous dreams, still characterized by torrential rain and the familiar figure stumbling through the downpour. He ran forward, nearly colliding with the figure's back when he was abruptly awakened by an urgent need to relieve himself. Frustrated, Zhang Yiming contemplated whether, upon reuniting with that person 3 years hence at Nanda University, he could indeed remedy the regrets of his past life. Or, perhaps, he ought to act now, for he was aware of her current whereabouts and the nature of her life. No, best to wait a little longer, he decided. After a brief moment, Zhang Yiming shook his head. He needed a bit more time to truly strengthen himself. Only then could he muster the confidence to stand by her side, to protect her, to be her sanctuary. As he left for school, Fan Lingling had yet to return. However, Zhang Yiming felt reassured. From the previous day's experience, he had confirmed that there was indeed a market for hand-grabbed pancakes and egg-filled pancakes. Next, he would focus on building a good reputation. And once the popularity reached a certain height, he would persuade his mother to open a shop, create a brand, and ultimately establish a chain. The weather had already turned to late autumn, and Zhang Yiming was clad not only in a thermal top and a sweater, but also his school uniform. This layering gave him a slightly more robust appearance. As he rode his bicycle, the wheels crunched over the fallen leaves along the roadside, producing a delightful rustling sound that filled him with a sense of pleasure. Unconsciously, Zhang Yiming began to hum a tune. I want to be as free as a dream, as strong as the sky, experiencing the meaning of life on this winding path. Zhang Yiming, what song are you singing? With a sudden screech, Zhang Yiming slammed on the brakes, nearly tumbling off his bike. He had not noticed that Li Jia was waiting for him at the bridge. This small bridge was an essential part of his daily journey to school, and it was evident that Li Jia had carefully timed her arrival. Just humming a little. What are you doing here? Zhang Yiming deflected, as he certainly could not reveal that the song was penned by a rock star 14 years in the future. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Zhang Yiming was genuinely perplexed about when he had ever caught this girl's attention. He searched his memory fruitlessly. Their interactions, in this life or any previous one, could be summarized as nearly non-existent. Well, who else would I be waiting for? Let us go. With that, Li Jia hopped onto her white bicycle and swiftly sped off. Zhang Yiming had never seen a girl ride so boldly as Li Jia did. He intentionally lagged behind her, but she seemed indifferent, her round figure swaying rhythmically ahead, clearly in high spirits. Upon arriving at school, Zhang Yiming deliberately pushed his bicycle deep into the rack, wishing to avoid entering the classroom alongside Li Jia. Zhang Yiming, why are you taking so long? Locking your bike shouldn't feel like giving birth. Zhang Yiming looked at Li Jia in disbelief. How could she be so audacious? Had she always been like this in a past life? As Li Jia and Zhang Yiming entered the classroom one after the other, Lu Fang's expression immediately shifted. Li Jia, what do you mean by this? Lu Fang, did you have a bad breakfast or something? What is wrong with me? Li Jia placed her backpack on her desk and met Lu Fang's gaze. I told you to stay away from Ma Jun. Ma Jun is Ma Jun, and Zhang Yiming is Zhang Yiming, all right? No, they are two peas in a pod. You need to keep your distance from Zhang Yiming as well. Li Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment, she retrieved her notebook from her bag. Lu Fang, you're going too far, Li Jia murmured, then ignored Lu Fang and began to silently write English vocabulary. Lu Fang was taken aback by Li Jia's unexpected retort. It struck her lofty sense of superiority like a bolt from the blue, prompting her to glance once more at Zhang Yiming. A few minutes later, Ma Jun entered the classroom, his eyes immediately seeking Lu Fang's, only to be met with her frosty gaze. In the afternoon, Zhang Yiming received a notification to attend a meeting for the literary club after the third period. The Literary Society was established merely 2 years ago, a fact unbeknownst to Zhang Yiming in his previous life. Although Tanyuan County is a small town, its educational philosophy is undeniably progressive. He later encountered numerous university students who expressed astonishment upon learning that his high school had a literary society and a classical studies society. The Sangao Chinese Literary Society is located on the first floor of the teaching building, in a small room at the corner of the staircase. when Zhang Yiming arrived. Approximately 10 unfamiliar faces were already seated inside. After a brief glance, he proceeded to a position further inside, but before he could sit down, someone swiftly removed the chair from beneath him. The individual who took the chair was a tall and slender student, likely from a higher grade judging by his uniform. Zhang Yiming thought little of it and shifted to take a seat beside him, only to have the chair snatched away again by the same tall student. "Excuse me, was that chair occupied?" Zhang Yiming inquired, not recognizing this student, yet sensing that his actions were rather peculiar, taking a chair without occupying it himself or offering it to anyone else. "If someone comes, they will sit," the student retorted. Given this response, Zhang Yiming felt it inappropriate to press further. After all, in his 16-year-old form, did he truly fear standing for a while? A few minutes later, Zhao Hongxiang entered the room. Zhang Yiming, whether it was a mere illusion or not, perceived a fleeting exchange of glances between the tall student and Zhao Hongxiang. "The president has matters to attend to today. I will convene the meeting," Zhao Hongxiang announced as he stood beside the table, addressing the members present, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yiming's presence. "Zhang Yiming, why aren't you sitting?" After the others had settled, Zhao Hongxiang finally turned his gaze toward Zhang Yiming, his tone betraying surprise. In that moment, Zhang Yiming confirmed that his earlier suspicion was indeed correct. Zhao Hongxiang had conspired with others to assert dominance over him. "Isn't it clear how many chairs the Literary Society has?" Zhao Hongxiang continued, feigning ignorance. The Literary Society, being a student organization, often had its furniture borrowed by other groups. And Zhang Yiming admitted he was unaware of the exact number of chairs. "What do you mean by that?" he queried, observing Zhao Hongxiang's pretense of ignorance with a cold smirk in his heart. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he realized that Zhao Hongxiang could resort to such underhanded tactics. It made sense. In his previous life, he had not joined the Literary Society, and there had been no conflict with Zhao Hongxiang, who had deemed him an inconsequential figure, thus allowing them to coexist without incident. "How tedious. Are all our members present?" Zhao Hongxiang inquired. "Yes, we are all here. A total of 16, came the reply. "My apologies, but since everyone is present, it would be inappropriate for you to occupy that chair any longer," Zhang Yiming stated, stepping forward to seize the chair beside the tall student. "Very well, Vice President. Let us commence the meeting," Zhang Yiming declared as he sat down, turning to Zhao Hongxiang. Zhao Hongxiang was momentarily taken aback, as was the tall student. Yet with the chair already taken, it was too late for further objections. Both could only relent. Today's meeting focused on 2 primary topics. The first was to welcome 3 new members to the Literary Society: Zhang Yu from Class 1 of the first year, Wenting from Class 5, and Zhang Yiming from Class 4. Let us all extend a warm round of applause to welcome them into our society. As Zhao Hongxiang concluded his statement, he initiated the applause, which resonated throughout the room, albeit moderately. The second agenda item involved a discussion and announcement regarding our club activities for this semester. As everyone is aware, the anniversary of our school is approaching, and as a club, we enthusiastically participate in this annual event. This year is particularly significant as it marks our 20th anniversary. The teachers from the Youth League Committee have already indicated that the celebrations will be grand, with invitations extended to students and teachers from our sister schools. The president and I have successfully secured a spot on the event preparation committee, an opportunity that is indeed rare. Before Zhao Hongxiang could finish his thought, Zhang Yiming sensed that this matter was undoubtedly connected to him. Indeed, before his speculation could fade, Zhao Hongxiang's voice resonated once more. "Given the rarity of this opportunity, the president and I believe we should allow the newcomers to experience this valuable training, enabling them to swiftly immerse themselves in the spirit and atmosphere of our literary society. Now, I would like to invite the 3 newcomers to stand so that everyone can become acquainted with them." As Zhao Hongxiang's words settled, Zhang Yu and Wenting rose to their feet. Zhang Yu's face was unfamiliar to Zhang Yiming, but he recognized Wenting as a student who had transferred from the first high school, lured by waivers of fees and educational subsidies. She had excelled in her entrance examinations, gaining admission to Fudan University, and was a reserve girl with glasses and shoulder-length hair. Zhang Yiming was the last to stand. Zhang Yu glanced at him, while Wenting kept her head down, showing no curiosity towards him. "Our role in the preparation committee will primarily involve managing logistics. Additionally, we are expected to secure sponsorship for the event, which serves as an early evaluation of our practical abilities." "Zhang Yu, are you interested in this position?" Zhao Hongxiang first inquired of her. I am quite introverted and not adept at communication. I would not perform well in this role, Zhang Yu replied candidly, declining the opportunity. And what about you, Wenting? The vice president asked. Wenting is a key protege of Principal Kong. With the forthcoming mathematics competition, not only is she a vital asset for the school, but also for the entire junior and senior high. She likely lacks the time for such commitments, remarked a lanky individual previously. Indeed, the mathematics competition is crucial for the school's honor, and it would be inappropriate to divert Wenting's focus at this juncture. Zhang Yu is also a girl. The logistical tasks are demanding and require extensive communication, making her unsuitable as well. Zhang Yiming, you are the only male among the 3 new members. It seems this task will inevitably fall to you. Zhang Yiming felt no dissent towards Chao Hongxiang's decision. Was Chao Hongxiang putting him in a difficult position for Lu Feng's sake? The vice president remarked, securing sponsorship has never been part of our agenda. We are merely an ordinary high school. Which company would be inclined to sponsor us? A senior student interjected. Li Bo responded, this matter has already been decided. I assured the president in front of the committee secretary that we must accomplish this, no matter how challenging it may be. Zhang Yiming, this task is entrusted to you. Consider it an initiation for new members. The specific operational details will be directly conveyed by President He. This meeting will conclude here. Everyone should return to their self-study. The meeting was notably brief, lasting no more than 10 minutes. Zhang Yiming observed as the members of the literary society stood and departed, acutely aware that this meeting served not only to assert authority, but also to entrap him, potentially leading to his exit from the society, or at the very least, disqualifying him from being recognized as an outstanding member eligible for additional points in college entrance examinations. Isn't it intriguing? Once everyone had left, Zhang Yiming approached Chao Hongxiang and said, isn't it amusing? Indeed, Zhang Yiming, Chao Hongxiang replied. When you obstruct others, you must face the consequences. This sponsorship matter was never related to the literary society. It was my initiative. What do you think? Surprised? Unexpected? Gazing at Chao Hongxiang's acne-ridden face, Zhang Yiming suddenly felt that stooping to his level was rather uninteresting. Well, I initially had little interest in joining the literary society, but now I find it quite engaging. Sponsorship is trivial. With that, Zhang Yiming brushed past Chao Hongxiang. 2,000 yuan, Zhang Yiming. If you cannot procure it, I have ways to ensure you are expelled from the literary society. Upon hearing Chao Hongxiang's menacing words, Zhang Yiming did not falter in his stride and departed with purpose. At 18, Chao Hongxiang had just reached adulthood, and Zhang Yiming pondered how a high school student, not yet 20, could possess such intricate calculations. Could it truly be the influence of one's family of origin? Post-2010, the most pressing issues have included midlife crises, depression, and parenting. These 3 prevalent topics invariably link back to family of origin. The family of origin significantly shapes an individual's character, behavior, and worldview. Chao Hongxiang's father, Chao Feng, is a businessman, albeit one who frequently flouts the law, engaging in tax evasion as a matter of routine. Before venturing into business, Chao Feng was known for his cunning nature, climbing the corporate ladder at the expense of others. Chao Hongxiang's mother operates a dance hall, which remained unaffected during last year's crackdown. Unlike many hair salons that were shut down, it is evident that without some degree of guile, such resilience would be impossible. Chao Hongxiang, at his tender age, adeptly devised such traps for himself, clearly having prepared an escape route. While others may regard 2,000 yuan as significant, for Chao Hongxiang, it is hardly a concern. He likely perceives this as an opportunity for free promotion of their company. Truly a win-win scenario. Indeed, a fanciful thought. Chapter 49. Hosting guests upon returning to the classroom, He Jing summoned Zhang Yiming to the office. Teacher He, I recently received a notification from the Youth League Committee stating that you are to represent the Literary Society in securing a corporate sponsorship of 2,000 yuan. Why had you not mentioned this to me before? Do you comprehend the significance of 2,000 yuan? Zhang Yiming cast a glance at He Jing's desk, and indeed, there lay a notification bearing the signature of the committee's teacher. Zhang Yiming looked at He Jing, feeling quite astonished. He always sensed that He Jing seemed to be overly concerned about him. Despite his poor academic performance, ranking among the underachievers, and lacking the art of flattery towards teachers, why was He Jing so attentive to him? Was it merely because of his talent in writing? Zhang Yiming was not narcissistic enough to believe that the teacher harbored any ill intentions. He Jing was a person of pure character. Thus, Zhang Yiming found no flaws in her and was simply filled with curiosity. I am speaking to you. Why didn't you greet the teacher earlier? Teacher He. I only learned of this matter just a few minutes prior to you. Didn't you ask for this initiative to showcase your eagerness? He Jing's tone softened slightly. Certainly not. Zhang Yiming was not so inexperienced as to take on such a task for the sake of a nebulous 5 points in the future. He wished to remain low-key. Very well then. I shall inform Secretary Zhang to seek another candidate for this task. You may return to your self-study for now. He Jing let out a sigh of relief, which Zhang Yiming noticeably perceived. Thank you, Teacher He. However, since the notification from the Youth League Committee has already arrived, I will strive to give it my best effort. It would be unreasonable to abandon it without even trying. If I truly find it unfeasible, I will certainly inform you. Zhang Yiming, this is rather impulsive of you. I enrolled you in the Literary Society for a purpose. You are well aware of this. This matter may very well be included in your assessment as a new member. Should your evaluation fall short, your initial aspiration to join the society will be compromised. There were other teachers present in the office, and He Jing's voice slightly rose at this point, necessitating a halt. Though this matter was well understood among teachers, it was prudent to maintain a low profile, especially since He Jing was a newly assigned teacher and should avoid drawing attention. Teacher He, I understand. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. I am confident I can accomplish this task. Do be careful not to neglect your studies. The monthly assessment is approaching, and this is your first examination. Your results should not be disheartening. Understood, Teacher He. I shall take my leave now. He Jing nodded, though the concern on her face lingered. As Zhang Yiming exited the office, his bewilderment deepened. Upon his return to the classroom, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Mingzi, I'm heading to my aunt's house tonight. I'm off. Ma Jun, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, called out to Zhang Yiming. Ma Jun's aunt was his father's younger sister, and their families shared a close bond, dining together for 2 days each month since elementary school. Zhang Yiming too was included in these gatherings, and he saw this as an opportunity to complete his physics exercises at school and seek assistance from Guy Meng for the questions he struggled with. Zhang Yiming, could you step out for a moment? Just as he had begun solving 2 problems, he heard someone calling for him. Is there something you need? The one calling out for Zhang Yiming was Lu Tiantian. Petite in stature, Lu Tiantian appeared delicate standing across from Zhang Yiming. Her earlobes fair and now tinged with a subtle blush. Did you not promise to treat me to a meal? I have some time today. Oh. Zhang Yiming nearly forgot about this commitment. After all, having owed her such a significant favor, treating her to a meal was indeed warranted. Yet, it was necessary for her to bring it up herself. Habitually accustomed to being a gentleman in his past life, Zhang Yiming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wait for me at the school gate. I'll go grab my backpack and meet you shortly. He turned on his heel and hurried back to his seat, crumpling the test paper before shoving it into his bag. Guy Meng, let us go out for a bite. I'm not going. I have to head to the hospital later. Since that incident at the hospital, Guy Meng had been visiting daily, visibly losing weight and growing more taciturn. He had always been reticent, but now he scarcely uttered a word. Let us eat first, and then go. I can bring some back for my sister. No. I'm going to the hospital now. You and Lu Tiantian go ahead. Zhang Yiming was taken aback that Guy Meng knew he was inviting Lu Tiantian to dinner, and that remark felt a bit suggestive. He instinctively wanted to clarify, but swallowed his words upon seeing Guy Meng engrossed in rummaging through his desk. All right then, send my regards to your sister. If you need my help with anything, just let me know. I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Goodbye. Zhang Yiming paused momentarily, then shouldered his backpack and exited. He discreetly glanced towards the spot where the fiercely Jia usually sat, relieved to find it empty. As he pushed his bicycle outside, he immediately spotted Lu Tiantian waiting at the school gate. To be fair, Lu Tiantian was quite lovely, yet her beauty was different from Lu Feng's striking and aloof elegance. Hers was gentle and understated, perhaps best described as graceful. Especially at that moment, as the evening breeze tousled her hair, it evoked a profound sense of enchantment. Shall we go? Lu Tiantian, though petite, rode a robust racing bike, the frame significantly thicker than an ordinary bicycle, with tires considerably larger as well. Mackenzie was located diagonally across from the 3rd high school slope. Zhang Yiming and Lu Tiantian parked their bicycles outside and chose a table towards the back. A deliberate choice by Zhang Yiming to avoid drawing attention to their meal together. In this era, interactions between boys and girls were far from open, and pure friendships were easily misconstrued. It could lead to severe repercussions if the school found out. Compared to 20 years later, when one could casually meet nearby individuals and engage in brief conversations leading to a hotel room. This period could indeed be deemed conservative. Nonetheless, Zhang Yiming preferred the present. Even decades later, despite possessing wealth, he would not relish encounters devoid of emotional connection. Once those trivial hormones were released, one's soul felt even more vacant, devoid of peace. What do you want to eat? Order anything you like. Really? I have quite the appetite. Are you not worried I might order too much? Do not be afraid. Shall we order from the menu then? I am not a pig, Li Zhenting whispered, her face flushing crimson to the roots of her neck. Zhang Yiming was somewhat taken aback. How did such a shy personality muster the courage to pass notes to herself previously? Ultimately, Li Zhenting ordered merely a hamburger and a cup of juice. If Zhang Yiming insisted on ordering more, she would express her annoyance. He understood that Li Zhenting was merely concerned about him spending money. Such a pure-hearted girl, who thinks of others selflessly, will become increasingly rare, perhaps even facing extinction. Zhang Yiming, are you here? Li Zhenting, you too? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Yiming felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, why does this presence linger? Chapter 50. Unwanted romantic advances. Li Zhenting's face turned crimson, and her hand holding the juice trembled slightly. Li Jia, she greeted softly. What are you so nervous about? I cannot possibly eat you, haha? Perfect timing. I ordered something too. Let us dine together. Without waiting for Li Zhenting and Zhang Yiming to respond, Li Jia seated herself beside Zhang Yiming. Move in a bit. Do you lack awareness? Zhang Yiming felt a headache coming on. Yet, regardless of how brazen a girl may be, he could not utter anything impolite. However, Li Zhenting's expression was evidently not favorable. Tian, why are you eating so little? No wonder you are so thin, Li Jia remarked, disrupting the already subdued atmosphere between Zhang Yiming and Li Zhenting, rendering them nearly speechless. Sister, is my order ready? I am waiting to eat. Li Jia seemed oblivious to the tension among the three and called out towards the bar. A woman in an orange outfit approached with a tray. This is my sister, from my uncle's side. Sister, this is my classmate, Li Jia briefly introduced. Hello, sister. Zhang Yiming felt compelled to greet her, while Li Zhenting also quietly nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, Jia, you ought to eat less. Your waist resembles a barrel. If you continue this way, you might not find a husband. Sister, my classmate is still here. Could you spare me some dignity? All right. I will get back to work. Enjoy your meal. As the woman turned to leave, Zhang Yiming silently mused that Li Jia's assertive personality must be hereditary. Here are the fried chicken legs, just freshly fried. You two enjoy. Li Jia pushed the tray towards the center of the table. I am full. You two eat. Thank you. Li Zhenting remained motionless. I shall not eat either. You can have it all. Zhang Yiming found it challenging to accept Li Jia's relentless presence, his tone inevitably growing cold. None of you are eating? Then I shall indulge. Li Jia, dismissing all pretense, seized a hamburger and began to eat heartily. Initially, Zhang Yiming did not mind, but as the tray emptied of hamburgers, fries, and fried chicken legs, and Li Jia requested another hamburger and chicken leg from her sister, he was taken aback. Li Jia's appetite, since 2018, has undoubtedly marked him as a prominent internet celebrity known for his voracious eating. Although he is not particularly fond of mobile phones, he still occasionally browses through short videos on platforms like Douyin and Huashan, predominantly enjoying food broadcasts. He follows two notable figures, Mi Zijun and Lang Weixian, both of whom are exceptional in the realm of competitive eating. However, judging by Li Jia's demeanor, his capabilities should not be underestimated. Regrettably, by the time food broadcasting gained popularity, Li Jia had already surpassed the age of discernment, making it unlikely for him to pursue such a career. What is wrong with you two? Why are your eyes so wide? Oh, it's nothing. Li Zhenting quickly averted her gaze, returning it to her nearly finished glass of juice. What about you? I have nothing to say either. I just find your eating quite delightful, Zhang Yiming candidly remarked. Li Jia may have been a bit boisterous, yet he was undeniably a person with a genuine zest for life. Once Li Jia finished his meal, Li Zhenting stood up. I have something to attend to tonight. I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Wait, I'll leave too. Zhang Yiming also rose. Let us go together, sister. You can tidy up while I head out. The three exited the McKinsey establishment, and night had already begun to fall. Li Zhenting, where's your home? I live in Dongfu community, not far from here. I'll be on my way. Goodbye. Li Zhenting offered a smile before pedaling away on her bicycle. However, her earlier smile appeared somewhat forced. Zhang Yiming. Did I interrupt something significant for you? Li Jia inquired. What nonsense are you talking about? What significance? Simply what? Zhang Yiming initially intended to express gratitude to Lu Tiantian for lending him money previously, which prompted their meal together. Yet, articulating this might lead to further speculation from Li Jia, creating unnecessary complications. It's merely a meal. Stop with the nonsense. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Zhang Yiming preferred not to engage further with Li Jia, mounting his bicycle and departing swiftly. He pondered why fate seemed to have bestowed upon him a second chance at life, along with an unexpected romantic fortune. Yet, he truly did not desire such complications. Sigh. Upon returning home, Zhang Yiming was greeted by his father, Zhang Hashan, seated in a chair. It was still before 6 o'clock. Why had his father returned so early? Zhang Hashan, a machine repairman at the food factory, worked on a shift basis with 2 other technicians, and today was supposed to be the night shift, meaning he wouldn't return until at least 8 o'clock. The factory had been contracted out and was currently non-operational. Zhang Hashan's tone was somber. Although he had anticipated this day would eventually arrive, its reality weighed heavily on his heart. Zhang Yiming was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Gao Wenjun to disseminate the news so swiftly. However, this situation was inevitable. His initial intention in acquiring the food factory was to benefit his father. But first, he needed to eliminate all obstacles before transferring ownership to him, starting with the bloated and aging workforce. Zhang Hashan was a straightforward individual, yet deeply sentimental. If the factory were directly handed over to him, it would likely become a retirement home for the employees, sustaining them until their retirement. If that were the case, Zhang Yiming's acquisition of the food factory would hold no purpose whatsoever. However, when it comes to Gao Wenjun handling the matter, the situation takes a different turn. First, production and operations will cease, and employees will be arranged for their layoffs and subsequent reemployment. Compensation for severance will be addressed, and once the turmoil subsides, Wang Fa will be invited back to the food factory to take charge of operations, with Zhang Hashan reinstated through a reemployment agreement. As for the remaining employees of the food factory, those who are of a reasonable age and possess commendable skills may also be welcomed back. Zhang Yiming estimated that this process would require approximately 2 months. During this period, they would certainly not be idle. In fact, they might find themselves exceedingly busy, as reviving a near-bankrupt enterprise entails an astonishing amount of preparatory work. Father, taking on the contract could be a good thing, with someone stepping in. The veteran employees like yourselves might still have the opportunity to work at the factory, Zhang Yiming suggested. Every new ruler brings in their own ministers. What new owner would want to employ us, the old guards? No need to worry. I have it all under control. Zhang Hashan replied as he lit another cigarette. Father, you should cut down on smoking. It's detrimental to your lungs. Zhang Hashan had suffered from severe emphysema in his past life, almost developing lung cancer due to his smoking habit. Especially after he became bedridden, he averaged 2 boxes a day. Zhang Yiming attempted to persuade him to quit, but Zhang Hashan protested by refusing to eat, leaving Yiming with no choice but to instruct the caregivers to reduce the amount he smoked as much as possible. Understood. Now, please get back to your homework, Zhang Hashan said dismissively. Zhang Yiming sensed his father's indifference and refrained from further discussion, retreating to his room. Yet, as he sat at his desk, he found himself unable to concentrate on his studies, the pen lingering in his grasp without falling to the paper. For reasons unknown, the gaunt, waxen face of his father from his previous life kept surfacing in his mind. Chapter 51. Unexpected Circumstances, November 25th, Friday. As Zhang Yiming exited the bike shelter with his backpack slung over his shoulder, he unexpectedly encountered Chao Hongxiang. Zhang Yiming, how's the sponsorship situation coming along? Chao Hongxiang asked, his bag slung casually across his shoulder, chewing on a piece of sugarcane. What answer would the vice president like to hear? Zhang Yiming continued walking, but Chao Hongxiang blocked his path with an outstretched arm. Stop pretending, Zhang. Has that scoundrel Ma Jun taken a liking to Lu Fang? Tell him to know his limits. A toad should not aspire to eat swan meat. And as for you, it would be wise to withdraw from the literary society voluntarily. If I have to force you out, it won't end well. Chao Hongxiang's voice was low, barely audible to anyone but the two of them. His expression bore a light smirk, making it appear to any onlooker as though they were engaged in a normal conversation. By the way, please inform Lu Fang to keep her distance from Ma Jun. As for withdrawing from the literary society, that is simply out of the question. Zhang Yiming replied with a smile, then forcefully shrugged off Chao Hongxiang's arm and strode away. Chao Hongxiang was taken aback by Zhang Yiming's firm demeanor, his expression shifting noticeably. Encountering such a situation early in the day inevitably affected Zhang Yiming's mood. My sister has been discharged from the hospital. She mentioned wanting to treat you and your friend to a meal as a token of gratitude. He heard Guy Ming's voice as he settled into a chair. Oh, no need for that. Let her rest for a while and recuperate properly, Zhang Yiming casually remarked, oblivious to the subtle tension on Guy Ming's face. The first lesson was English, but instead of a lecture, a brief assessment took place, in which Zhang Yiming scored 68 points. For most, such a failing mark would elicit little excitement, perhaps even a sense of shame. Yet, Zhang Yiming clutched his paper and chuckled foolishly for a considerable time. He had answered every question earnestly, without resorting to guesswork, though merely a simple quiz. It felt to Zhang Yiming as though it had opened a gateway leading him toward Nanda, especially since the semester had just begun a month prior. Yiming, your luck with guessing answers today seems quite high, Ma Jun remarked, holding his own paper with a tinge of envy. Ma Jun and Zhang Yiming were undoubtedly kindred spirits. Both typically scored around 30 points in English, and their answering methods were synchronously dubious, relying on chance or choosing options based on length. Thus, if either managed to exceed the 30-point threshold, it indicated a stroke of good fortune. Please, I answered on my own merit. It was genuine knowledge, Zhang Yiming retorted. Huh. Spare me the act. We both know each other too well. With your mediocre English skills, claiming knowledge is quite a stretch. Have you no shame? Ma Jun scoffed, unconvinced. While Zhang Yiming chose not to elaborate further, believing that time would reveal the truth. Not even passing, and you still boast. What audacity. Suddenly, a female voice interrupted, prompting Zhang Yiming to turn. It was Lu Fong. Upon seeing her, Ma Jun's gaze became fixated. However, Lu Fong was addressing his closest friend, so he felt compelled to speak. Lu Fong, Yiming was just joking. He isn't bragging, he defended. Please, one scored poorly while the other nearly hit single digits. It's no wonder you two are friends. Birds of a feather flock together, Lu Fong retorted, her words dripping with disdain. Zhang Yiming regarded her attractive features, perplexed by the narrow-mindedness and biting sarcasm of a high school girl. Reflecting on Chao Hongxiang's demeanor from earlier that morning, he thought it was true that not all families belong under the same roof. Indeed, Chao Hongxiang and Lu Fong were a perfect match. However, in a previous life, they had not ended up together. Chao Hongxiang remained at the university as a teacher, while Lu Fong seemed to have married a wealthy businessman and became a full-time housewife. Lu Fong, your comments are a bit excessive. What have they done to deserve this? Li Jia, who had remained silent until now, interjected. She was aware of Lu Fong's disdain for Ma Jun and Zhang Yiming, but as Lu Fong's remarks grew increasingly harsh, she could no longer hold her tongue. Li Jia, what is the matter with you? Why do you always side with them? Are you even my friend? Lu Fong glared at her, incredulity etched across her face. Please refrain from using the term friends as a means of intimidation. I am merely addressing the matter at hand. Both of them did poorly in English. Yet you have also experienced failures in chemistry, Li Jia remarked. Upon uttering these words, he seemed to sense their inappropriateness, but it was too late to retract them. Fine, Li Jia, you may continue to side with them, she retorted. Lu Fong's eyes reddened with anger as she shot a fierce glare at Ma Jun and Zhang Yiming, kicking her chair before haughtily returning to her seat. Li Jia's expression faltered momentarily, but quickly disappeared as he turned back to his seat. However, Zhang Yiming distinctly observed Lu Fong sweeping Li Jia's English book onto the floor. Do you think she is still upset about the turtle I gifted her? Zhang Yiming mused. Throughout the exchange, he remained silent, suddenly realizing that while Li Jia was indeed brash, she was far preferable to Lu Fong, possessing a straightforward and honest nature. Even if you laid your heart bare for her, she would remain indifferent. Zhang Yiming shot Ma Jun a disapproving glance. How can Ma Jun be so bewitched by such a sharp-tongued and vindictive girl? Isn't he afraid of being dismembered someday? Ma Jun was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yiming's words. He too had noticed Lu Fong's unpleasant demeanor, yet there was something undeniably captivating about her anger. Due to Lu Fong, the excitement Zhang Yiming felt from the recent quiz dissipated swiftly. Fortunately, he possessed the maturity of someone in their 40s. Or else he might have confronted Lu Fong directly. Before long, the weekend arrived. Each weekend marked the busiest time for Zhang Yiming, especially this one. As an unexpected event unfolded, one that caught him completely off guard. On Saturday morning, while assisting at Fan Lingling's breakfast stall, he heard the sound of a ringing phone. It was the landline of de Fa Communications. Checking the time and the remaining supplies in the tricycle, Zhang Yiming bid farewell to his mother and headed straight for the de Fa Communications store. De Fa, what's the matter so early in the morning? Xiaoming, come. We need to go somewhere. Where to? You'll find out when we arrive. Before Zhang Yiming could step into the store, Wang Fa pushed him out and locked the door behind them, pulling Zhang Yiming onto his motorcycle. Despite Zhang Yiming's repeated inquiries about what was happening and their destination, Wang Fa remained tight-lipped, focusing solely on riding westward. After 6 or 7 minutes, the motorcycle came to a halt in front of a 2-story building on Shiguan Street. This building, known as Xiaobai Lu, was quite famous in Tanyuan County, painted white, hence its name. Constructed by a Japanese individual in the 1950s, the structure was remarkably well built, having withstood decades of storms without a hint of instability. It was later sold to locals and had served various purposes, including a restaurant, a seed shop, and a pig feed and fertilizer store. At this point, Wang Fa pointed towards Xiaobai Lu Chapter 52, the emergence of competitors Xiaoming. Have you seen this? Wang Fa's voice was tinged with excitement, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed towards the Xiaobai building. Zhang Yiming maintained an impassive expression. He had anticipated this day would come, yet he was taken aback by its swift arrival. A newly hung sign on the balcony of the second floor of Xiaobai building caught the morning sun, its bold characters painted in a style reminiscent of the 1990s. With a white base and red lettering, it boldly proclaimed, Cody Communications Company. What should we do, Xiaoming? Wang Fa's urgency was palpable. What do you mean? What should we do? Zhang Yiming replied calmly. The establishment of Cody Communications is clearly an attempt to seize the market from us. We have only just begun and have yet to earn a significant profit. How can our modest communications store compete with such a large company? Wang Fa was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Earlier that morning, while retrieving his motorcycle from the repair shop, he was blindsided by the sight of the new sign. Had he known where Zhang Yiming was, he would have rushed over immediately. Although Zhang Yiming had previously warned him about potential competition, he had also suggested it would be at least half a year before such a company emerged. Now, merely a month had passed, and Wang Fa had not yet fully relished the pleasure of earning effortlessly. What do you propose? Should we smash this company? Dismantle it? Or perhaps stand outside their door to shout insults? Xiaoming, that's not what I meant, Wang Fa admitted, realizing his mindset lacked the steadiness of Zhang Yiming's. He felt disconcerted, as the reality of this communications company loomed before him. Before meeting Zhang Yiming, he had never envisioned grand ambitions. Content with his small communications store and a modest monthly income of 1,000 to 1,800 yuan, he felt fulfilled. After all, earning over 1,000 yuan made him part of the higher income bracket in Tanyuan County. Yet, encountering Zhang Yiming had ignited a desire for something greater. He longed to transcend the confines of his small shop and increase his earnings. Consequently, his sense of crisis was heightened. Those who have never experienced loss do not fear it, but he was not one of them. Brother Fa, remember, never fear competition. The existence of competition is essential for our growth and a necessary condition for the industry to become standardized and professional. In a certain sense, we should not only embrace competition but welcome it with open arms. A broad-minded approach will allow us to stand tall above the rest. Wang Fa absorbed Zhang Yiming's words. Since the day they met, Zhang Yiming had continuously surprised him, yet now he felt increasingly perplexed by him. He sensed that beneath this youthful exterior lay the wisdom of an elder, one who had witnessed the myriad transformations of the world. Let us go? Go where? To familiarize ourselves with our competitors. With that, Zhang Yiming strode purposefully across the street. Wang Fa let out a soft exclamation, then shook his head, following closely behind Zhang Yiming. The entrance of the Cody Communications Company exuded an air of sophistication. In the 1990s, a revolving door was a rare sight. As Wang Fa gazed at the revolving door, it appeared to him as a curious beast, prompting Zhang Yiming to internally sigh. Stop dawdling, let us enter. You will take the lead in the conversation, and remember to observe my gaze, understood? Oh yes, Wang Fa replied. Despite Wang Fa being 14 years Zhang Yiming's senior, nearly double his age, he exhibited a childlike demeanor, with Zhang Yiming steering their interactions. Zhang Yiming pushed Wang Fa through the door before extending his hand to give the revolving door a gentle push. Having never ventured inside the Xiaobai building before, Zhang Yiming was taken aback by its vastness. The ground floor alone spanned over 100 square meters, exuding a sense of spaciousness. In one corner, There were approximately 7 or 8 brand new counters, adorned with white frames and predominantly glass, creating an airy ambience. "Is that a mobile phone?" Wang Fei exclaimed, nearly gasping upon seeing the items displayed at the counter. Not only Wang Fei, but even Zhang Yiming felt a flicker of astonishment. Unlike mere devices, the mobile phones of that era represented a status symbol that transcended the ordinary. With the advent of the mobile phone in China in 1987, Zhang Yiming, who had established himself in the communications industry, possessed extensive knowledge on the subject. The term mobile phone was derived from the renowned martial arts star, Sammo Hung, who, during his directorial days, was often seen wandering the film set with a mobile phone in hand, frequently featured in newspaper interviews clutching the device. Hung himself was colloquially referred to as Big Brother, leading the media to adopt this moniker for mobile phones. The first individual in China to own a mobile phone was Su Feng, chairman of the Zhonghai Group, indicating the elite status of those who could afford such a luxury. Initially, mobile phones were priced around 20,000 yuan, yet the actual cost to procure one was closer to 25,000 yuan, with black market prices soaring to 50,000 yuan. Such exorbitant prices were prohibitive even for many small to medium-sized enterprises. By 1993, although mobile phones had become less rare, they still commanded prices exceeding 12,000 to 13,000 yuan, with wholesale costs above 8,000 yuan. The presence of 5 mobile phones at the counter hinted at the formidable economic strength of this communications store. Among the 8 counters, alongside the 5 mobile phones, there were over 30 additional devices displayed, not including the substantial inventory likely stored beyond the showcases. "Are you here to purchase a phone or a mobile phone?" Just as Wang Fei and Zhang Yiming were immersed in their astonishment, a voice pierced through the air. Turning around, Zhang Yiming spotted a middle-aged woman emerging from a room on the first floor. "Is it you?" Zhang Yiming inquired, his surprise deepening as he beheld the woman, who appeared slightly plump with a round face, even more astonishing than the mobile phones they had just encountered. "Do you know me?" The middle-aged woman regarded Zhang Yiming, seemingly unable to recall him. Wang Fei was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Zhang Yiming would be acquainted with this person from Cody Communications. "That morning, my sister borrowed my phone card near Huanghai Park." Zhang Yiming held a favorable impression of this sister, even though she was now their competitor. "Phone card. Young man, you must be mistaken," the woman said with a smile. Zhang Yiming was momentarily stunned. Indeed, she was in the business of selling these items. It was inconceivable that she would not possess a mobile phone. However, Zhang Yiming cast another glance at the woman, and he was certain of his memory. Particularly when it came to faces, he could almost be described as having an eidetic memory. The woman who had lent him the phone card that day was undoubtedly her. "Perhaps I've remembered incorrectly." Regardless of her denial, Zhang Yiming saw no necessity to press the matter further. "Is everything all right? Are you here to purchase a phone?" "Oh, just came to take a look." Zhang Yiming subtly prodded Wang Fei at his lower back, prompting him to speak. "All right then, you may browse. I'll tidy up a bit. If you find something you like, just call for me," the woman said before turning to the corner to retrieve a cloth and began to wipe down the counter. Wang Fei looked at Zhang Yiming, silently inquiring what their next course of action should be. Chapter 53. Wang Fei struggles. "Sister, how much are the mobile phones?" Wang Fei, catching Zhang Yiming's glance, asked. "Mobile phones? Do you need an invoice?" "Invoice? Oh, no invoice, just for personal use." After glancing at Zhang Yiming, Wang Fei continued. "Oh, without an invoice, it's 15,000. With an invoice, it's 15,500. However, we're currently out of stock. If you wish to purchase, you would have to wait until next week for delivery." "But there are several phones in the display case. Why are they out of stock?" "These are all pre-ordered," the woman replied. Wang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 mobile phones had already been sold, and it seemed the store had only just opened. "Sister, how much for this phone then?" "It depends on what you're looking for. The prices can vary significantly." The woman maintained a pleasant demeanor, wiping the counter while explaining to Wang Fei. "Different? What is the difference?" Wang Fei clearly did not comprehend the woman's words, but Zhang Yiming immediately grasped the implication, although he had not previously considered it. "Haha, my brother. The phones here come in 2 varieties. One is digital paging, which is cheaper. If you're genuinely interested in buying, I can offer you one for 1,600, complete with a paging number. The other is a Chinese display model, which is pricier at 3,500. But rest assured, I can guarantee you that in the entire Tanyuan County, Only I have the Chinese display model. You won't find a better price. Even if someone were to bring it from Dongguan. Chinese display? Wang Fa was perplexed and did not understand what it meant. It's the kind that can display characters. It beeps twice, and you can see what the other person is saying. The woman's explanation was vivid and relatable, succinctly encapsulating the essence of the Chinese display phone. Oh, sister, let me think it over. That price is rather steep. All right, consider the matter carefully. Several thousand yuan is indeed no trifling sum. It's wise to deliberate thoroughly, as a well-considered decision could lead to a discount from the sister. Thank you, dear sister. As Wang Fa and Zhang Yiming exited the shop, Wang Fa felt as though he had lost his footing, drifting aimlessly, and if not for Zhang Yiming's grip, he would have been utterly disoriented. Brother de Fa, is it really necessary? Xiaoming, our shop is not far from closing. Wang Fa mumbled, his mind clouded. Wang Fa, how should I put this? This is precisely what they mean by boosting others' confidence while diminishing one's own. Why are we closing? Can you take some responsibility for your words? Observing that Wang Fa was already 30 yet exhibited the emotional resilience of a child. Nay, even less than that. Zhang Yiming felt genuine frustration, akin to trying to uplift a piece of soggy clay. How am I being irresponsible? Did you not see or hear? 5 Big Brother models have already been reserved, each priced at merely 1,600 yuan. And that one, what was it called, Han something? The one that can display characters directly. Yes, exactly, the type that outputs text. I have never even heard of it. Not to mention, regarding the machines, we simply cannot compete with them. Do you believe it? Believe what? Do you believe her claim that those 5 Big Brother models have been sold? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that sister is lying? If someone is buying, wouldn't she be eager to sell? Why would she say there is no stock? This is ridiculous. Wang Fa scoffed, feeling that Zhang Yiming's attempt at self-comfort was rather superficial and far-fetched. The one with the problem is you. Those few Big Brother models are not genuine. Not genuine. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's remark, Wang Fa felt as though he had been struck by a sudden revelation, jolting him awake. The items displayed at the counter were merely machine models, crafted from plastic at a 1-to-1 scale. Moreover, there were many more models in the counter that were merely plastic shells, serving as mere facades. Could it be? Wang Fa, although perplexed, found a flicker of hope igniting within his despair. Listen, brother de Fa, putting everything aside, if you do not alter your mindset, you can forget about any significant development in your life. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Wang Fa felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had always been of such temperament, fully aware of it. Yet this time, he genuinely perceived that the other party's capabilities far surpassed their own, and the prospects appeared bleak. Let us go? Where to? Back to the shop. Do you wish to continue standing by the roadside as a sentinel? Oh. Returning to the shop, Wang Fa surveyed the cramped space, the inadequate lighting, and the slightly outdated counter, which only deepened his despondency. I'll make a call. Oh. Wang Fa hung his head, resembling a defeated rooster, plopping onto the spring bed, his gaze vacant, entirely absorbed in his own thoughts. Zhang Yiming glanced at Wang Fa, shook his head, and dialed Lu Xiong's number. Han display machine assembly parts? Yes. Currently not all Han display machines are imported as complete units, are they? Zhang Yiming, drawing on memories from his previous life, endeavored to recall the emergence of Han display machines in the market. Yet he was uncertain whether assembly parts had indeed entered the domestic market at this juncture. It is not that I have no experience. Rather, I have never been exposed to this field. The assembly of the Chinese display machine requires a core technology that can only be mastered by professionals. Even if the components are procured, without skilled personnel, assembly remains unfeasible. You need not worry about this. I appreciate your effort in exploring the market over the next couple of days. If you happen upon any components for the Chinese display machine, I would be grateful if you could procure a set and send it my way. Should this be possible, we can continue our collaboration as before. I plan to visit the electronics market this afternoon, and I shall keep an eye out for you. Additionally, please assist me in locating a machine model that closely resembles the original. I am willing to pay a premium for quality. Zhang Yiming hesitated slightly, uncertain whether he should voice his next inquiry. However, upon glancing back at Wang Fa, who appeared lost in thought, he steeled himself. Lu Gu, do you happen to know someone by the name of Li Zhenting? Li Zhenting, you know him? Lu Xiong's tone suggested familiarity, leaving Zhang Yiming in a state of mixed emotions. In truth, Li Zhenting was a friend of Lu Xiong, though Zhang Yiming remained oblivious to this connection. It is unclear whether the two had known each other since 1993. Li Zhenting is a disabled individual. Having lost his right arm from the shoulder down due to an accident involving an electrical box in his village. It is said that his life was spared only because his sister risked her own safety to save him. At the tender age of 16, he ventured out to work in Dongwon alongside the village laborers, enduring disdain due to his disability. Nevertheless, he was intelligent and exceptionally resilient. By the age of 20, he began trading in cassette players and portable music devices, later expanding into cosmetics and clothing. Eventually, he amassed sufficient wealth to enter the communications equipment business. In 2010, Dongwon hosted a wealth conference, where Li Zhenting ranked 9th on the list of the city's wealthiest individuals with a net worth of 5 billion. His company, Zhenhua Communications, emerged as the leading enterprise in Dongwon. By 2016, Zhenhua Communications successfully listed on the New York Stock Exchange, achieving a market capitalization that soared to 21 billion. While it cannot be compared to legendary firms such as Tencent or Alibaba, within the same era and industry, Li Zhenting stands as an impressive figure, one whose success transcends the reach of both Lu Xiong and Zhang Yiming. Hello, young brother. Oh, Lu Gu, would you kindly assist me in obtaining his contact information? It is for a friend. Contact information? Here's the deal, young lad. If you wish to get in touch with him, I will have him call you instead. That works. I appreciate your help, Lu Gu. I look forward to your good news. Sure, I will get back to you by tomorrow morning, at the latest by noon. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yiming took a deep breath. Lu Xiong's words revealed a crucial insight. At this moment, Li Zhenting was still perceived as a marginalized and opportunistic disabled individual. Even Lu Xiong's tone carried a hint of indifference. Only Zhang Yiming understood that this seemingly overlooked, if not scorned, disabled man would, in a decade, become a figure of admiration for the majority of Dongwon's populace. Chapter 54. Even motivational boosts are futile to fa go. Wake up. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fa remained dazed, sitting in silence. Zhang Yiming approached him and gently nudged his shoulder. Truly, it was solely due to Wang Fa's decent character that Zhang Yiming even considered him a partner. Otherwise, he would have vehemently refused. You finished your call. Wang Fa murmured lethargically, his eyes rolling back like a lifeless fish. Yes, I have. Don't worry. I anticipated this situation long ago and have devised a strategy. With me around, the FA Communications will not fall behind. This market belongs to us, whether it's KD Communications or Dai Communications. They shall merely serve as stepping stones for Dai FA Communications. Enough of that. Let's tidy up and head to Sister Tan's place to discuss the handover of the food factory. Zhang Yiming understood that reasoning with someone like Wang Fa would be futile. It was far more effective to inject a dose of motivation. A strategy, you say? Upon hearing those words, Wang Fa's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, his mood shifting faster than a rocket. All right, let us hurry to find Sister Tan. Got it. Observing Wang Fa's capricious temperament, Zhang Yiming shook his head. Having encountered this behavior before, having visited Tan Hongmei's residence previously and being particularly attentive, Wang Fa skillfully maneuvered through the winding alleyway to arrive promptly at her gate. Inside the yard, a voice boomed, Tan Hongmei, mark my words, if I can make your life peaceful, I swear I'm your grandson. Before Wang Fa could finish, the gate swung open with a loud clang, and a burly man charged out, glaring fiercely at Wang Fa and Zhang Yiming before turning away. The timid Wang Fa felt his legs go weak with fear. Sister Tan, Zhang Yiming called out, glancing at the retreating figure before stepping into the yard. Xiao Ming is here. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's voice, Tan Hongmei quickly rose from the sofa, tidying her hair and checking her reflection in the mirror before taking a deep breath to greet him. Wang Fa lingered at the entrance for 2 minutes before finally entering, and upon seeing Tan Hongmei's slightly reddened eyes, he felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, the memory of the burly man's fierce gaze sent a chill down his spine. Sister Tan, that man just now, don't worry, just a fellow villager. You two sit down, I'll wash a few apples, Tan Hongmei interjected. Zhang Yiming refrained from stopping her, knowing she needed a moment to compose herself and did not wish for anyone to dwell on the earlier incident. Xiao Ming, what was that man doing? Wang Fa, hesitant to directly inquire of Tan Hongmei, turned to Zhang Yiming instead. I don't know. It's best if you don't ask. I know, but what if that man had acted violently? Would you stand in for Sister Tan? Wang Fa was momentarily silenced. He dared not assert his courage. As time passed, Zhang Yiming found himself increasingly disillusioned with Wang Fa, apart from his commendable character. There seemed to be little else of merit. Even when attempting to count his virtues, Zhang Yiming struggled to identify more than two. Which woman would desire such a man as a husband? Come, have some apples. They were sent from home. Red jade, an old variety, sweet and tart. Tan Hongmei is an extraordinary woman. After stepping outside for only a few minutes, her emotions had returned to a state of normalcy. Her smile radiant as she picked two apples from the plate, one handed to Zhang Yiming and the other to Wang Fa. As Wang Fa reached out for the apple, he dared not meet Tan Hongmei's gaze. Despite her ignorance of his recent thoughts, he, being a man, could not escape the pangs of guilt stemming from his own vulnerability. Are they delicious? Quite delectable. It seems this year's apple harvest is quite promising. Indeed, haha, we have already begun picking. Upon mentioning her orchard, Tan Hongmei's smile blossomed with genuine warmth. Sister Tan, how is the transportation in your hometown? Is it far from the city center? Zhang Yiming had initially believed that Tan Hongmei was a native of Tanyuan County, only to later discover that she had moved there at the age of 19 with her former husband, hailing from Shangping, an agricultural county. It's passable. A road was just completed last year, providing direct access to the village. I believe you should consider starting an apple picking venture, as it could generate some income. Apple picking? It involves allowing customers to pick their own apples from the orchard, charging by weight, which could yield a few extra cents compared to market prices. Zhang Yiming recalled that in his previous life, orchard picking had been immensely popular, even boosting rural tourism, letting customers pick their own apples and earning more. Xiaoming, what are you thinking, haha? It was evident that Tan Hongmei perceived Zhang Yiming's suggestion as mere jest. He chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further, recognizing that it was 1993, a time of low consumer spending and outdated mindsets. The feasibility of such an idea remained uncertain. I was just daydreaming, haha. Sister Tan, how has the food factory project progressed these past few days? To avoid revealing his involvement, Zhang Yiming had not participated directly in the matter, entrusting it entirely to Tan Hongmei, who, being adept in business, found it manageable to navigate between the food factory without raising suspicion. During the auction, it went for 150,000, but the factory's secretary, Zhao Chang'an, raised objections regarding the purchase price in the contract. Factory director Gao has been quite troubled by this, lamenting to me several times. That's his own doing, complaining is futile. This is not a concern for us, Zhang Yiming remarked dismissively. He felt no sympathy for Gao Wenjun. Had he not resorted to scheming with Chen Xiaoxia, such issues would not have arisen. Gao's complaints to Tan Hongmei were merely an attempt to exploit her gender for financial gain. Zhao Chang'an was a figure of little substance in the factory. Even during its peak, he wielded little influence, and now, with the food factory on the brink of bankruptcy, his authority had diminished further. Xiaoming, your perspective is truly admirable, even leaving me feeling somewhat inadequate. However, you're right. Since I did not engage, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Tan Hongmei sincerely praised Zhang Yiming. Tan Jia, please expedite the process. Let us strive to complete the handover by next week. Simultaneously, ensure that Gao Wenjun resolves the employee severance matters prior to the transition. What we are inheriting is merely a factory building. We desire nothing beyond that. A deposit of 10,000 yuan shall be retained. Should Gao Wenjun fail to manage this properly and leave us with unresolved issues, we shall withhold this sum until he rectifies the situation. Zhang Yiming is acutely aware of Gao Wenjun's nature. If financial incentives were not tied to the agreement, Gao Wenjun would undoubtedly employ his cunning, potentially leaving us with a plethora of complications. If the workers were to protest, he would find himself in a precarious position. Especially considering his own father is involved, he cannot afford to be ruthless. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate the possibility of such occurrences before they transpire. Might this pressure him unduly? Ultimately, Tan Hongmei is merely a business manager. Despite her decisiveness, she may not perceive the subtleties of the marketplace. Rest assured, he is currently in a precarious situation. Whatever demands we make, he will have no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, our request is not unreasonable. Feel free to present it. Very well, I shall approach him tomorrow and nudge him. Tan Hongmei, although a woman, is far more capable than Wang Fa. She acts decisively. Xiaoming, what is the situation with the communications store? What about the communications store? Wang Fa is not particularly invested in the food factory. It is akin to the difference between a biological and an adopted child. The communications store, which he established himself, holds far greater sentimental value than the food factory. He has been mulling over Zhang Yiming's strategies, secretly believing they must pertain to the telecommunications company, for Zhang Yiming previously succeeded by collaborating with them, securing substantial contracts. Thus, once the discussion of the food factory concluded, the topic swiftly transitioned to the communications store. Tan Hongmei's business at the telecommunications company is closely intertwined with the communications store, so upon hearing Wang Fa's remarks, she immediately inquired. Chapter 55. The behind-the-scenes of KD Communications. A new communications company has opened at Xiaobei, larger than ours, with newer products. Xiao Ming and I visited and noted that they had 5 mobile phones in stock, all of which were already reserved. Wang Fa interjected, seemingly anxious that Zhang Yiming might not articulate the point clearly. Xiaobei? Is it called KD Communications? Tan Jia is aware. Zhang Yiming was taken aback that Tan Hongmei knew of this newly established communications company. Indeed, just a few days ago, they came to the telecommunications company for business, and it was Zhang Xiuqian who attended to them. I heard from a colleague that the owner of this company is an old classmate of Zhao Guangming, and they share a good rapport. Upon mentioning this matter, a profound expression crossed Tan Hongmei's face. Zhang Xiuqian? Is she the woman who was in your office that day? Wang Fa recalled seeing Zhang Xiuqian in Tan Hongmei's office and inquired. Tan Hongmei nodded. This is troubling. Zhang Xiuqian is at odds with you, and now KD Communications has become her major client. This is disastrous. Wang Fa's attitude caused Tan Hongmei to frown. The Fa go, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean it's disastrous? Zhang Yiming truly felt a pang of anxiety for Wang Fa. He could clearly sense that Tan Hongmei's affection for Wang Fa was gradually diminishing. No, it was never strong to begin with. At this rate, Wang Fa would struggle not only to pursue Tan Hongmei, but perhaps even to maintain a friendship. Wang Fa also noticed Tan Hongmei's displeased expression and wished to clarify. Yet his tongue felt as if it were bound by some spell, rendering him incapable of articulating anything of substance. Sister Tan, what is the current network fee for the mobile phones? Zhang Yiming glanced at Wang Fa before redirecting his attention to Tan Hongmei. The network fee is 5,000. But to my knowledge, that KD Communications seems not to offer such services. They merely signed a cooperative intent for the devices. Xiao Ming. Although this communications company is newly established, I have heard that its behind-the-scenes owner is quite formidable, having previously operated in Dongguan. We should indeed remain vigilant. Dongguan. Zhang Yiming's expression subtly darkened. Yet, it was of little consequence. Dongguan was originally the largest hub for the electronics industry in the country, commanding over 80% of the national electronic communications market and functioning as an incubator for the entire industry. Numerous communications companies and shops throughout the nation were inevitably linked to Dongguan. Yes, Zhang Xiuqian made a point to flaunt her acquisition of this major client in my office. I learned of it through her, Tan Hongmei remarked. Her directness was apparent. She spoke plainly, without the usual circumlocutions. It was perhaps this very trait that led to her past misfortunes in relationships. All right, I understand, Sister Tan. When we return to work on Monday, could you inquire whether there is any possibility of a discount on the network fee for the mobile phones? If so, please inform me promptly. We aim to secure an exclusive rate on the network fees. Additionally, in about half a month, we expect to receive another substantial order. DQ Communications is vying for market share, but they must ascertain their own capabilities. Zhang Yiming had already contemplated this substantial order, which had taken shape during his negotiations with the taxi company. However, he had chosen not to rush into action, preferring a steady approach rather than indulging excessively at once. Yet, it appeared that a more assertive strategy was now imperative. Rest assured, I will follow up on this first thing Monday morning, Tan Hongmei assured him. She regarded Zhang Yiming, a young lad whose resolute demeanor was inscrutable. Turning her gaze to Wang Fa, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She had long discerned Wang Fa's feelings for her, but truth be told, she had suffered in matters of the heart and had developed a certain aversion to men. Over the years, numerous suitors had sought her affections, including Zhao Guangming, all of whom she had rejected. This was also why Zhao Guangming had conspired with Zhang Xiuqian to humiliate her. As for Wang Fa, she felt no spark of interest whatsoever. Sister Tan, although I am not particularly old, should you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to confide in me. I can at least offer some advice. Zhang Yiming stated before taking his leave. From the moment we began discussing our collaboration, I sensed that you were no ordinary individual. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to engage in such endeavors alongside you. Very well, Sister Tan, please take care, and we shall take our leave. Indeed, stay safe. Standing at the doorway, Tan Hongmei watched as Wang Fa and Zhang Yiming rode off on their motorcycle, disappearing into the alleyway. Contemplating her own troubles, Tan Hongmei clenched her teeth. She is like a spring. Attempting to crush her would be utterly futile. Brother Fa, let us converse, said Wang Fa as he delivered Zhang Yiming to the mouth of the alley leading to his home. Yet Zhang Yiming did not return immediately. What shall we talk about? Although Wang Fa possessed a timid nature and lacked assertiveness, he was not foolish. He had already perceived Tan Hongmei's attitude towards him during their visit. He could vaguely surmise what Zhang Yiming intended to discuss. Come on, let us park the motorcycle by the roadside and stroll while we talk. Wang Fa halted the motorcycle and then followed closely behind Zhang Yiming. Zhang Yiming remained silent as they walked for approximately 7 or 8 minutes before finally stopping at the southeastern corner of the square city. Brother Fa, do you see that? Zhang Yiming inquired, pointing towards a 1-meter-high wall opening beneath the city wall. The Watergate. I used to play here as a child. Wang Fa glanced in the direction indicated by Zhang Yiming. Indeed, I often played here as well. In my youth, I was unaware of the purpose of that opening. So I asked my father, who explained that it was used for drainage, essentially a surface-level sewer. Later on, my teacher informed me that in ancient times, it served a defensive function. Originally, iron gates were installed on either side of the opening, but during the political movements of the 1960s, they were dismantled, along with the murals and the statue of Confucius within the city. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Yiming gazed at the swaying wild grass peeking through the crevices of the city wall, speaking softly. Wang Fa suddenly felt a pang of unease in his heart. Despite his inability to comprehend why, he sensed an inexplicable feeling arising from Zhang Yiming's silence. I have heard that the Confucian temple was once set ablaze, destroying a great many artifacts. The current Mount Off stone was reconstructed later, he remarked. At the entrance of the Confucian temple stood a stone tablet, instructing military personnel and civilians to dismount, the top half of which was noticeably newer in color than the bottom half, purportedly a result of subsequent restoration. Zhang Yiming had often played hide-and-seek by the Mount Off stone in his youth. Indeed, Brother Fa, my intention in bringing you here is not merely to find the intersection of our lives and memories. Rather, I wish to convey that many individuals share similar beginnings. Yet while some lead lives of mediocrity, others achieve remarkable success. This disparity is not rooted in the differences of their starting points, but rather in the choices they make and the perseverance they exhibit in their pursuits. As Zhang Yiming spoke these words, he recalled Li Zhenting, who served as the quintessential example. In terms of origins, how many could claim a lower starting point than his? Chapter 56, Elevation of Emotion. Xiao Ming, I. De Fa Gu, harbor no ulterior motives. Our encounter is indeed serendipitous. You possess admirable qualities, and I genuinely wish to journey forward with you. However, to speak candidly, your recent conduct has left me rather disheartened. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Wang Fa immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Although Zhang Yiming claimed no other intentions, Wang Fa sensed an ominous undertone in that statement. Xiao Ming, I recognize my own limitations and understand that my mindset is far from ideal. Nevertheless, I assure you, I am not of ill intent. My mother has often remarked upon my timid nature, suggesting that I lack the fortitude of a true man. Predicting my future would be bleak. Hence, she has diligently saved for me, and this shop was established with her assistance. Wang Fa faltered, feeling an unprecedented tension in the presence of someone so much younger than himself. De Fa Gu, in any industry, competition is an inevitable reality. I empathize with your feelings, but I implore you to trust both me and yourself unconditionally. We possess the capability to triumph over our rivals, and I cannot allow situations like today to recur. I understand, Xiao Ming, that my behavior today has disappointed you and Hongmei as well. I promise I shall not repeat such conduct in the future. I will abide by your directives without question. I merely hope you do not forsake me. Yet, this sentiment remained unspoken, for Wang Fa, despite his trepidation, maintained a sense of pride. While he indeed valued financial success, he realized that what he cherished even more was the unprecedented sense of accomplishment and the vibrant hope for the future. Moreover, regarding your affair with Sister Tan, I must admit, I harbor reservations. Sister Tan possesses a formidable personality, and frankly, the disparity between you two is significant. However, this does not imply that you lack opportunities. The man you encountered today, if I am not mistaken, is likely Sister Tan's ex-husband. This presents a chance for you. But whether you can seize it depends entirely on your own resolve. This was the crux of Zhang Yiming's message to Wang Fa. He had analyzed the situation and deduced that the man who had exited the courtyard was of a similar age to Tan Hongmei. Most importantly, Tan Hongmei's demeanor gave Zhang Yiming an 80% certainty that this individual was indeed her former spouse. Furthermore, the dynamics between Tan Hongmei and her ex-husband appeared to be rather intricate. I confess, I do have strong feelings for Hongmei, and I shall endeavor to alter her perception of me. You are not concerned about her being a divorcee? Not at all. Hongmei is a wonderful woman, and her divorce certainly reflects more on her previous partner's shortcomings than on her own character. Not only will I remain unfazed, but I shall also strive to treat her with even greater kindness. Very well, de fa gu, your attitude is commendable, and I will assist you. Zhang Yiming extended his arm, draping it over Wang Fa's shoulder. The two shared a knowing smile, as if something profound was subtly shifting between them. Certain affections, even in favorable circumstances, may not endure the test of time, while adversity and setbacks can fortify a bond, allowing it to transcend and elevate. Upon returning home, Zhang Yiming was taken aback by the chaos that filled his yard. "Father, what has happened here?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening as he spotted his father emerging from the storeroom, clad in work attire, his head dusted gray and adorned with cobwebs, his hands caked in grime. "Your grandmother wishes to return to her hometown, and I need to assist in finding some items." Return to her hometown? Zhang Yiming was initially astonished, followed by a wave of anxiety. In his past life, Qin Fong had always remained by their side, even passing away in their modest suburban home. "Stop your fussing. Early this morning, your second aunt came by and informed us that your second grandmother fell while using the restroom and had no one to care for her. Upon hearing this, your grandmother insisted on going back." The second grandmother, referred to by Zhang Hashan, was the spouse of Zhang Yiming's grandfather's uncle, Zhang Yong. The two families lived in close proximity, and Zhang Yong had succumbed to liver cancer 4 or 5 years prior. Their only son had perished in a car accident 2 years ago, making Qin Fong's desire to care for her quite reasonable. "What are you searching for in the storeroom?" Now understanding the reason for his grandmother's return, Zhang Yiming exhaled in relief and turned his gaze back to Zhang Hashan. Most of the items stored in their storeroom consisted of useless old furniture, tables, chairs, cabinets, and discarded clothing. Zhang Yiming struggled to conceive what his grandmother might need. "It's an old trunk of your grandfather's, the one he left here when I first took over at the food factory. I have no idea where it ended up." After speaking, Zhang Hashan re-entered the storeroom, soon emerging with a pile of old clothes, which he dropped to the ground, stirring up a cloud of choking dust in the air. "You should hurry inside. The dust is overwhelming." Observing Zhang Yiming cough due to the dust, Zhang Hashan waved his hand to disperse some of it, urging him to retreat indoors. "I'll help you look. I think I have a vague recollection of that trunk." After acclimating to the swirling dust, Zhang Yiming maneuvered around the scattered old items and entered the storeroom. The dust was thicker inside, accompanied by a faint musty odor. Tongyuan County, being coastal, possessed a naturally humid climate, and with the storeroom having only a small window of less than half a square meter and seldom being aired out, the musty smell was to be expected. This storeroom felt somewhat unfamiliar to Zhang Yiming, whether in his previous life or after his rebirth. He had no distinct memories of it, yet he did not lie. He vaguely recalled the existence of a trunk. "Father, is this it?" Upon entering the storeroom, he navigated according to his memories, directly approaching an old cupboard about half his height. He bent down to look and pulled out a green-painted tin trunk from beneath the cupboard. It was locked and quite heavy, leaving him uncertain of its contents. Yes, that's the one. Well done, son. I rummaged around for ages without finding it, and you discovered it the moment you walked in. My goodness, what could be inside that makes it so heavy?" Zhang Hashan extended his hand to grasp the box, only to be taken aback by its unexpected weight, nearly dropping it to the ground. "Haha, Dad, could it be that Grandpa left us a treasure trove of gold ingots? A whole box full of them would ensure that our family of 3 could indulge for a lifetime." Such fanciful thoughts seemed far-fetched, considering their lineage of impoverished farmers, with ancestors who had never even been landlords. Gold ingots were out of the question, though perhaps a few clay lumps might be plausible. Zhang Hashan opened his mouth and blew the dust off the box, immediately succumbing to a fit of coughing. Observing his father's demeanor, Zhang Yiming felt a surge of joy. Setting the box aside, the two began to tidy up. With the strength of teamwork, combined with Zhang Yiming's nimble hands and logical mind, within less than an hour. Not only had they returned all the items Zhang Hashan had previously removed to the storage room, but the space had also become significantly more organized. Mom, we found the box. Zhang Hashan and Zhang Yiming entered the house in succession, with Zhang Hashan placing the green box directly on the table. Even after wiping it down with a cloth, dust still billowed out as it settled. Zhang Yiming chuckled at his father's earlier mention of clay lumps, but he was taken aback when he noticed his grandmother, Qin Fong, regarding the box with a peculiar expression. Mom, what's wrong? Zhang Hashan noticed his mother's odd demeanor. It's nothing. Just seeing the things your father left behind makes me feel a bit uneasy. Now, hurry and wash your hands and change your clothes. You're covered in dust. Qin Fong cast a fleeting glance at the green box before turning her gaze back to her son. And you, too. Wash up. Your hair is all dusty. All right, Mom. We'll tidy up first, Zhang Hashan said, pulling Zhang Yiming along with him as they exited the room. A basin rested beneath the eaves, and Zhang Hashan filled a bit of warm water from the thermos, then turned to scoop some cool water from the tub. You go ahead and wash, he instructed. Dad, I feel like Grandma is acting a bit strange. What if there's really something in that box? Stop overthinking it. Your Grandma and Grandpa had a great relationship. They never quarreled in their lives. Your Grandpa passed away suddenly, leaving nothing behind, just this old box. Seeing it must bring back memories for your Grandma. It's perfectly normal. Now hurry and wash up. Okay, Zhang Yiming replied, refraining from further comment as he began to wash his face. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Indeed, there was no denying the bond between his grandparents. But this box had been stored in their shed for as long as he could remember. According to Zhang Hashan, it had been placed in his care by Zhang Wanfang 19 years ago. If his grandmother truly sought some nostalgic connection, why had she never mentioned it over the years? Now, as they prepared to return to their hometown, she suddenly recalled this box. Moreover, the box was far too heavy and securely locked. It either concealed some mysterious secret or valuable treasures. Human curiosity is innate, and even Zhang Yiming, having been reborn, was no exception. He was not driven by greed. Rather, he was eager to discover what treasures his grandfather had left within the box, and why his grandmother had exhibited such a peculiar expression upon seeing it. However, upon Zhang Yiming's return to the house, both his grandmother, Qin Fong, and the green trunk placed upon the table had vanished. Grandma? Zhang Yiming pondered for a moment before knocking on Qin Fong's door. Little Ming, come in. Why knock when you're looking for your grandma? Such a child. As Zhang Yiming entered the room, his eyes instinctively searched the surroundings, yet he was astonished to find that the trunk was nowhere in sight. Qin Fong's room was a makeshift space, consisting of merely a bed and a cabinet, leaving only a few square meters for standing. The absence of the trunk in such a confined area could only mean that Qin Fong had deliberately concealed it. Grandma, why did you have to leave so soon? I still wanted to spend more time with you. Despite his curiosity, Zhang Yiming refrained from mentioning the trunk, for some matters are better left unspoken. Your second grandmother has fallen ill, and there's no one close by to assist her. Our families have been close since your grandfather's youth. If your grandma won't lend a hand, who will? Now that you're feeling better and your father doesn't need to work for the time being, there's no need for your grandma to worry. If you miss her, you can stay in the countryside for a couple of days. It's not far to go back and forth. Qin Fong gazed at Zhang Yiming, her eyes filled with affection. Throughout her life, she had given birth to 4 children, 3 daughters and 1 son, each of whom was dutiful. Yet, to be fair, she held a particular fondness for her youngest son. The eldest, being the mother's cherished child, naturally held a special place in her heart, and her affection for Zhang Yiming was even more profound. One could say he was her lifeblood. Grandma, why not visit the hospital for a checkup before you return? After some thought, Zhang Yiming expressed this concern. In his previous life, his grandmother had passed away when he was 21, which was to occur in 5 years, due to lung cancer, primarily caused by excessive fatigue, inadequate nutrition, and overwhelming worry. Silly boy, your grandma eats well and is in good health. Why would she need to go to the hospital? Qin Fong dismissed the notion, as during that era, health checkups were still a relatively foreign concept. In the common mindset, hospitals were places one only visited when ill, and many even held superstitions about hospitals. Unless gravely ill, they were reluctant to go, unlike decades later when health examinations became commonplace, practically a standard benefit provided by employers, with hospitals establishing dedicated departments for checkups and various health institutions flourishing. Grandma, Who says going to the hospital is only for treating illnesses? Health checks are specifically for those who are well. You child, what nonsense are you talking? Those who are healthy going for checkups are just indulging in excess. Or perhaps have too much money to burn. Your grandma is saving her money for my eldest grandson to study abroad. Qin Fong scoffed, clearly not heeding Zhang Yiming's words. Grandma, just listen to me. Otherwise, I won't let you return to your hometown. Oh, my eldest grandson is 16 and still pouting at his grandma. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Qin Fong's tone was one of indulgence, mistakenly believing that Zhang Yiming simply wished to prevent her from returning to her hometown. However, Zhang Yiming understood the significance of his grandmother's medical examination. He must eradicate the recurrence of past misfortunes at their roots. Lung cancer is not an ailment that manifests overnight. It develops gradually over the years. Although Qin Fong currently exhibits no symptoms, it does not imply that her lungs are entirely free of issues. Grandma, you are already 60 this year and living alone. I cannot help but worry. Surely, you do not wish for my parents and me to be constantly concerned for your well-being. Please undergo an examination to confirm that everything is all right. For our peace of mind. You keep saying there is nothing wrong. Dear, Qin Fong replied. Grandma, please just listen to me. It won't cost much. It's primarily to check a few vital organs, all right? Qin Fong gazed at her eldest grandson nestled beside her and, though somewhat exasperated, felt a sense of warmth within. Zhang Yiming had discussed the hospital visit with Zhang Hashan and Fan Lingling, both of whom wholeheartedly supported the idea. Their sentiments echoed Zhang Yiming's. The elderly lady was alone, and it was certainly a cause for concern. A checkup would bring reassurance to everyone. Unable to resist, Qin Fong reluctantly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yiming instructed Qin Fong to consume light meals starting from the evening, retire early, and fast until the next morning. Adhering to the requirements of examinations from his previous life, Zhang Hashan felt gratified by his son's understanding and increasingly believed that his son would achieve great success in the future. Unaware that such knowledge would soon become common understanding among all. Tanyuan County had but one hospital, the Tanyuan County People's Hospital. As it was a small county with few patients, Zhang Yiming managed to secure an appointment without queuing, prompting him to reflect once more on the future. 30 years hence, securing even the most ordinary appointment without waiting would be unthinkable, let alone at a major hospital with specialized departments. He recalled a past experience where he had sought treatment for gallbladder polyps. Appointments were booked weeks in advance online, and after 3 days of queuing, he still could not secure a specialist's visit. Ultimately, he had to rely on connections and favors, enduring considerable hassle before obtaining an appointment. Ah, dear lady, have you felt any discomfort lately? Have you experienced chest tightness or a cough? Zhang Yiming inquired as they entered the respiratory department, where Western medicine begins with symptom questioning. I feel fine. My son and grandson insisted on bringing me for a checkup. Qin Fong replied helplessly. All is well. Are you family of the elderly lady? Asked the doctor, a serious-looking woman in her 40s wearing glasses. Yes, I am her son. Zhang Hashan stepped forward. If the elderly lady is not experiencing any discomfort, why bring her for an examination? The doctor inquired. Doctor, we simply wish to assess her health due to her age. Perhaps a chest x-ray or something similar. Zhang Yiming explained, knowing well that advanced diagnostic tools like MRI machines were likely unavailable at this time. The young lad possesses quite a wealth of knowledge, and it is remarkable that he understands such advanced concepts, particularly in our small county, where even the city hospital lacks such facilities. The female doctor smiled at Zhang Yiming, who appeared somewhat taken aback. Not available? That's rather awkward, he thought to himself. In his youth, he had been in excellent health, rarely visiting hospitals before the age of 35, and now he found it surprising that such a crucial procedure was considered rare. Well, I read about it in books and assumed every hospital would have it. What should we do if we need to examine the lungs now? Zhang Yiming chuckled awkwardly. First, let us conduct a lung capacity test to assess the situation. If there is radiation involved, we should avoid it if possible. Doctor, isn't the lung capacity test somewhat futile? Shouldn't we just proceed with the x-ray? Zhang Yiming, being somewhat experienced, understood that lung capacity tests were often merely superficial. If reliance on such tests were the norm, the number of misdiagnoses each year would surely be staggering. Young man, did you not hear me? If there is radiation, your grandmother's complexion looks quite well, not suggesting any lung issues, so let us not complicate matters unnecessarily. Zhang Yiming was left speechless. The doctor's insistence was puzzling. After all, it was not her money being spent. Xiaoming, Listen to the doctor. Whatever she suggests, we shall follow. Zhang Hashan interjected. Noticing Zhang Yiming's intent to protest, Zhang Yiming felt helpless. If it was merely a lung capacity test, they could simply blow air into a water bottle at home instead of going through the hassle of a hospital visit. Father, I need to use the restroom. Please keep Grandma company. Zhang Yiming seized the opportunity to exit the consultation room. He had come with a clear purpose, to ascertain whether his grandmother's lungs had begun to show signs of trouble. Yet he could not speak too freely in front of her and his father. Once outside the consultation room, he made his way directly to the urology department. Uncle Jiang, may I trouble you for a favor? He handed over the examination form to his father. Let us take Grandma directly to the X-ray room. As anticipated, the results of the lung capacity test indicated that Qin Fang's lung capacity was quite normal, even exceeding that of her peers significantly. However, Zhang Yiming understood that this result was essentially meaningless. Xiaoming, the doctor just stated that my lungs are perfectly fine. Let us go home and not waste any unnecessary money. Qin Fang, disliking the sterile smell of the hospital and being frugal, was eager to leave upon hearing that her lung capacity was better than average. Grandma, I've already paid the fee. We can't get a refund if we don't proceed with the examination, so let us not waste it. What? You've already paid? Yes. It was over 20 yuan. Grandma, don't you feel bad about wasting it? What should we do then? Should we go for the examination? Then let us proceed. Mother, if you don't get checked, Xiaoming won't be at ease. Consider it a way to reassure your grandson. Zhang Hashan understood his son's deep affection for his grandmother and thus supported Zhang Yiming in persuading Qin Fang. All right, since my grandson has already paid, I shall go for this examination. Zhang Yiming smiled, linking arms with Qin Fang as they headed towards the X-ray room. Qin Fang felt a pang of anxiety, and as they entered the room, she instinctively shivered. Milk, it's nothing, just a brief skin over you. It neither hurts nor itches. Qin Fang nodded silently, fearing that speaking would betray her emotions to her grandson. Family member, please come over to collect the film. The radiographs are typically available immediately after the examination. Zhang Yiming had Zhang Hashan assist Qin Fang while he hurried to the control room to retrieve the film. Upon seeing the film for the first time, Zhang Yiming's heart sank. What did the doctor say? Is everything all right? He inquired as he approached with the film. Zhang Hashan looked at him, and Qin Fang turned her gaze towards her grandson. Everything is fine, Dad. You should help Grandma to the lobby to sit for a while. The medical record is still in the previous examination room. I'll fetch it. With that, Zhang Yiming turned towards the cardiology office, his footsteps steady, though his heart was in turmoil. Doctor, could you take a look at the film? As he entered, Zhang Yiming handed the film to the female doctor from earlier. Film? What film? Where was it taken? The doctor's expression soured upon seeing the radiograph in Zhang Yiming's hand. She had not issued the examination order, and now Zhang Yiming presented her with the film, implying a rejection of her diagnosis, an affront to any physician. Doctor, the film was taken right here in our hospital. I beg you to examine it, he implored my grandmother. Regardless of whether in his past life or this rebirth, Zhang Yiming had always been composed. While it might be an exaggeration to say he could remain unperturbed even under the weight of a mountain, it was indeed the first time he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. I've already stated that your grandmother's lungs are healthy, the doctor replied, though her demeanor remained unfriendly. Yet, she lifted the film towards the light, revealing a conspicuous fluffy shadow in the left lung lobe. Did your grandmother have a history of tuberculosis? Zhang Yiming shook his head. No, I am unaware. He genuinely did not know. His parents had never mentioned it, nor had his grandmother spoken of it. Tuberculosis was considered a death sentence in the 1960s and 70s. If anyone in a household contracted it, it was akin to facing a plague. Surely, his grandmother had never suffered such a dire illness. Where's the patient? I need to gather more details. The doctor's attitude shifted significantly. Doctor, does that mean my grandmother has lung cancer? Zhang Yiming's voice trembled as he posed the question. Although in his past life, Qin Fang had lived for several more years before passing, he could not be certain that his rebirth would alter the course of events. It is certainly not lung cancer. There are numerous conditions that can cause shadows in the lungs. If there was a history of tuberculosis, it is quite normal for shadows to appear on a lung scan. Conditions such as lung inflammation or emphysema can also lead to similar findings. You must call your family member over so I can inquire further. Mom. Just as Zhang Yiming was lost in a fog, contemplating whether to inform his father and grandmother about the situation, a voice rang out from the doorway. It was a voice he hadn't heard in a decade. No, Only in dreams, in the quiet of midnight where memories drifted back. Do you recognize me? Hien stood at the threshold of the hospital room, her eyes glistening like the spring waters of February, gazing at Zhang Yiming with a look of bewilderment. Zhang Yiming's eyes involuntarily filled with tears. He had an abundance of words he yearned to express, each phrase rehearsed countless times within the confines of his mind. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly speechless. He shifted his feet and approached Hien. Hey, what are you doing? Mom, who is he? At this moment, Hien was 18 years old, standing at around 166 centimeters tall, with long, slender legs and flowing hair cascading over her shoulders. Her fair, oval face bore soft, delicate features. She may not have possessed an extraordinary beauty, yet each glance at her evoked a sensation akin to a warm current flowing from the crown of one's head to the tips of one's toes, a comfort so profound it defied expression, leaving one desiring to remain lost in that feeling forever. Chapter 59. Past Life Obsession. Hien, do you know him? The female doctor had overheard Zhang Yiming calling out her daughter's name and noted the look he cast upon her. I don't know him, Mom. Who is he? Don't know him? Ma Yaru observed her daughter's expression, sensing her truthfulness. Do you know my daughter? Daughter? Zhang Yiming suddenly realized that in his past life, when he was with Hien, her mother had gone abroad, and he had never met her. Hien seldom spoke about her mother. Oh, I saw Hien perform a solo at a singing competition in the county. It left quite an impression. Zhang Yiming fabricated a casual lie, fully aware that Hien had frequently represented her school in various singing contests since elementary school, making his statement entirely plausible. You've heard me sing? Hien's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words. Yes, Zhang Yiming nodded. He had not only heard her sing. He possessed countless recordings on his phone, over 100 songs, with her voice being the singular melody. Which school are you from? Sen High School. Oh, Sen High. Do you know a classmate named Lu Fong? Lu Fong. Zhang Yiming paused momentarily, surprised. When had Hien become acquainted with Lu Fong? Yes, during the last competition. She sang a lovely piece called Dream Chaser. Isn't she from your school? Oh, yes, she is from our school, but I'm not familiar with her. Zhang Yiming held a strong aversion towards Lu Fong and wished for no connection between Hien and her. In his mind, Lu Fong was a wicked witch, while Hien shone like an angel adorned with a golden halo. Are you here for a checkup? Upon realizing that Zhang Yiming was merely a student, Hien's demeanor softened considerably. Suddenly recalling that her mother was a doctor, she inquired casually, You must be here for treatment. No, it's my grandmother. By the way, Auntie, my grandmother is all right? I'd prefer she not know the results. You can just tell me directly. Now aware that the doctor before him was Hien's mother, Zhang Yiming's attitude transformed to one of utmost respect. Naturally addressing Ma Yaru as Auntie. If there are no significant symptoms, it should not be a major issue. I'll prescribe a few boxes of herbal medicine for lung health. Take it regularly, and come back for a follow-up in a month. Ma Yaru had previously held a favorable impression of Zhang Yiming, although her expression was somewhat unwelcoming. She greatly admired Zhang Yiming's ability to stand on his own at such a young age, as well as his filial piety. Now, upon hearing Zhang Yiming refer to her as Auntie, she unconsciously began to view him as a peer of her daughter, and her demeanor softened considerably. Thank you, Auntie. Zhang Yiming responded sincerely, fully aware of the shift in Ma Yaru's attitude. Auntie, Hien, I shall go fetch the medicine now. Despite his desire to steal a few more glances at Hien, Zhang Yiming understood that no romantic developments would blossom between them during high school. Hien's ambition was to attend Nanda University, and he certainly did not wish to become an impediment on her path, at least during their high school years. Hien had not engaged in any close relationships with boys, and he was not in a hurry. All right, goodbye, Hien waved, and Ma Yaru nodded in agreement. It was only after he had exited the clinic and walked a considerable distance that Zhang Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. In his previous life, when he first met Hien, she was in her 3rd year of university. He had accompanied the workshop director to a restaurant, where he drank excessively on the director's behalf. Drunkenly, he leaned against a pillar outside the restaurant, feeling utterly wretched, when Hien, who was working there part-time, brought him water and lent him a jacket. In his inebriated haze, he perceived her as an angel sent to rescue him. Regrettably, when he returned the following day to return the jacket, Hien had already left her job. That night marked her final shift at the restaurant. 5 years passed before their paths crossed again, and by then, Hien was married to a university classmate, an ostensibly handsome man who was, at his core, utterly despicable. Within 2 years of marriage, he had betrayed her, absconding with all their savings and even mortgaging their home. At that time, Zhang Yiming had established a small company. Though modest in size, it was the beginning of his own career, and he started to pursue Heyin. For 7 years, he followed in her wake, eager to present the world to her, yet she never acquiesced. One stormy night, Heyin departed from Dongguan. Upon receiving her message, he dashed out into the rain, desperately trying to catch up to her. The downpour obscured his vision, and the traffic whizzed by, but ultimately, he failed to reach her. That tempestuous night became an everlasting nightmare for him. After Heyin's departure, he could never again develop feelings for another woman. He remained perplexed by the reasons for her leaving, and from that fateful rainy night until his demise, he received no further news of her, not even knowing if she was still alive. Humans are often bound by obsessions, and for Zhang Yiming, his obsession was Heyin. After retrieving a plastic bag brimming with traditional Chinese medicine, he composed himself before returning to the hospital lobby. "What is this?" Qin Fong inquired. "The doctor mentioned your spleen and lungs are somewhat deficient and prescribed some medicine to replenish them." "Deficient?" "Just a moment ago, the doctor claimed my vitality surpassed that of the average young person. How could I be deficient?" Qin Fong looked at the large plastic bag of medicine, her heart beginning to ache. "Oh dear grandmother, this is a tonic, not poison. Since it has been opened, you should take it. The air in this place is quite pungent. We should leave promptly." To prevent Qin Fong from inquiring further, Zhang Yiming took her arm and exited the hospital lobby. Upon arriving home, Zhang Heshan pulled Zhang Yiming aside. "Little Ming, speak the truth with me. Is there something wrong with your grandmother?" Being an experienced individual, Zhang Heshan could sense something amiss. "Dad, please don't overthink it. There's nothing serious. It's just that with age, her organs are slightly weakened. The doctor prescribed tonics to nourish and clear the lungs. It's nothing to worry about." "Really? Dad, it's understandable for me to hide this from grandmother. If there were something truly serious, would I keep it from you?" Zhang Heshan pondered and realized his son was quite mature for his age, exercising great prudence in his actions, which assuaged his worries. However, Zhang Yiming's heart remained heavy. The shadow on the X-ray, no larger than a soybean, felt as though it were imprinted on his heart. He resolved to find an opportunity soon to take his grandmother for another examination at the city hospital. After a tiring morning, Zhang Heshan and Qin Fong had lunch before retreating to their own rooms for a nap. Zhang Yiming, being careful, quietly closed the door and rode his bicycle to the DFA communication store. He had made a promise to Lu Xiong and intended to keep it. No sooner had Zhang Yiming entered the store than the phone rang. "What impeccable timing. You've arrived just as expected." Following their heartfelt conversation yesterday, Wang Fei's attitude had shifted considerably. In the presence of Zhang Yiming, he felt no embarrassment. Rather, he appeared more amiable than before. "I wonder whose call it could be." Zhang Yiming mused, yet he picked up the phone. "Are you saying Li Zhenting has come to Minghu?" The call was indeed from Lu Xiong. Upon hearing the news about Li Zhenting, Zhang Yiming was nearly propelled from his seat. "Yes, I'm not sure of the specifics, but he should be at Minghu now." Lu Xiong's revelation struck Zhang Yiming like a powerful bomb, creating a vast chasm in his heart. If he could establish a connection with Li Zhenting at this juncture, the path ahead would undoubtedly be much smoother. Chapter 60, An Unusual Mother-Son Relationship. Brother DFA, are you familiar with Minghu? After hanging up, Zhang Yiming's emotions remained turbulent as he turned to Wang Fa, his eyes blazing with intensity. "Of course, I'm from Minghu. Why do you ask?" "You're from Minghu?" Zhang Yiming was slightly taken aback. Although he and Wang Fa were partners and shared a good relationship, he had never inquired about Wang Fa's private matters, including his family. "Yes, I only came to Tanyuan 2 years ago." "Perfect. Let us close the door. We must head to Minghu right away." "What? To Minghu? Little Ming. What are we going to do there?" Wang Fa was completely bewildered by Zhang Yiming's sudden decision. "We are going to fight for our future. Hurry up. I'll wait for you at the door." With that, Zhang Yiming exited the store, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Although Wang Fa was unaware of Zhang Yiming's true intentions, he was usually quite efficient and quickly locked up the store, securing the folding door. Ming Lake is but a short distance from Tanyuan County, requiring less than an hour by bus. However, for the sake of convenience upon reaching the city, Zhang Yiming decided to have Wang Fa ride a motorcycle to Ming Lake. Upon their arrival, the clock had just passed 2 in the afternoon. "Xiaoming, what exactly are we doing here?" Wang Fa inquired several times along the way, yet Zhang Yiming refrained from divulging their purpose. Now that they had arrived, He posed the question once more. We're here to find someone. De fa go. Please help me locate a telephone booth, Zhang Yiming responded. His recollections of Ming Lake were rather vague, particularly of its 1990s incarnation, which seemed almost blank in his memory. A glance around revealed that they were not in the city center. There were no towering buildings, merely single-story houses. All right, let's get moving. The motorcycle roared back to life. And after a span of 7 or 8 minutes, they stopped in front of a wholesale spice shop. De fa, there's a phone inside. Just go on in and make your call, Wang Fa said. Zhang Yiming was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the implications of Wang Fa's words. Just then, a woman emerged from within the shop, around 50 years of age, with fair skin, dressed in a fashionable burgundy dress, her hair styled, and clad in black fitted trousers complemented by slender high-heeled shoes. De fa, what brings you back? The woman's expression shifted from surprise to delight as she rushed toward Wang Fa. I've come to Ming Lake for some business. I need to use the phone, he explained. Strangely, Wang Fa's demeanor appeared markedly less enthusiastic than the woman's, tinged with a hint of avoidance. Oh, by all means use it. Who is this young man? She asked, noticing Zhang Yiming standing nearby. Hello, auntie. I'm an apprentice at the Fa Gu's shop, assisting him with the installations. Zhang Yiming confidently introduced himself, fully aware of how to convey his identity, and he had surmised the woman's relationship to Wang Fa. Oh, then hurry inside. De fa. It's been half a year since you last visited. Come on in. When your uncle returns, we shall all dine together. I want to be joining. We'll leave after the call. I have other matters to attend to. Wang Fa remained seated on the motorcycle, his expression stiffening noticeably at the mention of uncle. Auntie, I'm going to make the call now, he stated. Go ahead, the woman replied, smiling at Zhang Yiming and waving her hand, her demeanor amiable. Zhang Yiming hesitated for a moment before stepping into the shop. At this juncture, Li Zhenting was still a minor player. Lacking funds and therefore not equipped with a mobile phone, Lu Xiong had only provided him with a pager number. To Zhang Yiming's dismay, he discovered that the pager number was incorrect. After confirming with Lu Xiong, who insisted that was how it was recorded in his phone book, Zhang Yiming nearly shattered the telephone in frustration, lacking any means of contact. The prospect of locating Li Zhenting in Ming Lake felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Inside the shop, an array of spices lay strewn about: Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, cardamom, bay leaves, dried tangerine peel, and the like, producing an overwhelming aroma. Coupled with the vexation of Lu Xiong's erroneous pager number, Zhang Yiming found himself increasingly agitated by the overpowering scent. At that moment, the sound of a three-wheeled motorcycle echoed outside. Zhang Yiming turned his head and saw a blue agricultural tricycle covered with a green tarp parked at the entrance of the shop. A man, appearing to be in his 40s and dressed in a blue woolen jacket, alighted from the vehicle. The FA has returned? Why don't you come inside? It's rather chilly out here. Hurry in and let your mother prepare some warm water for you, he called out. No need. I'm leaving now. Xiaoming, have you finished your call? Upon hearing Wang Fa's voice from outside, Zhang Yiming gathered his emotions. Yes, I'm done. Let's go? Hey, DFA, since you're here, at least come inside for a bit. If you don't want to look at me, I'll just take a stroll outside. Your mother is always nagging about you. Erwi, the child has matters to attend to. If he doesn't want to stay, let him go. The woman quickly tugged at the man's sleeve, seemingly fearful of displeasing Wang Fa. Xiaoming, get in the car. Wang Fa did not exchange a word with the man and directly urged Zhang Yiming to board the tricycle. This was a family matter for Wang Fa, and Zhang Yiming felt it inappropriate to intervene further, so he merely nodded apologetically to the woman and the man before taking his seat on the motorcycle. DFA, there was an accident at the old district's crossing. There's a traffic jam. You might want to take another route, the man advised, despite Wang Fa's brusque demeanor. DFA, ride slowly and be cautious, the woman called out from behind. Wang Fa did not reply, and the motorcycle surged forward with a whoosh. Zhang Yiming could not help but glance back, witnessing the woman leaning against the man. Though her face was obscured, he could sense her tears. Shuiqin, if something troubles your heart, just cry. It's all my fault for putting you two in this situation. It has nothing to do with you. The FA is upset with me. As for you, don't take it to heart. The FAISNT a bad kid, just. I know. How can I hold a grudge against a child? I just feel for you. These two individuals, exchanging apologies and providing comfort to one another, were Wang Fa's mother, Lei Shuiqin, and Wang Fa's stepfather, Wang Hui, who was also his cousin. Upon hearing Wang Hui's words, Lei Xueqin's tears fell uncontrollably once more. Since she had been with Wang Hui, her son had not returned home. Reflecting on Wang Fa's cold demeanor earlier, her heart ached with a sharp pain. Fa, let us head back. After Wang Fa's motorcycle had traveled a short distance, Zhang Yiming spoke up. Head back? Xiao Ming, you came to Minghu to find someone, right? By the way, did you manage to get through on the phone? Wang Fa slowed his speed and inquired. Earlier, he had been with his mother, Lei Xueqin, and stepfather, Wang Hui, lost in a tumult of emotions, and had not thought to ask Zhang Yiming about the call's outcome. Lu Xiong gave me a wrong number. Never mind. Let us just go back. This incident had significantly affected Zhang Yiming's mood, though he had not planned to contact Li Zhenting ahead of time. Establishing an early acquaintance with Li Zhenting would undoubtedly be beneficial for both him and Wang Fa. Oh, well then, I'll take the detour at the upcoming intersection. Zhang Yiming remained silent, aware that Wang Fa wished to avoid passing by the spice wholesale shop and encountering those two individuals again. What's wrong? The motorcycle had barely set off before it came to a halt. Zhang Yiming, pulling himself from his reverie, inquired, what happened ahead? There has been an accident. We cannot proceed, came the response. An accident? Zhang Yiming suddenly recalled the words of the man he had encountered earlier. Realizing that Wang Fa's relationship with the other party must have deteriorated to a significant extent, as he insisted on taking a blocked route despite knowing the traffic congestion ahead. Chapter 61. I am Lei Feng, let us take another route, Zhang Yiming suggested, dismounting the motorcycle. He glanced at the crowd gathered up ahead. The road, already narrow, had become nearly impassable due to the throngs of onlookers. It was uncertain whether anyone had called the authorities, as the scene was chaotic, devoid of any sight of police officers. With no alternative but to turn back, Zhang Yiming felt the weight of the situation. Wang Fa's expression mirrored his apprehension. He had indeed overheard Wang Hui's remarks, but was reluctant to acknowledge them. I know you don't wish to pass by the spice shop again, but given the state of the road ahead, we will be delayed for at least an hour. We should retrace our steps. Wang Fa gritted his teeth and turned the motorcycle around. The unfortunate individual involved in the accident, with only one functioning arm, had suffered grievously. It was tragic to witness someone so young facing such dire circumstances. Any further complications could spell the end of his life. As Zhang Yiming prepared to mount the motorcycle, he suddenly overheard a conversation between two women nearby, jolting him into action as he instinctively pushed through the crowd. Excuse me, please make way, he implored. The sheer number of onlookers made it difficult to maneuver without brushing against others, provoking a chorus of curses from the crowd, yet Zhang Yiming paid them no mind. What are you doing, Xiaoming? Wang Fa exclaimed, astonished by Zhang Yiming's unusual behavior, and quickly followed on his motorcycle. Upon reaching the throng, Zhang Yiming spotted a tractor blocking the road, with a figure sprawled on the ground. Though the person's face remained obscured, Zhang Yiming felt almost certain it was Li Zhenting. In that moment, he recalled a television interview where Li Zhenting had mentioned a car accident in his youth, which had led him to meet a friend who became the most significant person in his life, serving as his driver and companion. After the company went public, Li Zhenting had generously granted him 5 of the original shares, valued at a staggering 1 billion renminbi, based on the market cap of Jinhua Communications. Brother Fa, quickly, flag down a vehicle, Zhang Yiming urged as he noticed Wang Fa had also squeezed into the crowd. The emergency services had been contacted, yet there were no nearby phones to reach them, and Zhang Yiming was acutely aware of the ambulance's slow response time. Even though he understood that Li Zhenting was likely to be all right, he could not allow for any unforeseen complications. Do you know him? Wang Fa asked, but Zhang Yiming, already at Li Zhenting's side, replied, let us not discuss that now. We must get help quickly. He carefully lifted Li Zhenting from the ground, intent on ensuring his safety. At this moment, Li Zhenting was approximately 25 or 6 years old, slender in build, with his eyes closed. His face bore a significant bruise. His shoulder was torn with a large gash seeping blood, and there was a laceration beneath his nose. Aside from these injuries, he appeared to have no life-threatening wounds. Although Wang Fa did not fully comprehend Zhang Yiming's series of actions, adhering to the principle of obedience, he swiftly extricated himself from the crowd to hail a vehicle. Young lad, are you emulating Lei Feng by doing good deeds? Upon witnessing Zhang Yiming lifting the injured individual, a bystander from the crowd remarked, though the tone bore no semblance of praise. Rather, it reeked of jealousy. Zhang Yiming chose to ignore the comment, preoccupied with the thought that by saving Li Zhenting first, the person who had saved him in his previous life might not appear. Here it comes. Make way, everyone. Wang Fa acted swiftly, within minutes managing to flag down a vehicle, a yellow Dai Fa minivan. In the 1990s, to make a fortune, one would buy a Dai Fa. Its catchy slogan was well known among all ages. The yellow minivan, a striking representation of the era, emerged into Zhang Yiming's line of sight as the crowd parted. "Brother, lend a hand, will you?" Wang Fa called to the driver, a robust man sporting a beard. With remarkable strength, the man effortlessly lifted Li Zhenting without inquiring about the situation or expressing any disdain for the dust covering him. "Ma'am, we're heading to the city hospital. If the police arrive later, could you kindly inform them?" Zhang Yiming glanced at the tractor involved in the incident, noting that its driver had long since fled. Scanning the crowd, he spotted a woman with a calm and unassuming demeanor and relayed his message before disregarding the various gazes directed at him and climbing into the minivan. "Driver, straight to the city hospital." "All right, secure the patient, and I'll drive swiftly." With a nod from Zhang Yiming, the vehicle roared to life, startling him with its speed. The van surged forward like a bullet, covering the distance to the city hospital in mere minutes. "Kid, you go first." Zhang Yiming nodded, and the bearded man once again hoisted Li Zhenting, moving briskly towards the outpatient building. "Brother, thank you." With the assistance of the bearded stranger, everything proceeded smoothly. After a thorough examination, it was determined that Li Zhenting had sustained only minor external injuries and a mild concussion from the impact. There were no serious ailments. What thanks? It was just happenstance. One cannot stand idly by in the face of danger. Besides, even a child knows the importance of bravery, and here I am, a man in my 30s, being outdone by a kid. The bearded man spoke candidly, earning Zhang Yiming's admiration. "Xiaoming, all the fees are settled. The doctor said he needs to be observed for 2 days, but he should be fine to be discharged afterward." Wang Fa arrived on his motorcycle, and naturally, the matter of payment was entrusted to him. Zhang Yiming had only a little over 200 yuan in total. "Here, master, this is for the fare," Zhang Yiming said, producing a 100 yuan note and handing it to the bearded man. "What are you doing?" "Young man, I've already said, this is an act of bravery. Asking for money would undermine that." "Are you mocking me?" "Brother, I mean no offense. You have a job too. You need to support your family, don't you? It's already dark, and you won't be able to earn anything else tonight. This amount is not much. Please accept it. Go away, take it back. You don't look very old. This money is likely from your parents. Don't waste it. They work hard for their earnings." "All right, I'm leaving." The bearded man pushed Zhang Yiming's hand away and hurried to leave. "Brother, what is your name? If you want to accept the money, I must at least have your name." "My name is Lei Feng." He laughed, departing. Hearing the bearded man's words, Zhang Yiming chuckled. This person was indeed amusing. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Yiming. The driver who accompanied Li Zhenting shared the surname Lei Feng. Chapter 62. Why become an unsung hero, Brother Lei? Zhang Yiming rushed out, but the vehicle had already departed, leaving only the scent of exhaust in the air. His emotions were somewhat peculiar. The person who should have appeared in his past life had indeed shown up, albeit intercepted by him. Reflecting on Lei Feng's cheerful demeanor, Zhang Yiming shook his head slightly. "Xiaoming, what is going on? Do you know him?" Wang Fa was bustling about, having already spent nearly 1,000 yuan on medical fees. Yet Zhang Yiming had been running around with Lei Feng, leaving him with a multitude of questions that he had no time to voice. Now that he finally had the chance, he could not let it slip away. "He is the person I called to find." "What?" Wang Fa exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could such a coincidence exist? Ignoring Wang Fa's shock, Zhang Yiming turned and ascended the stairs to the hospital room. "Are you a family member of the patient?" A doctor, having just examined Li Zhenting, noticed Zhang Yiming entering and casually inquired. "Sort of. Is it yes? Or is it no? What does sort of mean?" The doctor, not very old himself, seemed like a recent graduate from medical school. He was struck by a tractor, and the driver fled. "My brother and I happened to encounter the situation and brought him to the hospital. So when you ask if I'm a family member, I truly don't know how to respond. In any case, until his family arrives, you can communicate any information to my brother." Just then, Wang Fa entered, and Zhang Yiming deftly passed the ball to him, stepping aside into the room. Li Zhenting's facial abrasions had been treated with medication, though they were not bandaged. As they were not severe, his shoulder had also been attended to, but most of it was concealed by the hospital gown, revealing only a small patch of white gauze. Li Zhenting possessed a notably high nose bridge, and even with his eyes closed, one could perceive the depth and acuity of his gaze beneath his eyelids. His complexion was not particularly fair. Rather, it bore a slight resemblance to the warm wheat tones often observed in individuals from Hainan. Just as Zhang Yiming was scrutinizing Li Zhenting, the latter's eyes opened unexpectedly. "Brother, please remain still. You have an injury on your shoulder, and this is a hospital." Zhang Yiming cautioned as Li Zhenting attempted to sit up. He swiftly intervened, calling for the doctor who was about to leave. "It's fine. Just stay for a couple of days for observation. If everything is all right, you will be discharged," the young physician stated after a brief examination of Li Zhenting's condition. "Thank you, doctor. Please take care," Wang Fa remarked, glancing at Li Zhenting before expressing his gratitude to the physician as he escorted him to the door. We are here because you were struck by a tractor. A heroic driver came to your aid, and my brother and I assisted him in bringing you to the hospital," Zhang Yiming interjected, halting Wang Fa. "Xiaoming, what are you doing?" Wang Fa retorted, displeased by Zhang Yiming's words. "What is this about? They clearly spent their time and money. Why should the credit go solely to that driver?" It seemed unfair to Wang Fa to diminish the efforts of an unnamed hero. "Brother, that driver is named Lei Feng. He operates a taxi." Wang Fa's words were met with Zhang Yiming's rebuttal, leaving him with a face full of frustration. "Lei Feng," Li Zhenting echoed in somewhat imperfect Mandarin. "Indeed. He shares the same name as the exemplary figure of selflessness, Lei Feng. Brother, do you have any friends or family in Minghu? I can help you get in touch with them," Zhang Yiming suggested, his demeanor leaving Wang Fa puzzled, yet he remained silent as Zhang Yiming discouraged further discussion. "No. I am here on a business trip to Minghu and did not anticipate encountering such an incident. Thank you both." Despite his youth, Li Zhenting exuded a commanding presence and mindset that far surpassed Wang Fa's. "There's no need for thanks. Brother Lei had pressing matters at home and needed to leave in haste. Here is the plan. The doctor mentioned your condition is not severe. My brother and I need to return to Tongnuan County shortly. How about I help you find someone to care for you for a couple of days?" "Tongnuan County? Is that the same place known for the ancient Sifang city?" Li Zhenting inquired, turning his head at the mention of the county. "Yes. Do you know Tongnuan County? I took a tractor intending to reach the bus station for a trip to Tongnuan County, but unexpectedly, the tractor malfunctioned and threw me out. Thus, here I am. Young brother, I will handle my discharge and accompany you back to Tongnuan County." "Brother, that is not advisable. The doctor insists you should remain for observation." "It's all right. I am aware of my own body. I assure you, I shall arrange for my discharge immediately." As Li Zhenting prepared to rise, Zhang Yiming swiftly stepped forward to support him. "Brother, please remain still. Allow my brother to manage your discharge." With that, Zhang Yiming turned his gaze toward Wang Fa once more. Wang Fa stood in the corner, suppressing a wave of grievance, yet upon meeting Zhang Yiming's gaze, he resignedly exited the hospital room. Li Zhenting observed Wang Fa, then Zhang Yiming, feeling a tinge of surprise. After all, the youth's demeanor and aura far surpassed that of his peers. The middle-aged man had evidently shown profound respect, even reverence, toward this young individual, which seemed rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Li Zhenting, being extraordinarily perceptive, harbored his doubts internally, revealing nothing on his countenance. Having just completed the admission process, they were now preparing for discharge. Wang Fa and the nurse at the billing desk, along with the emergency doctor, expended considerable effort, ultimately receiving a refund of 600 yuan along with several boxes of medication specifically for treating injuries. "Brotherly, allow me to assist you." Upon returning to the ward, Wang Fa found Li Zhenting already dressed, while Zhang Yiming supported him to a standing position in the center of the room. Wang Fa's eyes flitted between Zhang Yiming and Li Zhenting, noting that in his brief absence, a certain familiarity had evidently developed between them. "Brother, this gentleman is Li Zhenting, 25 years old, a few years your junior." "Brotherly, this is my elder brother, Wang Fa, 30 years old." Zhang Yiming succinctly introduced the two before instructing Wang Fa to fetch a vehicle. At this time, taxis were not as ubiquitous as they would be in a decade or two. They were still relatively rare, and the fare of 1 yuan and 20 cents per kilometer was not something the average person could easily afford. Fortunately, being situated at the hospital entrance, Wang Fa's luck seemed favorable as he hailed a taxi within 10 minutes. "How much to Tongnuan County?" Zhang Yiming and Li Zhenting overheard Wang Fa negotiating the fare as they descended the stairs. 60 yuan, the driver declared, his face appearing from the window, thumb and little finger raised in a gesture. Master, that's highway robbery. A metered fare to Tanyuan County is merely 30 yuan, and you demand 60 outright? That's outrageous. Wang Fa retorted. Outrageous? At this hour, I must return empty to Tanyuan County. The fare must be covered by you. The driver replied with an air of entitlement. Fine, I'll find another taxi. Wang Fa felt particularly unlucky that day, from the morning onward. It seemed nothing was going his way, and now he had to endure this hassle just to secure a ride. Brother Da, let us stick with this one. 60 it is, Zhang Yiming said, guiding Li Zhenting directly to the taxi. Xiao Ming, he's trying to take advantage. We shouldn't indulge him, Wang Fa protested. Brother Da, ride safely on your motorcycle. We'll meet at the Tanyuan County guest house, Zhang Yiming concluded, assisting Li Zhenting into the taxi. Wang Fa remained motionless, acutely aware that after Zhang Yiming spoke, his lips had moved slightly. He understood the unspoken communication between them. As they disembarked, Zhang Yiming intended to settle the fare. But Li Zhenting preemptively paid the driver. In 1993, although Tanyuan County had yet to embark on the development of its tourism industry, the county's exceptional geographical conditions drew numerous visitors, particularly retirees seeking respite. Consequently, Li Zhenting and Zhang Yiming settled for a modest room at the inn, located at the far end of the second floor, devoid of windows. Brotherly, the room is a bit cramped, but we shall make do for now, Zhang Yiming remarked. Initially, he had intended to take Li Zhenting to the Wanhua Hotel, but considering its proximity to Xiabela and the exorbitant rates, he ultimately opted for the county's guest house. It's rather pleasant and clean. Little Ming, when your brother arrives, please hand me the hospital receipt, and I shall reimburse him, Li Zhenting replied. Having brought little luggage apart from his wallet, which Zhang Yiming had noticed contained only a modest sum of 700 or 800 yuan. All right, we shall wait for him. Li Zhenting continued, then turned to Zhang Yiming. By the way, you are in your first year of high school this year? Indeed, I am in my first year. Zhang Yiming confirmed. Impressive. Your brotherly, barely completed middle school before venturing out into the world. I truly admire those of you who pursue education with such dedication. You must study diligently and aim for university. I aspire to attend Nanda University. Nanda? That's quite a challenge to gain admission. However, if you succeed, it would be remarkable. Li Zhenting expressed keen interest upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words. I will strive to achieve that, Zhang Yiming responded resolutely. Very well, once you secure admission to Nanda, I shall host a celebratory feast in your honor, inviting all your friends and classmates to partake in the festivities. Absolutely, I will not disappoint you, brotherly. An hour later, Wang Fa finally arrived at the guest house, his face flushed from the brisk winds of the evening, and his hair tousled from the speed of his motorcycle ride. Brother Da, please hand the hospital receipt to brotherly. He mentioned he would reimburse you, Zhang Yiming instructed. Wang Fa appeared momentarily confused, unable to comprehend Zhang Yiming's thoughts. Did he not aspire to be an unsung hero? Why then ask for reimbursement? Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion, acknowledging that he had indeed incurred expenses. Thank you, my brother, Wang Fa replied. The medical expenses totaled nearly 400 yuan, and Li Zhenting extracted 400 yuan notes from his wallet, though his single arm made the gesture somewhat awkward. It was not that much. I spent less than 400. Wang Fa insisted. My brother, were it not for you and little Ming, I might have lost my life on the roadside. A matter of mere dozens of yuan should not be a point of contention. You have seen my condition, Li Zhenting said, unabashed about his disability, even jesting about it. Wang Fa felt it inappropriate to persist in his refusal. Brotherly, I have school tomorrow. Let brother to take care of you. If anything arises, you can communicate directly with him, Zhang Yiming said, rising from his seat. Go ahead and focus on your studies. I have no pressing matters. You may take a taxi wherever you wish. Rest assured, Li Zhenting reassured him. Li Zhenting held a remarkably favorable impression of Zhang Yiming. Although their acquaintance spanned merely half a day, their rapport had already blossomed into a profound camaraderie. Well, I shall take my leave now. Brotherly, do rest early. Zhang said. Xiao Ming, who exactly is this Li Zhenting? Wang Fa inquired eagerly as he caught up with Zhang Yiming. Brother Fa, he hails from Dongguan. Do you know why he has come to Tanyuan County? Zhang Yiming paused, gazing intently at Wang Fa as he spoke. I don't know. Didn't you mention your call when unanswered? How could you possibly know his purpose for coming? Wang Fa's intellect seemed somewhat limited, particularly in comparison to Zhang Yiming's sharper acumen. Sometimes, people become accustomed to relying on others, their minds seemingly rusted and unresponsive. Such was Wang Fa's state at that moment. He is here to conduct market research in Tanyuan County, invited by someone. Do you know who that might be? Wang Fa shook his head again, unfamiliar with Li Zhenting, thus unable to fathom who had summoned him. It is Zhao Guangming, along with the owner of Kadi Communications. Upon hearing this, Wang Fa's eyes widened in astonishment. What? That Zhao Guangming from the telecommunications company? And the owner of Kadi Communications? Wang Fa found the news utterly incredulous, yet he recognized that Zhang Yiming never spoke without reason. His assertions were grounded in truth. Indeed, he is the supervisor of Sister Tan. Li Zhenting specializes in the trade of electronic components in Dongguan. You were quite intrigued by those mock models displayed at the Kadi Communications counter, weren't you? Those mock models were crafted by Li Zhenting. What? Wang Fa's eyes grew even wider. In fact, while inquiring about Li Zhenting's information from Lu Xiong, he had not recalled this detail. He merely knew that Li Zhenting was engaged in the trade of electronic components. It was only on his way to Minghu to seek out Li Zhenting that he remembered the nickname Li Zhenting had earned in the industry before Jinhua Communications ascended to its current prominence, the foremost mock model creator in the country. This meant that Li Zhenting was among the pioneers in crafting mock models and integrating them into the entire communications sector. Moreover, the car accident that marked the end of Li Zhenting's previous life occurred at Minghu. Considering the mock models they had previously seen at Kadi Communications, it was highly likely that they were supplied by Li Zhenting. Of course, Zhang Yiming did not dare to assert this with absolute certainty, nor was there any need to delve into it further. Regardless of Li Zhenting's intentions for visiting Tanyuan County, he had already seized the initiative, particularly given his reputation as a deeply loyal individual. Xiaoming, are you intending to purchase mock models from him? After digesting Zhang Yiming's words, Wang Fa posed a new question. Certainly not. He has come from Dongguan, which is the largest hub for electronic components and communication devices in the nation. He can provide us with invaluable industry insights and connections within this field, as we are engaged in the assembly of machines. Staying abreast of industry trends and understanding customer resources is paramount for us. It could very well determine the heights our business can reach. Brother Fa, don't you think we should cultivate a relationship with someone like him? After Zhang Yiming finished speaking, he turned to Wang Fa. Wang Fa felt somewhat unmoored by Zhang Yiming's discourse. Every time Zhang analyzed the intricacies of business with him, such feelings would arise. This is the disparity, Wang Fa mused. Xiaoming, I understand what you're saying, but since we wish to befriend Li Zhenting, why did you mention that the driver acted heroically at the hospital? That seems to have squandered a splendid opportunity. Zhang Yiming regarded Wang Fa, knowing he would inevitably pose this question. Chapter 64, Lying. Brother Da, let me ask you. If you were in Li Zhenting's position today, would it touch you more if I told you I saved you? Or if you learned from another source that I was your savior? Surely the latter. Wang Fa hesitated. The former might suggest ulterior motives. Exactly. Which is why we remain silent. But if we don't speak, how will he know it was us who saved him? You told him it was the driver who acted heroically, Wang Fa pressed. Brother Da, do you think everyone is as single-minded as you? We covered his medical expenses, accompanied him throughout to Tanyuan County, and these actions are far more convincing than mere words. Furthermore, Lei Feng's act of heroism was genuine. You must concede that. Zhang Yiming often felt like an interloper. To be fair, had he not known Li Zhenting's future identity in advance, he might not have intervened to save him. Thus, in some respect, Zhang Yiming felt he could not measure up to Lei Feng. He did not wish his intervention to deprive the kind-hearted Lei Feng of a prosperous opportunity. All right, whatever you say makes sense. I truly don't understand how a teenager like you thinks. I could never conceive of such ideas, Wang Fa lamented, though inwardly he held immense admiration for Zhang Yiming. Just look at what someone at 16 can achieve, at that age. He was sneaking peeks at comic books in the restroom, utterly oblivious to matters of human relationships and business acumen. Enough, Brother Da, don't be so envious. I simply enjoy reading and have learned from books. Haven T, you heard. In books, there are houses of gold. In books, there are beauties. Read more. Books can offer you everything you desire. Observing Wang Fa with his head drooping, Zhang Yiming found it amusing. Despite Wang Fa being physically older by over a decade, in Zhang's eyes, he appeared as a younger brother, somewhat dim-witted but fundamentally good-hearted, someone he was willing to mentor and guide. Let the shop remain closed for the next few days. Focus on accompanying Brotherly, showing him around Tanyuan County. Remember, speak when appropriate and refrain when not. Haste makes waste. Keep this in mind. Brotherly is not an ordinary person. You must remain vigilant. Brother Da, enough. old man," Wang Fei called out, prompting Zhang Yiming to chuckle softly. Had he truly been exhibiting an excessive degree of maturity? Fortunately, Wang Fei's intellect was not particularly sharp, and his emotional intelligence left much to be desired. Otherwise, such behavior might have raised suspicions. "By the way, Brother DFA, I believe your demeanor towards Auntie today was rather unkind. Let's not dwell on it, lest you label me as an old man again." Zhang Yiming had intended to express that one must cherish what they possess, for when it is lost, regret arrives too late. In his previous life, he had not been able to see his grandmother one last time, nor had he provided his mother with a single day of happiness, witnessing his father bedridden in paralysis each day of his existence. Such sentiments are difficult to grasp for those who have not experienced them firsthand. "Do you know who that man is?" Wang Fei suddenly inquired as Zhang Yiming hopped onto the back of his motorcycle. "He is my uncle, 10 years younger than my mother. Less than 6 months after my father's passing, they became involved." With that, Wang Fei revved the motorcycle and sped away. The night breeze enveloped Zhang Yiming, causing him to tighten his collar, yet he still felt the chills seeping into his clothes. "Brother DFA, I do not wish to pry into your family matters, nor do I feel I have the standing to do so. However, it is evident that Annie truly cares for you. One day, our parents will depart from us, and I only hope that when that day arrives, you do not find yourself regretting your current attitude. Good night." The motorcycle halted at the alley's entrance, and Zhang Yiming leapt off the seat, turning his back on Wang Fei as he vanished into the night. Wang Fei remained by the motorcycle, standing still for a long time. "Father, mother, are you still awake?" Upon returning home, Zhang Yiming noticed the lights in the house were still aglow. He had informed his father before leaving. Yet he was surprised to find his parents still waiting for him, a mix of warmth and guilt swelling in his heart. "Mingming, where have you been? Why have you returned so late?" Fan Lingling was the first to speak. Zhang Yiming glanced at his father, sensing that the atmosphere had shifted uneasily. "Mother, has something happened? You both seem a bit off," he observed. "What exactly were you doing?" Zhang Hashan inquired sternly. Zhang Yiming's mind raced, quickly realizing that his secret had been uncovered. "Father, mother, I apologize, I lied. I did not go to Wang Jun's house, but rather to Minghu with Brother DFA." Despite being unaware of the circumstances surrounding the situation, Zhang Yiming, having lived 2 lives, understood that once the truth was revealed, there was no point in evading responsibility. He would admit his fault first and clarify later, especially in front of his parents. To Minghu, "Zhang Yiming, have you disregarded my words? I have told you that our family does not lack money. You need not concern yourself with earning for the family. Your primary focus should be on your studies and preparing for university. Do you understand?" Zhang Hashan's voice rose sharply, and he nearly stood up in his agitation as he spoke the final words. In the stillness of the night, the father, Mingming, raised his voice at his son, causing Fang Lingling to feel a pang of sorrow. Why not communicate calmly? He is just a child after all, she thought. At 16, he should know better. And yet he has deceived us. If we ignore this now, what will happen in the future? He may stray further down a perilous path. Do not frighten the child. Her husband interjected. "Mingming, tell your mother how you ended up involved with that Wang boss again. Did you not promise your father you would refrain from the matters of the communication shop?" Though Fang Lingling felt a flicker of anger, her compassion for her son far outweighed it. "Dad, I did not intend to seek profit. It was the FA who mentioned his desire to invest in a communication shop at Minghu and asked for my assistance, because he is inexperienced and fears he cannot teach the apprentices effectively. You often tell me that kindness begets kindness. The FA has helped our family immensely. I did not mean to conceal this from you and Mom. I merely wished to spare you worry, and for that, I am truly sorry." Zhang Yiming lowered his head, feeling a deep sense of guilt. He understood his parents' feelings and their expectations, yet he was not an ordinary high school student. His aspirations for the future were vast, precluding a conventional teenage existence. If it were not essential, he would never want to deceive his parents, not even once. "Enough, enough. Your father and I are merely concerned for you. It has grown dark, and you have not returned. We could not reach you on the pager. I have saved you some dinner. Hurry and eat while it is still warm." Observing her son standing at the door, shivering in his thin clothing, Fang Lingling could no longer bear to say more and quickly ushered Zhang Yiming inside. Chapter 65. The inept ally dad. I was wrong. Zhang Yiming stood before Zhang Hashan, his tone earnest. Zhang Hashan, cigarette in hand, remained silent. "That is enough now. Our son has just explained that he was only trying to help and lied out of concern for us. Please, say something," he asked, trembling. Fang Lingling wrapped her arm around Zhang Yiming's shoulders and glared at Zhang Hashan. "All right, let us eat." Zhang Hashan, possessing a somewhat patriarchal disposition, found it difficult to express gentleness, yet Zhang Yiming felt a wave of relief. "Okay," he replied, as Fang Lingling guided him to the dining table. He cast another glance at his father seated in the chair, silently promising himself that he would not allow a repeat of today's situation. He would avoid any actions that might cause his parents distress or worry. As Zhang Yiming dined, Zhang Hashan retreated to his room. The relationship between father and son often unfolded in this manner, not devoid of love, merely differing in the dynamics compared to that of mother and son. Zhang Yiming felt a sense of relaxation upon his father's departure to the room. The mother sat beside him, continuously serving Zhang Yiming with dishes, inquiring about his affairs at school. By the time Zhang Yiming returned to his room, it was already past 10 o'clock. He removed the pager from his body, only to be informed by his mother that it was non-functional due to a dead battery. Back then, the batteries consisted of zinc chloride dry cells and alkaline zinc manganese dry cells, which had a short standby time and were quite troublesome, often leaking. As Zhang Yiming gazed at the battery in his hand, thoughts of the developments in rechargeable batteries over the next 20 years began to surface in his mind. The batteries used in mobile phones at that time were nickel-cadmium batteries, which offered decent stability but were challenging to manage in terms of size. In the future, the history of mobile phone evolution would essentially mirror that of battery advancements. The evolution of smartphones, aside from the enhancement of features, would also witness a significant reduction in size and thickness, transforming from the brick-like mobile phones of yesteryears to sleek devices measuring less than 1 centimeter in thickness over the span of approximately 25 years. Zhang Yiming began to search his memory, recalling that the earliest company in the country to specialize in the production of rechargeable batteries was Fimatui. He calculated that Fimatui was established in 1997, meaning that at this moment, the brand had not yet emerged. Furthermore, estimating the timeline, he realized that lithium batteries would be developed in about 7 or 8 years, officially debuting around 2000, and would swiftly dominate the smartphone market, maintaining their position until 2019, when no new battery could replace lithium-ion batteries. If he wished to re-enter the industry and become a leader, merely assembling components and acting as an agent would not suffice. He needed to grasp the core aspects of research, production, and sales. Perhaps mobile phone batteries could serve as a breakthrough. Although he lacked expertise in research, his mind was filled with information and insights regarding mobile phones and the communications industry spanning over the next 2 decades. As long as he found the right individuals, steering the direction of an industry was well within his capabilities. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yiming, he had become so engrossed in his thoughts that he lost track of time. And before he realized it, it was already 2 in the morning. He quickly closed his eyes, yet it took him over half an hour to finally drift off to sleep. The next morning, dark circles were visibly apparent under his eyes, causing his grandmother, Qin Fang, great concern. Regardless of Zhang Yiming's explanations, the elderly lady firmly believed he was unwell and insisted he take a leave to rest at home. After much persuasion, he finally managed to gain Qin Fang's reluctant approval to attend school. "Yiming, where were you yesterday? You weren't out chasing girls, were you?" Upon arriving at school, Ma Jun was busy sweeping the leaves off the playground. Seeing Zhang Yiming approach, he immediately ran over with his broom in a playful manner. "Ma Jun, you truly are a useless ally. Yiming, why are you cursing? Calling you such is a mild expression. Yesterday, my father came to your house looking for you." "Ah, really? He came looking for me? What did you tell him?" "I said I hadn't seen you. I thought you told your dad you were coming to my house." Ma Jun appeared to have a moment of realization. "You acknowledge that you are a troublesome companion, do you not? Mingzi, your father wouldn't scold you now, would he? It seems a tad late to express concern, doesn't he it?" "Oh dear, Mingzi, look at you. You're not genuinely upset, are you? I had no idea you had mentioned coming to my home to your father. Had I known earlier, I would have surely acted differently." "Oh, Mingzi, you know my mind is not particularly sharp. You can forgive me this once, can't you?" Watching Ma Jun's ridiculous antics, Zhang Yiming found himself caught between laughter and tears. A grown man, behaving more petulantly than a child, truly astonishing. "Now, hasten to clean your area, if you don't finish before class. You might find yourself at the mercy of the sly fox who could make your life difficult. Do not frighten me. I am no ordinary person. I am a hero capable of kicking the dragons of chaos and striking the tigers of mischief. Do you believe that a mere sly fox could pose a threat to me?" Ma Jun brandished his broom, swaggering with confidence. What is wrong with your eyes? Did you get sand in them? Zhang Yiming observed Ma Jun, pondering whether he and Wang Fa might be long-lost brothers, both equally dim-witted. Director Zhang, Ma Jun began, about to poke Zhang Yiming's eyelid, but caught a glimpse of Zhang Wanyong standing behind him. With a startled expression, he dropped his broom to the ground. Although Ma Jun was boastful, he was indeed timid. The sight of Zhang Wanyong sent chills down his spine. You seem quite capable. Since you are so adept, you shall be responsible for cleaning the playground for this entire week. Should I find any litter in the corners, you will continue sweeping. And the restroom as well. Do you understand? I understand, Director Zhang, Ma Jun replied. Zhang Wanyong delivered this statement with a smile, yet the smile felt unervingly sinister. Damn it. My ears must be tuned like radar. He heard me even when I spoke so softly. Once Zhang Wanyong entered the teaching building, Ma Jun began to mutter to his retreating figure. Well, who told you to speak without discretion? You dare to say anything. Hurry and clean up. Or else if he catches you, the next 3 years will be a struggle. Zhang Yiming knew Zhang Wanyong all too well. His mind was exceedingly narrow. He had never witnessed a director who bore grudges against students, holding on to grievances, yet Zhang Wanyong managed to do so. Many students at San High School despised Zhang Wanyong, yet felt utterly powerless against him. Very well, consider me unfortunate. You should hurry inside. After Ma Jun finished, he picked up the broom and began to sweep diligently. Zhang Yiming paused, tossed his backpack aside, and retrieved another broom from the corner, dividing their responsibilities. They continued cleaning until the class bell rang, at which point they hurried into the classroom. Fortunately, the first lesson was chemistry. It must be noted that while Ma Jun struggled significantly with the sciences, he excelled remarkably in chemistry. Zhang Yiming attributed this to their middle school chemistry teacher, a strikingly beautiful woman who bore a resemblance to Lu Fang. Thus, Ma Jun approached the study of chemistry with great seriousness, laying a solid foundation. The chemistry teacher for the first year is a woman named Yuan Lianying, a 50-year-old veteran educator known for her unwavering emphasis on academic performance. While other subject teachers are somewhat dismissive of Ma Jun, Yuan Lianying holds a particular fondness for him, even exhibiting a nurturing demeanor. Upon seeing Ma Jun rush in hurriedly, she refrains from reprimanding him, instead gently advising him to slow down and avoid falling. In stark contrast, her attitude towards Zhang Yiming is far less forgiving. She coldly admonishes him to manage his time better, threatening punishment for future tardiness. This blatant favoritism leaves Zhang Yiming feeling powerless, as Yuan Lianying's esteemed reputation as an educator and her bias towards his closest friend complicate matters. Chapter 66. Pursuing sponsorship. Zhang Yiming, the secretary has summoned you to his office. As the 4th period concluded, Zhang Yiming was beckoned out of the classroom by Zhang Yu. Upon exiting, he spotted Wen Ting waiting at the door. She nodded at him before turning to head towards the Youth League Committee office. Are you going to the secretary's office too? Zhang Yiming inquired, noticing Zhang Yu following him. Who said only you can go? I can go too, Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly. Zhang Yiming was taken aback by her response, feeling bewildered. He had merely asked a question. He recalled Zhang Yu's previous claims of being introverted and socially awkward. Yet her current demeanor contradicted that portrayal. Zheng Ji, the secretary of the Youth League Committee at Sangao High School, is also a physical education teacher, characterized by his prominent brows, bright eyes, and well-defined features. Zhang Yiming had little opportunity to interact with the committee secretary in his previous life. This was, in essence, his inaugural visit to the Youth League Committee office. Come in, you must be Zhang Yiming. Zheng Ji greeted him as he entered the office. Wen Ting stood inside. Her gaze lowered, concealing her expression. Zhang Yu, step inside and close the door, Zheng Ji instructed. Uncle, why did you summon us here in the middle of the day? The food vendors will be closing soon, Zhang Yu remarked. Uncle? Zhang Yiming was astonished, unaware of the familial connection between Zhang Yu and Zheng Ji. Here at school, refer to me as Secretary Zheng or Teacher Zheng. Do you understand? Zheng Ji's expression shifted slightly, though it was evident that Zhang Yu had not absorbed his words. Got it, Teacher Zheng. Now what is the matter? Hurry up, I'm starving, Zhang Yu retorted, her audacity in front of Zheng Ji surprising Zhang Yiming. After all, he was not only her uncle, but also a teacher and the secretary of the Youth League Committee. Zhang Yiming. Chao Hongxiang mentioned that your sponsorship matter has been resolved? Zheng Ji posed the question, catching Zhang Yiming off guard. Ah, yes, it has been settled, Zhang Yiming replied. realizing that the scheming Chao Hongxiang was eager to set him up for failure within the literary society, while also trying to undermine him in front of the committee secretary. Impressive. I've been busy these past few days visiting multiple organizations without securing any sponsors. You've done exceptionally well. Zhang Yiming was taken aback by Zheng Ji's candid remarks, which included an admission of his failure to secure sponsorship. This openness inadvertently endeared Zheng Ji to Zhang Yiming. I happen to know the owner of a telecommunications company who is quite interested in our school's anniversary celebration, Zheng Ji continued. However, he wishes to place some advertisements during the event for promotion. Zhang Yiming chuckled, is that all? As long as the sponsorship is sufficient, he can have the entire event to himself, promoting whatever he desires. Of course, the materials for promotion must be prepared by him, but we can certainly lend a hand. Zhang Yiming inquired, when should we expect the sponsorship funds? Zheng Ji replied, the sooner, the better. We need to start preparations, and there are many expenses to cover. All right. I will reach out to him today, Zhang Yiming responded. Good lad. I was worried when Chao Hongxiang initially took on this task, but it seems he had everything under control. Now, off you go, grab a bite to eat, and I'll find you later. Nodding, Zhang Yiming felt a twinge of discomfort. It seemed that Chao Hongxiang's antics had inadvertently elevated his standing in front of Zheng Ji. Nonetheless, Zhang Yiming had never been one to shy away from adversity. He intended to demonstrate to Chao Hongxiang that some advantages are not easily gained, and that he was not an easy target to manipulate. As he exited the office, Zhang Yiming overheard a conversation between Zheng Ji and Wenting, seemingly about a mathematics competition. Wenting's voice was soft, almost inaudible, reflecting on Wenting, the academic prodigy. Zhang Yiming felt a pang of envy. He hoped that through his own diligence, he too could attain academic excellence, at the very least matching the accomplishments of Yin. Zhang Yiming had not previously discussed the sponsorship matter with Wang Fa, but the 2,000 yuan was not a significant concern for either of them. Nevertheless, he was determined not to let that sum go to waste. From Zheng Ji's earlier comments, it was clear that the anniversary celebration would be held at the county sports field. The Tongsong County Sports Field was open air and typically used for school and organizational athletic events, as well as a place where locals gathered for exercise or even socializing. In 1993, a year marked by a scarcity of entertainment, such a grand event would attract not only the faculty and staff from invited schools, but also numerous individuals from the education sector and many curious locals. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Zhang Yiming planned to leverage this occasion to promote DFA Telecommunications, the Tanyuan food factory, as well as his family's handheld pancakes and egg-filled pancakes. He would need to contemplate the best approach for these promotions. As Zhang Yiming left the secretary's office, intending to buy lunch, he heard a commotion in the distance. Following the noise, he saw a large crowd gathered at the computer lab, all of them students, and predominantly boys. Mingzi, where are you headed? I brought your lunch back. As Zhang Yiming was about to step forward to discern what had transpired, he was abruptly seized by Ma Jun, who was balancing 2 takeout boxes. The containers were so filled that the gravy trickled down the sides. Yet due to the frigid weather, it had partially solidified, and it was evident that the contents were meat dishes. Do you know what happened up ahead? Oh, why concern yourself with it? It certainly isn't anything good. Keeping a distance is wise. I have no desire to be the subject of mockery again, Ma Jun replied, a grimace crossing his face. Nevertheless, Zhang Yiming remained intrigued, sensing an inexplicable connection to the incident. You should take the food back. I'll investigate. Hey, Mingzi, why are you so eager to meddle in others' affairs? Ma Jun's prattling fell on deaf ears as Zhang Yiming waved him off and approached the gathering. After a moment's contemplation and a glance at the food he held, Ma Jun stomped his foot and followed. Zhou He, I'll ask you once more, was it you who tipped them off? As Zhang Yiming drew closer to the crowd, the voices within reached his ears. It was Wang Hao. Since the last incident, Zhang Yiming had not crossed paths with Wang Hao, for they were not of the same ilk. His acquaintance with Wang Hao had been calculated, yet upon hearing his voice, he felt compelled to push through the throng. At that moment, Zhou He sat on the ground, propped up by his hands, facing Zhang Yiming sideways, while Wang Hao knelt on one leg, gripping Zhou He's collar, his eyes a tempest of conflicting emotions. Hu Daling and Bai Gang were conspicuously absent, a rarity indeed, for the 4 heavenly kings typically moved as a unit. Boss, it wasn't me. How could I possibly do something like that? Someone must have been gossiping, right? Who was it? I'll make them pay. Zhou He expressed indignantly. Zhang Yiming could not suppress a cold smile. He was aware of the truth. In a previous life, Wang Hao had only learned of this matter 3 years later when, armed with a dagger, he confronted Zhou He at the entrance of a nightclub, delivering several stabs with little regard for Zhou He's life. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps Wang Hao never intended to kill Zhou He, as the latter sustained serious injuries but did not suffer any life-threatening wounds. Aware of his own culpability, Zhou He dared not seek revenge against Wang Hao. However, Hu Daling and Bai Gang harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhou He, frequently rallying a group of ruffians to trouble him. Zhou He's ventures into the restaurant business failed miserably, and his attempts at running a barber shop met the same fate. Ultimately, his brief endeavor as a bathhouse owner was shut down by the authorities. Zhou He, we've shared brotherhood. I merely seek the truth. Was it you who called the police? Wang Hao's countenance darkened, and Zhang Yiming could empathize with Wang Hao's current sentiments. Though they were all still quite young, this very youth lent their emotions a certain purity, devoid of ulterior motives, making their connections all the more precious. No, boss, how could I commit such a treacherous act? Zhou He protested. What were you doing that day? Why didn't you go to the machine factory? I am afflicted with a bout of diarrhea and have confided in Gongzi about my predicament. Do you recognize this item? Zhang Yiming's eyes widened as he observed Wang Hao retrieving a name tag from his pocket. Each student possesses one of these tags, inscribed with their name, class, student ID, and adorned with a small photograph. The one Wang Hao held belonged to Zhou He. Old boss, how did my name tag end up in your possession? I've lost it for several days. Zhou He's demeanor shifted noticeably, revealing a hint of anxiety. Lost it, you say? Allow me to inform you. This name tag was discovered in my father's pocket. Do you know where my father found it? At the machine factory. On that very night, when you failed to show up at the factory, did this name tag sprout legs and wander there on its own? Boss, I swear it wasn't me. I truly do not know how my name tag ended up at the machine factory. I haven't done anything. We've been together for 3 or 4 years. You ought to know what kind of person I am. I am not ungrateful, I assure you. Zhou He adamantly denied any wrongdoing, even with the name tag firmly in Wang Hao's grasp. Gao Song, did you witness Zhou He at the machine factory that night? A boy in school uniform stepped forward, someone Zhang Yiming did not recognize but assumed was academically inclined, given his thick glasses. That night, I returned home and saw Zhou He enter the old machine factory, glancing around furtively as he walked. You're talking nonsense. Your glasses are thicker than bottle bottoms. How could you possibly see anything? Zhou He erupted in anger at Gao Song's accusation. I clearly saw you. Not only did you enter, but you even hid inside. I, Gao Song, swear to the heavens. If I am lying, may I be struck by a car. Zhang Yiming was taken aback by the unexpected fierceness of this seemingly gentle scholar, who dared to make such a solemn vow. Zhou He, I do not wish to ask again. Did you report to the police? The tension surrounding Wang Hao had reached its zenith, and the timid Ma Jun, terrified, clutched Zhang Yiming's arm as if ready to flee at any moment. Boss, I must have had my head kicked by a donkey. I was bewitched. I was wrong. Truly wrong. Realizing that stubbornly maintaining his innocence was futile, Zhou He abruptly knelt before Wang Hao, prepared to bow his head in apology. Zhou He, when we swore brotherhood, I made it clear that as long as you do not betray me, I would regard you as my own kin. As long as I, Wang Hao, have a grain of rice, you shall not go hungry. If any of you wish to part ways, speak up, and we shall part amicably. I, Wang Hao, shall not hinder you. Yet, you have not only betrayed me, but nearly endangered my father's life. Zhou He, since you lack loyalty, do not expect me to show compassion. A sudden shriek erupted from the crowd, and instantly, everyone scattered as if they had seen a ghost. Ma Jun's hand trembled, causing his lunchbox to tumble to the ground. He grasped Zhang Yiming, attempting to escape, only to find Zhang Yiming had broken free and rushed towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao, is it truly worth it? Wang Hao clutched a blade, over a foot long, glistening coldly under the sunlight. It was evident that he had long been prepared to confront Zhou He, regardless of whether the situation had unfolded 2 years earlier. Wang Hao's method of vengeance remained unchanged. The sole distinction this time was that his knife did not find its mark upon Zhou He. Step aside. This is my affair, and does not concern you. With fury igniting in his eyes, Wang Hao, possessing considerable strength, found Zhang Yiming's slender frame incapable of opposing him. It seemed inevitable that he would break through. Zhou He, you fool. Hurry up and run. Are you waiting to die? Zhou He, already paralyzed by fear, leapt like a rabbit at Zhang Yiming's urging, sprinting towards the classroom building. Zhang Yiming, Get lost, mind your own business. Upon seeing Zhou He escape, Wang Hao's pent-up rage had nowhere to go. He shoved Zhang Yiming aside, causing the blade in his hand to shimmer ominously, sending a fresh wave of cold sweat cascading down Ma Jun's back. Wang Hao, do you wish to follow in your father's footsteps? Have you considered your mother's well-being? You know better than anyone her frail health. If you truly seek revenge, then go ahead, kill Zhou He now, and join your father in prison. Your mother can visit and see both of you. It would be splendid, wouldn't it? Go on. Wang Hao's fury was extinguished in an instant by Zhang Yiming's words. He recognized the truth in what Zhang Yiming articulated. His mother suffered from heart issues and severe rheumatism. If he were to land himself in trouble, it could very well lead to her downfall, and he could not allow her to become utterly helpless. Reflecting on his earlier demeanor towards Zhang Yiming filled him with remorse. Zhang Yiming, I apologize for my earlier outburst. I was overwhelmed with anger and couldn't think clearly. Thank you for intervening. Are you all right? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhang Yiming's arm, concerned that his earlier forceful actions may have harmed him. Wang Hao, you owe me another favor, Zhang Yiming replied coolly before turning to leave, not allowing Wang Hao a chance to respond. Yiming. As Zhang Yiming walked away, Ma Jun finally processed the situation, pushing off the ground to chase after him. Wang Hao gazed at Zhang Yiming's retreating figure, his emotions tumultuous. He was acutely aware that had Zhang Yiming not intervened, his blade would have surely struck Zhou He, leading to a dire outcome that may not have resulted in imprisonment, but would have been far from favorable. Should he end up incarcerated, his family would be irrevocably fractured. Thus, Zhang Yiming was indeed correct. He owed him a debt of gratitude. Zhou He, just wait. I will uncover the truth behind this matter. You shall understand the consequences of betrayal. Wang Hao sheathed the blade. His mind cleared, yet his animosity towards Zhou He had intensified. Chapter 68. Who could it be? Yiming. What were you thinking? In a situation like that, you dare to intervene? Have you lost your mind? Ma Jun followed closely behind Zhang Yiming as they made their way back to the classroom, his heart racing incessantly. Observing Zhang's nonchalant demeanor ignited a simmering frustration within him. Ma Jun's grandfather was a veteran of the Red Army, having participated in the Korean War, and was undoubtedly a national hero. His father, in his youth, had also served as a militiaman. Though not part of a formal unit, he was nonetheless a man of grit. Yet, somehow, in Ma Jun's generation, the genetic makeup seemed to have mutated, as his courage was scarcely greater than that of an ant. In his childhood, he would merely stand by the riverbank, watching as others caught dragonflies and frogs, trembling at the mere sight of a passing dragonfly. Zhang Yiming turned to face Ma Jun. Why are you staring at me like that? It's making me uneasy. Feeling a chill run down his spine under Zhang's unblinking gaze, Ma Jun hesitated. I just wanted to see if you resemble your father. What do you mean by that? I recall several years ago when the brigade awarded your uncle a certificate and a bicycle. Yes, that was quite a while ago. Why are you bringing this up now? I just think that your uncle had such remarkable bravery. He faced down a criminal without flinching and managed to subdue him, delivering the perpetrator to the police station. Why haven't you inherited even a fraction of your father's courage and integrity? Ma Jun's father, Ma Jimin, had once subdued a burly man wielding a kitchen knife in 1986, saving a man who was nearly killed. This incident had gained notoriety in the town of Saifengcheng. Although he was not officially recognized as a hero, the brigade held a commendation meeting, bestowing awards and certificates. At that time, both Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun were only 9 years old and did not grasp the deeper significance of this honor. They merely thought it impressive that Ma Jun's father received a bicycle. However, now, especially after experiencing a rebirth, Zhang Yiming understood the immense courage Ma Jimin must have possessed when confronting the knife-wielding assailant. In that moment, he had truly placed his own life at risk. Oh, Mingzi, are you mocking me? What is wrong with my courage? My mother always says that being timid is good. It avoids trouble and keeps one out of legal trouble. Unlike my father, who dares to confront anything without considering my mother and me. My behavior is what you would call familial responsibility. Upon hearing Ma Jun's words, Zhang Yiming's expression grew peculiar. Having known Ma Jun across 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he realized how astute Ma Jun's mother was, skillfully encouraging her child, linking timidity to a sense of familial duty. All right then, continue to uphold this fine tradition of yours, Zhang Yiming said with a smile after a brief pause. At that moment, gazing at Ma Jun's honest, unpretentious face, he was inexplicably reminded of the scene from his previous life just before Ma Jun's demise. At that time, Ma Jun had been struck by a van, bloodied and unconscious. Strangely attuned, when Zhang Yiming rushed to Ma Jun's side, grasping his hand, Ma Jun had opened his eyes. Mingzi, am I going to die? Is all this blood mine? Why don't I feel any pain? Perhaps it is the legendary moment of a fleeting return to life, thought Ma Jun as he articulated these words with remarkable clarity and fluency, far removed from the stilted delivery often portrayed in films and television dramas. Who says you are going to die? Don't speak nonsense. The scent of blood was overwhelmingly pungent, piercing the air. Mingzi, you always say I lack courage. Look now. Despite losing all this blood, I am not afraid. Why are you crying? You're trembling. Please don't weep. Didn't you say I couldn't die? Without any forewarning, Ma Jun met his untimely demise. Clutching a bar of chocolate, a popular treat from the 1990s, Chislin chocolate, he found it had crumbled to pieces. Zhang Yiming knelt beside Ma Jun, appearing to die alongside him. When Ma Jun's body was brought back home, he frantically sought out Lu Feng with the broken pieces of Chislin chocolate, weeping and pleading for her to see Ma Jun, who had perished while buying her chocolate. Yet, Lu Feng never came. Not even at the time of Ma Jun's burial did she make an appearance. Being timid can indeed be quite advantageous, Zhang Yiming murmured softly. Ma Jun did not require boldness, for in this new life, he would protect Yiming, ensuring he lived well, cherishing youth and life, welcoming the peaks of existence together, rather than having life abruptly end a day before his 18th birthday. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Zhang Yiming's face, Ma Jun felt a twinge of unease. Ever since he returned from his grandmother's home and encountered Zhang Yiming again, the boy had seemed peculiar, particularly in the way he sometimes gazed at him, as if looking through him at someone else entirely. Due to the incident involving Wang Hao, both Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun had gone without food. At this age, when young men have the greatest appetites, Zhang Yiming felt his stomach cramping fiercely as the second period began, his belly grumbling incessantly. At that time, the high school lacked any small convenience stores. The only shop was situated off campus, and the school gates were closed during class hours. Starving, Zhang Yiming dashed to the water room to fill his cup with cool water. To his astonishment, upon returning to his desk, he discovered two unexpected items, an old loaf of bread and a bag of aged Maoshing butter biscuits. These two items were highly popular in the 1990s, especially the butter biscuits, which were typically purchased only when visiting someone's home or when bringing comfort to the ill. Seldom did anyone buy them for personal consumption. Though Zhang Yiming had never shown interest in such items, their sudden appearance on his desk was nothing short of miraculous. He glanced around the classroom, noticing that his classmates were preoccupied with their own activities, none paying him any heed. Ma Jun had been slumped over his desk, asleep since the start of the second period, and remained undisturbed. The items could not possibly belong to him. His deskmate, Guy Meng, had rushed to the restroom immediately after class began and had yet to return, so it was certainly not him. Could it be Li Jia? Zhang Yiming turned his gaze towards Li Jia's seat, where she was intently drawing something in her notebook, her profile appearing round and earnest, completely absorbed in her task. Was it Lu Tiantian? At this moment, Lu Tiantian was holding an English book, her eyes closed as she recited vocabulary, her attention far from him. Who could it be? Uncertain of who had placed it on the desk, Zhang Yiming remained unmoved. Mingzi, if you have some provisions, why not say a word? I'm starving, hurry up. Later, as school ended, Ma Jun spotted the bread and butter cookies that Zhang Yiming had placed atop his backpack. Before Zhang Yiming could intervene, Ma Jun had already torn open the bread's packaging. Chapter 69, Go with the Flow. Buddy, don't you inquire about the price before indulging? What price? Do we really need to bother with that? Yours is mine, and mine is yours. No way. I'm choking. I need some water. Ma Jun, resembling a famished ghost, was gagging and rolling his eyes, clutching the bread while racing towards the water room. Zhang Yiming was at a loss. He had initially intended to discover who had gifted it and return it, but that seemed futile now. Are you going to eat? I don't fancy this. With the bread gone, Zhang Yiming decided to offer the cookies instead, approaching Guy Meng with them. I don't like them either. Give them to someone else. Guy Meng was rather taciturn, and Zhang Yiming didn't dwell on it, casually stuffing the cookies into his backpack. Zhang Yiming, my sister asked when your friend would be available for that meal. Oh, I completely forgot. Let me check today and get back to you in a couple of days. Zhang Yiming had indeed forgotten about it. After all, the money was borrowed from Wang Fa and had nothing to do with him, so it slipped his mind. However, Guy Meng and Guy Jiao were quite perceptive, And if he didn't join them for that meal, it might create some lingering resentment. My sister said you can choose the place. Wait for my word, that's easy enough. For some reason, Zhang Yiming felt that Gai Meng's tone carried a hint of displeasure, perhaps a result of past experiences that made him overthink. Zhang Yiming initially considered asking Li Jia or Lu Tiantian if the items on the desk were theirs, feeling it necessary to express gratitude. Yet, considering that such a question might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, he ultimately dismissed the thought. Mingzi, clutching his own backpack while slinging Ma Jun's over his shoulder. Zhang Yiming prepared to exit the classroom when he saw Ma Jun rushing in from the direction of the water room, his excitement palpable as he breathed heavily. What is going on? Did you set the place on fire? Guess what I just heard? What? Bai Gang and Hu Dalan beat up Zhou He terribly. His mother is causing a scene at school now. Do you think Bai Gang and Hu Dalan have lost their minds? Wang Hao didn't even lift a finger. So what is their excitement about? This time, they're in for it. I reckon they'll be expelled. Ma Jun wasn't particularly athletic, and after a few steps, he was out of breath, his words coming in gasps. Hold on to the backpack. Zhang Yiming removed both his and Ma Jun's backpacks from his shoulders, directly handing them to Ma Jun before heading towards the administrative office. Although events transpired earlier than anticipated, many details remained unchanged. Bai Gang and Hu Dalan still stood up for Wang Hao by confronting Zhou He, an altercation that occurred within the school premises, thus constituting a serious violation of regulations. Ma Jun was not mistaken. It was highly probable that Bai Gang and Hu Dalan would face expulsion due to this incident. While he had no personal ties with these two, Zhang Yiming could not help but feel moved by their sense of justice. Hey, where are you going? Ma Jun called out anxiously as he observed his childhood friend's departing figure. Why are you back again? Just as Ma Jun finished speaking, he noticed Zhang Yiming turning around to return. Nothing, let us go home. Zhang Yiming once more snatched the backpack from Ma Jun, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Mingzi, are you out of your mind? Perhaps your parents should take you to the hospital for an examination. Your behavior resembles that of a lunatic, constantly in and out. Then you'd best keep your distance. Insanity can be contagious. Spare me your nonsense. I'm no fool. Zhang Yiming shook his head. Who would admit to being foolish? The reason for his change of heart was that he remembered in his previous life, Bai Gang and Hu Dalan had successfully completed high school. Bai Gang's father was a formidable figure, and the chances were high that this incident would pass without dire consequences. Moreover, even if he intervened, it would not alter the situation, so there was no need to go. Zhang Yiming rode his bicycle with Ma Jun to the entrance of the alley. After Ma Jun rode ahead, Zhang Yiming pushed his bike back out of the alley, changing direction and heading straight to the Tanyuan County guest house. To be honest, he felt a sense of unease regarding Wang Fa. Li Zhenting held significant importance in his plans for the future, and he could not afford to be careless. Ha ha ha, that joke you shared is quite amusing. It's the first time I've heard it. This was told to me by Xiao Ming, and I found it rather entertaining as well. As Zhang Yiming approached the room, he was greeted by laughter emanating from within. Setting aside other considerations, it appeared that Wang Fa and Li Zhenting were getting along rather well. Brotherly, what did the Fa say that has you laughing so heartily? Zhang Yiming entered the room, clad in his school uniform and carrying his backpack. Li Zhenting's gaze swept over Zhang Yiming, his expression somewhat contemplative. I just recounted that joke you shared about a father seeking a billionaire's daughter as a wife for his son. Zhenting complimented your storytelling. It was fresh and amusing. Wang Fa said, grinning with a hint of pride, causing Zhang Yiming's heart to race. This joke had only begun circulating online after 2015, and he had originally told it to offer guidance to Wang Fa. To Wang Fa, it might have seemed trivial, without further explanation. He likely would not grasp its full intent. Yet, Li Zhenting was different. The curiosity reflected in his gaze suggested that he had developed a certain intrigue regarding Zhang Yiming. Such curiosity could be a blessing, yet it might also lead to complications. Li Zhenting transformed from a rural boy with a disability and no formal education into a telecommunications magnate worth billions. His success is not solely attributed to his willingness to endure hardship and take risks. More significantly, it stems from his exceptional vision and insightful thinking. What do I think? I merely echo others' wisdom. Has Brotherly not heard this before? Zhang Yiming asked, seemingly innocently. No, this joke may sound amusing, yet it conceals profound meaning. Little Ming's insight is remarkable. I heard from Brother Fa that you can even assemble machines. Zhang Yiming nearly lost his temper, wondering about Wang Fa's lack of judgment. After knowing someone for just a day, why divulge everything? With such a mindset, it's a miracle his business hasn't failed yet. I've tinkered with circuits and small appliances alongside my father since childhood, and after observing repairs, I gradually grasped the concepts. But do not heed Brother Fa's boastful claims. He can exaggerate even the smallest details. Little Ming, I assure you, I am not embellishing. Your skills in machine assembly are rare even in Dongguan. Why don't you demonstrate your prowess in front of Zhenting, so he can verify my words? Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's remarks, Wang Fa became slightly excited, his eyes wide with anticipation. What a foolish teammate. Zhang Yiming felt exasperated by Wang Fa's utter lack of discernment. Haha, indeed. I, too, wish to witness Little Ming's skills. I know many experts in Dongguan who can assess one's level at a glance, Li Zhenting remarked with a smile at Zhang Yiming. Haha, that sounds good. Hopefully, there will be an opportunity. Zhang Yiming felt his smile was stiff and awkward, contemplating whether to place his hopes on Wang Fa. He hesitated, uncertain if he could trust him with the responsibilities of their enterprise, fearing he might shatter it entirely. Brotherly, how is your health? Have you changed the medication for your shoulder? Li Zhenting bore a wound on his shoulder, although it had not required stitches. The medication needed to be applied for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Upon discharge, the doctor specifically instructed him to change the dressing every 2 days. Yes. Brother Fa took me to the hospital early this morning and even showed me around Sifang City. Li Zhenting remained composed, his demeanor calm. Little Ming. I also took Zhenting to KD Communications, and you were indeed correct. Half of the mobile phones displayed in their cabinet are merely models. I was skeptical when you first mentioned this, but I was astonished to discover that the models look remarkably realistic. Zhang Yiming felt an urge to lash out at Wang Fa. It's true, calling him a foolish teammate is an understatement. How could he be so oblivious? He even took Li Zhenting to KD Communications and mentioned the models to them. In 1993, machine models were just emerging. Even in Dongguan, few truly understood them. What would this make Li Zhenting think? Little Ming, have you encountered machine models before? Indeed, Li Zhenting posed the question. How could I possibly come across that thing? It was mentioned by a relative of mine who conducts business in the East Bay. A few days ago, while he was chatting with someone during his visit back home, I happened to overhear him. Although the model they possess bears a striking resemblance to the genuine article, it is still discernibly not authentic. Brother Fa did not scrutinize it closely, which is why he mistook it for the real thing. This is indeed a fabrication. One lie necessitates countless others to uphold it. Yet this particular untruth remains unavoidable. Your relative operates in the East Bay? What kind of business does he engage in? Is it also in telecommunications? Yes, he specializes in wholesale assembly components. Is that so? Then it is possible I might be familiar with him. What is his name? And in which market does he operate? Li Zhenting pressed on relentlessly, appearing casual, yet he was effectively cornering Zhang Yiming into revealing the truth. Lu Xiong, a cousin of mine. I must admit, I am unaware of the specific market he frequents. Regardless, it is still a deception. Zhang Yiming decided to cast Lu Xiong aside entirely. He knew Lu Xiong, and this matter could not remain concealed. Sooner or later, Li Zhenting would discover it. Given this, he thought it best to disclose the information publicly now, thus preventing any future misconceptions from arising in Li Zhenting's mind. Lu Xiong? He is your cousin? Do you know him? In terms of acting, Zhang Yiming felt little pressure. Li Zhenting was merely 25. No matter how intelligent or quick-witted he might be, he could not compete with Zhang Yiming's life experience. Lu Xiong is somewhat of a celebrity in the East Bay's electronics market, which explains your familiarity with such matters. Li Zhenting's tone softened slightly, yet Zhang Yiming remained composed. Previously, Lu Xiong had suggested that Li Zhenting give him a call, but later, he directly provided him with Li Zhenting's pager number. Thus, Zhang Yiming could not ascertain whether Lu Xiong had informed Li Zhenting about his search. If he had not, then Zhang Yiming's current statements posed no issue. However, if Lu Xiong had indeed mentioned his inquiry to Li Zhenting, then Zhang Yiming would feel as if he were performing starkly exposed before him. All of Brother Fa's goods are sourced from Lu Xiong? Indeed, after all, he is my cousin, and I trust obtaining goods from him. Zhang Yiming nodded, displaying not a hint of vulnerability. I heard from Brother Fa that you plan to procure components for the Hanxian machines? Yes, I had previously heard the owner of KD Communications discuss the Hanxian machines, which piqued Brother Fa's interest. I took it upon myself to gather some information. However, I have heard that such components are scarce and the assembly is quite challenging. I am uncertain whether we can successfully accomplish it. Indeed, The core component of the Hanxian machine is notoriously difficult to assemble, which is why the market predominantly offers complete units. Even if assembly components are available, few are inclined to purchase them. Yet, if one can manage to assemble them independently, the profit margins far exceed those of complete units. It seems that Li Zhenting's understanding of the Hanxian machines is somewhat limited, at least as inferred from his words regarding the assembly of this core component. Moreover, there appears to be an underlying inclination in Li Zhenting's tone, suggesting he harbors a keen interest in the assembly of the Hanxian machines. In 1993, Zhang Yiming inconspicuously searched his mind once more. In his previous life, at this very moment, Li Zhenting seemed to have only just begun exploring electronic components, having yet to venture into the communications market. However, observing his current attitude towards the industry, it appeared he had developed an inclination to engage with it. Indeed, wasn't brotherly considering a business in this domain? This venture is not something one can simply embark upon without the requisite knowledge of core component assembly. Even the most affordable assembly parts would prove futile without such expertise. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Li Zhenting turned his head, casting a meaningful glance at him. I had previously requested a set of assembly parts for a Chinese display machine from my cousin, and they should arrive within the next couple of days. Once they do, I will study them. Perhaps I might just figure it out. Zhang Yiming was well versed in the assembly of core components for the Chinese display machine, even being aware of the subsequent generations of upgraded assembly parts. After all, upon arriving in Dongguan, his first job involved assembling these devices, where he was required to assemble at least 300 units daily, making him the most efficient worker in the factory. Naturally, he could not disclose this to anyone. Indeed, Zhenting, I believe Xiaoming will manage just fine. He is particularly adept at assembly and should be able to comprehend it with some research. Wang Fa, who had been sidelined and waiting for an opportunity to interject, finally seized the moment to speak, managing to phrase his comment in a manner that did not reveal Zhang Yiming's earlier declaration of his assembly capabilities. All right, Xiaoming, if you can truly figure it out, that would be impressive. Li Zhenting smiled, yet within that smile lingered an emotion that left Zhang Yiming uncertain. Brotherly, do you not intend to engage in the assembly business for the Chinese display machine? What do you wish to convey? Speak plainly, Li Zhenting replied, having shifted slightly on the bed, perhaps due to discomfort from sitting for too long. Brother Defy has always aspired to expand the communications store, but he faces two significant challenges: insufficient funds and the inadequacy of the Tongyuan County market to absorb such a large volume of devices. Especially with the emergence of formidable competitors, it is quite challenging to grow the communications store, and if you have any thoughts on collaboration, you could consider partnering with Brother Defy. Zhang Yiming had long contemplated establishing a collaborative relationship with Li Zhenting. However, he had not anticipated progress to unfold so swiftly. His initial plan had been to gradually build rapport, fostering trust before broaching the subject of collaboration. Yet, with the conversation having taken this turn, he found himself compelled to expedite his intentions. Collaboration? At present, I may not possess the financial resources that Defy has. I lack capital. And I certainly cannot procure core components at prices as low as your cousin. How can we collaborate? Li Zhenting's questions came forth in quick succession, seeming both casual and intentionally probing in their examination of Zhang Yiming. Chapter 71. Undermining the foundation. Zhang Yiming's heart was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. He did not wish to appear overly conspicuous. His earlier intention had been to remain in the shadows behind Wang Fa, discreetly managing affairs. However, after recent events, particularly those of the day, he had largely abandoned this notion, realizing that Wang Fa was neither suitable for nor capable of shouldering such responsibilities. Tan Hongmei is indeed capable. However, she remains primarily a business manager at the telecommunications company, which tends to frown upon employees engaging in side ventures. It would be unwise for him to jeopardize her secure position for this matter. More crucially, he has already revealed a certain degree of his intentions, and further concealment holds little significance. Therefore, he resolved to take bold action without hesitation. If he cannot secure a partnership with Li Zhenting, he can always explore alternative paths. Brotherly, there are various modes of collaboration, capital partnerships, technological alliances, and others such as sales channel cooperation. As you mentioned yesterday, you are an agent for electronic products in Dongguan, so you undoubtedly have established channels in this regard. Our mode of cooperation could involve a tripartite investment in capital, technology, and sales. I would oversee the technical aspects. The FA would provide the funding, and you, Brother Li, would manage the sales channels. We could share the profits 3 ways. Since the FA bears a greater risk with his investment, we could offer him an additional risk share. What do you think of this idea, Brother Li? When Zhang Yiming articulated these thoughts, his demeanor was composed, projecting an air of authority even in his school uniform. It was truly astonishing to witness such insight from a 16-year-old, broadening my horizons. Li Zhenting did not directly address Zhang Yiming's proposition, but merely offered a compliment. Wang Fa, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. Prior to Zhang Yiming's statement, he found it perplexing that Zhang Yiming would invite Li Zhenting to invest, as it meant diluting their profits. Naturally, anyone would feel unsettled by that. Yet, he was no longer the naive Wang Fa of a month ago. He now comprehended the deeper implications behind Zhang Yiming's words. While it appeared that they were conceding a portion of their profits to Li Zhenting, the benefits he could bring far exceeded this initial investment. This aligns with Zhang Yiming's earlier assertion of maintaining a long-term perspective. In truth, Zhang Yiming had another motive he had yet to disclose to Wang Fa. Their pursuit of Li Zhenting was also aimed at undermining Kedi communications. Despite Li Zhenting's reticence regarding his intentions in Tanyuan County, the presence of device models displayed at Kedi communications indicated a connection, whether overt or covert. Thus, intercepting this opportunity before any collaboration could pose a significant blow to Kedi communications. Furthermore, according to Li Zhenting, his purpose in Tanyuan County was not solely to discuss the assembly of Hanxian machines, but rather to promote device models. While these models represent a novel concept, they are ultimately just plastic shells, lacking the profitability potential of Hanxian assembly machines. Zhang Yiming harbored no concerns regarding how Li Zhenting would navigate this decision. Do you know why I am in Tanyuan County? Li Zhenting inquired. Didn't he, Brother Li, mention a business trip? Zhang Yiming felt a jolt within, but maintained an impassive exterior, aware that Li Zhenting was preparing to divulge critical information. However, he remained uncertain about the extent of this forthcoming revelation. Brother Fa, do you not think the models at the Kedi communication counter resemble the real thing? Do you know who crafted these models? Who did it? Zhang Yiming glanced at Wang Fa, who subtly shook his head. Zhang Yiming then exhaled, feeling relieved enough to ask. I have a small workshop in East Bay that specializes in model making. Those models were created by me. What? Zhenting, is that true? You made those models? Wang Fa's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock, though he had to admit that the play acting was a bit excessive. Indeed. I came to Minghu to observe the market response to the models. Brother Li, do you know Zhao Guangming from the telecommunications company? You know Zhao Guangming? This time, Li Zhenting did not hide his astonishment. Brother Fa, you should discuss this matter with Brother Li. Wang Fa, tasked with relaying the information, began to recount how they had come to know Tan Hongmei and their collaborations with the telecommunications and taxi companies, elaborating on the roles Zhao Guangming and his associates played in the matter. Naturally, his tone was less than favorable when mentioning Zhao Guangming. I didn't realize there was this connection among you all. I actually came to Minghu specifically to see Manager Zhao. He is a classmate of my sister. Zhang Yiming felt a slight relaxation of his mood. Previously uncertain about the nature of the relationship between Zhao Guangming and Li Zhenting, he was now aware that Zhao was merely a classmate of his sister, a relationship that was rather delicate. Zhao Guangming was in his 40s. And even if they had attended university together, it had been at least 16 or 17 years ago. Any bond would have inevitably faded and transformed over time. Moreover, being the brother of a classmate did not imply a particularly close relationship. At most, it served as a bridge for connections. Well then, let Brother Fa take you to the telecommunications company tomorrow. Zhang Yiming refrained from adding anything further, as he already had a clear idea in his mind. All right, you should head home early. You still have homework, don't you? Yes, high school assignments are quite numerous. It's common to be up writing until midnight. I'll head home now, Brother Li. Make sure to rest well. Zhang Yiming felt quite satisfied with the day's outcome, his tone considerably lighter. Brother Fa, I rode my bike here, so there's no need to escort me. Noticing Wang Fa was about to follow him out, Zhang Yiming interjected. I'll walk you downstairs. I can also grab a couple of plates of dumplings from the nearby dumpling shop. It's chilly tonight, so there's no need for Zhenting to come down. All right then. Brother Li, I'm off. Goodbye. Li Zhenting seemed a bit fatigued, or perhaps the earlier conversation had impacted him significantly. After nodding to Zhang Yiming, he flopped onto the bed. Xiaoming, did I perform well just now? Once outside the guest house, Wang Fa grasped Zhang Yiming's arm, his expression resembling that of a puppy waiting for its master's affection. What do you mean by well? Did you just lay everything bare for them? Or were you merely spouting nonsense without a filter? What? Wang Fa did not expect such a response from Zhang Yiming, his face falling in disappointment. He himself was unaware, completely oblivious, and did not know when it began. Before Zhang Yiming, he felt like a child, intermittently yearning for Zhang Yiming's affirmation. This sensation was peculiar. At least in the eyes of others, they would likely assume he was unwell. Never mind, I should not harbor overly high expectations for you. After all, this is how things stand now. You should accompany Brother Li for the next couple of days. By the way, did you follow up with Lu Tianbao and Zhao Pengfei, as I suggested last time? No, we have no business with them. There's no need to keep idlers around. Wang Fa stated matter-of-factly. You should take a trip to Shiguan Street in the next couple of days, subtly gauge their interest in installing machines. Do not persist in applying your previous line of thinking. Both of them possess commendable qualifications and are easy to cultivate. They might become our technical backbone in the future. If someone snatches them away, you will have no place to lament later. Zhang Yiming could no longer afford to be vague with Wang Fa when assigning tasks. He had to be meticulous, even analyzing the stakes involved and emphasizing the repercussions. Chapter 72. The Least Favorite Farewell also. Find time in the next couple of days to visit the school with me. Bring along 2,000 yuan. After pondering briefly, Zhang Yiming reiterated. Why? Have you gotten into trouble at school? Recalling the incident at the police station, Wang Fa's first instinct was to think Zhang Yiming was asking him to take the blame. Nonsense. Am I the mischievous one? The school is hosting a centenary celebration and needs sponsorship. You need to deliver the sponsorship fee, and remember, this money must be accounted for. We will settle it at the end of the year. That is unnecessary, but why should you be the one to solicit sponsorship? No, let us keep matters separate. I prefer a clear distinction between personal and professional affairs. It's not just me. In all future endeavors, we must ensure everything is documented and substantiated. If we wish to go far, addressing these foundational issues is imperative. Furthermore, our future partners may increase, and we cannot afford any negligence in this regard. Oh, understood. I'll make a note of it when I return. Wang Fa had grown accustomed to this mode of operation, where Zhang Yiming assigned tasks, he raised questions, was convinced by Zhang Yiming, and then executed. Well, please take care of Brother Li. Let the communication shop remain closed for the next couple of days. Wang Fa nodded again. For Zhang Yiming, Wang Fa's obedience was his most irrefutable quality. Whatever he said, Wang Fa would comply. While somewhat foolish, such individuals are indeed hard to come by. Xiaoming, why don't you have some dumplings before you leave? I can't. I need to head back. There is still plenty of homework. All right, then ride carefully. Zhang Yiming waved his hand and mounted his bicycle. Wang Fa watched Zhang Yiming's silhouette fade into the street before he turned to enter the nearby dumpling shop. This night, like many ordinary nights, was graced by a gentle, cool breeze and a crescent moon hanging in the sky. The streets and alleys appeared the same as Zhang Yiming rode. He glanced up at one of the few streetlights in Tanyuan County. The light was dim and far from bright, yet for Zhang Yiming, this night seemed to mark the first moment after his rebirth when he could clearly envision the direction of his future. Upon returning home, it was already past 6 in the evening. The hour was not excessively late, yet after yesterday's experiences, Zhang Yiming had set a personal guideline for himself. He must ensure his return home falls within a reasonable time frame, one that would prevent his parents from worrying. Grandmother, what are you doing? Upon entering the house, Zhang Yiming noticed his grandmother, Qin Fong, seated in a chair, with 2 earth-toned handbags placed on the floor beside her. Xiaoming is back. Come here. Qin Fong beckoned to Zhang Yiming with a face full of affection. Grandma, why are you packing? It's already dark outside. Perhaps due to a past life of loss, Zhang Yiming harbored a strong aversion to any form of departure, even if it was merely a temporary farewell. Xiaoming, I'm going back to Zhaojiawan soon. Your Aunt Xia is going there to find someone, so I'll accompany her in the car. It saves your parents from the trouble. Again with Aunt Xiao? Grandma, why are you in such a hurry? It's dark outside, driving isn't safe. Why don't you wait until tomorrow to take the bus back? I can take you to the station. No need to fuss over it. It's not like we won't see each other again. Besides, it's better to ride in a car with your Aunt Xia than take a bus. Don't worry, my dear grandson. As Qin Fong held her grandson's hand and gazed into his face, her eyes began to well with tears. My dear grandson, your health has improved, and I no longer have any worries. At my age, I can't be of much help here. It's better for me to return home and tend to some vegetables. I can bring you some cabbage and potatoes later. Grandma, I can't bear to see you go. I've grown accustomed to your cooking. Oh, you silly boy. Isn't your mother's cooking good? It is. But I simply prefer your dishes. Haha. How old are you now? Still acting like a child. Your father was already working in the fields at your age. In a couple of years, you'll be finding a partner. Grandma, what are you talking about? How did we end up discussing relationships? Feeling shy? Quite right. My dear grandson still has to prepare for university, and who knows, you might even study abroad like your Aunt Xia. There's no rush for a relationship. Xiaoming, listen to your grandmother. You are growing up and must understand a few things. Don't make your parents worry. They work hard from dawn till dusk. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Grandma. Good. And you, remember to eat on time. You can't skip meals for school. Don't stay up late either. You're still growing. Health is more important than anything. Remember that? Qin Fang's words flowed like a gentle stream, as she offered her advice to Zhang Yiming one phrase at a time. He nodded attentively, eventually turning his head away, fearing his grandmother might notice the moisture gathering in his eyes. Mom, Hishan and I bought you a few bottles of malted milk and 2 boxes of fruit. Save them for your return. At that moment, Fan Lingling and Zhang Hashan entered the house, carrying 2 plastic bags. Aside from what Fan Lingling mentioned, the bags also contained a good number of apples and oranges. You too, why are you wasting money? What are you buying all this for? Hurry up and return it. Qin Fang gazed at the items her son and daughter-in-law had brought home, her heart aching profoundly. Her son faced unemployment, while her daughter-in-law toiled tirelessly in her business. She observed their struggles with keen eyes, and her urgency to return home stemmed from the thought of an additional mouth to feed. Now, seeing the abundance of goods, her anxiety was palpable. Mother, we've already purchased these items. There's no turning back now. You must take them. This is Ling Er's heartfelt intention, her daughter-in-law implored. Indeed. Mother, you've been in Tanyuan for quite a while, and neither Hishan nor I have taken you out for a stroll. Instead, you've been tirelessly helping us and caring for Ming Ming. I feel quite uneasy about that, she added, a hint of guilt in her voice. What nonsense are you talking? I find joy in taking care of my grandson. You two are managing on a tight budget, and little Ming is still in school. Qin Fang reassured them, yet her heart remained heavy. Zhang Yiming understood Qin Fang's emotions well. After all, most parents share a similar sentiment. Though he had never had the opportunity to start a family in his previous life, he had genuinely felt the affection of his own parents. Grandmother, since the items have already been procured, you should take them. If you don't, my mother won't sleep soundly, Zhang Yiming gently encouraged. Just as the family was playfully jostling over a few bottles of malted milk, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside, honking 3 or 4 times. Oh, the car has arrived. Hurry, let us not keep them waiting, Qin Fang exclaimed, immediately rising to her feet. Zhang Yiming recognized his grandmother as a remarkably capable and stubborn woman, one who had seldom asked for help throughout her life, even from her own children, let alone from others. The family quickly gathered the items scattered on the floor and exited the house. A red Santana was parked at the entrance, and as they emerged, Chen Xiaoxia stepped out of the vehicle, dressed in a striking red woolen dress that exposed her neck and half of her calves, her makeup bold and vibrant, her flowing hair and dangling earrings swaying with her movements. Auntie, hand me the items. I'll place them in the trunk. She greeted Zhang Hashan and Fan Lingling before reaching for the belongings in Qin Fang's hands. It must be said, when it came to maintaining appearances, Chen Xiaoxia was truly exceptional. Rest assured, brother and sister-in-law, I will safely escort Auntie home, or rather, to her warm bed. You need not worry, Chen Xiaoxia declared, opening the car door while supporting Qin Fang as she climbed in. Sister-in-law, with you escorting the elderly lady home, what could we possibly worry about? Thank you for your help. Why so polite? We are all family. All right, I'm getting in now. Chen Xiaoxia tossed her hair back and flashed a smile at Zhang Yiming before taking her seat in the passenger side. Let us head back. It's quite chilly. Qin Fang waved goodbye to her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson at the door, forcing herself to turn away, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The car honked twice before slowly pulling away. Fan Lingling's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. Her relationship with her mother-in-law has always been harmonious. Having lost her own mother at a tender age, the maternal affection she experienced predominantly stemmed from her mother-in-law. During her childbirth, she suffered from cervical prolapse, rendering her unable to stand upright due to the pain. Qin Fang diligently boiled hot water for her to soothe her abdomen multiple times a day and filled a hot water bottle to warm her feet at night. Despite the challenging circumstances, where even chicken eggs were a rarity, Qin Fong ingeniously arranged for a basket of free-range eggs to be sent from their hometown, ensuring she had boiled egg water to consume daily. Without Qin Fong's meticulous care, her recovery would not have been so swift. One could argue that even a biological mother could not have done better. When Zhang Hashan noticed his wife's red-rimmed eyes, he discreetly wrapped his arm around Fan Lingling's waist. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiming watched as the crimson Santana sedan gradually vanished into the night, the figure of the man in the driver's seat lingering in his mind, not Yuchong. The sudden absence of one person rendered the home noticeably more desolate, leaving both Zhang Hashan and Zhang Yiming feeling a palpable chill in the air. After entering the house, Zhang Yiming made a point to visit Qin Fong's room, which was impeccably tidy, with fresh sheets and covers. However, the box that had been retrieved from the storeroom was conspicuously missing. Zhang Yiming had not noticed it earlier. The following morning, Zhang Yiming arrived at school a full half-hour early. By the time Ma Jun arrived, most of the playground had already been swept. "Mingzi, this is impressive. I am truly moved," Ma Jun remarked, grabbing a broom himself, but not before giving Zhang Yiming a friendly hug. "All right, that's enough. I'm not interested in that." Zhang Yiming responded playfully. "What are you talking about?" Ma Jun inquired, slightly confused. Hearing Ma Jun's words, Zhang Yiming felt a hint of embarrassment. The term, gay, had only gained popularity after 2012, while it was still 1993, and Ma Jun was clearly unaware. "Never mind. Just hurry up and don't delay the class. The first lesson is advanced math today." "Oh my, I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. Let us get to it." Although Yang, known as Bucktooth Yang, was not inherently irritable, he was unanimously recognized as the most intimidating teacher at Sanhai. Merely standing at the podium and gazing in one's direction sent chills down the spine. Ma Jun feared him above all others, without exception. Nonetheless, even as they exerted themselves, they entered the classroom just as the bell rang, grateful that Bucktooth Yang had not yet arrived. "That was close," Ma Jun exclaimed, plopping down on the bench and rolling his eyes in exhaustion. "Serves you right." Lu Fong, seated 2 rows behind Ma Jun, sneered upon their entrance. While Ma Jun was oblivious, Zhang Yiming caught her remark. He turned and shot her a glance. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen anyone before?" Lu Fong glared at Zhang Yiming, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Zhang Yiming couldn't help but smirk. He found it increasingly perplexing how he had failed to recognize Lu Fong's true nature in his previous life, particularly when he had gone to great lengths to matchmake her with Ma Jun. Zhang Yiming. "How is the sponsorship matter progressing?" After the second class, He Jing pulled Zhang Yiming aside into the corridor. "It's already been arranged. The sponsorship funds will be delivered to Secretary Zhang in the next few days." He Jing's eyes widened slightly, but soon returned to their normal state. "That will suffice. By the way, there is an essay competition in the city next month. I suggest you participate. Your writing is commendable, and it would be a pity not to enter." "Yes, I will sign up then." "Thank you, teacher." He Jing was quite pleased with Zhang Yiming's performance and nodded at him. As Zhang Yiming gazed at He Jing's graceful silhouette, her long hair swayed gently with her movements, and the lingering doubt that had surfaced before re-emerged. He was aware of the essay competition. In his previous life, he had intended to enter, but was hindered by hospitalization. He recalled that the champion of that competition was Chu Yingtang, a student from the specialized class at the second high school, and that no one from their school had won an award. He was also well acquainted with the theme of the essay, which celebrated youth. The title of the prize-winning piece was "Sing Praise to Youth, Become an Aspirational Youth of the New Era." At the time, he had dismissed the article as overly sentimental, reeking of flattery. However, his perspective had shifted, for the author of that essay had indeed become a renowned figure, tragically perishing at the front line during the monumental floods of 1998 at the tender age of 22, precisely when youth blossoms at its most splendid. Reflecting on this individual, Zhang Yiming suddenly felt that perhaps his aspirations in this new life should evolve. The heavens had granted him this opportunity. Should he merely aim for a comfortable life for himself and those around him? Should he not strive to contribute to his country in this era? This abrupt revelation ignited a surge of fervor within him. "Zhang Yiming, this is for you." During the lunch break, his deskmate, Gai Meng, unexpectedly pulled something from his pocket. Before Zhang Yiming could react, Gai Meng thrust the item into his hands and dashed out of the classroom like a hunted wolf. Bewildered, Zhang Yiming looked down at the object in his hands, a red cloth roll. He squeezed it gently and could vaguely surmise its contents. Upon unrolling it, He discovered a bundle of cash, with denominations ranging from 2 dimes to 5 yuan, totaling exactly 100 yuan. No wonder he had sensed something peculiar about Guy Ming that morning. He was usually so focused during physics class, yet today he had been fidgeting at his desk, oblivious even when the teacher posed questions. To Zhang Yiming, this sum was insignificant, but he understood precisely what it meant to Guy Ming. After lunch, Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun sat at their seats, playing Gamoku with a pen. At that moment, there were no other leisure activities available. Playing cards was prohibited by the school, and other pastimes were impractical. Gamoku was simple to play, requiring only a scrap of paper and a few lines drawn, making it economical and intellectually stimulating. Guy Ming returned later than usual and seemed to avoid Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun's gaze. Enough, let us stop playing. Class is about to begin. Don't, I'm just getting into it. Let us have 2 more rounds, come on. Ma Jun insisted. Hurry up. Do you remember the impact of the self-strengthening movement on our modern history that the teacher asked us to memorize last class? Wow, you're impressive. Why bring that up now? Ma Jun was not lacking in academic ability, particularly in the humanities, yet he was rather lazy, and memorizing was his least favorite task. Ironically, the history teacher had a penchant for random checks. Out of 46 students in the class, he could call upon 25, making it almost a 50-50 chance. Ma Jun had no choice but to put down his pen and stand up. Hey, where did this money come from? Just as Guy Ming sat down, money fell from his desk to the floor. Chapter 74, The Hidden Tycoon. What is all this noise about? It's mine. Zhang Yiming stuffed the money back into Guy Ming's desk, intending to discuss the matter with Guy Ming after Ma Jun left. But it fell out due to being placed too close to the edge. Ma Jun's commotion drew the attention of the entire class. Guy Ming's expression shifted slightly, prompting Zhang Yiming to hastily bend down to pick up the money. Yiming, where did you gather this pile of small change? There's even 2 dimes and a nickel. You're not secretly scavenging with your parents, are you? Ma Jun joked, his banter with Zhang Yiming typically mindless. However, since the money was given to Ma Jun by Guy Ming, the remark took on a different tone in Guy Ming's ears. Zhang Yiming instinctively glanced at Guy Ming, who appeared frozen. Nonsense, I saved this up myself. Zhang Yiming, fearing that Ma Jun would say something further, began to wink repeatedly at him. Come on, saving money? We've known each other for over a decade, and I've never seen you save a dime. Tell me, where did this money come from? Did you sell all your family's pots and pans? Speak up. Zhang Yiming was nearly at his wit's end. In his previous life, he never perceived his brother to be so dim-witted. His eyes were about to cramp from blinking so much. Couldn't he see? Perhaps he stole it. Wasn't he his mother selling pancakes at a stall, collecting only change? Lu Feng's voice rang out, causing Li Jia's expression to shift dramatically. This statement was unlike the previous ones. Accusing someone of theft elevated the matter to a question of character. Lu Feng, you can eat more, but don't speak recklessly. On what basis do you say Zhang Yiming stole money? For the past few days, Li Jia had not been as attentive to Zhang Yiming as before, and now, seeing her stand up for him, he felt a flicker of gratitude. Li Jia, I think you've lost your mind. What kind of illusion has Zhang Yiming cast on you for you to defend him so fiercely? Am I wrong? His mother sells pancakes at a stall. Haven't you seen how he could have obtained that money? Lu Feng's voice was loud, seemingly intentional for the entire class to overhear. Ma Jun's face went pale. The last thing he wanted was for Lu Feng and Zhang Yiming to clash. One was his ideal goddess, and the other his good friend. Yet, these two could never see eye to eye, especially Lu Feng, who seemed to target Zhang Yiming at every turn. Lu Feng, Mingzi is not that kind of person. He has no share in this conversation with you. You and he are in the same boat. And perhaps his theft was merely facilitated by your watchful eye. Lu Feng's words grew increasingly outrageous. Initially, Zhang Yiming had no intention of engaging with a petty girl, but now he felt compelled to address her provocations. If he did not, she might genuinely believe herself unassailable, akin to Empress Dowager Cixi. Thinking no one would dare to confront her. Lu Feng, it's true my mother runs a stall, but she may have miscalculated the income it generates. My allowance far exceeds your imagination. Do you believe that? Uffed. Zhang Yiming, you are utterly shameless, claiming your allowance surpasses my expectations. What a farce. Lu Feng's lips curled into a disdainful smile, her eyes filled with scorn. Lu Feng came from a well-off family, whether it was food or clothing. She was among the best in class 4 of the first year, and her beauty had always made her haughty, naturally looking down on Zhang Yiming. I can attest that Zhang Yiming indeed has a considerable allowance. Suddenly, A voice pierced through the tension, redirecting the attention of all onlookers. Everyone, including Zhang Yiming, was taken aback. Li Zhenting's face flushed crimson as she clutched the seam of her uniform trousers, clearly summoning immense courage to utter her words. Li Zhenting, what is your relationship with Zhang Yiming? How do you know how much allowance he has? Exactly, Li Zhenting, how do you know? Until now, no one in the class had spoken up, but upon hearing Lu Feng and Li Zhenting exchange words, some boys began to jeer mischievously. At this juncture, the boundaries between genders were sharply defined. However, the more something is forbidden, the greater the curiosity it provokes. The allure of transgressing taboos is utterly irresistible to high school students in their adolescent years. He lent me his allowance, look. Zhang Yiming had intended to speak. But upon witnessing Li Zhenting retrieve 700 yuan from her backpack, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Class 4 fell into a profound silence. The notion of a high school student casually producing 700 yuan from their bag was simply unfathomable. Lu Feng's expression darkened significantly, while Li Jia sighed in relief, only for a flicker of disappointment to cross her face soon after. Wow, that's an incredible amount of money, someone exclaimed, and the atmosphere shifted once more. The girls regarded Li Zhenting with complex expressions. After all, prior to this moment, she had been somewhat invisible in the class. However, that was no longer the case. Regardless of whether the money was indeed borrowed from Zhang Yiming, Li Zhenting had now become the object of envy among the girls of Class 4. The boys' feelings were even more convoluted. They envied Zhang Yiming's fortune, while simultaneously berating themselves for not recognizing that Li Zhenting was a hidden heiress. And a rather sweet-looking one at that. Lu Feng, do you believe now? Zhang Yiming had no need to steal money. With that, Li Zhenting approached and directly placed the 700 yuan into Zhang Yiming's hands, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his palm. What is happening? Not only Ma Jun, but even Zhang Yiming himself was left bewildered. Ding-ling-ling, fortunately, the class bell rang. The flame that had yet to ignite was extinguished. Yet Lu Feng's gaze towards Zhang Yiming was filled with more anger and disdain than ever. Li Zhenting returned to her seat, avoiding any further glance at Zhang Yiming. Ma Jun looked between Zhang Yiming and Lu Feng, scratching his head in confusion before lazily returning to his own seat. It was then that Zhang Yiming turned his attention to Gai Meng. Having experienced much in his past life, he could deeply empathize with Gai Meng's current feelings. Ma Jun's words were spoken without malice, yet for Gai Meng, such thoughtless remarks could cut like a knife. Those who find themselves in difficult situations or at the bottom of the social ladder often possess fragile and sensitive hearts. Though Zhang Yiming was unaware of how Gai Meng had saved that 100 yuan, it was evident that it had required considerable effort. He began to regret stuffing the money into the desk. He had intended to do a good deed, but it now appeared he had inadvertently caused harm. Sigh. After his rebirth, Zhang Yiming believed himself to be strong of heart, possessing a far-reaching vision and impeccable social skills. Yet, in light of this sudden trivial matter, he began to reflect. Perhaps he had been living with the mindset of someone in their 40s, causing him to overlook certain things. With this thought, he clutched the red cloth and coins in his hand and shoved them into his backpack. Chapter 75. Acknowledgements to the King, Part 2. Gai Meng. Don't take the previous matter to heart. My friend truly isn't in urgent need of money. You really don't have to. After contemplating for a class period, Zhang Yiming called out to Gai Meng after class ended. I understand. I didn't take it to heart. You can keep the money. Gai Meng replied in a low voice, avoiding eye contact with Zhang Yiming as he tucked his English book under his arm and exited the classroom. Did he truly not take it to heart? Zhang Yiming found it hard to believe, yet there was little he could do. Gai Meng was inherently sensitive, and further words would likely be futile. With that in mind, Zhang Yiming glanced at the instigator of this situation, Lu Feng, who was packing her bag with a rough demeanor, evidently still angry. Li Jia also gathered her belongings and, upon finishing, stood up without waiting for Lu Feng. A rare occurrence as they usually exited together even if their paths diverged. Noticing Li Jia leaving first, Lu Feng raised her leg and kicked Li Jia's chair. What a vengeful individual she is. Zhang Yiming silently observed Lu Feng's actions, his disdain for her reaching its peak. Zhang Yiming had intended to return the money to Li Zhenting, but before he could speak, she had already packed her bag and exited the classroom, clearly intentional. Thus, he chose not to pursue her. Hey, what is going on between you and Li Zhenting? As soon as Lu Feng left the classroom, Ma Jun quickly approached Zhang Yiming. What do you mean? Don't play coy with me. If you two didn't have a special relationship, why would she? And honestly, I didn't realize that girl had so much money, 700 yuan. She just pulled it out like it was nothing. TSK, TSK. Cut it out. If you hadn't blurted out nonsense earlier, none of this would have happened. Zhang Yiming was not genuinely blaming Ma Jun. He merely felt dissatisfied with Ma Jun's timid demeanor and his tendency to speak without thought. What nonsense have I spouted? I was merely jesting. By the way, what is the situation with that money? The funds from Gai Ming? Zhang Yiming uttered just 4 words, and Ma Jun immediately understood. Oh dear. I didn't know it was Gai Ming's money. Now he must surely hold a grudge against me. I didn't mean to say that. If I had known. Oh no. Yiming, why must my tongue be so reckless? You do recognize it, don't you? Observing Ma Jun frowning and tugging at his hair, Zhang Yiming refrained from saying more. What is done is done. Let us not dwell on it. We can invite Gai Ming and Gai Jiao out for a meal and clear the air then. A dining table is an excellent venue, be it for romance or business. Sharing a meal often yields fruitful results, and fostering connections is effortless. All right, I'll treat. You must say a few kind words for me. I think Gai Ming is a decent fellow, quite loyal. It would be unfortunate if my loose tongue caused any rift. Gai Ming is not a petty person. Enough of this. Let us head home. Knowing he had caused a minor stir, Ma Jun felt somewhat affected, his spirits low. Yiming, look. They can't possibly be looking for you, can they? As Zhang Yiming and Ma Jun strolled outside the teaching building, they rounded a corner and spotted Hu Dalin and Bai Gang leaning against the wall. Upon noticing their approach, Bai Gang's gaze shifted towards them. Ma Jun, feeling timid, quickly lowered his head, whispering to Zhang Yiming. Zhang Yiming contemplated briefly, surmising the intent of the two. You go fetch the bicycle. I'll meet you at the main gate. Yiming, I'll accompany you. Ma Jun swallowed hard, still avoiding eye contact. It's all right. They're here regarding yesterday's incident with Wang Hao. Oh, it then dawned on Ma Jun that had Zhang Yiming not intervened, Wang Hao's knife would have surely found its mark on Zhou He. Hu Dalin and Bai Gang, being close associates of Wang Hao, were approaching Zhang Yiming for reasons unknown. But it was clear they were not there to cause trouble. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Once assured of Zhang Yiming's safety, Ma Jun hastily darted out of the teaching building, quicker than a rabbit. You two are looking for me? Zhang Yiming approached them willingly. Bai Gang's complexion was pale, and he rarely smiled, his expression perpetually somber. In stark contrast, Hu Dalin had a round, cherubic face that exuded an inexplicable charm, even in silence, leaving Zhang Yiming bemused as to how such a character could be part of the infamous Four Heavenly Kings organization. Thank you for your help with Wang Hao's matter yesterday. I apologize for the incident at the machine factory. Bai Gang appeared slightly awkward, yet his gaze was sincere, revealing that his feelings for Wang Hao were genuine, treating him as a true brother. Indeed, I find myself at a loss for words. Had it not been for Brother Hao's revelation, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that, without your intervention, Brother Hao's father might have fallen prey to that scoundrel Zhou He. This sentiment is one that my brother and I shall forever hold dear. Hu Dalin, due to his corpulence, speaks with a tone that often carries an air of gruffness. Should you ever require the assistance of my brother and me, do not hesitate to ask. I, Bai Gang, have never been one to shy away from repaying a debt of gratitude. Zhang Yiming regarded the two figures before him in silence, merely curling the corners of his mouth. What do you mean? Do you look down upon us? Bai Gang's expression soured, revealing his inherently volatile nature. This matter lies solely between Wang Hao and me. If there are debts to be repaid, they are his to bear, not yours. Farewell. With those words, Zhang Yiming turned on his heel and departed. Bai Gang, what does he mean? Observing Zhang Yiming's nonchalant exit, Hu Dalin was puzzled and turned to Bai Gang for clarification. Zhang Yiming is indeed worthy of friendship. What? Hu Dalin still did not comprehend, yet Bai Gang said no more and walked away. Bai Gang's parents divorced when he was but a child, and although he was initially placed in his mother's care, she soon relinquished him back to his father, claiming she lacked the means to raise him. His father, preoccupied with earning a living, sent Bai Gang to their rural hometown, where he remained until the 4th grade, when his father finally brought him back to the city. At the tender age of 11 or 12, when a child craves the warmth of familial love, Bai Gang was deprived of such comfort. Upon his return, his father continued to be engrossed in business, leaving only Bai Gang and a nanny at home. The only thing his father could offer was money, but for a child, no amount of wealth could replace paternal affection. Consequently, Bai Gang's disposition became peculiar and tempestuous, a trait evident in his demeanor towards Zhou He. Hu Dalan, lacking in decisiveness, merely followed by gangs lead in seeking vengeance against Zhou He. Such individuals are challenging to befriend, yet once trust is established, it transforms into an unbreakable bond. Interestingly, Zhang Yiming's pursuit of friendship with Wang Hao was not a calculated maneuver. Rather, it was a spontaneous decision. He engaged solely in legitimate business and had no intention of mingling with those of dubious character. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly innocuous act would yield unforeseen rewards in the future. Chapter 76. Friends turn foes. Are you all right, Mingzi? Upon seeing Zhang Yiming approach, Ma Jun hurriedly scrutinized him from head to toe. I have assured you that all is well. We merely wish to express our gratitude. Honestly, these two may not appear impressive, but they certainly surpass that scoundrel Zhou He by a considerable margin. Mingzi, you haven't yet told me what transpired at the machine tool factory that day. Why did Zhou He report Wang Hao's father? What advantage did he gain? Despite residing at Wang Jun's home after returning from the machine tool factory, Zhang Yiming had only briefly mentioned the events that transpired, deliberately keeping Ma Jun in the dark. At times, ignorance can indeed be a form of bliss. Did I not tell you? I was struck twice, and then the police arrived, taking us all to the station. You already know what happened afterward. As for why Zhou He reported Wang Hao's father, I truly do not know. Zhang Yiming shrugged. He was genuinely unaware of Zhou He's motives for the report, yet he recognized the existence of certain individuals who cannot bear to see others thrive, relishing in the misfortunes of their peers. Perhaps Wang Hao treated Zhou He with sincerity, but whether that goodness was truly perceived by Zhou He remains uncertain. It is not uncommon for one's happiness to be constructed upon the suffering of others. I once thought Zhou He was slightly better than Wang Hao and the others, but it seems I was mistaken. One cannot always discern the heart behind the face. Hey, Mingzi, wait for me. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Zhang Yiming was indeed anxious, having promised Gai Meng to provide him with news soon. He initially intended for Wang Fa to play the role of a friend in this affair, but considering Wang Fa's lack of cleverness, he had to abandon that thought. After much contemplation, he resolved to enlist Tan Hongmei's assistance. Mingzi, are you upset with Lu Fang? I also think Lu Fang's words were quite excessive, but I am sure she did not mean it. Perhaps she was just in a bad mood or something. Can you not hold it against her? Ma Jun, pushing his bicycle, hurriedly caught up with Zhang Yiming, seizing his arm. Ma Jun, have you been enchanted by a hallucinogenic brew? Is it acceptable for her to vent her frustrations on others just because she is feeling down? Moreover, do you truly believe her behavior stems from a mere bad mood? Zhang Yiming was well aware that Ma Jun would defend Lu Fang, but he did not anticipate such urgency in his response. Mingzi, you know I like her. She is genuinely a good person. Last time, during the school donation drive, she contributed the most. Even Lu Tiantian, who is quite wealthy, did not donate as much. So what? Ma Jun, let me make myself clear today. I do not support your relationship with Lu Fang. Not only are we still in high school, but even if we graduate from university one day, my stance will remain unchanged. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a perilous situation without even realizing it. After uttering these words, Zhang Yiming forcefully shrugged off Ma Jun's hand, mounted his bicycle, and sped away without looking back. Ma Jun's hand lingered in the air, frozen in disbelief as he watched Zhang Yiming's receding figure. They had been inseparable since childhood, attending kindergarten, primary school, middle school, and high school together, climbing trees, playing games, and bathing in rivers. Though not brothers by blood, they had shared a bond akin to wearing the same pair of trousers for over a decade. Zhang Yiming had never turned against him. Why? He merely liked Lu Fang. Zhang Yiming was his good brother. How could he utter such words? As Zhang Yiming pedaled furiously, a fire of indignation surged within him. The cold wind swept past, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. He recognized that his earlier attitude had indeed been excessively heated. Only those who have never experienced loss can truly comprehend the depth of his anguish. In his previous life, the mere thought of Ma Jun would pierce his heart like a gaping wound, an incessant chill seeping through, serving as a haunting reminder of his dear brother's demise. Now, with Ma Jun urging him to overlook Lu Fang, to dismiss the woman who caused his brother's death, how could he possibly maintain his composure? Xiaoming, you've arrived quite late. Is something amiss? Upon hearing the knock, Tan Hongmei emerged, still clad in her telecommunications company uniform, suggesting she had just returned from work. My apologies, Tan Jia, for not notifying you of my visit beforehand. What are you saying? With you, There's no need for such formalities. Please, come in. Tan Hongmei opened the door wide, allowing Zhang Yiming to wheel his bicycle into the courtyard. Xiao Ming, you appear rather unwell. Is there something troubling you? As a sales professional, Tan Hongmei possessed an acute perception of others, and given that Zhang Yiming did not attempt to conceal his distress, it was only natural for her to notice. Let us talk inside. Once inside, Tan Hongmei poured Zhang Yiming a cup of hot water, then returned from the inner room holding a handful of red dates. At this time of year, the crisp dates were out of season. Although the ones Tan Hongmei presented were vibrant and plump, they were clearly not freshly harvested. Try these. They were sent from our village, winter sun dates. I soaked them in liquor and dried them, and their flavor resembles that of fresh dates. As she spoke, Tan Hongmei handed several dates to Zhang Yiming, who accepted them. Tanjia, I have a favor to ask of you. Aware of Tan Hongmei's straightforward nature, Zhang Yiming bypassed any subtlety and directly conveyed his desire for her to play the role of a friend lending money to accompany the siblings, Gai Meng and Gai Jiao, for a meal. My classmate is rather introverted and sensitive. I fear he might harbor certain thoughts. You know Fa, he is a good-hearted person, but when it comes to words and actions, well, you understand. Hence, after much contemplation, I find myself compelled to trouble you. Is that all? Such a trivial matter. Leave it to me. Without a moment's hesitation, Tan Hongmei readily agreed. Although Zhang Yiming had anticipated her acceptance, hearing her affirmation brought him a sense of relief. By the way, regarding your inquiry about the network access fee, I have inquired. For independent clients, in addition to the 180 yuan access fee, there is a 200 yuan processing fee. The fees for corporate applications are relatively lower. At least the processing and operational fees would be significantly reduced. The lowest price achievable currently is 880 yuan. As he absorbed Tan Hongmei's words, Zhang Yiming began to sift through his recollections regarding this subject. In his memory, the establishment of the Unicom company was slated for next year, and the evolution of the mobile network landscape would commence only after its inception. As for the Unicom network in Tanyuan County, it was expected to launch by the end of next year. At least prior to the entry of the Unicom company into Tanyuan County, the network access fees were unlikely to undergo significant changes. The transition from virtual networks to digital networks would require several years, and if he could seize this period, he would be able to establish a firm foothold in the telecommunications market of Tanyuan County or Minghu. Tanjia, he inquired, aside from individual and corporate clients, do you have any major client businesses? Major client businesses? What do you mean? Tan Hongmei raised an eyebrow as she looked at Zhang Yiming, aware that his mind was brimming with innovative ideas. Her intuition suggested that this major client concept was among them. Chapter 77, Major Client Business. Upon hearing Tan Hongmei's tone, Zhang Yiming realized he had inadvertently introduced a new concept. Having been in the telecommunications equipment industry since around 1998, he recalled a time when mobile phones were no longer as rare as they once were. Domestic brands like Dixon Tong and Kinbit had begun to flourish, and the mobile network services were not as singular as they are today. Thus, he was uncertain whether major client businesses existed at that moment. Well, Zhang Yiming hesitated. After 2006, as mobile phones gradually became widespread, telecommunications companies like Mobile and Unicom began to roll out major client businesses. In the industry, this was referred to as network, initially designed for the convenience of enterprises and institutions. If a single card joined a corporate major client, then calls among dozens of numbers would be free of charge, without additional fees. However, this business model was certainly unfeasible at the current stage, and Zhang Yiming could not propose this concept. In essence, it involves processing a group of numbers together for network access, such as 10 or 20 cards at once. Even individual clients could enjoy the same benefits as corporate clients. Zhang Yiming sought a relatively simple and direct explanation. Are you suggesting grouping individual clients in 10s or 20s, so that upon completing each group, every individual client within that group could enjoy the same benefits as corporate clients? Is that the idea? Tanjia, an elite of the telecommunications company, adeptly summarized the concept. Currently, the utilization of major clients in Tanyuan County is quite limited, but this situation is unlikely to persist for long. We should strive to secure this segment before a flood of clients arrives. Tanjia, do you think this idea is feasible? Zhang Yiming sought her opinion, partly out of respect and partly because his understanding of the current mobile network landscape was not extensive. I can't say definitively at this moment, but I believe the idea is promising. However, but what? I only learned yesterday that the owner of KD Communications has also discussed network access fees with Zhao Guangming. You know my relationship with Zhao Guangming. He may not be inclined to offer this opportunity to me. Additionally, regarding Zhang Xiaoqian, I suspect she has a rather intricate relationship with the owner behind KD Communications, making the execution of this matter potentially quite challenging. Tan Hongmei arrived at the company many years before Zhang Xiaoqian, having ascended through the ranks from the grassroots level. Her forthright nature has fostered good relationships with numerous veteran employees at the telecommunications company. Consequently, the majority of them stand firmly with Tan Hongmei in matters of sentiment. Thus, any whisper of developments related to her swiftly reaches her ears. The collusion between Zhang Xiaoqian and Zhao Guangming to confront Tan Hongmei naturally draws attention to matters concerning them as well. I have heard about this too. Today, the FA accompanied someone to the telecommunications company to see Zhao Guangming. Did you notice? You mean that young man who was missing an arm? Zhang Yiming nodded. He hails from Dongguan, correct? The accent from Dongguan is quite distinctive, and given Li Zhenting's already strong accent, Tan Hongmei could discern it immediately. Yes. Didn't Tida Fa mention this person's background to you? Upon hearing this, a fleeting, awkward expression crossed Tan Hongmei's face. Xiao Ming, to be honest, I find myself in a rather complicated situation regarding Wang Fa. He isn't a bad person, and I understand his intentions, but I, Tan Jia, truly have no desire for a romantic involvement. To put it differently, even if I were to pursue a relationship, he would not be my choice. He came to my office today, but I chose to ignore him. Initially, Tan Hongmei hesitated slightly. Although Zhang Yiming was quite seasoned and composed, he was still just a teenager, and discussing matters of the heart with him felt somewhat inappropriate. Nonetheless, Wang Fa shared a close bond with Zhang Yiming. And since the three of them had recently invested together in a food factory, avoiding any entanglement seemed impossible. She merely wished to express her stance to Zhang Yiming. Yes, I understand that, Tan Jia. Please do not feel pressured regarding this matter. The FA is the FA, and I am I. You need not consider my feelings. I am quite aware of the FA's character. However, Tan Jia, I also want to share some candid thoughts with you, if that is all right. Tan Hongmei nodded in agreement. The FA may be a bit timid and lacking in responsibility, yet he possesses a genuinely kind heart and is devoted to you. On Sunday evening, I asked the FA if he minded that you had been divorced, and do you know what he said? Tan Hongmei paused, clearly taken aback that Zhang Yiming and Wang Fa had discussed her in private, and even broached such a topic. He said he not only did not mind, but would treat you even better. When I inquired why, he remarked that you are a good woman, and even if divorced, it certainly was not your fault. Tan Jia, I share this with you without any ulterior motives. I merely hope you can view the FA objectively. At the very least, do not dismiss him outright. If, after some time, you still find him unsuitable, I will certainly help clarify matters between you and the FA. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Tan Hongmei did not respond immediately. Zhang Yiming also refrained from saying more, lowering his head to sip from his cup of hot water. Xiao Ming, do you recall the man who exited my courtyard that day? Zhang Yiming was surprised that Tan Hongmei would bring up this matter, as it was evident from her demeanor that she wished to keep it under wraps. That man is Tan Jia's ex-husband. Tan Hongmei was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a faint smile. You truly are perceptive. Indeed, he is my ex-husband, Lu Chengjun. Zhang Yiming pondered whether there remained unresolved matters between Tan and him. He recalled the words Lu Chengjun had shouted that day, filled with resentment. Regardless of the truth or misunderstanding, it was evident that Lu Chengjun harbored deep-seated anger, even hatred, towards Tan Hongmei. I must confess, I was betrothed to Lu Chengjun since childhood. Have you ever heard of a swap marriage? I have. Well, Lu Chengjun and I were indeed part of such an arrangement. My family was impoverished, and my brother struggled to find a bride. Coincidentally, Lu Chengjun had a sister, and our families agreed to this exchange. We did not provide a dowry, nor did Lu's family pay for my marriage. A simple mat sufficed for our union, and I was merely 19 when we wed. Despite a decade having passed, Zhang Yiming could still discern the regret and anguish etched on Tan Hongmei's face from that era. Such swap marriages were prevalent in remote mountainous regions, regarded as an archaic and dehumanizing practice. Even in 2019, shortly before his passing, Zhang Yiming had encountered several reports online regarding similar exchanges and purchases of brides in distant areas. He was astonished that such a fate befell Tan Hongmei. Initially, I resigned myself to my fate, for in the village, a woman's worth is tethered to a man. It mattered little whom one married. Moreover, Lu Qingjun was not unpleasing in appearance and was a capable worker. Yet, I never anticipated that his family. Tan Hongmei's voice faltered, her emotions overwhelming her. Zhang Yiming had witnessed her composed demeanor before, but this was the first time he had seen her on the verge of breaking down. Tanjia. Perhaps it is best not to continue. Zhang Yiming found it unbearable to see a woman in tears. It stirred turmoil within his heart. Chapter 78. The bittersweet past of Tan Hongmei. Forgive me for the spectacle. It is just that recalling this matter brings a pang to my heart. On the very first night after marrying into the Lu family, I discovered that Lu Qingjun's father had been peering through the crack of our door. When I recounted this to Lu Qingjun, I expected him to confront his father, but to my astonishment, he struck me, accusing me of being shameless and tarnishing his father's name. Zhang Yiming was taken aback by the revelations surrounding Tan Hongmei. While he had heard whispers of such occurrences in rural households, he had never imagined it was a reality for her. However, he understood that this situation had no bearing on Tan Hongmei's character. Xiaoming, do you think I am the kind of person who can simply endure such indignities? The very next morning, I returned to my family home. Yet, my sister-in-law, upon hearing my account, insisted on divorcing my brother. Fearing that she would truly return to her family, my parents, regardless of my wishes, forcibly sent me back to the Lu household. That beast, Lu Qingjun. Tanjia, it was as though I had to expend half my life to escape from the clutches of Lu Qingjun. Do you know the price I had to pay? Zhang Yiming shook his head. With a sum of 100,000 yuan, I signed an IOU for Lu Qingjun. I desperately sought to escape from him, yet Xiaoming. Tanjia deceived you. Lu Qingjun and I have not divorced. He has consistently wielded our marriage certificate as a threat against me. To this day, I have handed him a total of 130,000 yuan, and he remains unsatisfied. Xiaoming, I, Tan Hongmei, could no longer contain my emotions at this point and broke down in tears, covering my face. Zhang Yiming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tan Hongmei bore such a poignant tale. Lu Qingjun indeed did not seem to be a man of virtue. Tanjia, I apologize for stirring up painful memories. Once Tan Hongmei's emotions began to stabilize, Zhang Yiming spoke up. It is I who should apologize to you for being so inconsiderate in front of your child. Tan Hongmei wiped her eyes with her hand, mustering a smile with great effort. Tanjia, did Lu Qingjun come seeking money that day as well? Yes, over the years, whenever he has sought me out, it has invariably been for money. The recollection of her experiences over the years surged within Tan Hongmei, overwhelming her with sorrow. Have you ever considered filing for divorce? Of course, I have contemplated it, but if I were to divorce him, my sister-in-law and my two nephews would be left without a mother. My brother has always treated me well since childhood. I simply cannot bring myself to do such a thing. Zhang Yiming felt a headache coming on. It is indeed a challenge for an impartial judge to resolve familial disputes, particularly when emotional ties complicate matters. Lu Qingjun must have frequently caused disturbances at Tan Hongmei's home. Given his temperament, it was likely that her sister-in-law's disposition was not much better. What do you intend to do? Will you remain under Lu Qingjun's threats for your entire life? I don't know. I will take it one step at a time. At least until my two nephews come of age, then I will have fewer concerns. Tan Hongmei, typically a spirited woman, now spoke of this matter as if shrouded in a veil of dust, her vibrant spirit dimmed. By the time they come of age, how old will you be? How many years does one have in a lifetime? I understand all of this, but what can I do? Lu Qingjun has a firm grip on my vulnerabilities. I truly feel powerless. Thankfully, as long as I provide him with money, he will remain quiet for a while. Therefore, I must earn money. As if I am spending it to buy myself some peace. Zhang Yiming wished to say more, but ultimately swallowed his words. Everyone has their own path to tread and the right to make choices. Tan Hongmei chose to prioritize her brother and two nephews, which meant she must endure Lu Qingjun's relentless threats and extortion. Is Lu Qingjun currently in Tongyuan County? Yes. It seems he is working odd jobs at a repair shop on Shiguan Street. From Tan Hongmei's tone, it was evident that she was utterly indifferent to Lu Qingjun's current situation, even expressing a sense of aversion. All right, Tanjia, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. I have school tomorrow. Await my message. You should strive for the internet access opportunity. Do not worry about the communications with Kadi. I will find a way. As for you and DFA, let us treat that matter as if I never mentioned it. With that, Zhang Yiming rose to his feet. Xiaoming, the food factory project is nearly complete. What do you suggest we do next? Patience is a virtue. Let us wait until everything is thoroughly sorted before proceeding. The matters concerning the food factory cannot be resolved hastily. Upon taking over the factory, we are confronted with a multitude of procedures that require reprocessing, renovations of the premises, and updates to the equipment, necessitating a significant amount of effort on our part. Most crucially, the initial capital at our disposal is insufficient, and I must secure a substantial order. When Zhang Yiming conveyed this, his tone was remarkably nonchalant, as if discussing the pleasantness of the weather or what to have for dinner. This demeanor left Tan Hongmei thoroughly impressed. "All right, I shall follow your lead. I will be responsible for the implementation," she declared. "Haha, with such words, you make me feel quite bashful," he replied. "Oh, come now. Do you even know what it means to feel bashful? I, your Tanjia, have at least lived for 30 years. I may not have weathered countless storms, but I have certainly witnessed many more things than you. Yet, in comparison to you, I feel woefully inexperienced," Tan Hongmei remarked with self-deprecation. "Please, do not belittle me further. Tanjia, I shall take my leave now." "Wait a moment," Tan Hongmei said, as if recalling something important, and hurried into a small room. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with a plastic bag in hand. "Take some dates home with you. They are crisp and beneficial for your blood." "All right, thank you, Tanjia. No need for pleasantries. Take care on your way." Tan Hongmei stood at the entrance until Zhang Yiming's figure disappeared completely before returning to the courtyard. Zhang Yiming had initially intended to visit the Tanyuan County guest house, but upon checking the time, he abandoned that thought. He had established a personal rule to ensure that his parents would not worry about him. "Mom, Dad, these are Donyang dates from my classmate's hometown. Do give them a try." Zhang Hashan and Fan Lingling were seated in the living room. Zhang Hashan was reading the newspaper while Fan Lingling knitted. Zhang Yiming casually tossed the Donyang dates that Tan Hongmei had given him onto the table. "Oh, these dates are truly delightful. They can't possibly be new dates. How can they taste so authentic?" Fan Lingling exclaimed, clearly fond of dates. As soon as she grabbed a few after they landed on the table, she popped one into her mouth and gasped in surprise. Having not yet tasted them, Zhang Yiming followed suit and tossed one into his mouth. How should one describe it? While his mother's enthusiasm might have been slightly exaggerated, it was indeed rare for dates of this season to be preserved to such an extent. Moreover, the Donyang dates not only boasted their inherent sweetness, but also a subtle hint of wine aroma, not overpowering. Yet it elevated the sweet and refreshing flavor to a beautifully balanced experience, truly sweet without being cloying. "Dear, you must try these. They are exquisite," Fan Lingling urged as she offered several dates to Zhang Hashan. "I will not partake in that. It gives me heartburn," Zhang Hashan replied without lifting his gaze, instinctively declining. "What heartburn? These dates are delightful. They are not new. Just give them a taste, quickly." Observing his mother's fervent endorsement of the Donyang dates, Zhang Yiming found it amusing. Women possess a unique ability, it seems. If they find something they adore, they feel compelled to ensure that those around them share in their affection. Disliking it is simply not an option. Chapter 79, Reflections on the Food Factory. Surprisingly, they are indeed quite delicious. Zhang Hashan, unable to resist his wife, eventually accepted and consumed 2 dates, and upon finishing, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Zhang Yiming gazed at the dates in his hand. Although their hue was slightly less vibrant than that of freshly picked dates, they were undeniably far more resplendent than dried ones. The fruit was plump, exhibiting a delightful chewy texture that complemented its inherent crispness, making them ideal for children and the elderly alike. In his mind, a brand that had gained nationwide fame, even reaching beyond borders due to its dates, swiftly surfaced. This brand initially focused exclusively on date-based products, ranging from the simplest sun-dried dates to date slices, date paste, and date juice, among various derivatives, all priced quite expensively. In his previous life, while visiting clients, he had even customized gift boxes featuring this brand's products. During a conversation with the regional manager of this brand, he learned about its inception. Indeed, it was established in 1993. By now, it should have been well established, albeit without formal registration or the later developments of its products. Its origins seemed to trace back to a mere food factory. As a food enterprise, it not only thrived but eventually went public, becoming the first date company to be listed, which was nothing short of remarkable. "Dad, do you think if these dates were produced in bulk, there would be a market for them?" Although Zhang Yiming had told Tan Hongmei that he wasn't in a hurry to operate a food factory, he had been contemplating the matter intensely these past few days. For a food factory to truly succeed and grow robust, it required not only the necessary hardware, but also products that could adapt to market demands. Yet, Despite racking his brain, he found no viable breakthrough. After all, ensuring that the products produced met public consumption standards while considering costs and consumer preferences was no simple task. The emergence of Dongyang dates suddenly illuminated a path for him. Sell dates? Yes, Dongyang dates are a local specialty, produced in reasonable quantities and at a low cost, though preservation poses a challenge. If we could process and package the dates in such a manner for sale, do you think the public would embrace it? With newfound inspiration, Zhang Yiming's tone carried a hint of excitement. Your current task is to study. There is no need for you to indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Hurry inside and focus on your studies. Zhang Hashan's demeanor instantly extinguished Zhang Yiming's enthusiasm. Indeed, his earlier behavior had been somewhat excessive. Zhang Hashan was unaware that they were the ones acquiring the food factory. In his father's mind, it was almost certain that he would depart from the food industry, making discussions about it particularly sensitive at the moment. He was, after all, rubbing salt in his father's wounds. Oh, I understand. I will head inside now. Zhang Yiming did not perceive any issue with Zhang Hashan's attitude. Yet to his mother, Fan Lingling, it was a different matter altogether. Hashan, what are you doing? What's with your attitude towards our son lately? Mingming hasn't said much. He simply mentioned the matter of dates. Just look at your face. It appears as gloomy as Mount Changbai. Zhang Hashan was acutely aware that his recent demeanor had been less than amiable. Yet he could not quite fathom the source of his irritable temperament. It felt as though a flickering flame resided within his heart, poised to ignite at any moment. I retreated to my room. Naturally, Zhang Hashan would not confide his psychological turmoil to his wife. Fan Lingling sighed softly. She had observed her husband's emotional fluctuations, particularly given his decades of dedicated service in the enterprise, abruptly facing unemployment. For someone of his age, seeking re-employment post-layoff was a formidable challenge, rendering feelings of discomfort entirely natural. Sighing again, Fan Lingling found little inclination to continue knitting and instead made her way to the kitchen to warm a cup of milk for Zhang Yiming. Outside, the conversation between his parents reached Zhang Yiming's ears, prompting him to reconsider his earlier thoughts on slowing the pace of the food factory's reconstruction. Delaying it any further would only exacerbate his father's psychological burden. Zhang Yiming sighed, recognizing that with the internet still in its infancy, gathering information on juju processing proved elusive, and locating relevant equipment for sale was even more challenging. It appeared that embarking on the path of juju processing would not be a simple endeavor. The following morning, Zhang Yiming arrived at school half an hour early, only to find that Ma Jun had beaten him there. Their encounter was tinged with awkwardness due to the previous day's events. Let us get this done quickly, or we'll be late again, Zhang Yiming suggested, breaking the silence. As someone who had navigated similar situations, he understood that unresolved emotions could fester, akin to a thorn lodged in the heart, capable of inflicting pain when least expected. Hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Ma Jun exhaled with relief, nodding as he resumed his task. After returning home the previous night, Ma Jun had reflected extensively. He recognized that Zhang Yiming's intentions were rooted in concern. His discomfort stemmed from the perception that Zhang Yiming, despite being of the same age, often positioned himself in a superior role, guiding and intervening in Ma Jun's life, and even his romantic affairs. Sorry, Mingzi, for yesterday, Ma Jun began. Enough of that. I was at fault as well. I owe you an apology, Zhang Yiming interjected. We need not dwell on such matters. As for your relationship with Lu Fang, I will refrain from interference. If you truly believe she is right for you, I have no objections. I simply wish to preserve our friendship. Zhang Yiming's interruption revealed his own contemplations from the previous night. He surmised that Ma Jun's infatuation with Lu Fang was not without reason. In Ma Jun's childhood, he had a cousin who, though seemingly unrelated to him, had lived with them and treated both him and Zhang Yiming with exceptional kindness. Ma Jun had once proclaimed that he wished to marry someone like her when he grew up. This cousin bore a striking resemblance to Lu Fang, potentially explaining the roots of Ma Jun's affection. At times, human thoughts and emotions resemble a spring. The more one attempts to compress or obstruct them, the greater the resistance becomes. Ma Jun's feelings for Lu Fang exemplify this phenomenon. The more he is hindered, the more fervently his infatuation intensifies. However, this does not imply that Zhang Yiming intends to allow Ma Jun to harbor an unreciprocated affection for Lu Fang. Rather, he has adopted a different approach and strategy. A great leader once articulated a renowned combat strategy of encircling cities from the countryside. What Zhang Yiming now needs to do is to engage in battle from the periphery, gradually infiltrating Ma Jun's perceptions, allowing him to discern Lu Fang's true character on his own. Mingzi, thank you. Hurry to class. Zhang Yiming patted Ma Jun on the shoulder, and the two proceeded toward the classroom. Upon their arrival, the bell had yet to ring, providing Zhang Yiming the perfect opportunity to discuss their dinner plans with Gai Meng. Let us go to Chuanxiang Tower. I'll ask my sister to reserve a table in advance. No need. We can just find a small eatery near the school. Zhang Yiming instinctively declined. Chuanxiang Tower is the premier Cantonese restaurant in Tanyuan County, and for someone of their financial standing, it would be imprudent to choose such an extravagant venue. A single dish there could easily suffice for a feast at another establishment. Chuanxiang Tower it is. I'll inform my sister, Gai Meng replied, flipping open his book, dismissing Zhang Yiming from his thoughts. Oh, what a needless struggle this is. Chapter 80. An old ox grazing on tender grass. After class, Zhang Yiming utilized the public telephone booth behind the teaching building to call Tan Hongmei, and after some contemplation, he also dialed Wang Fa. Since acquiring a phone card last time, Zhang Yiming had purchased a 50 yuan card, as he had no immediate plans to use a mobile phone as a student. Wielding one would be excessively ostentatious. Lu Tiantian. Upon hanging up, Zhang Yiming noticed Lu Tiantian approaching with another girl from the direction of the girls' restroom. He called out to her. The 700 yuan he carried felt akin to a roasted sweet potato, scorching against his skin. Uncertain of what Lu Tiantian and her companion had discussed, Zhang Yiming observed the girl giving him a playful wink and a suppressed laugh before releasing Lu Tiantian's arm and entering the teaching building. As Lu Tiantian walked toward him, her hair cascading delicately alongside her face, swaying gently in the morning breeze, the sunlight illuminating her fair complexion made her appear almost ethereal, stirring a flutter of emotion within Zhang Yiming. Zhang Yiming, are you not ashamed? Do you still wish to indulge in an old ox grazing on tender grass? Zhang Yiming mentally chastised himself. He found it difficult to fully immerse himself in the psyche and heart of a 16-year-old boy. Thank you for yesterday. Here is your money back. The 700 yuan had been meticulously arranged into neat squares by Zhang Yiming. Lu Tiantian regarded him with a slight smile, refraining from reaching for the money. What's wrong? Why do you look at me like that? Is there something blooming on my face? Zhang Yiming, you owe me another favor. Why does that sound so familiar? Indeed, just the day before yesterday, he had spoken to Wang Hao. Little did he expect that karma would manifest so swiftly, landing right back on him. Well, I owe you another favor. May I treat you to a meal? You think a mere meal could suffice to dismiss me? Lu Tiantian pouted. 2 meals. Zhang Yiming raised 2 fingers. I am not a pig, merely preoccupied with food. Zhang Yiming found himself at a loss for words. In his previous life, he had ardently pursued He-In for 7 years, showering her with gifts, jewelry, bags, cars, and houses. Yet when it came to understanding a woman's heart, he faltered, or else He-In would not have chosen to leave without a word. So, what do you wish for me to do? Just then, the class bell rang. I haven't decided yet. Let's leave it hanging for now. Whenever I have made up my mind, I shall inform you. With that, Lu Tiantian turned and dashed away. Hey, money. Zhang Yiming waved the cash in his hand, calling out helplessly, but Lu Tiantian, though petite and delicate in appearance, sprinted away with surprising speed, disappearing into the school building in the blink of an eye. With no other recourse, Zhang Yiming had no choice but to return the money to his pocket and follow her into the building. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found Yang, the buck-toothed teacher, already standing at the podium. Seeing Zhang Yiming enter, he urged him along. Just as Zhang Yiming sat down, he felt a piercing gaze. Li Jia was looking at him, her expression a mixture of inscrutable emotions. In recent days, Li Jia had undergone a transformation. She no longer pursued him relentlessly. Leaving early after class, Zhang Yiming mused that perhaps she had merely been capricious, initially intrigued by him, but subsequently losing interest upon sensing his indifference. Yet at this moment, the intensity of her gaze suggested otherwise. Ma Jun, could you define the concepts of intersection and union? As the math lesson commenced, Yang called upon Ma Jun right away. It was a habit of Yang's to select 1 or 2 students at the beginning of each class to summarize the previous lesson's key points. Thus, for many students struggling with math, while they might neglect other assignments, they would certainly seek out the mathematically adept classmates to clarify the main topics taught, memorizing them to scrape by. The intersection is the point formed when 2 parallel lines intertwine. Boom. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Yang's face turned ashen with fury. Zhang Yiming shook his head in resignation, acutely aware of Ma Jun's mathematical proficiency, or lack thereof. He knew that Ma Jun often pretended to engage with the material. Yet how could he be utterly oblivious to the current lesson? To suggest that parallel lines could intertwine was beyond comprehension. Ma Jun, go stand at the back of the classroom. You will listen to this lesson standing. Ma Jun, startled by Yang's roar, obediently began to shuffle to the back. Who taught you to attend class without your book? Ma Jun hastily seized his mathematics book, lowering his head as he made his way to the back of the classroom, where he was less than 2 meters away from Zhang Yiming. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yiming's eyes inadvertently flitted towards Ma Jun's desk, catching sight of a small portion of a book protruding from the confines of the desk. Immediately, Zhang Yiming turned his head and shot a glare at Ma Jun. Standing there with a sense of unease, Ma Jun's heart raced as he unexpectedly met Zhang Yiming's piercing gaze. Throughout the entire lesson, Ma Jun remained on edge, occasionally stealing glances at Zhang Yiming, unable to articulate why he felt this way. He harbored a certain fear of Zhang Yiming, and additionally, he was concerned that his behavior might tarnish Lu Fang's impression of him, despite the fact that she had not looked at him even once. At long last, the class came to an end, yet Yang, with his prominent teeth, showed no inclination to let Ma Jun off the hook. Ma Jun, come with me to the office. Ma Jun's face, usually a deep shade of gloom, instantly transformed into a visage of panic. He cast a desperate glance at Zhang Yiming. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Yang won't eat you alive, Zhang Yiming admonished, exasperated by Ma Jun's lack of resolve. If Ma Jun were his son, Zhang Yiming mused, he could easily find reason to reprimand him 8 times a day. Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Ma Jun finally clutched his mathematics book and rushed out. Zhang Yiming then approached Ma Jun's desk, discreetly extracting the items within and concealing them in the sleeve of his school uniform, which, fortunately, was elastic enough to accommodate a book. It was not long before Ma Jun returned to the classroom, his head drooping like a frostbitten eggplant. Yiming, Yang wants to call my parents. What should I do? Before Ma Jun could engage in conversation with Zhang Yiming, the bell rang for class. Midway through the lesson, Zhang Yiming received a note passed from the front desk, its scrawl unmistakably belonging to Ma Jun, resembling a hasty flourish. Ma Jun feared his father. Although his father was kind, fair, and straightforward, he possessed a rather volatile temper and adhered to a strict educational philosophy that emphasized discipline, believing that without punishment, a child could not succeed. Thus, any misstep by Ma Jun, regardless of its magnitude, would invariably result in a slap. Therefore, it was understandable that upon hearing of the parent-teacher meeting, Ma Jun's heart was filled with trepidation. Chill out, Zhang Yiming wrote with flamboyant strokes before crumpling the note and passing it back. He pondered over the items he had just taken from Ma Jun's desk, silently resolving to have a serious conversation with him at noon. He was eager to understand what thoughts occupied the boy's mind. Did he truly intend to drift aimlessly through the next 3 years of high school? Chapter 81. Do you aspire to be a drifter in Beijing? Yiming, why have you brought me here? As soon as school dismissed, Zhang Yiming tugged at Ma Jun's arm, leading him away from the school and towards the desolate land behind it. The third high school is situated atop a grand slope, with only a few sparse residences scattered in front of the school, while the rear is adorned with farmland and an expansive orchard. Ascending further lies another tourist attraction of Tanyuan County, Shoshan. Though not particularly lofty, this mountain is home to a renowned temple, inscribed by the hand of Emperor Qianlong himself. At its summit, remnants of ancient beacon towers and white horse stones can still be found. In a previous life, Zhang Yiming often climbed Shoshan. Whenever he felt disheartened, he would stand at the peak and shout into the distance. This penchant starkly contrasted with that of his companion, Ma Jun. Thus, when he urged Ma Jun to accompany him to the foot of Shoshan, Ma Jun halted in his tracks. Climbing a mountain? Mingzi, have you been stimulated by something again? It's midday. What are we climbing for when we have classes this afternoon? Ma Jun grumbled. You still remember classes? Mingzi, what do you mean by that? Ma Jun was momentarily taken aback, for the unmasked tone of Zhang Yiming revealed a deep-seated discontent. That is precisely the point. Upon uttering this, Zhang Yiming reached into his clothing, retrieving Ma Jun's book from his desk and flinging it to the ground. The mountain breeze sent the pages fluttering wildly, and Ma Jun's face flushed with embarrassment as he bent down to retrieve it. Yet, a hand more agile than his pressed down upon the pages first. Ma Jun lifted his gaze, finding himself locked in a stare with Zhang Yiming. The distance between them was less than 20 centimeters, allowing Ma Jun to feel the warmth of Zhang Yiming's breath. However, this proximity brought no warmth. Instead, Zhang Yiming's gaze resembled a tempestuous sea, deep and unfathomable, with waves crashing in a furious roar. "Mingzi, could you please not look at me like that? It's unsettling," Ma Jun murmured in a hushed tone. "Ma Jun, I ask you, what do you wish to pursue in the future? I want to think it through before responding." Just as Ma Jun began to speak, Zhang Yiming interrupted him. Ma Jun felt perplexed. He had never truly contemplated what he wanted for the future. "My father hopes I will attend university and become a teacher, while my mother wishes for me to enlist in the military, preferably to remain in the forces afterward. My grandmother, I am asking about your own desires. What do you want?" I want to go to Xinjiang. I aspire to live and work there, to marry Lu Fang." When he mentioned marrying Lu Fang, Ma Jun's voice nearly faltered. "What identity do you wish to assume in Xinjiang? Will you be a drifter working odd jobs? Or will you pursue a university education and secure a respectable life there? What does drifter mean?" Ma Jun was unfamiliar with the concept. A drifter is someone who wanders aimlessly, like floating duckweed. Zhang Yiming understood that in the future, the term drifter would be widely recognized. Xinjiang, the capital of the nation, serves as the epicenter of economic, cultural, and political life, attracting leading talents from various fields. Particularly for aspiring stars, over 70% have experienced varying degrees of drifting. However, it was precisely for this reason that Zhang Yiming wished for Ma Jun to avoid such a transient existence. "Mingzi, I understand that you have my best interests at heart, but I truly do not possess the aptitude for studying. I grasp the implications of your words regarding the struggles of those who venture north in search of better opportunities. However, I simply cannot immerse myself in my studies." Ma Jun, with a heavy heart, forcefully pulled the book from Zhang Yiming's grasp, brushing off the dust with a finger. "Do you believe Lu Fang would willingly associate with someone adrift and devoid of merit?" As soon as Zhang Yiming uttered this statement, Ma Jun lifted his head. A sigh escaped Zhang Yiming's lips. He genuinely wished for Lu Fang to remain uninvolved with Ma Jun. Yet he was acutely aware of Lu Fang's significant place in Ma Jun's heart. "Are you aware of Lu Fang's ranking at school? She is among the top 20 in a cohort of 100. Even if she does not gain admission to a prestigious university, securing a place at a respectable undergraduate institution is well within her reach. The disparity between you two will only widen, potentially resulting in an insurmountable chasm. Have you contemplated this? However, I was destined for a vocational high school. We have grown up together. You know my academic performance better than anyone. Despite my efforts, I cannot envision myself attending university. Ma Jun, where there is a will, there is a way. This world is not devoid of possibilities. If rebirth can occur, what else is beyond the realm of possibility? Mingzi, you were once indifferent to your studies. What prompted your newfound diligence upon entering high school?" "I aspire to live a life devoid of regrets. I wish to elevate the living conditions of my family through my own endeavors. And the most equitable and straightforward path to success in this world is education. While studying may not guarantee a complete transformation of our lives, neglecting education will surely lead to an unfulfilled existence." Ma Jun gazed at his friend, the midday sun casting a gentle light that illuminated Zhang Yiming's features with a translucent quality. Zhang Yiming's words resonated clearly, akin to a pearl resting at the center of a dish, striking directly at the core of Ma Jun's heart. "Mingzi, I shall make my own effort. I promise to never again engage with such literature." After a significant pause, Ma Jun seemed to have resolved something within himself, tearing the book in his hand into shreds and crumpling it into a ball. Zhang Yiming was not overly optimistic that a few words could instigate a transformation in Ma Jun, yet he could at least ascertain that, at this moment, Ma Jun's heart had been profoundly stirred. He had indulged in such literature in his previous life, as boys at this age are particularly sensitive to and intrigued by matters of adult nature. However, it must be acknowledged that the proliferation of such material significantly impacts the growth and development of adolescence. He recalled a news story from 2016 about a pair of middle school students who attempted to book a hotel room together. Due to their youthful appearances and lack of identification, they were unsuccessful. When questioned by their parents about their intentions, the boy admitted that curiosity stemming from novels of this nature had compelled him to seek an experience, while the girl's response echoed his sentiments. Completely unaware of the implications of the phrase, "to sleep together," Ma Jun spends his days engrossed in such novels. which not only detracts from his studies, but may also adversely affect other aspects of his life. Zhang Yiming cannot idly stand by as Ma Jun becomes ensnared in such a quagmire. When the two returned to school, there were merely a few minutes left before class commenced. Zhang Yiming took the initiative to visit a nearby convenience store, purchasing 4 pieces of leavened bread and 2 cans of Jianlibo. However, it was unclear whether Ma Jun's lack of appetite stemmed from his inability to digest Zhang Yiming's earlier words or from a moment of self-reflection regarding his past actions. He consumed less than half a piece of bread and scarcely sipped the Jianlibo. Alas, Zhang Yiming felt as though he were a concerned father fretting over his son. After all, in his previous life, Ma Jun had passed away at the tender age of 18, and he remained unaware of what the future held for him. Zhang Yiming could only strive to help Ma Jun navigate a smoother path. Chapter 82. A busy day after the first class of the afternoon concluded. As Zhang Yiming had anticipated, Li Jing summoned him once more, handing him the registration form for a city-wide essay competition. The scale of this competition was considerable, with over 200 participants from both primary and secondary schools. Please review the essay requirements carefully. The teacher hopes you can achieve a commendable position in the competition, she urged. Today, Li Jing wore a vibrant orange turtleneck paired with a white vest, accentuating her graceful figure. At her current age, she epitomized the prime of womanhood. I will do my best, Zhang Yiming replied, already formulating ideas for the essay in his mind. He recognized the significance of this competition, much like student organizations. Achieving a high rank in a city-level contest could potentially yield additional points for the college entrance examination. However, he did not wish to produce something overly spectacular, as he did not want to claim the first place that rightfully belonged to Chu Yingtai. Yes, do your best, teacher, he believes in you, Li Jing said with a smile, gently patting Zhang Yiming on the shoulder. The light touch left behind a subtle fragrance that inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Zhang Yiming entered the classroom after Li Jing departed. He glanced at Ma Jun, who, instead of engaging in idle chatter or grinning foolishly at Lu Feng as usual, was now absorbed in an English book, perhaps sensing Zhang Yiming's gaze. Ma Jun looked up and flashed a smile that bore a hint of boastfulness. The book is upside down, Zhang Yiming remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. Was it truly the case that one could not help those who were hopelessly entrenched in their ways? Ma Jun quickly corrected the orientation of his English book. His face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Yiming was quite busy that day. After the second English class concluded, Wang Fa arrived. Zhang Yiming accompanied Wang Fa to the secretary's office, offering a few words of guidance along the way. Wang Fa, as before, was dressed in a suit and tie, carrying a leather bag, a suggestion purportedly made by Li Zhenting. Zhang Yiming felt reluctant to dampen Wang Fa's spirits. His current appearance lacked the elegance and charisma of a businessperson and instead resembled that of a pyramid scheme promoter. Zheng Ji was fully aware that Wang Fa was the benefactor providing the sponsorship funds. He exhibited an exuberant demeanor, ushering Wang Fa to the central seat of the room. However, Wang Fa appeared quite uncomfortable, frequently casting surreptitious glances at Zhang Yiming, who, regrettably, paid him no mind. Mr. Wang, we sincerely appreciate your support for our school's activities. Zheng Ji personally poured tea and handed it to Wang Fa. Secretary Zhang, you are too kind. Supporting education is akin to nurturing the future of our nation. It is a duty we all share. Moreover, I hold Zhang Yiming in high regard. Without him, I might have hesitated to agree to the sponsorship. Wang Fa first donned a metaphorical cap of esteem before throwing a metaphorical embroidered ball at Zhang Yiming. Indeed. Zhang Yiming is an exemplary representative of our school and a key member of our literary society. Mr. Wang, you truly have an eye for talent. Zheng Ji, coming from an administrative background, though a man, possessed exceptional interpersonal skills, adeptly complimenting others in a manner that was both pointed and gratifying. Despite Zhang Yiming's indifference to such flattery. Yes, Secretary Zhang, I have some matters to attend to. Here is the sponsorship fund, please accept it. Additionally, this is the proposal for on-site advertising. Zhang Yiming must have discussed it with you? Indeed. Rest assured, you have complete freedom regarding the advertising at the event. Our school will not interfere. Should you require assistance, we can arrange for faculty support. No need. In that case, I shall take my leave. We will be in touch, Secretary Zhang. Please, allow me to escort Mr. Wang. The conversation was brief, as Zhang Yiming had previously instructed. Now, He found himself continually lowering his demands of Wang Fa, meticulously clarifying every word and action. Otherwise, Wang Fa might unwittingly cause mischief. Oblivious to the consequences, yet feeling quite pleased with himself. Xiao Ming, did I say anything inappropriate? After stepping out of the secretary's office and taking a few strides, Wang Fa's previously proud shoulders slumped. No, it was quite good, though your compliments were perhaps a bit excessive. Excessive? I thought my praise was rather subtle. All right. There are no major issues. How has Li Ge been these past few days? Have you two been together? All is well. Yesterday, the traffic police from Minghu City came to investigate the accident from that day. They located the tractor driver as well. Zhenting said he wouldn't pursue the other party's liability, and they reached an amicable resolution. Zhang Yiming nodded, recognizing Li Zhenting's broad-mindedness, which was evident in this instance. By the way, yesterday Zhenting visited Dike Communications again. What for? I'm not sure. Were you not together? Zhenting mentioned he didn't need me to accompany him. I can't just cling to him, can I? Xiao Ming, you're not suspecting something between Zhenting and Dike Communications, are you? Zhang Yiming remained silent. He was confident in the cooperation intentions and conditions he had previously proposed. But until matters were finalized, there was always the potential for unforeseen developments. He felt it was imperative to ascertain who was truly behind Dike Communications. I cannot say for certain, but there should not be any issues. You should accompany Li Ge for the next couple of days. I will handle the advertising matters. Additionally, please take the components of the Hanxian machine that Lu Xiong sent over to the guest house, as I will collect them later this evening. Due to the brevity of the time after class, Zhang Yiming did not converse much with Wang Fa. Nevertheless, by the time Wang Fa departed, the class had already ended. And when Zhang Yiming knocked on the door to return to the classroom, he was met with a fierce glare from Yuan Lianying. After school that evening, Gai Ming hastily organized his belongings on the desk before calling Zhang Yiming to step outside. Zhang Yiming initially intended to invite Ma Jun to join them, but considering that Tan Hongmei was also present, he deemed it inappropriate and merely waved Ma Jun off, suggesting he head home first. When Gai Ming and Zhang Yiming reached the school gate, they found Li Jia waiting there with her bicycle. Over the past few days, Li Jia had lost considerable weight. Her once round, apple-like face now featured a pointed chin, making her eyes appear larger. Zhang Yiming, Li Jia called out. It's my birthday today. Upon reaching her, Li Jia looked at Zhang Yiming and said, Happy birthday. Is that all? Li Jia blinked her large eyes at him. I didn't know it was your birthday today. I'll get you a belated gift tomorrow. How about you treat me to a meal? Li Jia proposed. Li Jia, I'm afraid I can't manage that. I have something to attend to today. Perhaps another day? Do you find me bothersome? Bothersome? Not at all. I truly have matters to attend to. Please, don't cry. Zhang Yiming was utterly taken aback by Li Jia's tears. Zhang Yiming, I initially thought you were different from the other boys in our class. Do you also think I'm fat? Do you dislike my appearance? What are you talking about? Li Jia, you're not fat, and you're a nice person. I genuinely don't find you bothersome. I'm not lying. I really have things to do tonight. Zhang Yiming had meant to explain that he was dining with Gai Ming, but he feared Li Jia might insist on joining them, making the situation exceedingly awkward. He truly wished to avoid entanglements with the girls in his class. If you don't find me bothersome, then why can you invite Lu Tiantian to dinner, but not me? It's not that I can't. I just mentioned that I have something to do tonight. All right. Zhang Yiming, I will remember this. With that seemingly nonsensical remark, Li Jia mounted her white bicycle and sped down the steep slope outside the school, leaving Zhang Yiming in a cold sweat, feeling utterly unnerved by her audacity and unreasonable behavior. Upon returning, Zhang Yiming noticed a peculiar look in Gai Ming's eyes. Don't misunderstand. There's nothing between me and Li Jia. I know, Gai Ming replied. Yet Zhang Yiming could distinctly sense skepticism emanating from his gaze. Contemplating an explanation, he ultimately decided against it, realizing that such matters could only complicate further. Gai Ming did not possess a bicycle, so Zhang Yiming offered to give him a ride. But Gai Ming declined. Consequently, the two of them had no choice but to walk to Chunxiang Lu. Fortunately, Chunxiang Tower is not far from San High School. Situated on Yonghe Street, approximately a mile or two from the Tanyuan County Guest House. As the two approached the entrance of Chunxiang Tower, Gai Jiao emerged from within. Compared to her previous tear-streaked appearance, she now exuded a vibrant energy, her plump cheeks adorned with a pair of radiant blushes. With a hint of subtle lipstick gracing her lips, her smile possessed an enchanting charm. Sister, Xiao Ming, the private room is already booked. Please step inside. It's rather cold out here, Gai Jiao said warmly, gazing at Zhang Yiming. No rush. I'll wait for my friend. She should arrive shortly, he replied. Very well. Then I shall keep you company. Xiaoming, please head into the private room and ensure the beverages and spirits are properly arranged, she instructed. With a nod, Gai Ming entered Chuanxiang Tower. Sister, why not go in? You've only recently been discharged from the hospital. You mustn't catch a chill, Zhang Yiming suggested. Not to worry. I am not made of porcelain, and I am not so fragile. It is only right to greet your friend, who has been such a great help to me, Gai Jiao insisted. Zhang Yiming decided not to press further, but from the corner of his eye, he observed Gai Jiao had seemingly made an effort to adorn herself today. Not only had she applied lipstick, but her hair bore the signs of a fresh cut, accompanied by the faint scent of hairspray. She wore a fitted long dress, a soft ivory hue embellished with tiny beads, its neckline subtly revealing a hint of spring, yet not overly ostentatious. The hem of the dress cascaded like a mermaid tail, hugging her curves snugly, the silhouette gracefully accentuated, radiating a certain allure in the soft glow of the setting sun. Xiaoming, what are you staring at? Gai Jiao, who had been gazing at the roadside, felt a lingering gaze upon her and turned to find Zhang Yiming's eyes fixed intently on her. Nothing, sister. My friend has arrived, he replied, feeling a sudden dryness in his throat, a sensation that filled him with embarrassment. After all, he was merely a classmate of Gai Jiao's brother, and harboring such desires for his classmate's sister felt utterly inappropriate. At that moment, he spotted Tan Hongmei across the street and quickly sought to redirect Gai Jiao's attention. Which one? Upon hearing Zhang Yiming's words, Gai Jiao's focus shifted, her eyes widening as she scanned the surroundings. The one in black. A woman? Zhang Yiming noticed a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Gai Jiao's eyes when she caught sight of Tan Hongmei. Xiaoming, I hope I'm not late, Tan Hongmei inquired. Having adhered to the time Zhang Yiming had communicated to her, she arrived precisely, neither early nor late. Though a trivial matter, it nonetheless reflected her diligent attitude toward tasks. No, Tanjia. Allow me to introduce you. This is my classmate sister, Gai Jiao. Sister, this is my friend, Tan Hongmei. Zhang Yiming introduced them with simplicity. Gai Jiao. Nice to meet you, Tan Hongmei greeted. Tanjia, please come inside. It's chilly out here, Gai Jiao urged. Tan Hongmei was the first to greet them, her demeanor straightforward. And the flicker of disappointment in Gai Jiao's eyes swiftly vanished as she smiled and ushered Tan Hongmei into the restaurant. Chuanxiang Tower boasted 3 stories, with the first floor featuring a spacious hall adorned with numerous tables, predominantly for 4, alongside 4 larger tables for 10 nestled at the back, partitioned by folding screens. The clientele was sparse, not even filling half the seats, which was rather typical given that the prices at Chuanxiang Tower were beyond the reach of the average patron. Nonetheless, one must commend the restaurant's decor, which exuded an enchanting charm reminiscent of the Jiangnan water towns. The establishment was predominantly furnished with solid wood, with red oil paper umbrellas and strings of crimson lanterns suspended from the ceiling. Bamboo was strategically placed in the corners, and the floors were laid with bluestone tiles. Zhang Yiming couldn't help but marvel. It was no wonder Chuanxiang Tower had flourished, becoming the finest establishment in Minghu City. The meticulous arrangement of the hall spoke volumes of the proprietor's dedication and vision. Gai Jiao led the way up the solid wood staircase to the 3rd floor, guiding Zhang Yiming and Tan Hongmei into one of the central private rooms. Xiaoming, this is Sister Tan, Gai Jiao introduced as they entered, pointing to Tan Hongmei. Upon seeing her, Gai Ming's eyes momentarily widened in surprise before he subtly exhaled in relief. This gesture was quick and discreet, yet Zhang Yiming captured it with clarity. Sister Tan, Gai Ming rose to greet her. Zhang Yiming pretended not to notice anything amiss, waiting until Gai Jiao invited Tan Hongmei to take a seat before he settled next to Gai Ming. 2 dishes had already been served on the table, and to Zhang Yiming's astonishment, one of them was a delicacy of abalone soup. He knew that even in the present day, let alone decades hence, this dish was not affordable for everyone, with some upscale hotels charging exorbitantly for it. What were Gai Jiao and Gai Ming planning? It seemed a bit excessive. Sister Tan, I ordered a couple of dishes beforehand, but I wasn't sure what you liked, so I didn't dare to order too much. Please take a look at the menu and feel free to add a few more dishes, Gai Jiao said, handing the menu to Tan Hongmei. Dear, there are just the 4 of us. Ordering too much would be wasteful, and I've been having some gastrointestinal issues lately, so I can't eat seafood or greasy foods. How about we order a soup and a platter of dim sum? I particularly enjoy Cantonese dim sum, Tan Hongmei suggested. Zhang Yiming remained silent, yet he felt a deepening admiration for Tan Hongmei. Her approach not only spared Gai Jiao and her brother from overspending, but also preserved their dignity. It was a commendable display of tact, and such a woman was indeed hard not to admire. Chapter 84. The Mysterious Bill Payer Sister Tan. You have been such a tremendous help to us. We are profoundly grateful. Please don't be too polite, or it will leave us feeling uneasy. Gai Jiao continued to encourage Tan Hongmei to order more dishes. My dear, to speak candidly, I am not lacking in wealth, and you both should feel no burden. Xiaoming and I share a friendship that transcends age, and furthermore, he is connected to me through familial ties. Guiming is also Xiaoming's classmate, so both emotionally and logically, I am entitled to this money. If you sisters truly wish to express your gratitude, heed my words. I am a straightforward person, and there is no need for us to spend unnecessarily. The server, Tan Hongmei, took the initiative and called for the waiter, ordering a pot of nourishing soup, a serving of molten buns, a portion of rice noodle rolls, and a plate of lettuce sautéed in oyster sauce. Altogether, the cost of these dishes was far less than that of the previous abalone soup. Let us have a toast, Gai Jiao suggested as soon as the dishes were ordered. Eager to start on the white wine. Dear sister, let us refrain from drinking today. Let us eat and converse instead, Tan Hongmei replied, taking the bottle of white wine from Gai Jiao's hand and setting it aside. Zhang Yiming had noticed the white wine on the table, a brand from Xinghua village. Not particularly high-end, yet at Chunxiang Tower, one would not find it for less than several tens or hundreds. Tan Hongmei's action was yet another way to save money for the sisters. Sister, Tan Jie is truly kind. There is no need to be overly formal with her. Very well, then I shall not be formal with Tan Jie, Gai Jiao replied, hesitantly nodding. Exactly. Tan Hongmei smiled, and then turned to inquire about Guiming's affairs at school. Gai Jiao interjected occasionally, but throughout the meal, Tan Hongmei did not once bring up the circumstances of Guiming's family, nor did she mention the 5,000 yuan. Once the dishes arrived, Gai Jiao eagerly served Tan Hongmei a bowl of soup, which this time she accepted without hesitation. Though they abstained from alcohol and did not engage in extensive conversation, the meal was nonetheless enjoyable for both host and guest. Tan Jie, here is the IOU. Regardless of the circumstances, you must accept it, Gai Jiao declared suddenly, laying down her chopsticks and retrieving a piece of paper from her clothing, which she handed across the table to Tan Hongmei. Very well, I shall accept the IOU, but I must state beforehand that I will not charge interest on this sum, and there is no need for you to rush to repay it. After today, we are acquaintances, and if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to inform Xiaoming. As long as it is within my power, I will gladly help. Tan Hongmei graciously tucked the IOU into her bag. I have matters to attend to this evening, so I shall take my leave. Thank you for the hospitality. Tan Hongmei stood up decisively. Sister, I will see Tan Jie out, Zhang Yiming said, also rising and following Tan Hongmei out of the private room. Xiaoming, here is the IOU. It is not appropriate for me to keep it, Tan Hongmei said once they were outside the room, handing the IOU to Zhang Yiming. He said nothing in response, crumpling the paper into a ball and tossing it into a nearby trash bin. He had never intended to accept the money, and to him, the IOU held no value. Tan Hongmei observed Zhang Yiming's actions and smiled. You truly do not act like a child. 5,000 yuan. And you do not even flinch. I truly wonder how your parents raised you. When compared to feelings, money is but a trifling matter. Zhang Yiming spoke without a moment's hesitation, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly recalled the affair between Tan Hongmei and Lu Qingjun. He felt that his statement was perhaps somewhat inappropriate. However, words once spoken cannot be taken back. Fortunately, Tan Hongmei did not seem to react strongly to his comment. Xiaoming, I must take my leave. We can reconnect later if anything arises. As he watched Tan Hongmei's silhouette gradually fade away, Zhang Yiming approached the bar. Although this meal had been rather modest due to Tan Hongmei's presence, the single dish of abalone soup was more than sufficient for the siblings, Gai Jiao and Gai Meng, to handle. Zhang Yiming contemplated covering the majority of the bill himself and instructing the waiter to inform Gai Jiao and Gai Meng that the restaurant was running a promotion, offering them a discount. This way, he could spare them any embarrassment while also preventing them from incurring substantial expenses. The account for room 306 had already been settled. Zhang Yiming was taken aback by the cashier's words. Who paid? Tan Hongmei had been with him the entire time, leaving no opportunity for her to settle the bill. The siblings had yet to descend the stairs, so it could not have been them either. Why do you want to know? The bill has been settled. That's all that matters. The cashier's tone was rather brusque, likely due to Zhang Yiming's youth. He chose not to press the matter further. But his mind was consumed with speculation about the identity of the person who had paid. Just then, Gai Jiao and Gai Ming appeared as they descended the staircase. Xiaoming, has Sister Tan left? Zhang Yiming nodded. In the dim light of the room, Gai Jiao's face appeared even more exquisite, her red lips vivid like a rose awaiting harvest. Sister Tan is truly kind. Xiaoming, thank you. It's getting late. You should head home before your family starts to worry. All right, sister, Gai Ming. I will take my leave now. Gai Ming stood beside Gai Jiao, his expression unexpectedly somber. He merely nodded in a perfunctory manner upon hearing Zhang Yiming's farewell. Zhang Yiming found it peculiar. Gai Jiao seemed entirely unconcerned with settling the bill, clearly aware that it had already been paid. Why was this the case? Gai Jiao was merely an ordinary worker who had recently been dismissed by the owner of the mold factory. What wealthy acquaintances could she possibly have? Of course, these were merely the musings swirling in Zhang Yiming's mind. Gai Jiao's associations were of no consequence to him. Outside, the sky had darkened considerably. In the northern regions, the temperature fluctuates dramatically between day and night. The daylight was manageable, as the sun was bright, and a single coat sufficed. However, as evening fell, the wind transformed into a beast with jagged teeth, tearing at clothing and relentlessly penetrating the skin and pores with its biting chill. By the time Zhang Yiming arrived at the Tanyuan County guest house, he was utterly frozen. Xiaoming, you finally arrived. A grave incident has occurred. Zhang Yiming rubbed his hands together to generate some warmth before proceeding upstairs. Just as he reached the top of the stairs, he spotted Wang Fa rushing towards him in a frenzy. Zhang Yiming frowned slightly, and upon noticing his expression, Wang Fa endeavored to compose himself. Xiaoming, Zhao Guangming has come. Zhao Guangming. So what if he has? Why are you so anxious? Xiaoming, I cannot help but feel anxious. Are you aware of Zhao Guangming's intentions in seeking out Li Zhenting? Regardless of his purpose, there is no need for you to be this apprehensive. Xiaoming, Zhao Guangming has come to discuss a collaboration with Zhenting, and I have overheard that the terms he proposes far surpass those you offered him the other day. I sense that Li Zhenting is already wavering. Just consider, amidst all our efforts, what if Zhao Guangming were to outmaneuver us? Would we not end up as the unwitting fools? Reflecting on what he had just overheard outside the room, Wang Fa felt a tumult of emotions in his mind. He had already regarded Li Zhenting as a partner. Now, with Zhao Guangming's emergence, it felt as though a piece of his very being was being forcibly ripped away. Xiaoming, do speak up. What shall we do? I will confront Zhao Guangming. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Yiming strode directly towards Li Zhenting's room. Chapter 85. An invisible contest. As Zhang Yiming approached the door, he was greeted by laughter emanating from within. Zhenting, your sister previously mentioned to me that you are a person of integrity and honesty, lacking in eloquence. Yet, I see that you are anything but simple. You are quite cunning, far more so than I, your elder brother. Zhao Guangming's voice resonated with confidence, almost thunderous in its timbre. Zhang Yiming hesitated momentarily before knocking on the door. Come in. Zhang Yiming pushed the door open and immediately spotted Zhao Guangming seated in a chair. He appeared to be in his 40s, of average height, with a slightly dark complexion, large eyes, a prominent nose, heavy brows that slanted into his temples, thick lips, and a conspicuous mole on the right side of his chin. Upon noticing Zhang Yiming's entrance, Zhao Guangming's eyes flickered slightly. Zhenting, this young man is. Zhang Yiming had never encountered Zhao Guangming before, yet he could not help but note the stark contrast between the man before him and his preconceived notions. He had envisioned someone who, through power, exploited female subordinates, perhaps a greasy figure with a potbelly and dazed eyes. Instead, Zhao Guangming presented himself as an impressive individual, exuding a certain integrity. This is the lifesaver I mentioned to you, Xiaoming. This is Manager Zhao Guangming from the telecommunications company. Feel free to call him Zhao Ge. Li Zhenting introduced, revealing several insights in a single sentence. First, he had referred to Zhao Guangming as a lifesaver. Second, he had not divulged any of the past grievances between himself, Tan Hongmei, and Zhao Guangming. Third, Zhao Guangming remained unaware of the fact that he was assembling machines and aiming to capture the market. Zhao Ge. Zhang Yiming suppressed the demeanor he had adopted while with Wang Fa and addressed him with a hint of youthful naivety. Young man, you are remarkable. There are few who act heroically these days. Well done. Zhao Guangming praised Zhang Yiming, giving him a thumbs up, seemingly impressed by him. If one were unaware of Zhao Guangming's prior deeds, his current demeanor might easily inspire fondness. However, Zhang Yiming, having lived anew, recognized Zhao Guangming as the archetypal performer, a master of his craft. No, in fact, it was a taxi driver who came to Li Ji's rescue. My brother and I merely assisted in running errands. Haha. Indeed, such valor and modesty are rare qualities, Zhenting. You must express your heartfelt gratitude to this little savior of yours. That is certainly the case. Well, Zhenting, I have a dinner engagement this evening, so I shall take my leave. You and your little brother enjoy your conversation. After Zhao Guangming finished speaking, he rose, grabbed his suit jacket draped over the chair, and instead of wearing it, slung it over his wrist. Young man, well done. Before departing, Zhao Guangming patted Zhang Yiming's shoulder. Brother Zhao, take care. Li Zhenting did not rise to see him off, merely offering a polite remark. Zhao Guangming, unfazed, strode out of the room. Wang Fa stood by the door. Upon seeing Zhao Guangming exit, he instinctively stepped back, lowering his head in fear of being noticed. Wang Fa was the epitome of a guilty conscience, believing that after several visits to the telecommunications company, Zhao Guangming must recognize him. However, in reality, Zhao Guangming walked straight out, completely oblivious to his presence. Li Gu, how is your wound? Is it still painful? Zhang Yiming settled into the chair that Zhao Guangming had occupied earlier, casually tossing his backpack aside, and inquired calmly. It's fine now. The bandages can be removed tomorrow. Li Zhenting, clad in a loose cotton autumn shirt, responded while observing Zhang Yiming's expression. That's splendid. This time, it truly was a narrow escape. It seems Li Gu is destined for great fortune. Haha, those who survive great calamities are surely blessed afterward. Indeed, in our hometown, we hold this saying in particularly high regard. Moreover, I hear from Da Fa Gu that you did not pursue the tractor driver's responsibility. Not everyone can achieve such magnanimity. Zhang Yiming spoke with a light and natural tone, yet Li Zhenting's eyes darkened slightly. He felt he could not fathom this 16-year-old high school student before him. Was he truly not at all curious about Zhao Guangming's intentions? If he were curious, how could such a young child remain so composed and unperturbed? It was not intentional. The previous ride was purely out of goodwill, and no one wished for such an incident to occur. If Zhang Yiming could maintain his composure, Li Zhenting could certainly refrain from losing his own. However, Wang Fa, sitting beside Zhang Yiming, could not contain his impatience. From the moment Zhao Guangming left, he had been eager to ask, but despite his persistent glances at Zhang Yiming, the latter remained unresponsive, causing Wang Fa to fidget anxiously. Zhenting, what did Zhao Guangming want with you? Is he proposing a collaboration? The Fa Gu, what are you saying? Zhao Guangming is a classmate of Li Gu's sister. It is quite normal for him to come by for a visit. Don't speak nonsense. How is that nonsense? Wang Fa wanted to reveal that he had eavesdropped on Zhao Guangming and Li Zhenting's conversation outside, but when the words reached his lips, he remembered he could not disclose it, leaving him momentarily at a loss and causing his eyes to turn red. Li Gu, that's just how the Fa Gu is, impatient. Don't take it to heart. Zhang Yiming took the floor, his expression remaining calm and composed, which left Li Zhenting increasingly perplexed. If Zhang Yiming were truly curious, he would have seized upon Wang Fa's comment to delve further, rather than interrupting or changing the subject as he now did. I understand Brother Da's temperament. He would not take it to heart. Your connection with Brother Zhao is significant, and it is only natural for Brother Da to feel anxious and curious. This I can comprehend. That's good, Li Gu. I merely came to check on you. If all is well, I shall take my leave and let you rest, Zhang Yiming concluded, rising from his seat. Xiaoming, are you not curious about what Zhao Guangming and I discussed just now? The corner of Zhang Yiming's mouth curled subtly as he turned away, but by the time he faced Li Zhenting again, his countenance was serene. It would be impossible not to be curious, yet this matter concerns Li Gu and him alone. I have no position to inquire further. Zhang Yiming did not deny his curiosity, as that would have seemed disingenuous and hypocritical. You truly do not resemble a typical teenager. You possess remarkable composure, Li Zhenting remarked, genuinely impressed. I simply know what is appropriate to ask and what is not. It is not merely composure, Zhang Yiming replied. Haha, although I, Li Zhenting, may not be deemed a successful individual in Dongguan, I have encountered a myriad of people from all walks of life. Few have earned my genuine admiration, but you, young man, are one of them. Sit a while longer. I have a few words to share with you. Zhang Yiming refrained from further questioning and sat back down. Wang Fa, who had previously stood, was caught off guard by the turn of events, still standing there, somewhat dazed. He could not fathom why Zhang Yiming had asked nothing. Yet Li Zhenting seemed poised to disclose something voluntarily.